Kalimera από την πανέμορφη Κύπρο. Welcome to Cyprus for our second day of this T20I series. So far, it's been deferring fortunes for the Cyprus men's and women's side. It's been a tale of two series. In the men's series, it's been all Estonia. They picked up 2 victories to start off. In the women's series, it's been all Cyprus. They're up 2-0 against the Estonian women. Are their fortunes going to turn around today? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next. Our first match is between the Cyprus men and the Estonian men. Let's head over to the coin toss, where the umpires are alongside captains Scott Burdikin and Arslan Amjad.
Estonia is our call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
We'll ball first.
Estonia won the toss and decided to ball first.
Thank you very much for that update to our umpires. This is a big game. This is an absolutely massive match. If Estonia can pick up a victory here, they will get a massive, massive lead, a potentially unassailable lead because of the huge net run rate advantage they currently have over Cyprus after that impressive victory in the second match yesterday. Sahil Chauhan scored the fastest ever T20I century. It was a real privilege to witness for everyone, except of course the Cyprus fielders who kept watching the ball sail over their head. For Cyprus, there's a number of things they're going to have to consider. They've had a few issues with getting their bowling attack right, their batting lineup. There's a few question marks about that as well. They've been a touch too slow during the power play, and they might want to consider promoting someone like Taranjit Singh, who has been very impressive throughout this series, scoring 55 and 44 runs in his first couple of matches. But he's just batting too low down the order to have an impact and really go on to make a massive score. We'll head back to the commentary box where Rico Full will take you over yesterday's games.
Thank you very much for that lovely intro to Nishay Bhatt. And welcome, of course, Kalimara to everybody around the world as we get ready for Cyprus and Estonia. Match number 3 between the two coming up, and Cyprus really do need to get a win. This is what happened yesterday in their first match. Cyprus, they did rally well towards the end of the innings, scoring 92 off the last 5 to get to 195 for 7. Taranjit Singh, as Nishay said, was in great form. Estonia, though, they knocked them off with 3 balls to go. Arslan Amjad, 63 of 47. And the player of the match performance was Stefan Kuch, picking up not just 3 wickets, but scoring 40 not out as well. The second time the teams met, it was very much a similar story. Cyprus didn't score their runs towards the end. Taranjit Singh, once again, the main provider with 44 of 11. But then we saw that world record broken when Estonia got there, and they got there with 42 balls to go, almost 7 overs. Sahil Chauhan, 144 or 41 deliveries, and that century coming up in 27 deliveries. Not only is that a world record, so the fastest T20 international century we've seen, also the most number of 6s in an innings as well. He smashed 18. That means the tables look like that. So Estonia, they have got 2 wins under their belt, and Cyprus, the home side, have really got to come strong in this one. You don't want to go down in this match. You go down in this match, then with 3 to play, you literally got to win all 3 and then hope that you can somehow do better on the net run rate factor that Estonia at the moment have a big upper hand on as well. So it's a huge day. Give you an update on the temperatures at the moment. A little bit cooler than it's been the last few days. Temperatures are around about 24 degrees right now. We'll have a highs in the 30s again. It will get to about 32 degrees. But one thing that everybody is hoping is that we do get a little bit of breeze throughout the day. So this is the way things are looking. Of course, all eyes once again will be on Sahil Chauhan. Well, the way things have gone for him so far, and this is the good news for Cyprus, I guess, he's gone 0 century, 0 century. So if you follow that pattern, he should be in for a 0, and that's what Cyprus are hoping, because they need a bit of luck going their way. But Estonia, plenty of other good players in there. Ali Masood, I'm sure he'll bounce back well. Arslan Amjad is, of course, a very good batter as well. And then you got the left-hander in Stefan Kuch, who showed very good form yesterday. over the other side. Scott Burdekin has to really come good. And maybe he and Scott Austin could put a good partnership together. The two Scots. Scott Austin did get one good knock yesterday where he just missed out on a half century. But I think a big question a lot of people are asking, will we see Taranjit Singh come higher up the order and maybe someone like Mangala Gunasekara as well? No, Akila Kalugala is in the side, and that's going to be a big miss for them. He didn't look at his best. And looking out there, I do see some changes straight away. Scott Austin is going to be opening up. And then we have also got Mangala Gunasekara. He does get up to the top of the order. The win predictor is believing it's going to be a 50-50. And that's quite interesting when you consider how the last two matches have gone. But I suppose you do have to remember that win predictor at some point was feeling that it was going to be big victories in the first two matches for Cyprus. That was not the case. And now it's a 50-50. Robson is going to bowl the first delivery. He's been very good. And really has turned on the style for his side with the ball, the left armour. And it's been a combination of Robson and Stefan Gooch that has kept things very quiet in the first 6 to 8 overs when they've been bowling, and Cyprus haven't been able to make a good start. Cyprus have finished their innings well though, but they'll be feeling here, bear in mind how the first two matches have gone, that they've got to be looking at going past that 200 mark. I think 220 plus is what I feel they'll be looking to try and get to, and it will be Scott Austin to open the innings. Place that nicely in. Oh, Gunasekara. Oh, it could be a run out. It's gone. That's out. It's going to be a diamond duck. It will be a diamond duck for Mangala Gunasekara. Oh, this is just an awful start. Diamond duck for Gunasekara. And this, I mean, the single is on. Scott Austin goes to go. Mangala Gunasekara just stands there. And then, watch this. He's watching. He thinks about going back. Then he thinks about going. And then he can't get back. And it's the easiest of run-outs there from Ali Masood. That is one thing that you've got to understand here. Scott Austin, yesterday we saw him running well with some of his partners, maybe Arjun Shahi, and maybe with James Shafulus. But with some of these guys, I mean, we've seen them play in the European Cricket Series. Mangala Gunasekara, not a very good runner. Roshan Siriwardana is the same. These guys are not used to running. They're used to hitting and smashing the ball to the boundary. Disastrous start. And it will be a diamond start here on day 2 of T20 Internationals, as Mangala Gunasekara will be a run out without facing a ball. He will go for a diamond duck. Oh, what a disastrous start that is. Oh, disaster. And that's really going to hurt, because they would have done a lot of talking about this batting order to make the change, to get Gunasekara up there. And this time Scott Austin plays a very similar shot. Doesn't hit this as well as the one before. I do think the single was on. I think Scott Austin plays the ball, says, yeah, let's get a single. He sees that Gunasekara is not responding. He stops. Gunasekara then stops. And Gunasekara then says, all right, I'll come a little bit. Scott Austin, in the meantime, comes in and goes back. And in that time, Ali Masood has picked up the ball, rolled it in, and got the wicket. Runs, though, on the board, running back and running hard. They'll get here in the end. They'll get 3 here, actually. That's very good running. I think that's the first 3 that we've seen. So after a disastrous bit of running, we see a magical bit of running. There's 3 get taken, the first 3. And James is the new batter, James Shafulus. Let's place this one away. I think it probably catches a little bit of the pad. Oh, it's all happening early on this morning. We haven't even got a chance to say a good morning to the umpires. Very good morning to Nilkesh and Paul. Robson. It's in the air, but it's going to get in between that little gap that was left, a little alleyway left between Stefan Gooch there and Arslan Amjad. 4 runs, the first boundary of today. And that's a nice looking shot. Beautifully played. Scott Austin. So just got to put that behind him. Mangala Gunaskara is gone. It's a terrible start. It's a diamond duck, but you got to put it behind you. While that ball gets found, I'll say good morning to everybody in the chat. Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sastriyakal, Eyeball 1. Welcome to Rob Thompson, Jules. Christopher Ward joins us as well this morning. Hello, Christopher. Hope you're well. And everyone else in the chat getting ready for another bumper day on the European Cricket Network. That's well bowled. No run this time. End of the first over. Results in a wicket, the very first ball of the innings. And not only did we have a diamond duck, it was a royal duck as well. To put the two ducks together, I suppose. So after some shabby bit of running, we saw a fantastic bit of running for the first runs of the day was a 3. And these two now, Scott Austin and James Shalufas, have to really put a good partnership together. I think they're capable of doing that, you know. I think these are two batters who maybe for the first 10 overs continue to go the way that we've sort of seen in that first. Pushing the ball around, running well, have a good understanding between themselves. And then they'll be hoping that the big guns can come out towards the end of the innings again and get the runs flowing. But they've got some good bowling to deal with. One man who was in fine form yesterday, especially with his first bowling performance, 3 for 24, including a double wicket maiden to start off with. It's Stephen Gooch, who comes on to bowl his first ever, bowling from the Derbyshire end. This one just pops up. James just plays that down. Yeah, loving the look there of umpire Paul. One of our men in black here. Loving the cap. That's nicely played, and we know that he plays his shot really well. The shuffleist set going to the boundary. No, his top just short. And I think he was so sure this was going to go to the boundary. Otherwise, I think they would have run 3 again. It is slightly uphill when you go into that backward point area. And I think that ball just slows down. Started, of course, this morning by the president of cricket here in Cyprus, Mohammed, who's saying that this ground gets a good water early in the morning. And that's why when we get here, that there seems to be so much humidity, is that, you know, the combination of the ground which gets well soaked. It has to. That's the only reason you're seeing any green out there. And well, with all that moisture that's on the ground, it then starts to get burnt away by the sun. Well, that's an interesting leave. We are watching T20, everybody. A good delivery. Stephen Gooch does get this ball to move away. Just watch this one. It comes in, starts to shape away, and that's a nice leave there by James. James and Scott looking to get something going here. Well, that one is going to be okay. It stays inside the line. James has a little look at the umpire and says, how about that one? The umpire says, no, that's fine. And this one just outside the reach of Robson. Once again, though, I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. They're going to have to run hard. Does Scott come back for 3? Yeah, he does this time. So, very good running. Very, very good running. I think only this pair would be able to do that. And Scott Austin knows he's going to the danger. Acrobatic effort there from Robson, by the way. He's trying to get something on that. He's not able to. Nicely played, but they'll stick to this line for the moment, will Stefan. And that's that leave again. End of the over. Not a bad one. No issues at all with this line. Stephen Gooch. 5 will come off it. And the score at the end of 2 overs. 13 for 1. It's a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position for the first time today. Good friend and fellow professional to Nishay Bhatt.
Great to be here. Very interesting start to this match. Of course, a bit of a calamity to start off for Cyprus with that first ball run out for Mangala Gunasekara. We were really looking forward to seeing this combination of Gunasekara and Austin. Two very different batters. Austin likes to construct the long innings, and Gunasekara, who's more of a power hitter. You just had a look at the standings there of this best of 6 series. Yeah, so far, Estonia, they've been on top. 2 big victories for them, particularly the second match. That was an enormous victory. I mean, chasing down 195 with 7 overs to spare. That was a true rollicking.
Yeah, Nijan is just asking a question. Are the boundaries bigger than when we play T10? Yeah, they are. Definitely
yeah, so the
bigger.
exact dimensions. I had a word with certain members of Cyprus cricket yesterday. This is just pushed away towards mid-wicket. So it's 60 meters for the square boundaries. And then the straight boundary towards the, what we call the tower end is 50. And then if you go towards the Derbyshire Road end, it's 55. So the straight boundary is still the shortest, much like Ipsanas, but obviously not as short as Ipsanas.
Yeah, so they are slightly bigger. I mean, the straight ones, as you mentioned, there's not that much in it, to be honest, because you can't go any bigger, really. But yeah, the ones on the square and point definitely are bigger. So thanks for your question, and any other questions, do get them in.
Yes, of course, ICC requires that boundaries be minimum 60 meters, but of course, if there are certain exceptional circumstances, such as the one here where it's impossible to extend it, you can have an exception. This one's a big shot out towards third, and a good bit of fielding in the deep. That's Visselpu. He's going to ensure they only get a couple of runs. Yeah, so just in particular, the square boundaries are a fair bit larger than what we see in T10 cricket. And keep in mind, the women, of course, have played with the same boundaries as well during yesterday's match. This is played nicely off the pads. And going to pick up another couple of runs here. It's a good running between the wickets by Austin and Hialufas. But just going back to, I think a point I made yesterday, right at the end of the women's match, I did mention that the scores in the final T20 are probably going to be lower than the first T20I they played, because the women, of course, play their morning match out on a different playing field. And yeah, there is just a 5-meter difference in the boundary ropes, the square boundaries. They're playing the 55-meter boundary rope over at the other playing field. End of the third over. Cyprus are 17 for 1.
Yeah, it's at the moment going well for Estonia. They'll be very keen, won't they, if they can get the win here. It means that the rest of today and also tomorrow becomes a lot more relaxed for them, in the sense that they know that out of those 3 remaining matches, they win 1, then they win this T20 International Series. So a lot of pressure here for Cyprus. One thing I'm also noticing, I just touched on the fact that this ground gets a heavy watering, as you would expect, is the only way to maintain the grass here in the early hours of the morning. I think that also, as well as the humidity that we feel around the ground, I think that also affects the ball going across the outfield in the morning. I do believe it's a little bit slower first thing in the morning. We've certainly seen that the sun will start to dry it out pretty quickly, and I think it does quicken up slightly. So Stefan Gooch looks to continue. He's played very well by Chafalos. I wonder if Stefan will be tempted just to go a little bit straight or get the ball to come back into him, because he has been leaving a few. That's a good delivery. It's a really good one. So this time a little bit closer to the stumps, but just look at the way he gets his ball to move around. Look at the movement on this delivery. So there's a nice little battle here by the batter Chafalos and Stefan Gooch. Gooch keeping it on the off-stump corridor, but just look at that ball shape away. Lovely delivery, great bit of outswing. And that's the straighter one. This has been clipped away. Once again, it's not going to get to the boundary. They will come back for 2. And, it's a nice little flick.
Yeah, beautifully played off his pads here by Austin. Just goes a touch too straight there, Gooch. And they pick up a couple of runs again. So good running between the wickets by these two, but just a 1 boundary we've seen so far. That was all the way back in the first over. Austin once again plays this one off his pads. It's going to be quite a chase for Masood, who's been a very busy man and they'll comfortably come back for the second run again.
Yeah, just another note on the weather front. We'll continue, I would imagine, as we did the day so far here. You'll probably get a drinks break after 6 and then after 11, and then maybe get one more in there around about that 16th over. So probably will be 3 drinks breaks. It's nicely played. So using his feet well to Stefan is Austin. They've got different ways of playing him, whereas Shafilus, who now comes on strike here, prefers to wait and try to, if he gets the right width, play in that backward point area. Scott Austin likes to use his feet and try to get to the swing before it starts to come into play. Let's see how James Shafilus plays. So, yeah, it's soft hands. To Robson, who's been placed just in that position for that shot or guiding that ball in that area. No run this time.
Yeah, we were talking a fair bit about tactics yesterday and where Cyprus might have missed a trick. You know, I'm a little surprised both these batters are batting together. I mean, I'll just continue that point after this ball. Oh, goes for the big shot there, and we need to see much more of that from Hjalufas. I think he's gone all the way here, so much better. And hopefully he'll play a few more of these from Cyprus's point of view, as they are 28 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Yeah, I mean, before that shot, of course, the point I wanted to make was, and I think one of the things we talked about yesterday was the fact that Cyprus tend not to be as aggressive early in their innings and look to preserve wickets, and then a lot of their key batters just simply don't get to see much time out in the middle. Looking at the Cyprus lineup today, you can see they bat all the way down to 10-9 at bare minimum. So you would have thought that maybe that, you know, you'd have someone like Austin or Hjalufas, who obviously we know are good at rotating the strike and can bat for time, and then you put an aggressor alongside them so that at least one batter can look to take risks and look to hit the big shots and really exploit the power play. Right now, I'd say there's 2 very similar batters out in the middle. That means the run rate's at just 7 when we saw Estonia yesterday go at 12 and over in the power play. Yeah,
I think that obviously no Akila Kalugala in the side. I think if he was, they would have opened with him. I mean, he's not, maybe he's got a bit of an issue with some illness, because yesterday, remember, when he played that first match, he didn't take the field in the second match when he batted. He didn't look the part yesterday, so there's obviously something not right with him. He's not playing in this match today. Whether he plays today at all, we'll find out later. So he was replaced by the other left-hander, was Gunnar Sakara. Gunnar Sakara is a little bit more aggressive. That didn't work, as we saw. He got out without even facing. So with that early wicket, I get the feeling that they decided, right, we'll put 2 men out there that will stroke the ball around. They'll keep the scoreboard ticking. They'll put some, they will score boundaries. They're both capable. I think also the plan could be to try and see out the majority of the overs from Stefan Gooch and Robinson, who've been very good. And once that's done, I think we might see some more changes to the batting order, i.e. we might see Taranjit coming out a little bit earlier. We might see him come out now. We will see him come out now, because Stefan Gooch comes across, takes a catch, and that will be the end of Scott Austin. So I don't think that was in the plan. So that was my thought process with these 2 being out there, just to steady the ship a bit, keep the score ticking along, take the singles, keep it along the deck. But Scott Austin backing himself to go big, again after Ajita Panwa, and he gets a wicket. So an early change in the bowling from Estonia, which probably surprises perhaps Cyprus a little. They maybe were expecting Robinson to bowl maybe himself out here. And that's going to be the end of Scott Austin. He's going to be disappointed to get out in that way, because that's not the style of shots you'd expect him to play. He hoiks out. It's an easy catch from Stefan Gooch, and that's going to be curtains early for Scott Austin this time. He's not going to stick around as he has done so in the past.
Yeah, Panvar has been a bit of an unsung hero for this Estonia side. I've been very impressed with the way he's bowled. He's often bowling right at the end of innings when batters are looking to attack, and I think he's done a pretty good job, pretty solid job. Him and Aditya Savio tend to bowl those middle to late overs for this Estonia side. But yeah, big wicket there. Austin departs, well held on to by Stefan Gooch, involved in both of the early dismissals.
Yeah, Dita Panwa. He was the player for me who really turned it on when it came to the final day of the ECIs. Him And the two Aditas, really, Adita Panwan and Adita Savio, they were sensational. And I like them as players. I like them as bowlers. They keep it simple. They attack the stumps. They're not bowling with a great amount of pace, but they bowl with some smart play. They're thinking about what they're doing. So that's, again, a nice delivery. See, he's not trying to get the pace in. He's drifting that ball in. He's allowing the natural movement of the ball.
Yeah, it's beautiful bowling here by Panwar. Burdikin comes out to strike. Now, Burdikin, we know he's someone who can attack. We've seen that from his T10 innings. Had more than 5 50-plus scores during the European Cricket Series. Oh, dear. Well, what a leave. Seen quite a few leaves here from Cyprus. That was a rather close leave. A brave one.
Yeah, my issue with Scott is how he... Yeah, that's talk. That's what you call perfect judgment. But my issue with Scott is he likes to give himself too much room by going down the leg side. He's too focused in hitting. He's the complete opposite to a lot of batters that we see on the European Cricket Network. He likes to go a lot outside the offside. And sometimes he's getting himself out by being in the wrong position, trying to hit the offside. I like to see him today in this knock play a real captain's innings, try to bat throughout his innings, get a big score, and basically say to himself, you know, if the ball is straight, so if he's pitching in that area, but maybe like that ball that he just left there, but if he's pitching in that area, I'm not going to back away. I'm actually going to stay still, watch it all the way onto the bat, or if need be, let it pass. But I'm not going to back away and try and play a ball that's too close to the stumps on the offside, and with danger of not getting enough on it, or worst case scenario, chop it in on. 28 for 2 after 5. And that one for me is a wicket maiden, Nish. A wicket maiden. No runs and a wicket. Excellent first over there from Aditya Panwar.
Yeah, top bowling there by Aditya Panwar. I think that little change that Estonia made has paid dividends, and they're not going to continue with Gooch here either. So we saw yesterday they tended to give Robson and Gooch as many as 4 overs at the start. I mean, in that second match we saw yesterday, the two of them bowled the first 8 overs. But they're going to make some changes. They're going to bring Visselpoo in. I don't mind this move. We know Visselpoo can be a bit of an X factor for this Estonian side, especially from coming in from the Derbyshire Road end. Yeah, I think he could maybe just cause a few problems here for the Cypriot batters.
Yeah, I like this move. They've got 2 matches today, so they don't want to burn out Robson or Gooch. And Visselpoo, coming from the end, he didn't bowl from yesterday. Might get a little bit more from it. This one, though, is very well struck. It's the second one in that area that James Chailufus has smashed away. Good power, good shot, 6 runs. He was out to a similar shot yesterday, wasn't he, when he went for the big one. After getting himself in, he went for the same similar shot and was caught by Aslan Amjad in that area. But he backs himself to get it. He goes wider from where Aslan is, and he gets another Maximo to his name. Top shot.
Yeah, I think he's just starting to shift up the gears. It's actually his second consecutive 6 because he didn't face a ball in the previous over and smashed the last ball of the 4th over for 6. Yeah, started his innings just knocking the ball around, but it looks like he's got his eye in here, and he's targeting that onside boundary. They've just put a long on in place for him.
Good comeback. Now, this is the difference that Visselpoo will find coming from the Derbyshire Road end, is that there'll be some extra bounce. He will get some extra bounce here, and he finds that there. I think Chailufus is going to be perhaps a little disappointed that he doesn't get that shot away, because there's nobody wide of where Robson is. Robson's there for that shot of his, but if he gets enough of it, it goes over him. Full toss, not the best of deliveries, gets dragged away. I don't think he's got the legs to go to the boundary. I'll just take a couple here. That's well fielded and well chased by Richard Parkin. Expect to see him with the ball pretty soon as well. Parkin is a good bowler, a good left arm option, got a bit of pace about him. But sometimes his issue is he over pitches, so we do often see a lot of over pitch deliveries for him. Sometimes he goes too high, and there's a few no balls involved as well. Gets beaten that here again. I think the difference here between Visselpoo and some of the other bowlers is that, for example, Stefan Gooch, Visselpoo keeps that ball much closer to the stump. So even though it's a good height for Chalifus to play. The shot is attempted. It's too close to him, so you might be thinking about changing the shot and maybe getting into hopping across and trying to pull or hook this away. No, this time is a little bit shorter, and that one probably will go to the boundary because he meets the middle of the bat nicely. Ends up right there next to the Stronger Together banner. Stronger Together, of course, is the Federation of Cyprus in partnership with the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, you can just see, gets a wee bit of width there, gets some room, and hits it through cover for a boundary. Great shot there by Yalufas, and he's just starting to accelerate a little bit here, which is good to see if you are Cyprus.
Goes for it again. He's in the slot, and it's going to be 4 runs this time. It's a clever little field set from Arslan Amjadi. He keeps himself in that long on position inside the circle, but then he gives himself another fielder who's a little bit wide there for the purpose of that shot. But once again, Trifoulis gets it in the right area. It's the 3rd boundary in the over. And I reckon, off the top of my head, that's the first time in this, coming into the 3rd match that these two are playing, that Cyprus, in the first 15 overs, have hit 3 boundaries in an over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first time they're going at more than run a ball in these first couple of matches. So the run rate up to 7. They could certainly do better, though. I mean, I think looking at that lineup, though, I wouldn't, sure, maybe you don't want to bring someone in like Taranjit Singh, but would it be such a bad idea to maybe pair a City Wardana with Halifas? And well, even if he gets out, it's not a big deal, but he could go for some of his big shots, maybe get a few lucky edges and get some away to the boundary up. I think Estonia, though, they really put the template of how you need to bat in T20I cricket.
Yeah.
In that second match yesterday, you have to look to attack at all times. I don't think there's any point looking to preserve wickets, especially when you bat 9 or 10 deep like Cyprus.
Yeah, I think what Estonia have shown, and it was summed up by Sahir Chauhan and what he said to me when I spoke to him after, of course, that world record 100 that he scored, is that they play their own game. And he said, I know what my game is. My team know what my game is. My coach knows what my game is. And what they're saying to me is go out there, play my game. So they're not saying, hey, look, play this game because you're playing this format. They're saying, yeah, go out there and play your game. And if that is your game, you go out and they play it. And I still maintain that if all of the players there in that Cyprus lineup, even this lineup without Akilagalu in the side, if they all go out there and play their natural game and in their natural positions, they'll be far better off and end up with more runs than they've ended up in the last 2 games. I honestly do believe, and I'd say this about both these 2 teams, that when I look at those lineups, that there are 2 teams that quite easily could put 300 on the board in the T20 game. There's no doubt about it, because they can easily go at 10 and over to get 200 on the board, but they can quite easily go at 15 and over and get 300. So we might see that here in Cyprus, we might not, but I think you've got to have your belief, and that's what Cyprus have. That's one of the main things that Cyprus would have been, or should have been, saying to themselves last night. Believe in ourselves, believe in our ability, and if we believe in that, and if we all support each other, we could come back from today being a good day for them, unlike a miserable one it was yesterday. So let's see if they're able to do that. And one man who's going to be trying is Scott Werdekin, who as yet, though, has not got off the mark. That's another delivery that he's just fended off from Aditya Panmar, who himself hasn't conceded a run as yet.
Yeah, Estonia, keep in mind, we're on track to make 300 yesterday. They were batting at 15 and over, and we were into the 12th or 13th over of that innings. At one stage, they certainly looked like they could get 300, but of course they chased down that target of 195. So it certainly only can go at 15 and over in this format. I think, you look at some of these T10 sides we saw, particularly the ones during the ECS. These sides were often 2 or 3 batters deep, and we talk about 2 or 3 quality batters deep. And these still get to scores like 150 or 160. You've got your 9 batters deep here. If every batter goes out there and approaches it like a T10 innings, you certainly could get to those 250 or even 300 sort of scores.
Definitely good. Just to remind you, of course, not just cricket from here, but also the European Cricket Series happening in Cyprus today as well. Not in Cyprus, in Czechia. We are in Cyprus. Vinny Sandu having a day off today. So Phil G and Denny Hudacek will be commentating in those matches. That's a little bit of luck there from James Chaffalus. Oh, when he's chancing the arm of the fielder and gets back quickly. I've been very impressed with his running between the wickets. Comes back and takes two here. I don't think there's that many players in his side that would have done the same. So well run. Of course, going to be starting with Bruno up against the Praha Dominators in that first match there in Czechia. So you've got plenty of options. You can have a few split screens if you can. This one is going to test the field, and it is slightly downhill in that area. In that area of third. So once this gets over the fielder, it does go all the way to the boundary. So certainly you're seeing a bit of an effort here from James Chaffalus just to accelerate and pick up the rate. And he's doing it quite well here at the moment. That boundary brings the 50 up. So nice shot again. Now that fielder remains back. That means that somebody has been brought in from somewhere. Just having a look around. So interesting field. I'll touch on that in a moment. It's right down his throat, and it's gone. Right down his throat, and Chaffalus has found Arslan Amjad, and if there's one man that is not going to put it down, it's him. He's a little bit disappointed. As soon as he's hit it flat and hard. It's a nice-looking shot. Problem is, he doesn't get underneath it, and look at the reaction. Yeah, he can't believe it. What have I done, he says. And I can understand his disappointment because he was going well, but he will fall on 37. And we were just talking about that field. And what they had is they had two men that were sort of in that a long off position. So basically you had the mid-wicket very close for that shot that James Chaffalus likes to play. And maybe he's changed his mind and decided, right, I'll go over long off this time. But he doesn't get under it. He hits it flat. And Arslan Amjad takes another fantastic catch. The wicket goes down, 51 for 3.
Very well taken there by Arslan Amjad. And yeah, as you said, he wasn't quite able to get underneath it, so it was really flat. Went straight to the fielder at long off. Well taken catch. Yeah, he was building a nice innings there, James Chaffalus. You could really see he started off just knocking the ball around, looking for singles, but then he began to accelerate, hit some boundaries, and the last few balls he faced, so he's very disappointed to get out the way he did. Now it's going to be Arjun Shahi who is coming in here at number 5, the highest he's batted so far in this T20I series.
Yeah, there's a look at that field we were talking about. So you had a good look there of what you got on the leg side. Just the one fielder, that's Arslan Amjad, is making his way back. And on the offside, there's a sweeper back, but everybody else inside the circle. So 2 men straight, nobody on the leg side. A sweeper. I say nobody on the leg side. They have now deployed quite a straight mid-wicket. So straight mid-wicket, long on, long off. You've got an extra cover, and third, as in Robson, is back. So it's basically a field set. The base for a batter that you know is going to hit straight. It's into the pads. Scott thinking that there could be a leg by there, but he doesn't get really too much response from Arjun Shahi, who comes in slightly higher up the order from where we've seen. He comes in at number 5.
He's looking to play this one towards a fine leg Burdekin, but doesn't get enough bat on it. Visselpu's first over was quite expensive, went for 16 runs, so looking to come back strong here. He's again just looking to flick that one away towards mid-wicket Burdekin, but struggling a little bit early in his innings. He's on 1 of 7 deliveries.
But they're bowling well to him. They've done their work. They know where he likes it. He likes it outside the off. They're not giving him that. They're trying to tuck him up. They're making him try and play on the leg side. Look at the leg side field. There's nobody back because they're saying, right, go for it if you want. That's well bowled, well played. So no run. So digging deep is Burdekin, but they're bowling well to him. They're not giving him what he wants.
And we know he's a player who likes to have some width, and if he can't get that width, he backs away and creates it for himself. But he's cramping him for room well here, Visselpu, forcing him to hit it through the leg side.
Firmly hit. Now that one probably will go to the boundary. That's the eeriest. That's where he likes it. He likes to have just that little bit of width outside the off, and then he crunches it away, and that's exactly what he does here. Good, powerful strike.
Yeah, his eyes lit up when he would have seen that one in the channel. Plays it beautifully through extra cover, away for a 4. Yeah, Sabu just slightly missing his line over there. Needs to go back to the straighter one. Oh, this is nicely played by Burdekin. Doesn't look to overhit it. This helps it away towards square leg. Well, there's going to be a couple of runs. Last ball of the over coming up here. Once again, just looks to play it through cover. And it's going to be a single, so Burdekin will keep the strike heading into the 9th over. Cyprus are 58 for 3.
Yeah, 58 for 3. So they're, once again, they're going at less than 10s, which will be a little concern, but they know that they do have strong hitters that can come in and help them catch up. But they know that the 190s haven't been enough. It was nowhere near enough in the last match when Sahil Chauhan blasted 18 sixes all over the ground. That was a record on his way to that huge 144. The 100 coming off 27 balls, which I think everybody now knows is a world record. So a world record holder amongst a mist here. And in the first match, 195, they did well to try and hold on, but they lost that match with 3 balls to go. So they've got to get past the 200. And that means they really have to get some good acceleration in. At the moment, going just over the 7 and over. So that acceleration has to start to come. We started to see some of that from James Shalufus, but once he got out, you can see things are just slowed down again. But they're bowling well. At the moment, it looks like Estonia seem to have the upper hand in terms of winning the battle when it comes to the tactics that they're deploying against the home side Cyprus.
Yeah, they've Estonia. I think you can just see they've had the edge tactically over Cyprus for much of this weekend. They've made good adjustments throughout this series. I think they've noticed patterns, having played against them a number of times. Of course, these two sides played 5 T20Is against these T10s, I should say, against each other over the weekend. It's the 3rd T20I they're involved in. You just feel like Estonia have been able to pick up patterns and trends a little better than Cyprus have.
Okay, goes for the big shot, and he gets it out of the middle. So Jita Panawa, who has picked up 2 wickets for 13, the first ball of his 3rd, gets smashed powerfully over everybody's heads for a big 6.
Now Burdekin plays these straight bat strokes as well as anyone. It's that one towards the onside. Goes over the rope for a 6. 3rd maximum we've seen so far this innings. Yeah, immediate pressure on Panama right at the start of his over.
Yeah, the first 2, of course, from Shalufus, who's no longer out there in the middle, but he made put a good knock together. It's Nilkesh Patel keeping an eye on proceedings. Wanted to see if that ball comes back. If not, he'll ask for another one from the box. So Panama always has found a way to come back. That's nicely played. That's gone pretty quickly to the fielder. And that's really well done. Gets a slide in and starts that ball getting past him. It will just be a single, but that's well played. Good bit of cricket all around there. A good comeback delivery from Aditya Panawa. Nice and full. And if Scott Burdekin doesn't get anything on that, he's probably in danger of being bowled. But once again, he does like to give himself a bit of room. And now Arslan Amjad making a slight adjustment to the field there in the long on part of the ground. Oh, that's a rash shot. That's not a good shot at all from Arjun Shah. He hasn't got off the mark yet. That was the first ball that he faced, and it's not a good-looking shot. They know where he's going to go, though, because that field long on and mid-wicket is already in place.
Yeah, he is, and I think that ball just stayed a little bit low. It died down on Shahi.
He's going a little bit finer than what the field has been set, so that one will get over the boundary. Nice start. So after swinging wildly at his first, he just put this one away to the boundary. Cuatro carreras for Arjun. He's off the mark. Yeah, I think the Arjun Shahi for me is very simple. Square leg, mid-wicket, long on. You've got to have him. So I think you've got to have one more across to him. At the moment, they're feeling that he's going to hit straighter. They feel that he's going to hit just in the V. That's why they've got a very sort of wide mid-wicket, quite a wide long on. And Ahsan Amjad is a very straight long off, hoping that he can get across to the straight long on position if need be. But Arjun Shahi, yeah, leg side player, you've got to think about a square leg. And, well, now he goes over the off. This one probably won't go to the boundary, so they're going to have to run hard. And that's well chased by Parkin again. We'll get another couple. So an effort being put in here to accelerate that rate. And I like it because they're not leaving it to the last 5 overs like we've seen from them in their previous matches.
I'd bring extra cover in here as you don't see Shahi hitting too many through that region, and yes, send a square leg out.
All right, launches into it. He winds himself up and he hits his proper Shaba Shaba Kinna Sona. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, he's hit this sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 runs.
Oh, great strike there by Shahi. That's Arjun Shahi we're so accustomed to seeing. 19 runs up that over. The big one that Cyprus just looking to get this run rate up. We'll have a look at the scorecard for this Cyprus inning. So far, so Khalifas was batting very nicely, made 37 of 24 until he sent one straight to Arslan Amjad at long off. And now Burdick and Shahi looking to just to reconstruct this innings. Of course, Shahi off to a great start, 12 runs off his first 4 deliveries.
Yeah, I think both James first. I mean, you saw the disappointment when he got out, when he found the hands of Arslan Amjad, even though he struck the ball pretty well. And also, I think Scott Austin, they'll be too bad if that would be disappointing in the manner in which they got out, because I think you'd have to say that they sort of gave their wickets away rather than made Estonia work to get them out. So, whereas Sakara, I suppose you could say the same about him. He gave his wicket away as well. So the wickets that have fallen, I think Cyprus will be disappointed in the manner that they've fallen, but at the same time, you've got 2 batters in. I know that Arjun Shai's not been there that long, but he's playing his normal way, 12 or 4. And Scott Burdick, as I said when he came in, he needs to be thinking about batting all the way through this innings, putting a real big effort in and staying there till the end. And if he can do that and keeps going at the roundabout the way he's going, putting the odd boundary away, then Cyprus should be looking to go past that 200 score.
I like this move here by Estonia. Parkin, big tall bowler, gets a lot of bounce. Bringing him from this end where we've seen batters have a few issues. I like this move. I wanted to see Parkin bowl from this end, and we're finally going to get a chance here. I can just see, look at that extra bit of bounce he's getting there, just troubling Burdick a little bit. That hits him much higher on the bat than he was expecting.
Yeah, Parkin, as I highlighted before, if he hits the deck and he gets the ball in the right area, he's going to get good rewards here. I'd have a slip into him, by the way. But if he doesn't get it right, yeah, he could be expensive because he can full time. Thing is, Scott Burdick's not that great on the balls and the legs, so you might get away with it. So 2 wide this time from Parkin. A little bit of the from him as he realises he's done that. But yeah, I mean, Parkin to Burdick is a good matchup because left-handers sometimes can stray a little bit. See, look. Just that ball, just look where Burdick ended up. His feet ended up already. So if he does stray a little bit on the pads, I don't think Burdick is the batter at the moment that might be able to punish him.
I think that one, you'd think that that would be right in the slot for Burdick, and he'd usually look to attack a delivery like that. I think he's a bit disappointed he's just let that one go for a dot ball.
Watch the feet, though. Look where he is here. Look which way he's going. He's going the wrong way because he likes to give room and hit over extra cover. If he goes to the ball, he's able to hit it straight. And that's the problem here. He likes to take that step to the side to open up and be able to get leverage. So he's able to hit the ball over the player that's in short there. So he's looking for that gap between a long off and sort of extra cover. But if he just goes straight down the ground, remember the straight boundaries are the shortest. So if he goes straight, he gets good reward. This one is up in the air, gets it over Stefan Gooch. It's going to be a long chase for the fielder who's doing the sweeping, but it's going to be just a couple. So that's one thing that's got, he'll learn from this, won't he? I mean, when you're playing in the domestic level, you probably are not getting bowlers that are going to be as accurate, and you're not going to get teams that are going to do a lot of analysis on each and every player and tactically say, right, that's what he does. So the weaknesses, if there are any, the tacticians will look to work those out. And with Burger King, you know what those weaknesses are, and he will be able to see for himself what teams are deployed against him, and then from that he will know what he's got to work on. And one thing he's got to work on, and I think that's basically getting into the nets and saying, right, okay, I'm not going to go this way. I'm going to stand still. I'm going to hit the ball straight, hit the ball straight, hit the ball straight, and just get into that momentum of doing that.
I just wonder if he's been anticipating that much straighter ball in his pads, because that's how Estonia have been bowling to him for much of this innings. But Parkin's been giving him that width.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ball to somebody like Scott. Tuck him up. You know, he's not. A lot of other batters are able to flick that away, but not Scott. It's not the shot he plays. So good finish there from Parkin. A good over actually. Just a 5 from it. We get to the end here now of 10 overs. It looks like Arjun Shahi needed another set of gloves, which come out, and the score 82 for 3 after 10. So we're halfway through the innings. So at the moment, they're around about that 160 pace, but that acceleration needs to come out. Well, we'll be accelerating all the way through this 2024 season from Cyprus. We go to Czechia, where, of course, the ECSs have started, but we will have some T20 women's action there as well as the ECIWs and ECIs men as well. So plenty of cricket from Czechia before we go to Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia, and also Italia. So it's going to be a bumper year on the European Cricket Network. So there's a bit of a discussion happening here at the moment between Arsenal Amjad and some of his players, the key players. See Robson involved in that as well, and Stefan Gooch. So I think they're just discussing who they want to bowl this one. They do make a decision. So it looks like Ali Masood is going to be given this over.
Yeah, big summer of cricket on the European Cricket Network, of course. As you mentioned, the ECS has started off in Czechia. Had a great weekend of T20IW action where Gibraltar went into Czechia and picked up the Central Europe Cup. You know, Croatia certainly gave it a good fight in the end, missing out on the trophy because of net run rate. And yeah, good start to the action yesterday as well in the ECS in Czechia. Today's day 2. I believe the first match should be starting at just about half an hour.
Masood making some changes. He'll be looking to dart the ball around about Yorker length to Arjun Shahi. If he doesn't get it right, Shahi will be looking to latch onto him. The field's been well set. They have got the square back this time mid-wicket and have, well, a long on. I was going to say they got some extra play. Too many men out, but I've just seen at the corner of my eye, that's Richard Cox. It's Coxie who's standing there. I thought they had another fielder there. I thought, well, that's got too many out. I thought there was going to be penalty runs there, but that's the Richard Cox who's hiding behind the side screen. He'd be very happy with Nick Coxie and with the way that the team have played so far.
Yeah, Richard Cox done some coaching consultancy work in the past for Cyprus as well, so you'd think that's a big advantage for Estonia. This one's gone up in the air, chance for a catch here for Aslan Amjad, and it's going to be taken. Well, Shahi going to be a little disappointed with that. It was a rank full toss. It was there to be hit. You'd normally see him send that one well over the boundary rope, but he's instead struck it straight to the Estonian captain, and Cyprus lose another wicket.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, it's another one that they give away. It's a full toss. Look how he plays it. He's just like he's, just pushing at it. And all he's done is pushed it into the man who's got the safest hands in the business at the moment, Arsan Amjad. So they're not getting this right either. So Shahi goes, and Now, let's see who they're going with. This looks like it might be Taran that's coming out here. And is this Taran who's coming out? Are they going to go with Taran? I don't think so. Maybe.
I think it might be Roshan City Wardana, but we'll have a look and confirm it is Roshan City Wardana. Taranjit Singh, of course, a towering man. City Wardana a little shorter than him. He's going to be coming in to bat. I think a lot of that just comes down to mindset. I think if that ball is delivered to him in a T10 game, he's looking to play one of those baseball shots and hit it cross-batted towards that onside boundary. But yeah, just the mindset, and I think that's the sort of mental gap this Cyprus team needs to get over, is treat this like a T10 match. Play your shots, play freely. And I think that's what Estonia started to do in the second match yesterday.
Yeah, and the thing is, if he's smashing it and he's being caught on the boundary, fair enough, he's going for the big shot. But when you're pushing a full toss down the ground, and remember, bigger boundaries is not T10, so those boundaries are in, you're going to get into trouble. Oh, that's a nice-looking shot. Beautifully played. That's going to be 4 runs. And delightful hit. What a start from Roshan City Wardana. I did feel for Roshan, because the last few matches he's been coming in, and the batters have, the top order batters have really let the side down, and you can see the frustration in him. And even yesterday he got out there, he wanted to make things happen. Well, he gets an opportunity here now. I mean, he hasn't had too many opportunities, even in the European Cricket Series that we had, of course, playing for the Sri Lankan Lions and Limassol. He used to come way down the picking order because it had so much batting. So, opportunity for him to really get going here.
But what I really like about City Wardana is the mindset he plays with. He looks to attack from the first ball, and that's the way you should be approaching this. And that's one of the reasons I suggested, even if someone like him came into bat in the power play, alongside someone like an Austin or a Hjalufas, who we know can rotate the strike, I wouldn't mind, as a captain, just telling City Wardana, go for it. If you get out on your first and second ball, it's not a big difference. I just want to see you attack, because I know if you connect on 10 or 15 of them, probably going to make our side some big runs. This one goes away for a 4 as well. And he's not completely in control of that shot, but because he's got that attacking mindset, it's going to go away for a boundary. And one point I did want to make, of course, and I was making a pride of that wicket, was, of course, Richard Cox has done quite a bit of coaching consultancy for this Cypriot national team as well, so he will know these players quite well, and I wonder how much he's told the Estonian team about them. It's another great hit here by City Wardana. That's going to go away for 4, so starts off with 3 boundaries in the first 4 balls he faced. Just love the way he's attacking here.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the over as well. So the score moves to 94. That over, though there was a wicket in there as well, it does go for 12 runs. But yeah, Roshan City Wardana is one of those players who, you know, he goes out there, plays with a lot of heart, plays with a lot of pride. And if you look at what you've seen there already in those 3 boundaries that he's hit, he's cut one away. He's gone for the hook shot. All right, he might have been a little bit lucky the way he executes it, but he knows there's no fine leg. He knows there's nobody behind square, so he gets it away. And then he gets a short one, and he plays the beautiful hook shot as well. So he does have the shots. There's no doubt about it. And they just need, Cyprus just needs somebody like him to click, score big runs here, start to get on top. And that's one thing that we have never seen, really, apart from maybe when Taran came in and helped them get to 95 in that first match, that little period of 4 overs. We've never seen Cyprus on top. Estonia have always been in control. And that's what Cyprus needs to try and change. They need somebody like, if City Wardana gets in now and he keeps going at that rate, they start to get on top. We start to see Estonia being put under a bit of pressure. And then we're going to have to see just exactly how they deal with that pressure. Of course, still got Robson to come back. They've still got Goots to come back. So they have got players there that come in to counter-react that. But when batters are on top, sometimes it doesn't matter who bowls, like we saw yesterday with Sahil Chauhan. Doesn't matter who bowls, you're all going to get a hiding to nothing. That's what Cyprus haven't been able to do at the moment. They haven't won too many periods of play. Just that one period of play, that 5 overs in the very first match that they played.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just winning these little phases of these matches is going to be so important for Cyprus. And just putting some pressure back on Estonia. I think Cyprus have been under the pump. Need something that can really lift the side. Now this is going to be a fun battle. We know that Parkin and Burdikin have certainly given us a lot of entertainment. The two of them, that previous over, they were facing each other in the 10th over was a very entertaining one. We saw Parkin just getting the extra bit of bounce that bothered Burdikin a little bit. Let's see if he can make the right adaptations here, Burdikin.
Yeah, Parkin is going to try and go outside the off to Burdikin. Burdikin, I think, best thing maybe he can do here, no dot balls, get a single. And he will get the single. And I tell you why, because I honestly do think that Roshan, as long as he doesn't lose his head here, he'll fancy this. He'll fancy the angle coming in. He's got to be careful. They do have somebody on that behind square boundary, and the mid-wicket is back. But if he hits it well, he'll be able to time this, and he does like it off his pads. He's already shown that. So this could be a good little battle here between Parkin and Roshan Siriwardana.
Roshan is great with the horizontal bat strokes too, which is what you need against someone like Parkin. Look at how much bounce Parkin extracts off the surface there. That one is flying straight through to the keeper. Great carry.
Yeah, but that's a good delivery, isn't it? He stays away from the leg side. He goes pretty straight. That one's going over the off stump. So unless Roshan is charging down the stumps, he's not going to get anything on that. So good start from Parkin. And once again, gets this one through. So that's the areas. That's where Parkin is at his best. Hitting the deck hard and getting the ball to go through. And look at the carry through. And you were right. He's going to do better from that end. This time he goes a little bit too up, but that's okay. He's better there and missing that area by a fraction than going too much down the leg side. So he doesn't want to get too disappointed. It will be a wide, but still, I think you take that. Try to keep the ball in those areas. Parkin gets back to his mark. Roshan still looking to really attack here. This one ends up catching the pads here. The chase is on. Roshan wants to get back, and he will get back. He's pretty nimble, isn't he, Roshan Siriwardana? I know that some of the teammates that he plays with in the Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol are not so keen to run. Not Roshan. He wants to get back on strike. That's the one he misses out on. That's the full one on his pads that he was hoping to clip away in this vacant fine leg area.
He's very strong off his pads and also square of the wicket. Roshan Siriwardana hasn't quite timed this. Is going. Oh, Hook had a chance over there. A good leaping effort. Would have been a great catch if he'd taken it. I think he could have made it a little bit easier for himself. He just judged the trajectory of the ball a little earlier. I think he saw it rather late. And in the end, he's had to put in a big leaping effort. And Siriwardana survives.
Yeah, if anything, he just times the leap a little bit wrong. He went a little bit too early. That's a pretty high delivery. The umpires are happy with it. It's a shake of a head there from Nilkesh. And once again, it's that ball on the leg side where, that's the one where Roshan is probably at the other end thinking, why didn't I get that? Because I think Roshan and one or two of the other batters in the Cyprus side would have put that away and put the 100 up on the board. It doesn't. It ends up being a dot. And that's where, again, Scott needs to work on. So you know Scott very strong out on the off, very strong if you give him room on the offside, but he's sometimes a little bit suspect going straight down the ground, but anything on his legs, that's where he misses out on. So that's something that the captain of Cyprus will need to keep an eye on and work on. Not a bad over, that one from Parkin. He'll be very happy with it. Only the 5 runs come from it, even though there was the wide there as well. And 2 of those were leg byes as well. So Cyprus, after just getting a bit of acceleration in, that's been the issue here. They've sort of accelerated one over, then they've slowed down the next. It's a bit like the very first car that I had. It was fine going on a straight line, but every time we went up a hill, it slowed down. And this is the sort of innings we're seeing here from Cyprus. That will help. That will bring the 100 up on the board. Ahmed just having a quick check. Says, hang on a minute, Bilal. To Ali Masood. Just checks his field. Oh, there's a bit of hesitant running there from Roshan. I don't know if he actually called anything there, but starts to run. Fortunately, Scott wasn't really having a look at him. This time it gets worked away. Going to have to run these, I think. And it's going to just stop before the boundary. Fielder comes around. So Scott does this, gets a bit of bat onto this. But once again, see, he's in the process of going forward, in the process of giving him some room. So maybe sometimes he's just better off just standing still. Ali Masood around the wicket. And gets it past Scott Burdekin. Now that was the one that he should, again, he's moving too early. That's the one he had the chance of hitting into his areas. Got to stand still. This time he does. And that's darted into the pads of Scott. So he wants to get going as Scott Burdekin. He's just been tucked up. 25 deliveries now that he's faced. For 22, it's not quite the strike rate that you want. He knows, he'll know in his own mind he needs to get going here now. That's going to be too wide.
Yeah, not what we're used to what we're seeing from Burdekin. We saw the way he accelerated it during the T10s over the weekend, but hasn't quite clicked for him just yet in the T20 format.
Oh, that's an ugly shot, really. And Roshan Sriwana came out and played some beautifully timed shots, and now that's not a good shot at all. And I suppose that's where, again, good teams, good players, when you get those loose deliveries, you put them away, and that's maybe one thing. If you're having a look at this innings, is that's another very, very quiet and cheap over for Ali Masood. Just 5 from it one more time, takes the score to 104.44, and that could be the difference. You know, when you get those at this level, when you get those loose deliveries, when you get the full toss on the leg, so you get a rank delivery outside the off, those ones have to be put away. Those are your boundary balls. You're not going to get too many, but when you get them, you got to put them away, and then you got to work around the other balls, and that's one thing that at the moment Cyprus have not really been able to do all the time. Parkin will continue. He's bowled a good 2 overs so far. And that's that movement again from Scott. Yeah, he knows where he should be going. You just saw him practicing the shot that he should be playing. This is what he did play. Watch where he goes here. Yeah. Yeah, it's being exposed, isn't it? They've done their homework, though. Credit to Estonia. They've done their homework. Sriwadana having a chat with his captain. He's either said, hey, Skip, you're just moving too early, or he's saying, get a single. Let me have a go. This time he tries to go for the lofted shot, gets beaten. Parkin. A really good spell from him so far. I've mentioned before that he can have issues. I like the fact that he's gone for the right areas today. He hasn't bowled any full tosses. Just the one, I think, that he's got away with so far that was into the pads of Scott. And a bit about uncertainty. He's overcooked the throw. They'll get a bonus extra here. Well, should Hook. He's got too much power this morning as Hook. He throws this well over the wicket keeper. Rudes couldn't do anything about that.
A massive overthrow over there. I could see the bowler was very frustrated after that. Yeah, an error here by Stuart Hook. I think, yeah, these last 2.3 overs, we've seen Cyprus get just 12 runs. This is the period where they should be accelerating, but gotta credit Estonia for just identifying the weaknesses some of these Cyprus batters have. And they've just tucked them up well. Burdekin in particular, he's been struggling out in the middle. This one's a play towards extra cover, of course, and he'll come back for a couple of runs. But they need to start finding the boundary rope here, Cyprus. Yeah. We haven't seen a boundary for 3 overs. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They got that one over from Ali Masood. They went for 12 over number 11. But since then, it's been 5, 5, and so far from this one, just a 4.
Right, this one is up in the air. He gets hold of this one, and he's probably down there thinking, finally, I get one where I went. He still does move away, but he gets it in the slot and he hammers it. So we've waited a long time for this boundary, but this is the difference you see parking there, going too straight. And when you go too straight, then Burdekin, when he does go for that shot, he's in sort of more or less in the right position to play it. That's why it's very key to keep. That's a ball outside the off stump to Scott Burdekin. So he moves to 32, 114 for 4. Ball to go in this over number 14. Gets played away nicely. It'll just be a single. So despite that big boundary, it's still an over that you'll quite gladly take from Parkin. He's gone for 19 of the 3 overs that he's bowled so far. And Cyprus, well, they're just sort of doodling along, I would say, as they move to 115 for 4 at the end of that 14th over.
I don't think the captain will be too displeased with the over for the reasons you mentioned. 11 coming off that over, because the 6 was hit off a ball that Burdekin usually struggles to play. So the bowler stuck to the plan, and Burdekin well, finally managed to strike one towards the onside.
Masood to continue. Have a look at the Cyprus camp there. It seems to be pretty focused, but no real energy coming from the camp. It's certainly nothing like what we saw in the last match yesterday when the women played, where it was a carnival atmosphere. Of course, the women themselves are playing in the other pitch at this moment in time. That one won't be on the stream, but they will. Oh, that's worth a shout. But I don't think it's out. They're going to get the over throws. It's a good pick up and throw. The ball hits the stumps there from Parkin, who does the fielding. But the batters do get home.
I can't wait to hear Natalia Tikhonova shouting, "Go SD!" Woo! Right at the end of the match again. I think the good thing was some of our viewers heard that as well. And now it's just incredible for a side who obviously haven't had results go their way throughout. I mean, the first 3 days, they certainly don't lose any of their enthusiasm.
Yeah, but one thing we focus on, they're getting better, they're getting closer. They did get one win in the T10 ECIs that we had here, and they'll be so keen to try and get one in the T20Is as well. But to Cyprus at the moment, just hold the upper hand with the experienced players like Arisha Chaturani, their captain. Aisha Diranalage has been very good with the ball, as has Samanthi Dinakanandenia. And I think the star yesterday, of course, was the dancing, we called her the dancing Shakira, and Dinilka Koralage. She's bowling so well at the moment. Her wicket-to-wicket bowling is fantastic and gets the Yorkers in. So they're the sort of top 4 bowlers that the Estonian women have to try and see out. Right, goes for this, and this is going to just drop short of the fielder. One-hand pick-up from Bilal Musud. Means it will just be a single for Roshan. Roshan started with a blast, didn't he, when he hit those boundaries when he came in. But since then, hasn't been able to find the boundary fence again. No boundary of this over so far. Arslan Amjad comes across and makes the top. I've just been watching Arslan Amjad for, during the ECIs and also yesterday. And I'm just seeing how his captaincy is really starting to mature. I'm liking the way that he's putting himself, because he knows his skills as a catcher in those key areas, but the way that he's, see this one, it's going to be a dot, the way that he's supporting the bowlers and using the bowlers, he really has wised up. I'm liking what he's doing. Yesterday, when the chips were down, he came onto bowl and bowled magnificently well. Certainly is uniting the team, and I think they look like a team that are enjoying themselves when we see them off the field of play. When they're doing their warm-ups, they're enjoying themselves. They're having a bit of a laugh. They're enjoying each other's company. I think Coxey's done a fantastic job with them. But just looking at Arslan, he really is maturing into a really good captain. He's getting a lot of respect. I think maybe in the ECIs there was a few moments when other players were getting involved with the captaincy, and he was losing it slightly a little bit. But I don't see any of that. I didn't see any of that on the Sunday when they won those key matches to win the ECI T10 series. And certainly here, you can see who's the governor. He's the governor, and he's running the show, and he's running it really well.
You start off with a wide here, Parkin. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I think that's where Estonia had the edge over Cyprus. It's tactically, and he plays a big role in that along with the Estonian coaching staff.
Richard Parkin is going to be bowled out here, and I'm with you. I don't mind it at all. He seems to be a pretty fit guy. He's got good stamina. All right, high, but not mighty. Fielders coming in and not going to get there. The batters will come back for a couple. Finding it difficult to find these boundaries at the moment, Cyprus. Now, we do know this is the sort of phase that they normally get the acceleration in, but the accelerator for them hasn't come out just yet. And top edge, and this one will go away to the boundary. They needed that. Needed a little bit of luck. Scott Burdekin, the captain, now moves into the 40s. And that shot shows the intent now from these two. You can see that Scott probably had a word with Roshan as well and said, all right, Rosh, now's the time. We've got to swing at everything. We've got to get the acceleration going. If we fail, so be it. And then there's the likes of Taranjit who can come out and maybe get going. Even somebody like Lilian Patharana is still there. And it's going to be a wide. So that's a good leave from Scott. See that Rajinder Brar is in the side. I wonder if he's going to get an opportunity to do one of his wicket celebrations if he gets the ball. That'd be something on the international stage.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much the Estonians would appreciate that if he gives them the old send-off that we saw him do a number of times. Of course, the most animated of which was in that dramatic match that Punjab played against the Limassol Zalmi, in which he gave Salman Khan quite a send-off.
Yeah, but he's a lovely character as well, and I know that he's somebody who's been supporting cricket in Cyprus for a long time. So it's going to be good to see him out there. Of course, comes in for the absent Agila Kalugala. And I also know Chamal Sadun, and I think he's probably more of an in for Chamal, really, with the bowling, because Chamal, the last two times we've seen him with the ball, it hasn't gone well. So they're going to probably try Rajinder Brar with the ball to see if he can fill the gap there of a bowler that they've been really missing. Lower delivery, well bowled. Just takes the pace off this one. It just gets dragged for a single.
Yeah, good slower ball there, and good chance to remind you this. But we've only seen 2 boundaries these last 5 overs, and Cyprus have generally been quite fortunate because around this 14th to 15th over mark is when they've generally lost the wicket, and Taranjit Singh has come into bat. You know, it'd be a real shame if Taranjit doesn't get a chance to face more than 3 or 4 overs.
That's high. It's big. It's mighty. It goes long. But, yep, it's going to be a drop catch, I think. Well, it's definitely a drop catch, but I don't know if it's a boundary. No, this one went a long way up in the air. And let's have a look. So, goes, just doesn't get himself in the right position. I don't think it goes onto the rope. And just having a look at this, I think he manages to stop it just there. So I think that's okay. Drop chance though. And that's powerfully hit. That's the areas he likes to go. And he gets one where he likes it. So Scott Burdekin now moves in too short of what would be a hard drafted half century. 4 runs there. So the catch going down means that Burdekin goes out there and he hits the boundary. That's the end of Parkin's spell. He's going to be unlucky not to pick up a wicket in the end, but it's a fine spell of bowling. He goes for 33 off his 4 overs, and Cyprus, with 4 overs to go, 134 for 4.
Yeah, better over from Cyprus's point of view there. Get a few runs off that. Burdekin managed to just open himself up a little bit and hit some big shots. He's currently on 48, so just 2 runs away from the half century. Here's a look at the bowling figures so far for Estonia. I think someone like Robson, I think you can now expect Robson and Gooch to probably bowl these remaining 4 overs. The 2 of them have a couple of overs left each.
Yeah, you got to say what's happened to Roshan Siriwardana though. He came out and he hit 3 boundaries, didn't he, in his first 4 balls, and then after that, look what's happened. He's managed to score 3 runs in 10 balls, so he's on 15 or 14. So we're gonna sound, me and you are gonna sound like 2 parrots that are in the commentary box, because you know what we're going to be starting to say. We're going to start talking about Taranjit Singh, who has come out on 2 occasions with less than 5 overs to go, blasted 55 in the first match, blasted 44 in the second, and he sat on the bench. Now, you don't have to be somebody who is, let's just say, a mastermind to realize that they're making a huge mistake when it comes to the batting. One thing they did slightly different here, they went with Arjun Shahi a little bit earlier. He came in at number 5. So you could say they're starting to acknowledge the fact that they often leave good batters sitting on the bench too long. But we're now into 4 overs to go. The best bowlers you would assume are going to come back. And just as I thought, you can see Robson is coming back. So you're going to have 2 from Robson, 2 from Stefan Gooch, and no Taranjit Singh. And if he does come out there, whereas he would have been facing some of the bowlers that are not in the best of form as Robson and Gooch, he's going to have to come in and up against the best. So they've got this wrong. I tell you who's got it right is Estonia, because Estonia, they've learned from what's happened in the first 2 matches, where most of the runs that Cyprus scored came in the last 5 overs. So they've said, what we're going to do is we're going to hold back 2 of our key bowlers to bowl the last 4. So they're thinking the right way. Cyprus still not thinking the correct way. This is hard in the air. Parkins is after it. Should make the stop. Will make the stop. It'll just be 2 runs.
Good running between the wickets here by Siriwardana and Burdikin, but yeah, completely agree with that sentiment. I think Cyprus, you would have thought they would have learned some of their lessons after those 2 losses yesterday. Just hasn't been the case. Meanwhile, compare that to Estonia, who, as soon as they suffered that first ECI loss, you could see they made adjustments and they came back. They won the second game, and they did the same after their second loss too in game 3 of the ECI. They've come here. They've been making tactical adjustments. They've tweaked their lineup accordingly. They've also been very smart, riding the hot hand, saying, well, you know what, this is a batter in form. We push him up the order, let him face as many balls as possible. Okay, you've had a blip in form. Maybe you should go lower down the order, or even sit out the next game.
Yeah.
Not the case for Cyprus, though, so far, I think. Yeah, just some of these decisions they've made have been a little bit puzzling. A great Yorker there by Robson. Jams in a terrific one. Hasn't always got the wickets he deserved over these first 4 days of international cricket here. But he's such a good bowler. Bowling with great consistency throughout this weekend. Goes for the big shot there. See where they're just playing down the wrong line over there. It's wider Yorker. We know he's strong. Square the wicket. He should be looking to hit that one towards point.
Very good variations though. First the Yorker, and then that full length ball wide of him. And that's just tremendous stuff. And Siriwardana started well, but it's gone all pear-shaped, hasn't it? And I just wonder if Scott, who's out there in the middle, be thinking about this and thinking, look, hey, Roshan, 18 of 18, you're not really doing the job what we need. And yeah, that is the decision that's made. I thought, well, I was talking about it. Scott, well, whether he was thinking about it beforehand or he heard me talking about it, he decided that Roshan has probably had to go after those 3 dot balls on the spin. So Roshan Sriwadana being retired out so that Taranjit Singh is coming in. But I still look, Taran, he's going to have 3 overs here, but up against the better bowlers. It just, once again, got to be said, not good management here from Cyprus. The changes they need to make, need to have made from what they saw yesterday, they haven't made them. They've gone for more or less kind of the same thing. And Taranjit is coming in with 3 overs to go and the score 138 for 5. Super over there for from Robson, only going for just 4.
Yeah, right now the expected score is 173. Even if Taranjit can really go off here, the best Cyprus can hope for is something in the 170s or 180s. So probably going to end up with a lower total than the 2 totals they posted yesterday. And the thing yesterday was at least Taranjit Singh got 5 or 6 overs to bat in both those innings. I think now going up against the better bowlers, he's not going to have any time to settle in. Not that he needs much. Yeah, don't be shocked if we end up looking like fools and he gets dismissed early.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, isn't it? I mean, you're always, let's talk about Sahil Chauhan. You're not always going to get runs. I mean, he's gone 0 century, 0 century. But you got to at least be able to say, more often than not, this guy gets his runs. More often than not, this guy gives us the acceleration we need. So we got to use him earlier. And the thing is, what they've done here is they've said to Taranjit, who's been probably sat there thinking, what's going on here, guys? They've now said to Taranjit, right, you can go in when there's, 17 balls to go, and we want you to go out there and score 30 runs for us. He's thinking, oh, thanks, guys. I can do it sometimes, but don't mean I can do it always. And this time round, you're going to have to do it against Estonia's best bowlers.
He's going to have to go up here against Gooch and Robson. Gooch will bowl this over, and you'd expect the final over as well, and then Robson would bowl the penultimate. So, yeah, it's going up against the very best of Estonia.
Yeah, and Gooch's experience, short of a length outside off, is what he'll be thinking. Well, I'm very surprised. That's what he should be thinking. That surprised us all. I don't think bowling short to Taranjit is the right idea. Now, Stefan Gooch, he's an experienced guy. I think he's seen enough of Taranjit Singh for him to bowl that ball to Taran. That's a real surprise. Taranjit doesn't use his feet much. He hits the short ball well, but he's got to be outside the off to moving away. That's where you get Taran.
Look how deep he's batting in his crease as well. This has gone up in the air. Doesn't have enough to go to the rope. It's going to be quite a chase for Masood, and he's not going to get there in time. So again, a little bit puzzling.
This is,
if you look at the lengths here, I think, again, someone like Taranjit Singh, as you said, just short of a good length. You want it outside the off stump. He's the kind of player who you want to force him to try to hit it on the up. Yeah, through the offside. He's a bit like a Hardik Pandya. He's deep in his crease. He wants to hit it towards cow corner.
I see the plan, but set the right field, though. If that's the plan, go shorter, maybe get the fine in. So this one sort of works well. I said it. Avoid getting another boundary. So 2 boundaries and a single, you'll take that. But yeah, there's obviously plans in place to Taran. I think basically they're saying we don't want to put it in the arc, so he's hit it over cow corner. So they're going a bit shorter. But Taran, it looks like he was up for it as well. Now it should be a different line here to Scotty. Scotty, you want to get into his pads, I think. Yeah, it's once again same old issues for Scott. It's moving too much. It's moving really too much. Take himself away from the ball. Scott has put his 50 up, by the way. That would have happened when he took the single to give Taranjit the strike. So the captain, 50. But 50 off, I think 41 balls it came off. So it's been he came in, of course, at number 4. And that's been hit pretty well. Fielder giving it the chase. Not going to be able to stop it. So 4 runs. Nicely hit, firmly hit. I think 1 or 2 of the fielders a little bit disappointed that this one doesn't get stopped. But once again, you can see Scott this time, because that's a little bit shorter, he gets the opportunity to get that one away. So gets a nice, powerful hitting. It will be the end of the over. So 150 also comes up. So with 2 overs to go, it's 152 for 5.
A couple of overs here. Perhaps in this inning, as Cyprus gets 14 runs off that over. Desperately get that boundary they needed right off the final ball of the over. We see Robson coming back to bowl this penultimate over.
Robson to bowl. The other thing about it is that we were talking about Estonia, weren't we, in the ECIs, and we touched on it also in this T20 International. For a team that also doesn't have a spinner, they've done very well, haven't they? Robson short, and that's the plan, obviously, to Tarrant. Get it short and don't give him the opportunity to get that big shot in from him. So he, a bit of a miscue. And now they'll get the plan in place to Scott Burdekin. Tarrant just not able to get hold of that last one, but he'd be pretty keen to try and get back on strike. Well, he wants to, he says come on to Taranjit. Taranjit not the quickest of runners, but he's been made to run hard. And Scott gave that that military order, didn't he? 2, come on, you're not going to mess with him.
Yeah, nicely played there, away towards cover. Now Robson, where's he going to go here to Burdekin? Back on the pads, trying to force him to play towards the leg side. Burdekin just looks to make some room. That was a nice Yorker. He's actually dug that one out very well. Very comedic moment there for Parkin.
Loving this. Parkin makes a stop and gets to throw the ball in, and then his feet slide from under him on this soft, lush grass. And it wasn't meaning to spike this. Have a look at this. It's a nice moment there. And, well, that's been hit hard. There's a fielder out there. Does his job. And you can see that Aslan Amjad in front of us. Beautiful, beautiful, lovely job, because the plans that they've put in place are working. And Stefan Gooch got it slightly wrong with the first 2 balls he bowled to Tarrant. But after that, Tarrant hasn't been able to get another boundary.
It's a good length there. I just go a little bit wider outside the off stump if I were the bowler here to Taranjit Singh. Top bowling there. Great bowling again. Burdekin looking to make that room to try to hit it through extra cover, but this comes off the bottom edge of the bat, not able to execute. This is just great death over bowling. Great death over bowling.
Yeah, it's doing your homework. Do your homework and then execute the plans. And Estonia have done that. The proof is out there. Cyprus struggling to get anywhere near the sort of scores they put up there before. This would just be a single. They'll have a shy. If it hits, he would have been out. But it's only a single. Quality bowling. Really wonderful spell from Dave Robson. Once again, we've touched on this before. It's not about the wickets. You know, he probably deserves wickets, but he ain't bothered. He's just bowled 4 overs and given away just 21 runs. That is just fantastic bowling. And if you're a captain and you've got somebody like that, you're going to take that any time. With an over to go, you can see Scott really struggling here with the heat. It's going to take on some water. But where can they finish here? With having run that single hard, he's going to be on strike here to face the last over from Stefan Gooch. Now, this is where Gucci could really pick up a bag here. If he keeps it full and straight, he knows the batters are going to go after him. Hasn't picked up a wicket himself yet. Just been a little bit more expensive than what Robson has. But a real opportunity for him to pick up a bag of wickets as the batters try to make things happen in this last over. And this is where the fielders have to be alert as well, because they certainly will be pushing to try and turn 1s into 2s. So there could be a few wickets coming in this last.
He might be just looking to bowl into his pads here. Slower ball into Burdekin's pads would be really good.
He's hit that pretty straight down the ground, but he's not going to get the boundary. And it's just going to be a single. So now, once again, they'll go, I would expect, unless they're going to pull a bluff here, they'll try and go shorter again to Taranjit. So the field changes. The square leg goes back, mid-wicket bat. They've got a man on the 45 on the boundary. And Stefan is just signalling to that player to go a bit finer. And they've got to run hard here. They're not running hard, not looking for the 2. So once again, that short ball. They're executing the plans. They've done their homework, executing the plans.
He's just bowling back of a length here to Taranjit Singh. He's not looking like the Taranjit Singh we saw yesterday. We know Tarrant looks to get deep in his crease and then tries to hit the ball through that mid-wicket region. Haven't given him any balls where he wants it. It's been great disciplined bowling so far by Estonia.
And that's the wicket I was talking about. You know there's going to be a few coming here. Full it straight. Scott Burdekin once again wants to give himself a bit of room, and the captain's innings comes to an end. It'll be 59 of 49 deliveries. So it's been, I said that he needs to dig deep and he'll be wanting to bat all the way through, and he's more or less done that, hasn't he, with falling with just 3 balls to go. The problem for him has been the players around him haven't quite performed as he would have expected. Arjun Shahi let him down by giving his wicket away of just 5 balls for 12, and then Roshan Siriwardana came out and started beautifully with 12 off his first 4 balls, and then after that, after 19 deliveries, he only would score 18, and then after playing 3 dot balls on the spin, ended up being retired out. Taranjit has come out, but hasn't been able to get going, and now, well, real change here. Mahesh coming out before the likes of somebody like Nalin Patharana, who you thought might have been given the call, or Niraj Tiwari, so a real change here.
Yeah, massive surprise there. You would have thought maybe the likes of Tiwari or Pathirana will be coming out. I mean, Buddhika Mahesh, a left-hander, haven't seen him bat too much on the European cricket network. Generally, when he was batting, he was batting much lower down the order for the Sri Lankan Lions. He's got 3 balls to face here.
Full and straight. Down the ground. Fielder in play, and it's over and well. Where's that come from? As that's been blasted beautifully. Well, full and straight, it was from Gucci. And Mahesh has clonked it, and he's gone the distance. Not too many batters have been able to go all the way over the fielders. The field is set, but that's a great shot, 6 runs.
No, great shot. Buddhika Mahesh telling us, well, why shouldn't I bat over here? It's an incredible 6. The first boundary we've seen in a couple of overs from Cyprus. Yeah, what a strike.
Well, there we go. A little bit of helicopter action. Hey, we haven't seen too many snazzy shots. We haven't seen too many helicopters. You know what we haven't seen? I've been really surprised. We've seen, up until now, no ramps, no reverse, and you normally at this high level see a lot of that. I know that Scott Austin played 1 ramp in on the Sunday, the last day of the ECIs, and that's the only one that we've seen. The only one that we've seen. So I know that you go to some countries and a lot of the batters like to get funky and play the ramp and the reverse malarkey, but we haven't seen any of that, which is a bit of a surprise really, because you think the way that this pitch plays that there's certainly a call for it. Looks like we've got a bit long delay here. Come on, get another ball out there, people. Get another ball out there. They're not finding that one. It's hot. There's 2 balls to go, and these guys, they want to get in the shade. And one does come out eventually.
Yeah, and able to find the ball that he deposited into those hedges with Buddhika Mahesh. Now let's see the change of plan here for Gucci. Went for that fuller straight delivery, slightly missed his length. It was a little bit overpitched. And Buddhika Mahesh managed to smash it towards long on. How's he going to change here? Does he go for the wide Yorker instead?
Mahesh surprises everybody with a big 6. Stefan Gooch may not pitch up this one. He doesn't. They're running, and he's going to be run out, isn't he? He doesn't quite know what he's doing here, Mahesh. He's just ends up being stranded in his crease. Taranjit runs, and now they're just checking. Did they cross here? Can we see this side on? And I think they do cross. There's no doubt about it. There just seems to be a question here. So he's waiting. Does he get it? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'm not sure what Robson was asking the question, inquiring about something, but doesn't really know the plan here, does he, Mahesh? But yeah, I didn't expect it to be a pitched up delivery. It wasn't. So a ball to go, 166. Taranjit on strike. Taran probably by now must know that this one is going to be around about into his block hole. Stefan Gooch making sure that field is right. He probably wants his fine, the man behind square, to go a bit finer. Yep, he's making that change. So again, it's plans. Every bowler, every fielder knows what the plans are. They know what the plan is to these key batters. And there it is again, that shorter delivery. It's going to be a dot ball. It's the end of the innings. And 166 it will be for 7. So you got to say it's a disappointing innings with the bat for Cyprus. Scott Burdekin gets a half century, 59 and 48. But Taranjit there, as we said, coming out with 17 balls to go to try and smash every ball to the boundary. It's not always going to work. He manages to get to double figures, 11 of 7. We saw good batting earlier on, but it started disastrously, didn't it? I mean, just have a look at how the inning started. It was, this is it, yes, no, maybe, and it ends up being a diamond duck for Gunasekera. It was a royal duck to start this T20 International, the third. But then we saw a nice little partnership between Scott Austin and James Lufus. They started to get things going. They both were running well. And then disappointment, really, for Austin to hoik out to Stefan Gut. And Lufus played well. He showed his power at times when he hit 2 6s and 3 4s. But then he would also be very disappointed when he hits the ball straight into the hands of Arslan Amjad. And that really, I suppose, apart from perhaps you would say the wicket there, Scott Burdekin there towards the end, and also from Rudika Mehesh, all of those wickets, his batters giving their wickets away.
Absolutely, and you've also got to go back and really credit the Estonian captain for winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. I think he knew that Cyprus have a few issues just pacing their innings, so allowing them to bat first, getting in their own way, would mean that Estonia would have a better chance of chasing in the second innings. That was the end of Arjun Shah. He'll be very disappointed with the way he got out. That was a full toss. Just again, just goes back to that mindset. I think a few players, they maybe just bat differently. They don't play their natural game in T20 cricket. I think a ball like that, Arjun Shah would typically send it 10 meters over the boundary row. This was a chance that was put down by Visselpu. Catch that he will feel he should have taken. We saw some nice strokes played by Roshan Suriwarda. You're having a look at some of them right there. Parkin losing his footing and slips over, ends up spiking the ball into the ground. This is a good hit by Taranjit Singh early in his innings. Couldn't hit too many more. Buddhika Mahesh hit 1 big 6 over long on. Then he'll be run out on the very next ball, trying to get Taranjit Singh back on strike. But even Taranjit Singh, got to credit the Estonian bowlers. They got it on the money. They were bowling it short of a good length. They made it tough for him. Didn't give him balls in the slot he was looking for. And in the end, Cyprus will end up with just 166 runs, well below what they were scoring yesterday. They had 2 scores in the 190s yesterday and failed to defend either one of them. So Estonia will be feeling very confident heading into the second innings. Here's a look at the scorecard. The top scorer was the captain, Scott Burdekin, with 59 runs of 49 deliveries. James Shalufas was batting very nicely until he sent one straight to Arslan Amjad out at long off. And then right at the end over there, you can see just never quite able to get that acceleration they needed, Cyprus. Now we'll have a look at the bowling figures for Estonia. Top bowling effort there by Robson. Doesn't get a wicket. He's been very unlucky not to have more wickets during this T20I series, but he's been bowling superbly. An economy rate of 5.2. Ali Masood, great figures of 1 for 20. And Aditya Panwar picking up a couple of important wickets and also, of course, bowling a maiden.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm seeing here is it's been very much the same for Cyprus with the batting. They might have made some subtle changes, but not the changes that we would have thought that we would have seen after those disappointing defeats yesterday. And the difference is this time, the reason it's 160 and not 190 is that this time in the last 5 overs they're scoring 46, whereas yesterday it was scores of 92 and one score in the 70s in the last 5. So they haven't even been able to do that this time. And the main reason for that is Taranjit Singh, perhaps the man who did do it in the last 2 occasions, coming in and only facing a ball when there's 17 balls to go in the inning. So a lot to learn still for Cyprus. And Estonia, though, I take my hat off to them. They prepared well, they came in with a plan, and they executed that plan beautifully. And just to give you one example of what that plan is, I mean, we're talking about the first 2 matches where most of the runs were scored in the last 5 overs by Cyprus. This time around, Estonia said, you know what, we're going to have 2 and 2 from Stefan Gooch and from the likes of Robson. They'll bowl the first 2 overs each, and then we're going to save them for 2 as well, because they needed them to bowl so they wouldn't lose so many runs there towards the end, in the end of the innings. So they're executing their plans. They're looking and they're working hard to make sure they're improving all the time and getting things right. Cyprus, on the other hand, I think they're missing the boat. And if they lose this match, I could see the way things are going here. I could see Estonia romping to a really big series win here unless Cyprus start to put some of those changes in place. So we're going to see the reply from Estonia. Estonia, of course, have been batting and chasing really well. Can they make it another run chase and make it 3 wins in a row against Cyprus? Join me, Rika Full and Nishay Bhatt, when we come back in around about 15 minutes' time.
welcome back for our second innings. We saw Estonia restrict Cyprus to 166 runs in the first innings, and Estonia will be looking to chase this down and make it 3 wins in 3 in this T20I series. The hosts have their backs up against the wall in what should be a big bowling performance that they're going to need from their side if they're going to take this one here. Of course, so far this series, Estonia have picked up a couple of victories. They are 2-0 up. And they've also got a big net run rate boost after, of course, picking up a mammoth victory in that second match. So Cyprus, well, if they lose this game here, they're going to have to win all of their next 3 and also hope that net run rate works out in their favor. So big challenge ahead for them, a big challenge ahead for this Cypriot national team, who've just been outfoxed and outthought at times throughout these last 3 days. Of course, they missed out on the ECI title as well after losing to Estonia over the weekend in the best of 5 T10 series. Now here, they've got another challenge ahead for them. I think there's going to be quite a bit of discussion here between the sides. I think one interesting bit of news, though, is I believe Scott Burdekin is not going to be taking the field. So the captain has been subbed out. Instead, Roman Mazumdar is going in his place. You just wonder if Burdekin maybe carrying some kind of injury, something's affecting him, whether he was out there for a long time during that innings and the heat has got to him. So yeah, this is going to be big, though, because, I mean, it's very rare to see the captain of the side not out on the field, and you wonder who's going to be making the decisions for this Cyprus side. And they've obviously got someone like Rajwinder Brar there, who's captained the Black Caps, and of course Shere Punjab in the previous ECS we had. Nalan Pathirana, very successful captain for the Sri Lankan Lions, the back-to-back champions of the European Cricket Series in this country. So yeah, who's going to be making the decisions on the field?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. There's a few people on the chat have been asking about, you know, if Cyprus lose this one, is at the end of the series, do we carry on playing? Yeah, we carry on playing. So these 2 teams will play 6 T20 internationals. So this is the 3rd one being played. So even if Cyprus lose here, technically it's still possible that it can be the winners, but they'll have to win the next 3. But whatever happens, all 6 matches will be played, and that'll be 2 matches every day. And first 2 will be the men's, and then we will also broadcast the women's, their last match. They will play 2 in the day as well. They're playing now at the moment at the same time as the men are playing, and then they'll have a break, and then they'll play the last match. So thank you for all your questions. I suppose it's not impossible. Cyprus, they made a good start yesterday. They fielded very well. I remember that Taranjit Singh got a fantastic run out, and they had the upper hand, but then Sahil Chauhan was just magnificent. This is going to be a wide to start off with. So it will be Mangala Gunasakara, who is hoping that his day can change around very quickly. The man who was out for the Royal Duck, and it ended up for him being a Diamond Duck, run out without facing a ball. Let's see if Mangala can get a fight started for the Cyprus team. Tucks that into Aslan Amjad, who plays it away. He's out there with Ali Masood, so no change in the 2 openers here. Yeah, I mean, Scott Burdekin, I just think I could see that he was struggling right there towards the end. He even took some water on board before the start of that last over. So I think the heat, it is scorching. It takes a lot out of you. And I think he knows that he's still got, of course, 1 more match to play today and 2 tomorrow. And he doesn't want to go out there and cause himself an unnecessary injury or maybe some heat stroke or something. So he's off the field for the moment. Whether he comes back on or not, we'll have to wait and see. But Roman Mazumdar gets an opportunity to field at least. Ali Masood hits it firmly. The fielder goes down. I think that's looks like Scott Austin gets down, gets hands onto this, but they will take a single. Austin now taking a while to come back up. Yeah, definitely is Scott Austin. And well, he's just saying, can I just lie here for a moment? Maybe he's thinking, if I just lie here, maybe things could change for the better for us. Sakura. Got to keep it tight. Nice. He's got a catching position in there as well, and that's a good delivery. Beats the bat of Hassan Amjad. Now let's see if we haven't seen it really too much in terms of the tactics with the bat, but let's see if they've done some work on the batting of Estonia and try to get some tactics into play the same way that Estonia did against them to give them an upper hand in some ways. Oh, that one's really unlucky. And that has gone through for 4 runs. Or has it? Or maybe it hasn't. Been stopped on the boundary. He's gone pretty quickly. Definitely off the bat. I wonder if we can see this again and see if this is a catching chance or not. Dennis, thank you very much. No, I think he's just wedged this back into the ground. And it's then bounced over Nalin Patirwana. But it doesn't go to the boundary. So well done to the fielder back there. It will be the end of the over. There's some discussion happening between Nilkesh Patel and Scott Austin. Not sure what this is about. I wonder if Scott Austin now also... Oh, he might have done himself some damage there. I think he was talking to Nilkesh Patel about something. Surely he's not injured himself to the extent that he wants to go off. I could see there was some... Definitely Russian Siriwadana was sending some sort of message through. I think there might be another sub coming on. Let's just keep an eye on this for the moment. It's a nice looking shot. They will take the single. This one is attacked but not taken cleanly by Arjun Shahi. I reckon Scott Austin might have done him some damage. He looks a bit uncomfortable. And I saw them speaking to Nilkesh Patel, and Nilkesh has probably said, well, yeah, if you got another sub, you can come on. We did see that Estonia did that themselves yesterday when both Gooch and Robson were off the field for a while as soon as they bowled themselves out.
Yeah, I think you could just see the sub was getting ready, takes off his bib, and he's coming on here. So, yeah, I think Scott Austin, he's going to be walking off. Put in a good sprint on that previous ball, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be the end for him in the field. He's going to be going off, just struggling with something. There's 2 substitute fielders on the field here for Cyprus. Roman Mazumdar, of course, brought in for Scott Burdekin. And now another fielder comes in here for Cyprus. We'll just confirm the identity of the fielder for you right after we have a look at this graphic. Here's the action coming up for you in the ECS in Czechia. It's been a very interesting first day over in Central Europe. Of course, Brno with a great start there, winning both of their first 2 games. They'll be playing against the Praha Dominators, who, in all honesty, have been dominated to start off this series. A couple of heavy losses for them. Then the Prague Tigers take on the Barbarians. And we got Brno coming back to play against Moravian. Moravian against the Bohemians. And then Brno will round out their 3-match day with a match against the Bohemians. So Brno will be looking to add to their 2 victories earlier today. Of course, the Bohemians themselves starting off with a big bonus point victory in their first match. But yeah, things are looking very interesting over there in Czechia. We'll have Mr. Maximo Vinisandu joining you over there alongside Danny Hudacek.
Yeah, Maximo is actually taking the day off today, so Danny Hudacek will be there, but still will be Phil G. And, well, you're right, the Dominators are being dominated again. They're 62 for 6 at the moment. And in fact, that's the end of their innings, so Brno will be looking to knock those out pretty quickly and probably pick up all of the points as well. This one gets played away to the leg side. Only 5 coming off the first, so they really want to put the pressure on here. And let's see if Budika Mesh can get a wicket or 2 here. He's coming starting left arm over the wicket. But yesterday he did change and bowl majority of his spell from around the wicket. But at the moment he's coming left arm over. Bowling to Arslan Amjad. They're making a change in the field. Long on going back, and the third coming into the circle. A very fine third as well.
That's well blocked out there by the captain of Estonia, Arslan Amjad. So the fielder was come on here for Scott Austin is Akila Kalugala, who we know missed out on playing for Cyprus team this morning. Had a couple of cheap dismissals yesterday, playing across the line to Stefan Gooch. So Kalugala is on, and he's currently out at deep mid-wicket. Pushes this one towards mid-off. This could be a quick single And Shahi, well, you've always got to be careful when trying to sneak in a signal against him. We know he's a top-notch fielder.
Yeah, Killer Kulugana, remember, he himself must have been struggling yesterday because after not a big batting performance from him yesterday, he didn't take the field in the first match, and he looked like he was struggling with something in the second. So I don't think he's going to appreciate being on the field for Scott Austin. But let's see how long Scott and also Scott Burdekin spend off the field. The two Scots at the moment off the field. And I don't know. I mean, definitely Scott Austin must have done some damage when he went to stop that ball, and he stayed on the field for a while before he came up. Now, once again, it could be related to the temperatures and the heat. Maybe he's feeling a little bit dizzy or something. Another player, remember, who's come here from the UK, so these are temperatures he's just not used to. It's a better delivery than tucking up to Ali Masood.
Yeah, of course, James Chalufas has also come in from the UK as well. Coming in here to play for his country. Rehan Shahzada making a point that Estonia chased 196 and 193 yesterday, so you'd think this would be a cakewalk. Oh, you know, cricket's not that simple, is it, Rehan? I mean, an improved bowling performance here from Cyprus. And maybe, just maybe, they could grab their first victory of this T20I series. Estonia, 8 for no loss at the end of the second over.
Yeah, it's a nice start, isn't it? I mean, that's the other thing here. Is I think Cyprus will be pretty keen not to lose out early on, i.e. they wouldn't want Estonia to get off to a flying start and then they'll be on the back foot. Although while they're out there and they're winning these earlier overs and they're putting some pressure on, they'll feel that there's fight in them. But that fight could quite easily be taken away from them, as it was in the second match yesterday by Sahil Chauhan. You just had a look at the standings there. So 2 wins out of 2 for Estonia, sitting pretty at the top. But Cyprus, well, the batting hasn't quite clicked. Can the bowling click for them? And can they somehow get themselves back in this T20 International Series? Oh, it's a wild swing from Arslan. Could have gone anywhere. Yeah, Arslan Amjad, he's a guy, he's a natural aggressor. And that's why the innings that he played yesterday, when he was out there a long time, and made 63 or 47, was not like him at all. He normally likes to be pretty more aggressive. And there he goes for this one. Going to be sliced into that wide third man area. It'll just be a single. So Gunasekara liking the start from him so far. He's apart from just straying once down the leg side, he's making the baddest play. He's keeping it in that off stump corridor.
So well blocked out there by Ali Masood. Good ball by Gunasekara, just angling that one into the right-hander, and he plays a front foot defense.
Field so far, very wide third. They've got James in that catching position. And 6 and 3 field. Long on, very straight as well. And that's just tickled away. Now, has it got the legs to go to the boundary? No, it bobbles away. But slows down. Well, Rajwinder Brar, there he is. Well, everybody waiting to see it. Rajwinder Brar. Well, he hits the stumps direct. Rajwinder Brar, he's such a character. And you know what we're going to say to Rajwinder Brar as we see this. We're going to say, Bole Sonihal, Sa Sri Akal. There he is, Rajwinder Brar. And trips over his own feet. But hey, fair play to him. He gets the throw and he gets the direct hit. Shava from Rajwinder Brar.
Oh, he loves his cricket, doesn't he? Rajwinder Brar plays with so much heart and passion in every game he's involved in. Honestly, he's quite a character. We saw him captaining the Sher Punjab side that made it to the final in the ECS we had here in Cyprus last week.
That one gets
width on offer, and that's struck straight to the fielder at point.
Gunasekara. Oh, doesn't feel right. Now, I can't resist. So I said Rajwinder Brar, And this is Rajinder Brar losing, sorry for the plunk, losing his support. That's nicely played, and yeah, good fielding, keeps it to 1. But you're right though, he's a top man, is Rajinder Brar. He does and has done and continues to do a lot of hard work here in Cyprus for the game. And I know that you know that he puts a big effort in to make it possible for as many people to play the sport of cricket here in Cyprus. So he's a lovely guy. Nice always chatting to him. He's always makes me laugh, and he's an entertainer as well, Rajinder Brar. It's the end of the over, and going okay at the moment are Cyprus. They're keeping it nice and steady. 12 off the first 3.
Yeah, top character Rajinder Brar. Here's a look at the scorecard of this inning so far. A little bit tentative to start Estonia. They've contained them well, Cyprus. It's they've pretty much exclusively been dealing in singles so far. This is just a nudge towards the fielder third. It's going to be another single here for Estonia. Yeah, still looking for their first boundary of this innings, and we're into the 4th over now. Buddhika Mahesh, gotta credit him. He's bowled quite well.
Yeah, I've liked the fact that he is actually sticking to coming over the wicket. I don't think he loses his advantage coming around the wicket. Over the wicket is where he can make things happen. Okay, that's well hit. Arslan Amjad, that's his strength, isn't it? Hitting it straight down the ground. If you pitch up to him, he's got long levers and he puts all the weight into the shot. I just love seeing him hit the ball straight, and he gets the bat to come right at the back over. Look, that's the way to do it. Remember, we were talking about some of the women's cricket yesterday, saying some of the women there playing some nice shots, but they're not getting the power in there. They were stopping the bat. As soon as they hit the ball, the bat would stand still. And I was saying they've got to practice getting that bat to come right the way over and behind the shoulder. And that's a good example of that. He's a lovely, clean hit of the ball. Hits the ball straight down the ground, as good as any player that I know. So that will just take a little bit of that early pressure off. The first boundary comes up, and it comes up in the form of a big 6. So Shaba for Arslan Amjad. Oh, what's the reply going to be here from Mahesh? He goes shorter, and it just gets played away nicely. Take the single. That's good batting. I think that's what your coaches want to see. They don't want to see batters getting too tempted. So you've got a boundary. If with that you're okay, you're on top in the over, and now after that, just sensible cricket. If it's a bad ball, put it away, but don't take any risk. So Arslan is probably hearing those words in his head all the time. One or two of the other players as well, especially if you played, a lot of T10 cricket, and that could be the issue with maybe some of these Cyprus players. They've played so much T10 that when you're out there, you're sort of being too aggressive and maybe don't need to be. Mind you, though, we haven't seen too much of that either from Cyprus, because those aggressive players just haven't got out there and performed.
I think he's just going for the wide Yorker there, but he's missed that by quite a bit, Buddhika Mahesh. Obviously, as a left armer, he wants to be around that middle and off-stump line, doesn't he? He wants to be pitching it around middle and off. If you can just get one to nip back into the right-handers, that's where it's going to get some wickets.
You know what I would like to try here? I would seriously think about this. Sometimes it's all about mind over matter, isn't it? As we see Mahesh coming again as well. That gets played away. So Estonia, we know that they plan well. They do a lot of work. So they plan about what they're going to do, how they're going to execute their plans, what they're going to bowl to who, where they need to be. And they also would have done plans at who the bowlers are going to be bowling to them, what they're going to do, etc. They will know the openers, who they're going to be. They'll know that all about Mahesh here. I would throw a spanner in the works and say, right after this over, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give the ball to Tiwari. I'm going to change it up. I'm going to give them something they haven't seen too much of, a little bit of spin. And why not? They haven't got off to a flyer. It's only been the one boundary so far. Maybe Estonia want to be cautious, and maybe their mindset is, yeah, we'll go at this. We'll try and get to this at the at the first drinks interval. Then after the next drink interval between then to there, we'll accelerate slightly and get to this. Well, throw a spanner in the works. Do something different. Do something not expecting. So maybe go with Niraj Tiwari. Chance, is it? Oh, he's got this completely wrong, the fielder. Completely wrong. And that is not a good look. Is that Kalugala that's come in? Is that one of the subs? I think it is. And look at Kalugala. Look, he's running all the way around this. If he's not catching this, he's got to stop it. And Kalugala, we normally see him fielding close when he's playing for the Limassol line, when he's playing for the Sri Lankan lines and Limassol. He's normally a slip or gully fielder. He's not a deep fielder.
Yeah, Kalugala, he's just got that one wrong, hasn't he? We know he's got a very safe pair of hands, takes some good catches for the Sri Lankan Lions. That was the trap, though. I mean, they're forcing him to hit it towards the longer boundary. We mentioned that the boundaries, the square boundaries, there's 5 to 10 meters longer than the straight ones. And the chance was there. Kalugala really should have taken that. Trap was set, and Buddhika Mahesh will be very disappointed.
Yeah, gets that one wrong. I mean, if you're not catching it, you've got to stop it. He runs all the way around it. That's going to be disappointing. So little things like that, if too many things like that happen in these first 10 overs for Cyprus and they don't get too much success, you can see them fizzling away here. That's well bowled. It's nicely played. There's Mangala. Probably will bowl. I wonder if they stick. I mean, they might even stick with him to bowl himself out here. He's bowling pretty well. So keeps that ball in that corridor of the off stump at the moment as Mangala. Nice slow delivery. You can see Arslan Amjad was shaping up for the big shot and then realised that ball's hardly got any pace on it. So drops the pace, just dropped a bat on it and takes the single. Yeah, so Masood, I'm going to say that was definitely a chance, you know, to remove Masood. He was on 5 at the time. And of course, don't forget the fielder that's come off to allow him, or for the reason that he's out there, is that it's Scott Austin that's come off. Now, he's a great fielder. We know that about Scott. I know that he's had some issues with his catching in the ECIs, but he's put that behind him. He took 2 very good catches yesterday. So that's a bit of disappointment. You're losing a top gun fielder. And Kalugala just not able to take the cat. That's up in the air, but again, it doesn't go to hand. So a bit of a minor victory there for Mangala Gunasakara. He's trying hard here, isn't he? It's the top effort for Mangala, trying to see if he can get something to go his way. Shot. Come on, Nish. One-handed pickup. Nishi! Nishi!
It was coming
what
off
are you
the table.
doing?
I was coming
It's
off
going
the
in
table.
there
I think
somewhere.
I had to get
right
away
in
from
here.
that
Look,
one.
look. See, you always keep your eye on the ball. You've got to do it the suave way. Nishi. And you didn't protect the equipment. That could have been bad. Look, on the table, there he is. He's got his back to it. It's all right. Rico Suave is here to save the day. Nice shot, though. Powerful shot. Down the ground. Arslan Amjad, that's where he's at his best.
Yeah, we had the old Tortuga table here. That would have made it very tough to get. So good thing to get out of the way of that one.
Going to be a wide. And we'll get signal on this one as well.
Yeah, just Amjad here, striking a few boundaries these last couple of overs, trying to get that run rate up here for Estonia. Slowly accelerating. This is why he chose to chase. He just wanted to be able to pace the innings. And so far, it's working out very well for Estonia.
It's that slower delivery, and Arslan Amjad, once again, he sees it. He's quite happy just to drop the bat on it and take the single. So, not the worst of spells so far, this from Mangala Gunasakara. Goes for 20. And, and those couple of boundaries that we've seen. So, we've seen 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs. 2 in that last one from Mahesh, a 6 and a 4. 1-4 there. That has just helped to, in the last 2 overs, where they were going, at around about 4 and over. Just helped them just to pick up the rate slightly, and they've taken the rate required to under the 9 now. And they'll be quite happy just to keep it at that and just keep ticking away like this. And these two batters look like they're sending themselves to put a big innings together. Amjad, 21 not out, and Ali Masood, 12 of 37 off the first 5 overs. 37 without loss.
Yeah, Estonia just starting to pick up that scoring later a little bit. 25 runs up these last couple of overs. First 3 overs, they're very cautious, look to see out those bowlers. But now that they've had some time out in the middle, Amjad in particular is starting to play his shots, in particular straight down the ground where he's so strong.
Arjun Shahi to inject a little bit of pace. Okay, miscue, but it's got over the infield. Chase is on now, but I don't think they're going to stop this. It will go to the boundary. So 4 more runs. And this time, once again, is the captain, Ahsan Amjad. And nice looking shot. You get the feeling he's trying to make the most of this over, the last in the power play.
They're really looking to capitalize on these fielding restrictions before they are lifted. At the end of this over, have a look at that partnership. 41 runs, 31 deliveries. It's going along very well here for Estonia. Cyprus, yeah, they desperately need to find a breakthrough. Let's just push towards point. We go straight to Rajwinder Brar.
Yeah, so at the moment, not looking to make that sort of pretty, just say, drastic change by going with somebody like Tiwari when you wouldn't expect it. So far, I think the bowlers that are being used are probably what Estonia would have been expecting. So no surprise element yet. I think Cyprus, before this game really gets away from them, they need to get that surprise element in. It's well bowled, and think about the single, but that's good. Walking in this time. It's Akila Kolugala. Is that? No, that's Roshan actually. It's very similar to Akila. I'm just trying to see where Akila has moved to now. Searching around the field to find him.
Oh, he's going to go big here, Amjad, as he cleared the rope. He certainly has, just hits the fence at long on. And it's 6 runs for Arslan Amjad, who's shifting up the gears.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's his shot. When it's in there, he's not going to hold back. And he can get the big swing on it. Smashes into the fence over there. Then the umpire, Paul, will just check that the ball is okay. Has a little look at it. Says, yeah, it's fine. Arslan going to get a much better rate than what he did yesterday. Pushes this out and takes a single. They'll be a little bit disappointed also, I think, here at the moment, Cyprus, that they're getting these singles. So they obviously maybe a little bit too far out. And they're not as attacking as perhaps they need to be in the field. That's a good comeback. Looks like the effort ball. And Gatman gets through. Arjun Shahi finishes the over. It's time for the players to have a little bit of some fluid, take on some water, and well, maybe we'll give you some interesting facts. In 1975, one of the greatest bowling performances in one-day international history. The script couldn't have been better. The first World Cup and an England-Australia semi-final in front of a huge crowd in Yorkshire, but on a pitch that was damp and green, and even by headline standard. And the fairy tale required England to win the toss. They didn't, and left armour Gary Gus Gilmore, in his first match of the tournament, moved the ball all over the shop and in the air and off the field, and he ended up with figures of, have a listen to this, 12-6, 14-6. It doesn't tell the full story. His wickets were all the top 7 batters, Miss, Wood, Fletcher, Gregg, Hayes, Knott. Left England dead at 37 for 94.7. They limped to 93, which might have been enough, but then, well, Gilmore, he's made a runnable 28, which rescued the Aussies from 39 for 6 and got them that win back in 1975. And that's the sort of performance that Cyprus need to put in here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we obviously had some history made yesterday here in Happy Valley when Chauhan scored a big century, the fastest ever T20I century, but some history was made over at the World Cup as well. Of course, over in Trinidad and Tobago, Lockie Ferguson became the first bowler to bowl 4 maidens during his spell. That was absolutely incredible. Couldn't believe it when I read the headline.
Yeah, top-notch bowling, that is. But yeah, these are all of the things that Cyprus need to find from somewhere. Okay, they've had some drinks. Let's see. I've seen Scott Austin is back on the field, so I'm guessing from that Akila Kalugala has made his way off. And I think Scott Burdekin is back as well. So both the subs, Mazumda and Kalugala, will be back off. So Scott now comes on, and looks like he's probably, it wouldn't have been a bad idea. It looks like he's gone, had a cold shower, and come back, and now he gets right back into the thick of the action. And it looks like he's going with Taranjit Singh to bowl over number 7.
I think Roman Mazumdar is still on, though. I can see him currently standing at point, so looks like another fielder has gone off for Cyprus here to replace either Austin or Burdekin. We'll make sure to update you as soon as that information has been passed on to us.
I think Badika has come off. So Badika has gone off, Mahesh has gone off, and that's why you're seeing that Mazumdar is still on the field. So Mahesh, after bowling his 2 overs, has gone off. I think we're going to see a lot of that, aren't we? It's something that started yesterday, players going on and off. And just probably after putting some effort in, getting a little bit of respite from the heat. Nice start from Taranjit. It's little singles like this. I don't think they can afford to give these singles away. You got to sort of say, right, I'll have my man in, and I'm tempting the batter to go over the top. If he goes over the top, fair play, then I'll make the adjustment. But I don't think you want to be giving those things away, or you got to make a change in the field. Ali Masood, straight away to him. 3 men go on the boundary on the leg side. And that's played beautifully. That's a lovely shot. Fielder going around, but he's not going to stop this. So they've got 3 men on that leg side, but Taranjit strays too far down leg. And Ali Masood, knows where those fielders are. Just look the way he works this in a way that it goes to the boundary. And I'll tell you what, Richard Cox there has got the best seat in the house.
Outside edge, just took off a little bit, bowled that one back of a length, dug that one in nicely. Taranjit Singh, and it went out to Neeraj Tiwari, who was in that short 3rd position.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a shot of Richard Cox, the coach. He's sat there, he's got the best seat in the house, and he's sitting there in the sun. Who says that the coach needs a clipboard? He don't need a clipboard. All in the mind, well, we might get another look of him, but this one is going to go to the boundary. It's going to be well fielded, but Taranjit doesn't want to be given the opportunity for the batters to be swiveling this on the leg side. I think he's got to work, trying to work them. Well, there he is. Well, that a lovely shot that is. He's a very happy man at the moment, I'm guessing. Here's Mr. Cox. Goes for it, and this one will make him even happier, as this will go all the way. Bolle, 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 Ginnasona, Shakalagya. And both the batters are moving along nicely, as Taranjit just not getting his lines right. 6 more.
Yeah, he isn't. Taranjit Singh just as locked in as he needs to be. Gone for a couple of boundaries this over. Push straight to Cypriot skipper Scott Burdekin at cover. That's going to be a dot ball to end the over, but it's a very good one for Estonia. They get 13 runs off it, and they're going along at a great rate here. Required now down to just around that 8 points, so 8.15.
Right, Scott moving the field around, but this I don't get the buzz. Do you feel the buzz? Do you feel the sort of the same sort of feeling that Estonia had? Do you feel the belief doesn't seem to be there? The buzz doesn't seem to be there. They look flat-footed. They look like a team, a defeated team. They look like a team that have already accepted their fate in this. They don't look like a team that can make a difference. But I'm liking this move. I think it's come a little bit. Remember I said I would have had the element of surprise bringing him in to bowl over number 4. Why? Because at that point, there was only 12 runs on the board. These two hadn't got going. And you think, right, let's do something different. They have got going now. So it's slightly different board game, but still, I like the fact that you're going to Tiwari here. Goes for the big one. Has he got enough of this? Yeah, he has. He's going to go once again into the fence. That's going to be a big 6 as the captain, Arslan Amjad, launches into this delivery.
Big hit here by Arslan Amjad. Looking to play this one with the spin. Smacks it over long on, and it goes for a long 6. Yeah, maybe nearest Tiwari. They just brought him in an over or two earlier. That could have just provided that little change in the bowling attack for Cyprus. But now these two batters are nicely settled in. They're looking really good out there.
Yeah, you've got to make some changes when it's the right time. And the right time is before the batters have started hitting boundaries. At that point, after 3 overs, no boundaries, and you think, you know what, let's try something different. Let's try a little bit of spin. He's coming on to bowl here now when Arslan has already rocked a few boundaries. So he's going to be up against it. I don't think, though, he should be trying to put pace on this. I'd rather see him try to use the fire. I know Arslan will go for you, but that's the plan, that he might miscue one. And this in the air, this one is exactly what we're talking about. Thank you very much. I tell you what, Richard Cox, and your job could be in jeopardy because Rico Full is in the house and looking to knock on the door as well. But look, joking aside, you just got to read a game. You got to make calls sometimes and say, look, I've got a spinner. I've got the only spinner in the two squads. Estonia don't have a spinner. I've got the only spinner in the team. Get him on and get him on at the right time. He might have come on a little bit too late here. I would have had him on earlier, but he's tossed it up. I said I don't like to see him pace on. He's taken the pace off, tossed it up. Here we go. Arslan Amjad's gone for the big shot. And who? Yeah, Scott Austin comes back onto the field of play and takes the catch. That's what we're talking about. Sometimes think outside of the box. Think about what I've got that is different and utilize those tools, those weapons at the right time. 68 for 1.
Absolutely. I think Nearest Tiwari has been massively underused throughout this T20I series. Personally, I'd have him bowling at 7th over just after the power play with fielding restrictions lifted. And he's certainly someone who I think with that extra protection could be very handy for Cyprus. Now they're going to bring Stuart Hook in here now at number 3. They're not going for Chauhan. Going for Stuart Hook instead.
Stuart Hook has a look around. He said, remember the shot he likes to play. Oh, that's beaten outside the off. Patharani is asking the question, and Nilkesh Patel says not out. Yeah, he likes to play that dab, doesn't he? He likes to rock back and hit over. So these are the sort of things. Now, I know it. You know it. Cyprus have to know it as well. They've seen enough of Stuart Hook. So already, you've got to be thinking about, I've got to have my backward point and point in catching positions. Maybe even have one back there on the boundary, because that's where he likes to go. But at the moment, Tiwari's not giving him the room. Wicket-to-wicket bowling. I'm liking this. And he's taken the pace off it. Could this be a little sign that Cyprus, well, might be just trying to get back into this match? But remember, there's a whole lot of batting, heaps of batting still to come from Estonia.
It's much harder for Hook, though, to play that shot against the off-spinner. I think he's somebody who seems to like those on-pace deliveries so he can just use the pace of the bowler and work it around. I think against the spinner, though, it's going to be a bigger challenge for him. Good over there by Tiwari. He picks up that all-important wicket of the captain of this Estonian side, Arslan Amjad. And Cyprus, well, can they just inject a little bit of life back into this team? Estonia currently going at above the required rate. But that last over is just giving Cyprus a chance to come back in this game. They're going to stick with Taranjit Singh here. He went for 13 runs in his first over, but let's see how he bowls to Masood. Had a few issues going against the captain, Amjad.
Oh, that's a powerful hit, but has he got the boundary? Oh, it's a good effort there. I think that might be Austin once again. And 6 has been given, so he's palmed this over the rope. So Ali Masood's gone for it. I think Austin, when I look at this again, I think he's realizing that he's not going to save the 6, so he's trying to get this ball into play. Once again here, is that boundary management wrong? Should it be on the boundary? I know he's come running into that area, so he wasn't underneath it, but he seems a long way away from the boundary again. That's Austin. So definitely has to go down as a chance there. So Masood, I think I had him dropped on 5 by Kalugala. Now we see him drop there as once again on 23.
He's been lucky, hasn't he, Masood? Provided a few opportunities, but Cyprus haven't been able to take them.
A little moments like that can make a big difference. Oh, now that could be out. Well, they're asking the question. I think that must have caught maybe a little bit of the bat because it stayed pretty low, looked pretty straight to me. Well, where's this one had got hook? Well, I think hook has been caught hook, line, and sinker in the goalies, I reckon. And let's have a look at this. Well, the name is Hook, and oh, that hit me right. I don't like it, Mama. Where's my mama?
Ooh,
that's
don't
not a
show
good
that replay
one.
again, please.
Well, he's lucky that he gets a little bit onto it. Or is it unlucky? I suppose he'd rather be not out than knocked out. Oh, he's walking around. He's a bit uncomfortable. Nothing can help here. And Stuart Hook is saying there's nothing that you can give me. Well, he's holding a helmet, and maybe he thinks he needs to get a mini version of that. Well, Stuart Hook gets hit where nobody wants to get hit, but he seems to be okay. Taranjit back in again to him, and that's a Gandhi. That's an awful delivery. It really is. That's just, well, yesterday was International Garbage Man Day, and that's what you can say about that delivery. It was a bit of garbage, really, from Taranjit. For such a good player, sometimes he lets himself down badly. That's such a bad ball.
The ball just slipping out of his hands like a bar of soap. And it's gone well down the leg side for a wide. Poor delivery. Oh, and he gets one to tail back in. That's a terrific ball. And he's picked up the wicket over here as well. It's Timber. And that's the end for Hook, who, of course, had to cop a low blow just a couple of balls ago. And then he's going to be dismissed later. Good comeback here by Taranjit Singh. And wickets fall in consecutive overs now for Cyprus. So it's a chance for them to claw themselves back into this game.
Yeah, that's going to be a 5-ball duck there, and then you can see how angry he is with himself. He likes to play that shot, though, Hook, but fair play to Cyprus. Haven't given him the width that he likes. You mentioned it before. Keep it nice and tight. Tiwari didn't give him the width. He plays it onto a stone stump, so after being hit in the cojones, he gets a duck for his trouble. So Taranjit will say he softened him up and gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough. So Taranjit makes amends of that Gandhi ball and follows up a little bit of garbage with a wicket, and Hook, 5 balls up for him. But look who walks to the crease now. And before he gets going, let's just remind ourselves of what he's done in his last 4 knocks. Started with a 0, ended their next innings with 109 in the ECIs. Then his first match yesterday was a golden duck. Then after that, he scored 144. And we are looking there, or you are looking there, at the world record holder for the fastest century in T20Is. What will it be here now? Will he follow his regular pattern? No. He gets to the mark. I will say, though, he plants his foot right across the line. And if Taranjit was to able to hit the pad, he certainly would have gone up. And I think he probably would have been plumb in front there. So risky shot to start off with from Johan.
Absolutely. You can just see his hands have to go around the pad over there. You're just always likely to get LBW when you play that way. Masood, though, he's still out there. He's seen a couple of wickets go down at the other end. He's hit this one straight to Roshan Siriwardana. And it's a dot ball. But, this is what that Neeraj Tiwari over has done. Is just put some pressure back on Estonia. He gets rid of Ali Amjad. Taranjit Singh gets a wicket here. Even know this over. Well, it's a touch expensive. 11 runs come off it. Cyprus have some hope again. I mean, they get 1 or 2 more wickets here in quick succession, and then Estonia really got their backs against the wall.
Yeah, and I can see that Stuart Hook, after that 5-ball duck, a few of his teammates saying, what happened to you? And he says, well, yaar, mere bante pandete, main run kidda banama. Yeah, exactly. After taking that one there, he said, I was seeing stars. He said, I was seeing stars. You guys are seeing stars because of the heat. I was seeing stars for other reasons. So he's not going to perform this time. You can see he was very disappointed the way he sort of lashed out at the ball. I think maybe the umpires might just have a little word with him, as it could be seen as a little bit of dissent. But I think that was just frustration, really. So Cyprus keeping themselves in it. The run rate has stayed around about this 8 mark. So even though there was a little period there, especially when Aslan Amjad was playing some nice shots, that they took that down to below 8. It got to around about the 7 mark. So they're taking it back up again. Tiwari staying on. Will continue to float it up there. But Sahil Chauhan, remember what he said yesterday. I bat one way. So he ain't going to change anything. Goes for it. Now this could be the big man. Oh, he's backing up. Oh, no. What is he doing here, the fielder? I can't believe it. And it's Taranjit Singh of all people. He's backing away from it rather than going to the ball. That is a huge opportunity. I'm going to say it. I know everybody in the chat is going to say it. That there could be the match. Taranjit has got this all wrong.
He set the trap there nearest Tiwari. He set it up perfectly. He's got the fielder in place. He knows Chauhan's going to look to target that boundary. Chauhan doesn't quite get a hold of it. Hasn't middled that as nicely as he would like. It goes straight to the fielder. And you don't get too many more opportunities like that. Chauhan survives.
I can't believe. I mean, that's not the first. Taranjit, remember, dropped Sahil Chauhan on a Corton boulder yesterday as well. Now, there's another chance. Oh, they've dropped it. They've dropped him again. They've dropped the match twice. Oh, and it's 2 of the best fielders that Cyprus have probably got. This one has been blasted straight to Arjun Shahi. He puts it down. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 2 of the best fielders probably in Cyprus have put down Sahil Chauhan twice. You got to hold on to this. And, that's
Scott Burdekin, not Shahi. Scott Burdekin, the captain, has put that one down.
Was it Scott? Not okay, it was Scott, was it? I know they both ended up together. Oh, that's a massive drop. Well, even Scott, he's a great fielder. I can't... mentally now, I can't see them recover from that.
Oh, that's just incredible. They've had a couple of bites at the apple here, a couple of huge chances to get rid of the danger man, Chauhan. I mean, if Estonia were right now at 79 for 3 with Chauhan gone, this would be a completely different game. Tiwari, well, you were calling for him to be inserted in attack. We were calling for him to be inserted in attack, and he's got a wicket. He got rid of Arslan Amjad, and he could have had Chauhan out twice. And he's bowling superbly here. Bowling just knows where Chauhan is looking to play. He knows Chauhan wants to hit it towards that mid-wicket boundary, just not giving him that over-pitched length which he's looking for.
What can Tiwari be feeling now? He's beaten the world record holder twice, should have had him out twice, yet he's still bowling at him, and he's probably wondering why, and that man is one of the reasons. And I thought it was Arjun Shahi. I know Shahi ended up on the floor, but Scott Burdekin doesn't take the catch. Oh dear, oh dear. What a let-off.
A little bit of an inside edge there, and you can see Chauhan as well, just a little bit nervy to start his innings, especially that second chance he gave there to Scott Burdekin. It wasn't the best shot by him, I think. A delivery like that, he'd usually be sending that one away for 6, but yeah, the nerves just getting to Chauhan early. And Cyprus, well, had a couple of chances there to get rid of Chauhan. But Chauhan survives, and will Cyprus live to regret some of those big chances they had?
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to say yeah, because there's a number of reasons why. As I mentioned this before, the way that they're feeling. They were looking very flat, then Tiwari comes on, he gets the wicket. But then since that, remember the chances we've seen drop. We saw Austin having a chance to take a catch in the boundary there of Masood, gets that wrong. Masood survives. We've seen then Sahil Chauhan being dropped twice. You just can't drop good players. Masood's been dropped on 5 and 23, and Sahil Chauhan been dropped on 1 and 5. When you drop catches, when you drop good players, you're going to get punished. So Taranjit does come back on. Yeah, I mentioned Taranjit. He dropped Sahil Chauhan yesterday when Sahil had already gone past the 100 mark. And now let's see if he can make amends. No, he can't. It's that Gandhi ball again, and this time Ali Masood says, I'm not going to run 3 this time, he says, and take three wides. I'm just going to clobber this to the boundary. Again, Taranjit is coming on to bowl here. He's third over. It hasn't been, all right, he has picked up a wicket for you, but he's been expensive. You've got to try somebody else. Maybe you try a Roshan here. Maybe there's somebody else there. Maybe Rajinder. Just go with Rajinder Brar. Try him before the game gets out of hand. I don't think Taranjit really should be bowling this over. He's had 2. He's bowled some bad balls. He's got lucky a few times. Make the change. Make the change while you've got the runs to play with.
Absolutely. I think he got a little bit lucky to pick up that wicket, Taranjit Singh. Maybe that's why the captains brought him on, because he managed to pick that one up. But yeah, just spraying a few down the leg side here, and this time around Masood will get some bat on it and get it away to the boundary rope. Yeah, just asking for a drink here and a little bit of an equipment change, Masood.
A few people in the chat, like Rehan, saying they can't take their catches. Alex saying Estonia will win easily. And a few people also talking about how to get involved playing in these European cricket series or these internationals. We're very simple. You need to be in a European country, play and sign up for a European club, start to play cricket. And then maybe if it's in some of the places that the European Cricket Network visits, you can be part of, your team could be part of that competition. And if you really excel and you catch the eye of some of the national team coaches, you could, and you qualify, of course, you could be playing for that national side. So that's the process. Taran, it's been a little bit expensive. Sahil Chauhan has given 2 chances. They haven't taken him. And now he's going to have a bit of the pace from Taranjit. So maybe pace off is the way to go to him. Smash. Adios. Gone. We saw him hit plenty of these yesterday. And he's the sort of player that once he gets 3 or 4 out of the middle, you think, okay, he's back. He's on. And you back himself to go to a big score.
Yeah, this is what happens when you give a player of his quality a couple of chances. It's on his 3rd life now, Sahil Chauhan. And that's not a good ball there by Taranjit Singh. He just gives him the chance to free his arms and whack it out towards mid-wicket.
What we're seeing here is one thing that we both focused on a lot during that European Cricket Series, which of course we had all the clubs taking part in. There was a bit of talk there, and the batter says, hang on a minute. And that is bowling. They were light on bowlers, and that's why there were so many centuries scored. I think 16 centuries were scored in that European Cricket Series. With that one just gets played away. Akila Kalugala scoring the one in the final. But when you look at the bowlers that we've seen so far, and I don't want no disrespect meant to the likes of Mangala or to Mahesh, or even here to Taranjit Singh bowling, Arjun Shahi, the same. But they're not dangerous bowlers, are they? They're not. If you're a batter, you're not thinking, they got so-and-so to bowl. We better be careful. They're not dangerous. So they're lacking in that department. Could you say the same about Estonia? Well, when it comes to talking about Estonia, you'll sort of be saying things like, Robson, be careful of him because he can get that good. He's a left arm. He can get that good Yorker in. Stefan Gooch, yeah, watch out for Gucci because he really does get that ball to move away sharply outside the off. I don't think you can say that about, for example, if Taranjit Singh's coming to bowl at you, what are you saying as a team? You're not saying be careful, or you're just saying, just, play properly. There's nothing to be fearsome about, and we can continue maybe this conversation on as players will take drinks. So there's nothing to be fearsome about. If you talk about Mahesh, we haven't seen too much of him. All right, he's a left armer, so you'll say be careful of the angle. But as the bowler himself, there's nothing to be fearful of. So that for me is where Cyprus now need to start planning, looking towards where are those high-level quality international style of bowlers because they don't have them. And what they need to work on, and the only what they need to work on at the moment until they find those bowlers. Now, we have seen them, but they obviously don't qualify. Some names obviously come to mind. We saw the pocket rocket.
Mohammed Hussein, and then, of course, I think Bilal as well for the
Yeah.
Nicosia Tigers. And, it's a question of the eligibility for a lot of these players. And I think, right now this Cyprus side is pretty much built to try to bat teams out of the game. And they're not even doing that well because they're obviously have not quite figured out their order. So not quite clicking with their strength. And Estonia have been very strong at exposing their weakness.
Yeah, and that's the next thing I was going to lead on to. So if you don't have that firepower in your bowling attack, if you're relying on more so on just bowlers bowling a good line and length and batters getting themselves out, for example, then your strength then becomes, and when you look at this side, your strength becomes the batting. You then, similarly to what we saw in that European cricket series, the Sri Lankan lines of Limassol, Sherry Punjab, Limassol, Colundus, all of these teams, you're looking to bat the other team out of the match. So bat first, get 170 plus on the board. Hopefully that's enough. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, sometimes it got close. So the world-class bowlers are not there. But we're not seeing that here, as you just touched on, with the Cyprus national side. They've got those same batters. In fact, when you look at the lineups we've seen from them so far, you're looking at all those batters. Oh, I certainly am, and say, wow, look at this batting lineup. This guy scored 100. This guy scored 100. This guy scored 100. He's batting at number 8. He scored 100. But the way they're applying themselves is wrong. They're not the way I would be looking at it and say, hey, all of you guys can go out there and match runs. Go out there, play your game. You're not playing T20, you're playing T10. Out you go, play that way.
Yeah. I mean, these sides were back in the ECS we had were posting scores above 170, 180 with 3 or 4 good batters in their lineup. But now you've got a side here with 9 or 10 recognized batters. Just go out there, treat this like a T10 game. If you get out, someone else to come.
Yeah, exactly. So they're scoring less. For example, this innings, they scored less in 20 overs than they would in T10, a lot of these players. So they've got to change their approach. If you know you haven't got that depth and that strength in your bowling, then your batting has to go and score 250 plus and in these T20 matches. And then with this bowling attack, you can say, right, our plan is to contain. And maybe that works for you. Tiwari comes back. I think he has bowled brilliantly. The only spinner that we've seen in the two teams so far. It's in the air, and nobody back there. It's a long chase. I think the fielder will catch up with this. Now, you were telling me also, haven't seen it for myself, about Scott Austin. Does he bowl spin as well?
No, Scott Austin, I believe he's a medium pacer. I believe he is a medium pacer. I'm not sure if we're going to see him bowling too much because I don't think he made too many bowling appearances when he used to play for the Mufflons either. But no, Scott Austin is a medium pacer.
I'd like to see Rajinder Brar get an over in here, maybe the very next over. Taranjit, he should be done now, Taranjit. He's gone for 39 for 3 overs. He did pick up the wicket of Stuart Hook and cheaply for a 5-ball duck. So they need a change here pretty quickly. All right, doesn't get this out of the middle, or does he? Catch taken. So Austin gets another, and they will get the big wicket of Sahil Chauhan. So he gave some chances. They dropped him on 1. They dropped him on 5, but they do get him in the end. So a little bit of success. Now this is the moment for me. This is the moment that Cyprus come together, and this is where Scott should be saying, all right, look, I know we're up against it because 66 and 50, it should be straightforward. The rate has, for the first time in a long time, got below 8. But this is the moment we can change it. A couple of quick wickets. So he should be really trying to boost everyone here and say, hey, guys, look, get another couple of wickets here. Let's see if we get the wicket here of Ali Masood. And Bilal Masood is starting to improve, but still hasn't made that big score. This could be the moment. Let's be tight. Let's take our chances, and let's see if we can get this win. Let's see if we can make a major turnaround here. I mean, they must be way behind on the win predicted to win this, but let's see if we, as the underdogs, we can come back and win this match.
Absolutely, and I think so much credit goes out to Neeraj Tiwari. He's had the in-form batter Sahil Chauhan out 3 times in this innings. At 1, when he was dropped, at 5 when he was dropped, and then ultimately gets the last laugh. So, and Neeraj Tavares has been such a difference maker for Cyprus with the ball in hand.
Yeah, can you imagine though if they did bring him on? What I was saying after the third over could have been very different, and that's another beautiful delivery. So well bowled. Look at Tiwari here. Let's have a look at this delivery again. And the one thing I like about Tiwari here, he's done exactly what I said. He hasn't bowled any of those fast deliveries. He's floating it up, gets it through. Now the foot just stays down. Acrobatic work there from Nalin Patarani. So all of a sudden, a little bit of doubt in the mind of Bilal Masood.
Yeah, Estonia had just the one left-hander, or the one left-handed batter, I should say, at least in the top to middle order. Oh, it was another chance. Oh, Neeraj Tavares spinning a web around these batters right now, causing all sorts of issues for them. You know, I would love to see if Cyprus can pick up another wicket here, and like to see a battle between Tavares and the left-hander Stefan Gooch. That would be a very interesting to watch. The over comes to an end. Another terrific one for Tavares. Just 3 runs come off it, and they get rid of Chauhan.
Good bowling. And Tiwari, he hasn't let me down, hasn't let his side down. He's done exactly what I expected him to do. It's just a shame, really, that perhaps, even though the captain would have thought it's a bit risky, but I don't think so, that he didn't come on a bit earlier. Just imagine if he had bowled like this from the 4th over onwards. Certainly would have been a lot less runs on the board, and maybe even more wickets if all of those catches have been. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I cannot believe they're going back to Taranjit. I can't believe it. Now, I could be completely wrong and Taranjit pick up a wicket to 2 here, and I'll say, fine, I'll eat my own words. But I think there's a mistake. I think it was a mistake for him to bowl his 3rd over, but he's getting his 4th here. He's gone for 39. If he fires one down the leg side here, Nish, I'm leaving. I'm going to leave you to it. This is, once again, a lot of these tactical decisions that have been made, I don't understand. There's no logic at all for Taran to be bowling here.
Underused in his batting and overused with his bowling. I think that's the best way to describe it. Down the leg sides wide. I mean, you got to keep in mind they have James Khalufas, who's a leg spinner, and we've seen some of the joy that Neeraj Tavares had so far. Khalufas bowled a little bit in the second match yesterday. He was really good. That's
why I asked you a question about Austin. I remember you saying there's another spinner. So it's James, is it? Yeah, why isn't he bowling? Tiwari's caused so much problem with spin. Why isn't he bowling? Why aren't they putting the other spinner in here? Because Bilal Masood certainly didn't like the spin. Ali Masood has been kept pretty quiet with the spin. Why are they going with a bowler that's been bowling down the leg side? And if all honesty, he's picked up the wicket of Stuart Hook, but that was only because he injured him. And he left him winded before he got him to play on his stump. So yeah, I don't understand this move. It's almost like they have to bowl him because they haven't got any other bowlers. They've got other bowlers.
Get a single over here. Now Cyprus, they do have a number of options, and it's very interesting that they have not turned to these options. But we saw James bowl a little bit at the end of the second match yesterday. You know, obviously it was a very brief appearance, but I liked what I saw from him during
yeah,
those
you're right,
balls.
didn't he? Yeah, he only went for, he went for 12, didn't he? I think he went for 12, and that was a boundary off the last ball as well. But again, he came on to bowl different circumstances. He came on to bowl when batters were in and the match was done. It's very different when you're bowling when there's confidence flowing through the batting side who know they won the match than at a phase like this where it could change.
With so many right-handers, you'd love to have a wrist spinner on against them. I think it would certainly cause them a number of issues.
Big, gone, smashed, 6. And that's a lovely shot from Ali Masood. So Masood, he's clearly shown he doesn't like the spin, but he has no problems latching on to Taranjit Singh. That's been smashed, and smashed big. And I love the analogy that you used there about Taranjit Singh. Underused as a batter, but overused as a bowler. And you're absolutely right. Let's face it, Taranjit Singh, even when he's playing for his club side, quite often we saw him just get 1 over or no overs at all because they know that he's very hittable. So, and yet here he is playing for the national side with all these other bowlers around him, but bowling his 4 overs. Makes no sense. He's gone for 49, and there's still 2 balls left in his spell.
Yeah, it is a bit puzzling. I think he's obviously been very expensive, but maybe it's just because he picked up that 1 wicket. The captain just keeps going back to hoping he can pick up another. But I think you need to realize when you've got a little bit lucky with the bowler picking up a wicket and just taking the overs you got from him.
Yeah, well, you can see as if Malik saying, why is he bowling in? As if I have no idea. And I'm scratching my head. A few people are scratching their heads about this decision. As we're talking, as if there's no shortage of bowlers in that side. Myself and Nish think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to get some more spin, or wouldn't have been a bad idea to get a bit more spin on, since they have trouble with Niraj Tiwari. I certainly would have been keen to go with James, or you even try something like Rajinder Brar. The batter wants to have a look at the ball there. I'm not sure why the batter wants to look at the ball. That's Ali Masood and Nilkesh Patel, the captain, saying, it's fine, get on with it, lads.
Yeah, that one pitching well outside the leg stump, so it can never be LBW. The over comes to an end, and it's a good one for Estonia. 11 runs off it.
Yeah, they're only needing to go at just over the 7, so yeah, they get the win here. Now, what was Scott be thinking? Think you have to stick with Tiwari to bowl him out to see if he can get you another wicket, and then he's got to think long and hard about the other side. I mean, all right, we know that Mangala, he bowled 3 overs, doesn't he? He has 1 left. He bowled pretty well. Mahesh was a little bit expensive. Shahi, probably going to have to use Shahi at least one more time. I only got the 1 over Shahi. He went for 11. But again, you just try something different. Maybe you go with Rajinder Brar. Maybe, now that you've reminded me about James, you go with James. But once again, they're just taking too long to make those options. You have a good look at the field that's been set here. And you see there that got 3 men in the V there on the leg side for those hits straight down the ground. That one is well stopped by the man I often say has got one of the finest moustaches in the business as well, Rajinder Brar.
A great bit of fielding there by Rajinder Brar. Dives down, saves the side, quite a few runs. A bit of too much width on offer there, but Bilal Masood isn't able to cut it as cleanly as he likes, so it's going to be just a single. Oh, this one's gone up in the air, and it's going to fall short. Isn't quite carry to Austin. And they'll take a single error. Masood moves on to 48. You know, Tiwari's caused so many problems for these Estonia batters. That's another terrific ball there by Niraj Tiwari. You know, he's just single-handedly keeping his side in the game, bowling with an incredible economy rate. He's also picked up 2 very important wickets. I mean, he had Sahil Chauhan out 3 times, and on 2 occasions the catch was put down. Oh, Masood just misjudging the line over there. That one, of course, well inside the tram line, so it's going to be a dot ball. Last ball of this brilliant spell by Niraj Tiwari coming up. Can he pick up a wicket? He's going to go for the big shot. Hasn't quite middled this. The fielder's underneath it. This is a catching opportunity, and it is going to be taken. Well, for a second, I think I was a little bit concerned looking at Taranjit Singh going out. He's already dropped one today. And he's taken it a little bit more in front of him than he should. Yeah, he would like to take that one nice and calmly, close to your body. He's had to reach out a little bit, but all's well as that ends well. He takes the catch, and another wicket falls here for Estonia. He's had a tough series, hasn't he? He's had a really tough series. Bilal Masood, he came in with some big expectations, was of course their top run getter when they toured Gibraltar for a T20I series. And they were so excited to have Bilal Masood in their team, but things just haven't quite worked out for him, have they? And Estonia lose another wicket, but Gooch is going to come on to bat over here. Estonia 116 for 4, as you can see, just going at around that run rate at exactly what they need. So 51 runs of these last 6 overs is certainly very attainable. You'd fancy them to get there, especially with a a settled Ali Masood in, who's just 2 runs away from a half century, and a quality batter in Stefan Gooch coming out in the middle. I'm sure Neeraj Tiwari would have loved to bowl to him. I mean, I would have liked the challenge of going up against the left-hander as an off-spinner. Yeah, great spell of bowling there for Neeraj Tiwari, 3 for 18. Yeah, Alex Taylor, I think just before that ball, saying Estonia should not be looking to take chances in this over. You know, with this run rate as low as it is, you make a good point. I mean, Estonia can afford to just be conservatives over, knock the ball around, take the singles. You know, someone like Bilal Masood who's struggling, he knew he couldn't pick up Neeraj Tiwari. Just take the 1 run and move on with it. Move on to the next over. You're not going to see Neeraj Tiwari again. It's his last over. Instead, he went for the big shot, and he was caught out in the deep. So Cyprus, well, you feel the door is still ajar for them. Now goes for the big hit. And, oh, Austin puts in the dive out in the deep. I wonder if he had a chance to pull off a really special catch there. If he would have got to it, it would certainly have been a great catch. You're going to see Masood now move on to 49. Oh, it's hard to tell how close that was to Austin. But he's done well to make sure it at least doesn't go to the boundary rope. Shahi was a little bit expensive when he bowled in the power play. Just want to get their field setting right here, so they've got deep extra cover in place here for Stefan Gooch. Just moved someone in there. This one's going to be a wide. Yeah, Shahi, we know he's certainly got some pace and bounce, and when he's on song, he's a very tough bowler to go against, but the problem with him is he's just a bit too wayward with his lines and lengths at times, and even goes for a lot of runs at the club level. Gooch will hit this one straight to point. Well, there was just a slight moment of hesitation, but overthrows. Oh, this is a real killer for Cyprus. They don't have too many runs to play with, and they've just gifted a single there to Estonia. Could just see Gooch crunches this straight to the fielder at point. Brar decides to have a shy at the stumps, considering Masood is so far out. There's no one backing up. Shahi couldn't get to it. And in the end, well, they've just given a single up there. I think Brar, as an experienced campaigner, as someone who has been in these matches on a number of times in his career, he's got to be a little smarter there. He's got to know, hold on to the ball.
That batter just taking some time to get ready. Ali Masood, 1 short of what would be a fine half century for him. We know he's been a batter that's been in very good form. Just get the feeling here that Masood has to go into maybe score around about 70. All right, as he hoiks out. Oh, no. Get out of here. Get out of here. They've dropped it. And it's Mangala Gunasakara that puts it down. Oh, how many chances are you going to have to get a win under your belt and throw it away? Ali Masood will get his 50. He'll take the applause from his teammates, but that's a sitter. That's an absolute sitter. And now Stefan Goop, he hoiks at this one, misses out on it. So Masood, well batted, 50 for him, but dropped on 49. And remember, he's already been dropped on 5-23. You might as well add 49 to it as well. And well, that's Mangala. And these sort of standards in the field are not going to help your cause. And you've got to feel for the bowlers here, because the bowlers, for most of the time, I know we've seen some not so good bowling for 1 or 2 of them, but for most of the time, they've executed their plans pretty well. They've created the opportunities, and they just haven't been taken. How many chances of that have gone down now? I reckon about 7 drop catches.
Yeah, I've had about a similar number too, I think. But going back to that point right after this ball, this is going to be pushed away by Gooch. It goes straight to Budika Mahesh, the left armor. And it's a strong throw back to the keeper. End of the 15th over. Estonia need 46 runs from the remaining 5 overs to win. But yeah, just going back to that point about catching, how many catches do Cyprus drop because the fielder is so far in front of the rope? I don't think you've seen that anywhere near as much with Estonia. I think they're usually all the way back on the boundary rope. They take their catches quite comfortably. You know, we came in this morning, we saw them putting in plenty of catching practice, and I think for Cyprus, yeah, there's just a lot of fundamentals they really need to work on, and just going back to a point like that, I mean, if Gunnar is all the way back on the boundary rope, it's a comfortable catch for him, and Estonia would have lost another wicket, and this would have been game on.
Yeah, I mean, just take something into context here. So with 5 overs to go, they're needing to go at just about over 9 and over, which is the highest that it's been, really. But if they had picked up all of those chances, they would be, they would be on top here and favourites to win the match. They can still turn this around, but if they don't win this match, it's very simple. You don't have to be an expert to say they've lost it because of their fielding. Their fielding has let them down badly. They've dropped key players at key moments, and the fielders, they really have let down the bowlers. And looks like we're going to see. Now this, again, this is a really risky move for me. Scott Burdekin, the captain's going to bowl here.
And maybe he just saw Neeraj Tiwari having a little bit of joy as a spinner, and then Burdekin's coming as well. Burdekin, though, he's a little different to Tiwari. Tiwari's a lot craftier, gets a bit more turn, has a few variations. Whereas I think with Burdekin, it's a kind of one pace and doesn't turn the ball too much.
Yeah, Gucci, you can see what he's planning to do here. And has to get the dive in. Well, Gucci, look after those knees, buddy. We know that he's having a few issues with his knees. He talked to me briefly yesterday. He was talking to me about a slight groin strain as well. Now, they want to keep him fit. And still a lot of cricket to play here. Got one more match today, 2 matches tomorrow. And Gucci sliding in there. But that's the way Gucci will play. I suppose he's sensing Ali Masood is the key batter. He's hitting the ball well. He's got the 50, so Gucci's role here, especially needing 9 and overs to keep providing the strike to Ali Masood. Not a good ball, and he gets away with this one. Ali Masood's trying to hit this too hard. There's nobody in this 45, nobody at all. Square leg, from square leg to the keeper, nobody. All he needs to do here is just time it. Misses out. That's a missed opportunity. Burdekin gets lucky. That's well bowled, no run. And you can see Stefan saying, are we going or not? There's no call. No call from Ali Masood. And, yeah, I've just got Richard Cox just doing his normal rounds, the boundary. You can hear him saying, come on. I think he's right. I think that's a single there that gets left out there. Bit of pressure being put on here. 2 balls to go in the over, and it's not been a bad one so far. That's played away, but there are fielders there. Should be just a single. So getting to an exciting, keep an eye on it, getting to an exciting finish here. So can he finish the over well? Can he avoid going to the boundary? Just seeing Stefan Gooch arched over there. I know he hasn't been in there too long, only faced 6 deliveries, but I reckon that having to run hard and getting that dive in, that would have taken a little bit out of him here. What's interesting here is no mid-wicket. No short mid-wicket to Stefan. He does sometimes get out a few times in that. That's a lovely shot. Timing, power. Needed that boundary. That is such an important shot. They needed a boundary, and Stefan Gooch, the top player, gets the boundary. So that over, in the end, will go for just 6. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if it only went for a couple, that would have hurt them. So drinks coming on here. It's going to be interesting, though, because there's going to be some tactics being given there to the batters, and also some to the fielding side. Right now, for me, this, with that rate going up to 10, it's probably a 50-50.
Yeah, this should be a very tight game, and Burdekin just goes a touch too short on the final ball of the over, which allows Gooch to just smash that one straight down the ground, a cross-batted stroke. And we'll have a look at this bowling card here. So these last 4 overs, you'd assume a couple will be bowled by Buddhika Mahesh. But then who else do you go to? I mean, Mangala surely deserves one for bowling really well. That's 3 overs right there. Who gets the 4th over? He could go with Shahi.
Arjun. Yeah.
Or does Burdekin come back for a second? Or do you just say, you know what, we got 1 over of 6 runs out of you, that's enough?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Scott will probably be thinking, all right, apart from that last ball, bowl really well, I want to give myself another one. He's the captain, and I think he'll be keen to do that. Arjun Shahi bowls a good one, only went for 5. But for me, if I'm honest, I think the less pace you put on now, the better. If you put pace on it, then the pace can be used by the batter to get a boundary. I don't mind Scott, but you just don't drop short. I wouldn't mind Scott getting another one. I'd have a question mark with going back to Arjun in the very next over. I think if you get a good tight over with pace off, then you can say the next one we go with Arjun. But Arjun's got a bit of pace on him, and somebody like Ali Masood is loving the pace. If he gets the line wrong to Masood, Masood will just clip it around to the boundary. So looks like they are going to go with Arjun Shahi. So looks like Shahi will bowl this, and they might go back to Burger King. So fighting to stay alive here are Cyprus. They don't want to go down in this one because then it'll be 3-0 in the series and then have to win all the remaining 3 matches in this T20 International Series.
Yeah, I'd be going with Buddhika Mahesh or Gunasekara for sure. I'd bowl those 2 out, I should say. This one's just come off the toe end of the bat. Gunasekara doesn't bowl with as much pace. He's a medium pacer, and he also gets a little bit of bounce because of his height. And Buddhika Mahesh, he's an experienced bowler. He's bowled a lot in ECS cricket. I think he's a little craftier than some of the other bowlers we've seen here. He's a left armer as well. Bit of a different challenge at this stage of the innings.
I'm surprised they haven't got these 2 men on the boundary a lot straighter. Stefan does like to go straight. Almost plays this on. It's a little bit of a Chinese cut. They'll only take the single. I think can really see Stefan struggling. Stefan Gooch is struggling here for me. And I reckon that Estonia, they're looking to get the win here. They can get the win here. Then I think the likes of Stefan Gooch, maybe even Dave Rodson, may not play the next match because both of them look like they're struggling. But Steph is definitely struggling. Arjun, though, doing the right thing at the moment. They get rid of the helmet because that was pretty close to it. Helmet gets thrown away over the rope. They're hoping that the ball doesn't go over the rope. They want to keep it nice and tight. Arjun, keep it outside the off. Does keep it outside the off. That's a big dot ball. I don't know what Ali Masood is complaining about. Perfect delivery. And well bowled from Arjun. Masood probably feeling the pressure here. What are your thoughts about the third being up? Would you have third back with Arjun with this much pace?
Especially with this kind of line and length. I mean, one of these top edges could go flying over the field or a third. I'd have him back.
Yeah, I'm with you. Have him back and maybe have my extra cover in the circle. Right, down the ground, in the air. Taranjit Singh, big moment. And he holds on to the catch. Ikatara Bajra. Hi, Ikatara Bajra, Taranjit Singh. He's had a bit of a mare, but he has taken the last 2. He takes a big wicket of Ali Masood. And now a lot of pressure on Stefan Gooch. Stefan Gooch now has to become the key batter. He needs to change his role from being the man who provides the stroke to Masood as the man who now has to retain the strike and play some big shots. Big moment. And, well, they have dropped so many. If they dropped that one, they would have dropped the match. Ali Masood, he's lived a charmed life. He does get a 50 to his name, but he was dropped on 5, dropped on 23, dropped on 49. And maybe when it matters most, they hold on to it. Cyprus clinging on here to what could be a really good defense.
Well, Cats have 9 lives. Masood has 4. Well taken out in the deep by Taranjit. Important catch. He finally holds on to one. And now Cyprus, can they really put the squeeze on Estonia here? It's going to be a big challenge for them. They're going to go with Aditya Punver here. I thought we might see a David Robson coming out to bat here for Estonia, but instead they go to Punver. This is very interesting.
Punver's got power. We've seen that from him. He's somebody who can give you instant relief by playing a couple of boundaries. That's what they're looking for here from him. Arjun doesn't want to get carried away here. Stick to the line he's bowling. Don't get too greedy and go for the stumps. Short of a length, outside the off. Third goes back now here. Smart move. And that's why it's smart. You don't mind giving away the single, but you don't want to give the boundary away. So Stefan Gooch now. Now, Stefan, how many times have we seen Stefan in these positions? Back in Estonia, when, of course, the Italian Hippos were sometimes falling short, he came out and scored the runs to get them a victory. Now can he do it for the national side? Big last ball coming up. And he's missed it. And the keeper makes a stop. Dot ball. So Stefan not able to get the boundary of the last ball this time as he did in the last over. So this over only goes for 3. Now's the big call. Does Scott back himself to bowl another? Or will he make a change here? Everybody's looking. What would you do here? Would you go with Mahesh this over?
I would have gone with Mahesh. I think if you get 6 runs out of one of Scott's overs, you take it. You take it. Or you could even go to Mangala over here. That wouldn't be a bad option either.
What a good over.
You could argue that Shahi's maybe earned himself a 4th over the way he's bowled so far this match. That ball, I wonder if it was a cross-seam delivery or something, because it just stayed a lot lower than Gooch expected. Yeah, Burdekin's going to come back for a second over. I mean, you mentioned this a few times, but he's always got 2 to 3 bad balls in him, I think.
Yeah.
Just the one bad ball in the last over, so normally you take that, but as the captain, he's got the confidence in himself, and he's put himself in the attack to bowl this crucial over.
I like the way that you're thinking. You're thinking the way that I think. Sometimes when you're a bowler like Scott Burdekin, if you get an over in from him and it goes like that last one did, you just give away 6 runs. As a captain, I take it and say, right, you've done me the job. If even though I would like to give you another one, because you could do it again, it could go badly wrong as well. It could go for 16 or something, and then you throw away the game. So this is a really big, brave, gutsy call. I would have gone with something like Mehesh, if I'm honest. Gets worked away, but it won't go to the boundary. They take one. Will they take the second? They're taking it on. And in comes the throw, but they will get there. So 2 runs on the first ball.
Yeah, good batting here by Panwar. 2 runs are just fine for Estonia. Need to go at a shade above 12 to win this game. So a couple of runs isn't too bad for them.
Ghulam Mustafa saying now, anyone's game. Yeah, I think you're right. It could be anyone's game here. Scott takes a deep breath, but he bowls down the leg side. He's disgusted with himself. No extras. Get the ball outside the off. No pace on it. I like the fact he's not putting any pace on it, but he's got to get the ball a bit fuller. Panwar looking to load. That's the one he'll go for. It's in the air. Should be a catching opportunity. It will be held. Scott Austin takes another one. Panwar gets the ball that he was looking for, but Burdekin, no pace on the ball. That is the key. And not only is it another wicket, but it's a dot ball, and it also means that a new batter will go on strike.
Yeah, 2 left-handers are now going to be out in the middle with Robson coming on. Little move there by Scott Austin. Yeah, great catch there, and I think the key was, as you mentioned, he's just taking pace off the ball. If that's an on-pace delivery and he middles it, it's probably going to go sailing over the fielder's head for a 6. So good variations here by Burdekin, just mixing up his pace a little bit.
Robson. Now, I heard you talking about Robson a little bit earlier and saying, maybe that he's not a powerful hitter. I've seen him in Estonia. I tend to disagree with you. I think Robson is a powerful hitter. He can smash the ball. So, yeah, I mean, Nishi just said to me he thought he should have batted up a little bit further up the order. And the reason that I like Robson is he's very calm. You'll see that even when he's bowling. He's maybe the right man to have out there. You've got 2 experienced guys. Well, these 2 have been putting Estonia in top position because of their bowling when they work together as a pair. Now they have to work together as a pair with the batting. They are needing 34 or 16 deliveries. Robson will be looking to go big. I'm surprised that mid-wicket is not back to the left-hander. This field doesn't seem right to me. And he doesn't get it right, though, so he does go into that mid-wicket area. I just feel that they should be thinking about getting the man on the 45 in and mid-wicket back. I don't think Burdekin has got the pace, or shouldn't have had the pace, where the bat is able to get the swivel on. So he's going to be going in front. I reckon square in and an orthodox square leg and mid-wicket in place. Burdekin trying to keep the pace off it. Stefan Gooch is in the air. It's a catching opportunity, is it? No, it would go all the way. 6 runs. Uses his feet, comes down the track to Stefan Gooch, crunches it for a big 6. So 10 off the over. Big hit. So Stefan Gooch uses his feet and he gets enough of this to get it over James Cholufus. So Burdekin, I think he needs to go just a little bit wider, doesn't he? So that he can get maybe somebody like a Patirana into play with the gloves.
Yeah, I'd probably be bowling around the wicket if I were him.
All right, goes up again. Scott Austin coming across. And he holds on to the catch. Stefan Gooch will go, and Scott Austin is a little bit of ringer roses from him. He's having some delight. He's finally having some success. Catches have gone down. He's been guilty as well. Don't forget when he put down Sahil Chauhan on 5, but the last 3 that's come his way, he's taken the catch. The 2 Scots combined. The Scott Burdekin, the bowler, the captain, and Scott Austin, the bionic man, takes the catch.
Well, he clearly knew something we didn't, did he, Scott Burdick? And he's coming this over. He's got 2 wickets, and he has turned this match on its head. That move to come back for a second over turns out to be a masterstroke for Burdick. And Gooch was going for the big shot again, couldn't quite get a hold of it, and he's found Austin out in the deep. And Estonia, well, it's been a flurry of wickets for them. They lost 3 wickets these last couple of overs.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were talking about, pace off. I said to you at the time, pace off. When they went to Arjun, I thought, he's got pace, but Arjun bowled a brilliant over, just 3 runs from it. Scott comes back. We wanted pace off, but we just didn't know if Scott was going to be able to deliver. And when he got hit for that big 6, I thought, this was our worry. But Stefan Gooch goes for the big shot again, but that was all about Scott. He got it wider, wasn't able to get the power in the shot. Okay, one left-hander to another comes Isakaran, and he just gets a little bit on this. The wicketkeeper likes it. Lali Patharana is saying, how's that? And Scott is saying, yeah, don't worry about it. It's not a run. We don't mind. So 140 for 7. There are 10 runs off that over, but it's not how many they need. So now we're getting down to the wire here. Interesting thing, though, isn't it, as we see that celebration there. When it was coming down to them needing 37 or 3 overs, we're sort of getting excited to, it could be close. If we were talking T10, we would say they should do this.
Yep.
So it's a very different mindset. But at the moment here, Cyprus, especially because you've got 2 new batters out there. Robson's only faced 1 ball, and Ridis Sakaranan's only faced 1. They are 140 for 7. So Cyprus looking to pull off a very good defence here.
Absolutely, and I think just going back to a point, I remember I made this point over the weekend, but I said that at one place where Cyprus could have an advantage over Estonia in terms of bowling would come to the fact that Cyprus have obviously those spin options, but they're also capable of varying their pace a bit more, whereas Estonia, it's all on pace. They're very similar kind of bowlers, and now Robson is getting set to bat here. I thought he should have been above Panvar in the batting lineup because Robson's a proper batter. I've seen him play a little bit, in particular over the ECI weekend. I saw him face a couple of balls, and he looked like a proper cricketer with some good technique. And you really feel now Estonia's hopes rest on his shoulders. So Shai's going to bowl this over. Who's going to bowl the last one?
Well bowled. One thing that, when I said you got to learn all the time, some things that Cyprus haven't learned from batting really comes to mind. They learnt about the helmet. Before that ball, Nalin Patharana takes the lid. He runs it right off the field of play and comes back. Why? Because remember, there were 5 penalty runs for the ball hitting the helmet yesterday. Goes for the big shot. It's not going to go to the boundary. It won't go for hand. Will they run 2? They've got to go for it. In comes the pickup. Austin fires in the throw. Robson struggling, but we'll get there.
Yeah, terrific running between the wickets there. Great one. He ran the first one hard. It was an early call as well. And Robson will come back for the second run. But Estonia, they're going to need 2 or 3 boundaries.
And just remember, folks, I'll just leave this out there as well. No golden ball. If the scores are tied, super over. Yeah, super over comes into play. And we've had one on the network. That's going to be wide, I think. Yeah, it is. Arjun, don't mind what he's doing. Don't mind what he's doing. That's the right line. That ball is not one that can be pegged to the boundary because they have got a wide third in there just in case Robson swings at this. So Arjun comes back again. A short run up. Okay, smash, but should be picked up by Turan. Does get stopped by Turan. Great technique by him there. You can see Turan just getting behind it, and all he's interested in doing is palming that ball forward. I know you had that covered, Nish. I know you had it covered.
Yeah, this was a great bit of fielding there by Taranjit Singh. Just gets across in time, bats that one down. And Sekaran, well, the wicket keeper, have to do a little bit of batting here as well.
He'll just get a single. Hold on to it. I wouldn't be having a shy at the stumps. You'll take the single. Singles don't matter. That's what Taranjit was shouting there. Single, 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 Koini, single. Doesn't matter. Not worried about the single. Mangala Gunasakara. A fair play to him. He doesn't fire the throw in. Needing a couple of boundaries here. Needing 22 in 8 deliveries. That's a Gandhi ball. It might be a no ball. It is a no ball. Oh, this could be game changing. This could be game changing. Arjun Shahi. Not sure why he's gone so wide there. So free hit coming up. Still 8 balls to go. 1 run less. 21 off 8. Free hit. The license to go big here, Robson. Can he get hold of this? Can he make it count? No, he can't. It's a dot ball. Good recovery. That's where Arjun has to be. Sometimes I think he just gets a little bit too focused and getting that ball right into that wide guideline, but just bowl full and straight. Robson hasn't hit a boundary yet. You can attack him. So this becomes a huge delivery. 21-7. They really do need this to go to the boundary. Goes for it. Taran takes the catch. It's another great catch from Taranjit Singh. Taran is back. Well, after dropping some sitters that you'd expect Taran to take, he has taken another catch here now. And that's the important one. That ball had to go to the boundary for me, for Estonia to pull off the win, but it won't. Cyprus now have the upper hand. Boy, they've come back into this match.
They certainly have. Robson knew he had to go for the big shot here. Estonia desperately need a boundary. He isn't quite able to get a hold of it. He finds Taranjit Singh out in the deep, who takes a great low catch. And Robson, well, he's not able to pull off a little bit of fireworks that Estonia desperately needed right at the end. He has to depart. We'll take another look at this replay. He struck it out towards long on, and a great catch. Nice low catch there by Taranjit Singh. And Estonia now, they need 21 runs off the last over. The captain, Scott Burdekin, is going to bowl this final over.
Scott Burdekin, now, he will know it, and he knows that I know, and he knows that you know that there's been times when he's gone for more than this in an over. But he'll be hoping that the new batters that are out there, Richard Parkin has come out in the non-strikers and Rudish Sakran, he'll be hoping they're not able to get the boundaries that they need here. Cyprus looking to claw themselves back into this T20 International Series. The first one is a swing and a miss. Dot ball.
And he's bowling, as you mentioned, he's just taking pace off the ball, which is making him so much harder to play. I mean, we're used to Burdekin coming in there, firing in his deliveries, but this adjustment he's made has made all the difference in the world. And he's also bowling more accurately because of it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference when he's not trying to dart the ball in, he's not trying to bowl fast. He just, from the moment it comes out of his hand, you can see he's just rolling the fingers on it. He's putting it up. There's no pace on it. So you saw that already when he got the wicket of somebody like Stefan Cooch. No pace on the ball. The boundary's just a little bit bigger at that end as well. That's the other thing. He's bowling from the right end. The straight boundary's a bit bigger, and he's getting wickets as a result of it. Flights it up. Now, this has been played away. It's worthwhile just having a look at side on this. It will go to the boundary. So that's 4 runs, but I wonder if we can just see the side on of this, Dennis, and see how high this is. I know that the batter does go down. So parking it is. He goes down here, and he comes out of fairway as well. So, yeah, I think that's going to be okay. So Richard Parkin gets a boundary. Where are we at here now? 16 off 3 balls. And I reckon you can see that Russian just going over to him and saying, hey, we just need to prevent the ball. 1 ball. Not going to the boundary. 1 ball, not going to the boundary. Cyprus, how quickly they've come alive here. How quickly.
2 4 needed here for Estonia.
And they're not going to get it. And that should be it, really. That should be it. As long as he doesn't bowl a no ball or something. Now, this is where Scott is just saying to himself in his mind, right, just hit the deck. Don't try to bowl too full. Don't give away a full toss. Cyprus defending 166. And how they have fallen here. Remember, it was 98 for 2 after 11 when Taranjit came on to bowl an over that we couldn't believe he did. And now that could be out. That will be out. He's given on the field of play. Parkin will be gone. So Scott picks up a 3rd wicket. What a performance. And you can see Cyprus know that they've pulled off a good run chase. I take you back to yesterday, Nish, when we were talking about scores in that very first match. And I said to you then, I don't know if you can remember, I said, scores between 150, 160, if teams bowl well, they will be able to defend it, taking things into consideration like this outfield, like the longer boundaries. And Cyprus, to their credit, they proved it.
Yeah, it's been a great bowling effort here by Cyprus, particularly in the second innings. Of course, Neeraj Tiwari, we have to go back to him and give him all the credit in the world. I mean, if it wasn't for his superb spell, Cyprus would never have been in this game. He clawed his side back into the match, and then he got to give credit to the likes of Shahi and Burdekin for closing it out in these death overs with a superb spell of bowling. And they're going to take this victory and keep this T20I series alive.
Well, it just needs one. Doesn't matter what happens here, even if it gets smashed for 6, it doesn't matter. Just keep it legal. It is legal. It'll go up in the air. Roshan Siniwardana will chase this. And look at the celebrations here. They're going to be big. Look at Roshan. He's celebrating before he gets the ball in. Never quite seen that before. Roshan Siniwardana gets to the ball, celebrates. Cyprus have kept this T20 international series between them and Estonia very much alive by winning this match. They've done it the hard way. And some people will say really here that it was Estonia's to throw away, and they threw it away.
Yeah, Estonia, I think, just made a few tactical errors at the end. I think some batters, maybe a bit of rash shot selection, didn't really pace their innings accordingly. The captain will be a little bit disappointed because he chose to chase for these very reasons, so his batters would go out there, pace their innings accordingly. I think a number of players, you know, especially during those middle overs when they required 7 and over, were trying to bash everything for 6, and yeah, they'll look back at some of those mistakes and be very disappointed with themselves. But the match belongs to Cyprus, who they needed. They desperately needed this win to keep this series alive. The captain Burdick is just going to have a big talk with them. He's probably going to tell them, this is what I want to see from you guys. We need more of this, and then we can come back and make this a series. Cyprus now pick up their first win in match 3 of this T20I series. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was a great start for Estonia. They had a 68-run opening partnership between their captain Amjad and Ali Masood. The two of them batted superbly. Ali Masood, of course, making a half century. Arslan Amjad batting with a great strike rate of 160 to bring up his 40. And at this stage, it just felt like the game was slipping away from Cyprus. That required was at around 7.5, and he felt like Estonia were just going to cruise to victory. But they'd lose their first wicket, Estonia, when Neeraj Tiwari came on, and he absolutely turned the match. Have a look at this catch there by Scott Austin. We know he had some catching issues on Sunday, but he spent some time practicing his catching these last couple of days, and he's made no mistake throughout this T20I series. That one, well, caught one right on the cojones there, Stuart Hook. And then he would chop one back onto his stump, so that would be the end for him. He departed for a duck. Taranjit Singh picking up his only wicket. You can just see the frustration for Stuart Hook. I mean, after copping that sort of a blow, he'd been hoping he'd at least get a few runs. Ali Masood kept going for Estonia. His half century was superb. Played some great cricket shots. Was a real joy to watch for a neutral. That was the second catch Austin would take to get rid of Chauhan, who was dropped a couple of times, and we thought they might have dropped the match when they failed to take his catches. But in the end, he'd present them a third opportunity, and Cyprus would continue to make inroads, continue to apply the pressure on Estonia.
Yeah, I mean, Austin taking a great catch there. Taranjit Singh taking a great catch. Two men who dropped them earlier. But even with those catches, when that one was dropped that we saw there on the boundary, and that was Ali Masood being dropped and then getting his 50 by Gunasakera, I thought that could have been the match. But they do get the man, and it's Taranjit Singh with the Chak De Fatte celebration. Have a listen to this. So they lost their first wicket at the score of 68. From there, in the next 13 overs, only 93 runs. So they went at 7 and over, and they lost 9 wickets. So Estonia, they'll feel that they really did throw this away. But what Cyprus have shown there is that if you do the basics right, what can happen? They didn't do the basics right in the first 10 overs, but the second 10 overs in the field definitely belong to them. And even though I've never seen a team that has dropped so many catches, so many important catches, and still gone on to win a game. So credit to them for still clawing back. Remember at one point I said to you, they looked like they'd done and dusted. The body language wasn't good when they were dropping those catches, but they come back. They come back well. And the only thing I'd say to them is, can you imagine if they have 100% performance in the field? They could even contain the likes of Estonia here to a score of less than 120. Well done to Cyprus. It's nice to see that they use some of those tactics well in the field. Tiwari coming in the bowl. You heard me calling for it from after the third over. They didn't go to him straight away, but when they did go to him, when he bowled that over number 8, he was sensational. And I know that they'll be very tempted maybe to go with the player of the match here to maybe like someone like Scott Burdick maybe, because he bowled very well. But for me, it's simple. My player of the match is Tiwari, because when he came on to bowl, he made all the difference. Nish, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is just an incredible victory for Cyprus, a chance for them to, of course, get themselves back into the series. For me, yeah, Tiwari, he's certainly a player of the match contender, thanks to that incredible bowling performance. So the first win of this T20I series for Cyprus. might have another first. Mr. Whippy's here during a match break.
Mr. Whippy's here. We're gone. Go get the ice cream. It is Scott Burdekin, the captain, that gets the player of the match, and that's probably because, I suppose, he's half-century, though it took him a long, long time to get there. His half-century proves pretty vital as well. 59 off 49, and also picking up 3 wickets. So fair play. But for me, in my heart, my player of the match is Tiwari, because he came onto bowl when his team was down and out. He came onto bowl when they were flat, but he inspired them to a victory there. So this series stays alive. We're going to take some drinks and maybe go over and have an ice cream or two. But we will be back in about 20 minutes' time to talk you through match number 4 between Cyprus and Estonia. Cyprus winning that one. Keep this T20 International series alive. Can they make it 2 wins out of 2? And then that really makes tomorrow, the final day, an absolute cracker. Join us back, myself, Rico Full, and Nishay Bhatt when we return in 20 minutes' time.
It's time for match 4 of this T20I series where Estonia are 2-1 ahead. Let's head over to the coin toss where the umpires are alongside Scott Burdikin and Arslan Amjad.
Estonia is your call. Tail. Tail is a call. And it is tail.
Will bat first.
Estonia won to toss and decide to bat first.
Well, thank you very much to the umpires. We just had a chance to look at the coin toss. Big performance there for Cyprus in match 3. They managed to claw themselves back into the series with that important victory. They desperately needed that. They really did. If they were down 3-0, this might have been curtains for them. They were led by their captain, Scott Burdikin, with a superb performance. He scored a half century in the first innings to help them get to 166, and then he bowled superbly right at the end, bowling those pressure death overs. But in the second innings, keep in mind, Estonia were well ahead. They looked like they were going to win the game. That required was less than 7.5 at one point, but then Neeraj Tiwari came on. He spun a web around their batters. He ended with figures of 3 for 18 in a brilliant 4-over spell right in the middle of the innings that gave Cyprus a chance, and Cyprus grasped that with both hands, and they went on to win that game. Game 4 is going to be so interesting. I think for Estonia, there's going to be a few questions for them. I mean, they had a chance in that previous match to seal this series. How do they recover mentally? That's going to be interesting to watch. And to take you through this game is me, Nishipat, alongside Rico Full. We'll join you in the commentary box.
Yeah, so Rico just a little bit occupied right now, so I'll be taking you right at the top of this broadcast. So great to be alongside you here for what should be another exciting matchup between Cyprus and Estonia. Both these sides, of course, in a very good little series over here. Estonia took the first couple, and Cyprus fought back in that third match. I really think these two teams are very evenly matched, and there have been so many intriguing tactical battles throughout this series. Both these sides will be set to take the field. I think we could have a bit of a delay in the start of the game. So, of course, Estonia have won the toss, and they've decided to have a bowl first, much like they did in the previous match. They're going to be chasing over here. And let's see if they can pace their innings a little bit better this time around. Yeah, the Estonian players just still waiting for them to take the field over here. Cyprus will be batting first. As you can see, listed to open is Akila Kalugala alongside Scott Austin. So Kalugala making his way back into the team after not playing in the previous game. You know, for Estonia, you can see Ali Masood, Arslan Amjad, that opening pair has been terrific for their country so far this series. The two of them put on a good stand in the previous match as well, and put their side in a strong position to go on to win the game, but the middle order simply couldn't do their job, and in the end, Estonia would succumb to their first defeat of this series. We're just waiting for some of these players to take the field. Might be could take a bit of a while. Now we'll just have a look at a few different things here before the start of this match. Of course, the women also played their first T20I earlier today. And if we have any updates on that, we'll make sure to inform you. Here's a look at, of course, the ECC that will be starting off on the 23rd of September. So as you can see, the Challenger Division now called ECCX, and the Premier Division is just the ECC. As you can see, just a big change this year from last time out. You know, we've got these two different divisions, two different weight classes. That's almost how you can look at it, you know, sides of different levels playing against each other. Of course, the promotion and relegation will be in play too this year. And the hosts of this tournament, Cyprus, are there in Group 2, and Estonia are in the first group with the likes of Bulgaria, Croatia, Turkey, Slovenia, and of course the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man will be big favorites in Group 1, and then over in Group 2. Cyprus, of course, they'll be playing against Greece. Greece, Cyprus, obviously, always a very interesting matchup. Czechia in there as well, who you feel will be a big favorites. You know, they're a budding cricketing powerhouse out there in Central Europe. Czechia, I think it's an exciting team, and they've got a very, very strong future of cricket ahead there. And Czechia, and then got Luxembourg as well, and Serbia. Looking over at the Premier Division, of course, England have booked their place in the championship week by virtue of winning the ECC last year. If you take a look at some of the groups, well, you got Group A and D. I think those are two groups people are really excited to see. You know, some real heavyweights in those groups. I think for me in particular, I think Group A is the group I'm most looking forward to seeing. You've got the Ireland 11, Scotland 11, Guernsey. You know, some very strong teams in there, and then France and Portugal. You know, it's going to be a big challenge for them going up against those real big cricketing heavyweights. Looks like the players now are set to take the field. And, well, looks like it's going to be, as we expected, it's Ali Masood and Arslan Amjad who are going to be opening the batting for Estonia. Yeah, these two, of course, have done a terrific job opening the batting for Estonia. And, you know, they put their side in a good position to win that previous match as well, but unfortunately for them, Estonia were just not able to close it out. That middle order had a tough time. Some poor shot selection by them as well, but all credit to Cyprus for really putting the squeeze on during that middle overs phase. And Estonia would eventually crumble and fail to take that victory. So Cyprus back in this series. It's we've certainly got a good series on now at 2-1. There you go. Look at that. How about that for practicing your footwork? That's a bit like Muhammad Ali getting into a boxing ring, isn't it? Just getting ready for the big heavyweight fight over here between Cyprus and Estonia. Here we go, first ball coming up. Oh, down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. A little bit wayward here. My goodness sake, to start off, just pushing one down the leg side. So what are the chat thoughts of the previous game? Of course, we had a real thriller on in our opening match of the day. And a sports comment saying that it was a great comeback by Cyprus. And he's wondering who's going to win the next match. Is it going to be Estonia or Cyprus? So he looks very excited. No, just a comment here by Asim Malik of why they were using the spinner at the end. Well, it paid dividends, didn't it? I mean, Scott Burdick obviously took a lot of pace off the ball, and that just Estonia were not able to hit those big shots they needed. Got caught at the boundary a number of times. And oh, this one, is it close? Is it close? It is! It's out! And Amjad's going to depart here for a golden duck. What a start for Cyprus. Arslan Amjad, the Estonian skipper, who has been in incredible form throughout this series, will depart for a duck. A beautiful bit of bowling by Mangala Gunasekar. I was surprised he was not bowled out in that previous match. Just the 3 overs for him. And look at that. He is caught. He is gone. Caught plumb in front. Oh, well, he's not going to go on to hit the leg stump. Big question marks there. I mean, it could be a chance. Maybe there could be a case that it might be sliding down the leg side. And he gets the early wicket here. Pitches this one up nice and full and straight. And he's managed to get rid of Amjad. We'll have another look at this. Ooh, well, there's a few question marks about whether that could be sliding down the leg side. Could be some question marks about that. I don't know. What do you all think in the chat? All sports comments. I love the fact that you are praising our predictions and our game reading skills. Yeah, Rico, of course, truly has an incredible wealth of knowledge of cricket. Obviously, a huge cricketing background. He's covered so many of these games. I mean, a true European cricketing icon. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just a student when I'm in here with Rico, just trying to learn just as much as the rest of you. Always a privilege to commentate alongside him. Yeah, he's going to block this one out. And Austin will rush across. Yeah, Rico should be joining us back in the commentary box soon, and just to occupy a little bit of work right now. And yeah, once he's done, it'll be good to have him alongside for this broadcast. So Masood, you know, I've made a half century in the previous match, batted really well. But unfortunately, he couldn't play the match-winning innings his side needed. He was very lucky, Ali Masood. He was dropped 3 times. And unfortunately for him, sure, he got the half century, but he really should have made that count by going on to play the match-winning innings. I mean, Sahil Chauhan as well dropped a couple of times. He'll be disappointed that he couldn't go on to play a big innings, and that is just sloppy by Cyprus. Very, very sloppy. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. Looks to just have a look at that. I mean, you know, credit to Estonia for taking advantage of a mistake like that. But you know, these little things Cyprus need to iron out. Can't be just giving away free runs at the international level of cricket, can you? Yeah, you notice that one there, by goodness sake. I mean, a lot of bowlers do this. A lot of bowlers do this when they're about to bring out the slower ball. They grunt really loudly to make you think it's going to be the effort ball, but in reality, they're actually taking pace off the delivery. So, good deception there by Mangala Gunasekara. Down the leg side, another wide. Yeah, a couple of wides this over, and he's pushed them both down the leg side so far. Another one just struggling a little bit here, Gunasekara. There's bowled a fairly quiet over, but these wides, yeah, they've been a big concern for him, haven't they? I think he just needs to tidy this up a little bit. I think extras, though, they are a slight concern for Cyprus. I think they do bowl a few too many of them. Goes for the wider delivery here. Does some good fielding off his own bowling, and a good start here for Cyprus. They pick up the early wicket of Ursula Namjoon and give up just 5 runs. So second over's coming up here. And I wonder who they're going to go with here. You'd expect it to be Buddhika Mahesh, you know, the left armer who can just bring that ball back in to the right-handers. He still had a couple of overs left in the previous match, so it was interesting. I assumed he was going to bowl in those death overs. It'd be him and Mangala, but then, of course, Scott Burdekin decided to come on to bowl. And boy, did he do a terrific job. Sealed the match for his side, following up from the good work that Neeraj Tiwari did. He probably took some tips from Tiwari when Tiwari was bowling during those middle overs, and then he just tried to continue what worked for Tiwari. And if Burdekin can bowl like that throughout the remainder of the series, I think it's going to be a real match changer. It really will. I mean, if they have 2 slower bowling options in Tiwari and Burdekin, you know, that will give Cyprus a real edge. And keep in mind, James Khalufas as well, of course, very good leg spinner. I think only got to see a little bit of like a glimpse of him in the final match yesterday. These two sides played, but what I saw from him was very encouraging. And I'd be keen to see him again, especially keep in mind, a leg spinner. A lot of these Estonian batters are right-handed, so you know, certainly a matchup that favors Cyprus. So for Stuart Hook, they've obviously got a third man back. We know he just likes to play that late cut and also target that point boundary. And you can see it's very tightly packed. At a region square of the wicket and also behind square on the offside. Yeah, I'm liking this so far by Cyprus. I think Some good tight bowling, I think. Just those wides and those extras. I mean, keep in mind we've seen only 2 runs off the bat so far. He had 1 of overthrows that by, and 3 runs coming off wides. They're on the money, bowling very tightly here. And Estonia as well. I mean, you know, they're used to Arslan Amjad getting them off to good starts, and this is unfamiliar territory for them. Of course, they're coming off that loss. This is once again just pushed towards mid-off. End of the second over. Beg your pardon, it isn't the end of the second over. My apologies, still got a couple more balls to come. Yeah, so where's Bodika Mahesh going to go here? You know, you always expect that from Hook, don't you? I mean, he's just backing away. And we said that late cut would be coming. He just dabs one down towards third man, but Mangala Gunasekara is there. And it's just going to be a single. The last ball of the second over is coming up here. It's been a good one so far by Bodika Mahesh. There we go. Can he close out this over strong? It's been a great one by him so far. Oh, great bowling, great bowling. I mean, that is where you want your left arm seamers to be bowling, cramping those right arms for room, just getting the ball back to move in a little bit as well. You know, especially I think in limited overs cricket, to have that left arm seam option is just such a bonus, isn't it? As Estonia 7 for 1 at the end of 2 overs, slow start for them. We'll have a look here at the standings for this T20I series. Of course, Estonia are ahead as things stand, but Cyprus just managed to claw their way back into this series. They're also going to have to do something about that net run rate, because I want to try to make some ground here on Estonia in that department as well. So we have a series on. Got a really good series on here now with Cyprus picking up that win. I think, you know, as a neutral, you wanted to see Cyprus win just to make this interesting and give us some good talking points over these next 1.5 days of T20I action we have here. Mangala Gunasekara coming into bowl his second over. Just inside edges this one onto his patch Stewart Hook. And of course, I've got the great privilege of being able to welcome back Rico Full into the commentary box after he just completed a bit of work. Great to have you on here.
Well, no, I'm not going to lie. All I'm going to say to you is greetings from Mr. Whippy, because I did have to go and have an ice cream. So, yeah, I mean, I did do a little bit of work, but I was too slow. I'll tell you why. I'm going to be honest about this. I went to Mr. Whippy. I thought, I'm going to pass on my lunch. I'm going to have an ice cream. So I was in the queue. I got me ice cream. And Mr. Whippy's not that far away from here. He's not that far away. So on my way back with my 99 flake, I think more was melting all over my hand than going into my mouth. Says this one's going towards where Mr. Whippy is. You might just see him in the background, but I'm sure that our media partner, Spring Production, will show you Mr. Whippy. So I gobbled. I never thought I needed to eat an ice cream with a straw. I used the straw, got the ice cream down me, and then I had to spend a little bit of time just getting all the stickiness off my fingers. But it was wonderful. And I know that you probably didn't get the opportunity because you had to run back here and fill in for me, because I was, I think at that point I was getting the ice cream all off my fingers. But it was worth it. I had the 99 flake, and it was lovely, even though it melted too quick.
No, I did have the opportunity, but I had to really rush for that one. I had to gobble down my lunch very quickly to have a chance to have the 99 flake. Yeah, I mean, after 3 days of covering the ice cream van, departing before our little break, we finally get a chance to have the 99 flake.
Yeah, well, look, you did me a favor. So anytime you want to go, bear in mind, he does get out of here pretty quickly. You can go and get yourself an ice cream. There he is. There he is. And look, I'm telling you, he's doing a roaring trade. All the players were there at the moment. I've had mine. The only problem is it melts too quick. I think I made an error. I should have got the tub. This is down the ground, and that is going to be, I think that's 6. I reckon that is 6. Let's have a look. I just saw this out of the corner of my eye because it was just to side of our marquee. I get the feeling it goes all the way. Let's see. Ooh, can we just go back a bit here? Yeah, I think that's 6.
I think, yeah, I think it definitely made contact with the rope. The only question mark was, did it just land on the grass before it touched that rope? I think it's just hit the rope on the full and gone for 6.
Yeah, gone for 6, and it's then whisked through underneath and gone to the other side. So that one's going to have to be found. That's a nice shot to finish the over. So 16 for 1. So, yeah, ice cream, 1 for. Thank you very much for covering for me for a moment. And I owe you one. As it's 16 for 1 after 3 overs. But what about that? What do you think that will be? I must admit, I was using the old baby wipes to get the ice cream off my fingers when that wicket fell. I thought it was going to go on a miss, if I'm honest. I thought the ball was doing a little bit too much. So I think Arslan Amjad is probably going to be a little bit unlucky with that one. It's a good delivery, though, full and straight. I can see why the umpire's given it. And the umpire doesn't get the chance to look at it second time, but I think it might have just been going on to miss.
Yeah, I think that was my opinion as well later, that it was probably just sliding down the leg side. I was a little bit unlucky there, Arslan Amjad, but, you know, that's unfortunately the nature of cricket. I mean, umpires are human after all as well, and just as players make mistakes, so can umpires.
Yeah, spot on.
Struck towards. Oh, great diving effort there by Austin once again. What's the term you've been using? The bionic man?
Bionic man, yeah. And then it goes like. Yeah, great work. Scott Austin. You could say Austin Powers as well, I suppose. There was a bit of power about that. Yeah, good bit of fielding. And loving all the interaction in the chat as well, and wherever you are around the world. Thank you for joining in on this fantastic Super Tuesday. Match is also, of course, happening there in Czechia. Thinking about taking on the arm of Austin. Probably not very advisable. And, yeah, plenty of cricket happening there. We saw that Bruno beating the Dominators quite easily, taking all the points again. And then we've got a nice match happening at the moment where the Prague Tigers put 130 on the board. And Prague Barbarians, a bit of the Prague derby at the moment. This one's not going to carry. And again, no run. The Barbarians currently, after 2 overs, 24 for 1 in chase. And of course, that's Danny Hudacek and Phil G are on the comms there at the moment. It's Vinny Sandhu having a well-earned day off. I wonder if Vinny's tucking into some ice cream there in Prague. I wonder what the temperatures are in Prague at the moment. I don't think they're anywhere near as hot as here. Probably around about, knowing Prague, I'm guessing about 21, 22 degrees.
Yeah, 25 degrees Celsius, although this government there has given an excessive heat warning.
Never, never. Well, we got one here the other day because we were talking about it being 45. I understand that. 25? Come on, grow a pair out there in Czechia. What are you talking about?
Oh, this is a beautifully played behind point again. Has this got enough to go to the rope? Not quite. They'll come back very comfortably for the second run. They'll just walk that second one. And yeah, it is always, I think, especially you living in Spain as well, and as I live here in Cyprus, it's always interesting when you hear the news and you see people out in Northern Europe complaining that 25 degrees Celsius is too hot.
That's right. She caught it just in time. Look, Mr. Whippy was trying to get away because news came off to him that Nishay Butt was going to make his way over there for an ice cream. Look, she's holding it there for you. I told you I'd get somebody on it. You're not going anywhere, says one of the players. I think that's one of the Cyprus players. That's a lovely shot. Goes down on one knee, and he's going to get 4 runs here. It's a beautifully played by Ali Masood. It's the slog sweep that will go for 4.
Yeah, this is beautifully played. Look how he gets underneath it, nice and low. Allows him to elevate that ball away, and it's another boundary.
So, come on, you're going to go. You're going to dash over there. I reckon you can make it. Go on.
I've already had one.
When did you have one?
I had to absolutely gobble down my lunch in like a minute or something just to have a chance to have a Mr. Whippy before the start
So which
of the
one
match.
did you have? The
flake, yeah.
You had the flake as well. I must admit, a few people in front of me were having the cherry, and I thought, next time I'm having the cherry. So I got Martha Maria one as well. So I'm keeping the production crew happy as well, and of course, Martha working very hard up in the tower. She's literally in the tower at Tower End. That's the end that Mangala is looking to bowl from here. Mangala Gunasekara once again putting in a good shift with the ball. First 2 overs not too bad at all, and now looking to start his third over. The score 23 for 1 after the 4 overs. So it's going to be, I know that there's about 20-minute break, wasn't it, in between matches, so it's going to be a tough slog, isn't this, for Cyprus being back straight in the field again. That one's going to be just a little bit too wide, and I think Estonia, that's very tactical, I think, from them as well, winning the toss and saying, hey, we're going to have a bat first this time, because normally I think they do like the chase, even though that last run chase went wrong. But I think their smart play there was say, hey, they've been in the field for 20 overs in the sunshine, and it's only a 20-minute break. Let's put them back out there again. So let's see how, quite literally, Cyprus weather the weather. Never mind about weather the storm, or weather the sunshine, should be saying as well, because that's what they're having to do here. Weather the heat. Hello to Emmanuel Robbins, who's saying, evening all, ice cream please. All right, get your orders in before Mr. Whippy gets away. At the moment, I think it's the Cyprus women's team that are having a well-earned break here, that are holding up Mr. Whippy. I don't know if you touched on that, but there was another win for the women. I think the Cyprus women got to, I'm told, about 120 plus, and then restricted Estonia to a score in this just below 70, I think.
Yeah, we'll give you the exact stats as soon as they are made available to us. But yeah, Cyprus, you'd expect them to now go on and win that series. But again, for Estonia, the main priority is growth and development.
Yes.
And we're certainly seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They'll be playing, of course, 6 in total. So with them being 3 up here, if they can win another, they will win it with the series. But I mean, not only just speaking to some of the women from Cyprus, but had a chat with some of the Estonians as well. And, it was mixed. One of the girls come up to me and said, had a great match, blah, blah, blah. It was really good. It was fun. Enjoyed it. Oh, and I got a golden duck. And I thought, how different that is from what we're used to hearing, where somebody would probably say, nah, I've got a golden duck. So what would you want me to say? She was so excited, chatting away to me, really excited, really buzzing. Said, oh, and I went out of the bat, but I got a golden duck. As if it don't matter. And it don't matter as long as you're having fun. And I think they're going to grow and grow into a very good, solid, and an exciting unit, Estonia. And they are improving with every match. Let's see how they fare in the final match here today. Match day 2 of 3 in this T20 Internationals between the men and the women of Cyprus and Estonia. Sakara gets another dot ball in here, and liking that from Roshan Siriwardana. Of course, those two know each other very well, and I think spend a lot of time together and playing the same team. Of course, they both have a European Cricket Network winners' medals now, as of course the Sri Lankan Lions and Limassol back-to-back victories. This one's up in the air, not going to carry to the fielder, so a little bit unlucky. There's a little bit of luck goes the way of Stuart Hook. They've bowled well to Hook, haven't they? They haven't allowed and given him too much room to play the shot that he enjoys to play. He hasn't been able to rock back and play that cut shot.
And they figured out Hook as this international series has progressed. It's up to Hook now to try to do something different. He can't just keep relying on that shot.
My shirt is uncomfortably sticking to my body now as that humidity starts to pick up. It's this time of day. It was the same yesterday, I think, in this halfway through. When we got about halfway through this second match and the heat really got up. Temperatures get up to around about that between 32 and 35. And of course, feels a lot hotter when you're under the sun. Big shout of no. One hand pick up. The throw comes in. No run there. And not a player that you want to be taking on is Taran. So end of the over. Going pretty well at the moment here for Cyprus. So they're keeping that score to 30 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, Cyprus are bowling very tightly here. It's been a decent power play for them so far. I think Masood, though, he's still looking menacing out there, isn't he? He's the only person to have struck any boundaries until now. Here's a look again at the standings for this series. Of course, Estonia 2-1 ahead, having won the first couple of T20Is, and now Cyprus come back by winning that third match, that all-important third game, which Cyprus desperately needed to win just to stay alive in this six-match series.
Yeah, see that change in personnel here when it comes to the keeper, Marko Vake, coming into the side. So no Rudesh this time. Also no Stefan Gooch. So Edita Savio will be hoping to make an impact. And Stefan, I suspected that he would probably be given a break. Well, that's that shot he likes to play, and they got him. They set the trap and they get the wicket. Scott Austin, he needs a second chance. You don't often get second chances in life. Scott Austin, though, takes the pace off it the first time round and then holds on to a nice, tidy catch. So they've done their homework. And they're starting, well, maybe they're those students that take a little bit of while to catch on. But they are catching on. They're doing their homework. They bowled very well to Hook. Hook knew he had to go for it eventually. And Scott Austin goes in, but it goes back. Goes in, out, and back in. He takes the catch. There's another catch to him. So he certainly has found his catching hands in the last few hours. As another wicket goes down. Stuart Hook will go for 9 of 16 deliveries.
Yeah, slow innings there by Hook. He really struggled while he was out there. He kept trying to play that shot towards third. And in the end, he'll depart, having scored just 9 runs. And Buddhika Mahesh does the trick here. Gets a wicket. Well-deserved for him. He's bowled us superbly so far this spell. And that's going to mean the danger man, Chauhan, having scored the fastest T20I century yesterday, is going to be coming out to the middle. A sensational 144 for him to guide his side to victory yesterday. Didn't quite click in that opening match. He presented 3 opportunities to Cyprus, and he was finally taken on the third one.
Plays this one down. Yeah, one thing that Buddhika Mahesh has done very well for me in the day here today, he stuck to his plan of keeping going over the wicket. Sure, there's a few finger pointings here from the umpire about something. Not sure what that's about. So, yeah, he has bowled very well, and that's a free hit. They've said that. I think they're saying here that the third was outside the circle, and so free hit being called here. Now, I think that was. They're not happy about it, but it's been. I think there's a square leg umpire that has given the signal. So disappointment. This is going to be a free hit.
It's going to be a wide over there for Mahesh, so still have the free hit on over here. Just trying to go for that wide Yorker, but Buddhika Mahesh, but he just didn't get the line or length right.
Yeah, this, by the way, is Windy Miller, who's umpiring this one. Windy, of course, we saw him play a little bit of cricket in the European Cricket Series for the British Forces of Cyprus. That's played down the ground, but it won't be a boundary. It's just going to be a single. So Sahil Chauhan does get off the mark. So Ali Masood is going a little bit slow for what we know him for. He's 15 of 13, but I suppose you've got to give credit to the bowling so far here from Cyprus. They kept it nice and tight.
Yeah, terrific quick bowler, Windy Miller. That was a big wicket taker, the leading wicket taker for the British Forces of Cyprus during their run. Of course, unfortunately for them, it was cut short in the quarterfinals when they were defeated in a thrilling matchup against the Knight Riders. Just past the fielder at mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. Oh, and it just goes over the fielder's head. You know, they had a person back over there for Stuart Hook at the boundary rope, but none for Chauhan. And he's plays this one very nicely. He uses the pace of the ball and manages to place it over Mangala Gunasekara.
Yeah, just, I suppose, precision timing as that gets over and then races to the boundaries. Mahesh, you can see, he just holds his head. He thought for a moment that he had his man, but it wasn't to be.
Last ball of the power play coming up. It's Fuller delivery, blocked out, by Chauhan, and the over comes to an end. Estonia are 37 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, good over there from Mahesh. He started off with that valuable wicket of Stuart Hook, good catch by Scott Austin. And they're continuing a good little period here with the ball. They're not flaking out just yet, having to take the field back to back on this very hot day. Well, that obviously wasn't the end of the over, beg your pardon. There's one more to come, so that will be the end of the over. So it doesn't finish that well after all. So I was going to say they're going about sevens, but that 7 becomes 11, well, 7-11. That rings a bell. That takes you back. So that will be 4 runs to finish. So 11 off that over number 6. And now they will take some drinks as the score moves to 37 for 2. Well, what's happened there? I'm confused now because I reckon you're just going to have to... Oh, what's happened here? I reckon you might have to forget about that last ball because you see it's saying 37 for 2 and that was the score before that boundary was hit. So I reckon that might have been the 7th ball and that confirmation of that might come through.
Yeah, I think maybe it's possible the umpires made a small mistake over there. I think I was looking at one of their hand signals when at least according to our stats, it should have been 1 to come. I saw the 2 to come signal. So, yeah, as things stand, let's stick with 37 for 2 because I do believe that the last ball you might have saw could have been an accidental 7th delivery.
The only thing I'm not seeing on my screen is the no ball. Remember, there was a no ball that was given. So maybe it just needs updating. I don't think the no ball was registered on the graphic. So that, you see the graphic disappears there now. I get the feeling that the score probably is 4 more because I don't think the no ball's registered. Well, I say 4 more. It might, of course, no ball's come up here now, I see it. But I'm not seeing any amendment on the graphic just yet.
Yeah, some changes are being made. I've just been informed. So, yeah, the umpires actually did get it right. It looks like the no ball was just not taken into consideration. So when the update comes in, it should be either 41 or 42 for 2 for Estonia. So we'll have the graphic up as soon as the amendments have been made.
Yeah, we'll get that updated for you. As what we can tell you, though, is that Arjun Shahi comes on and he gets a good full delivery in the block hole. And nobody in close, so the batters will take 2. And I wonder why they've allowed this to happen here. Just quick scan. Yeah, I think they made an error here because now the fielder will go across. They just had too many out on the offside. And with everybody on the boundary, it's a very easy single. So Roshan Suwardana now goes out of that sort of cordon of 4 players from third to point and goes into that short mid-wicket area.
To get this one towards point, it's a dot ball. Yeah, so this is quite interesting. So I wanted to look up where the name Windy Miller comes from because I was rather curious, having never heard the first name Windy before. Apparently it comes back from a show called Camberwick Green from back in 1966. So, I'm not as knowledgeable about a lot of these British classics as you might have been. So have you ever heard of this show? This is going to drop safely towards Taranjit Singh. And it's just going to be a single. It didn't quite carry to the fielder at long off.
Tell me the name. Say the name again.
Camberwick Green.
No, I've got to say it doesn't ring a bell. Arjun Shahi looking to keep the pressure on. He put a really good shift in the last match. Bowled very well. Picked up 2 wickets. Gone a little bit too wide here this time. Yeah, he bowled well. That took some key wickets, 2 for 25. And then, of course, Niraj Tiwari and Scott Burdekin, both of them picking up 3 for us as well. They're both in the side this time around. And I wonder how long they'll wait before they go to Tiwari. At the moment, I don't think you want to panic too much because, right, that's high. But I don't think it's going to go the distance. Fielder underneath it and drops it. And that's, he's coming a little bit too much. That's Niraj Tiwari. We were just talking about him when he might come into have a bowl. Well, he's had a very good morning so far, but he's just coming too much. He's trying to take this catch over his shoulder, sort of in an uncomfortable area. You see there, he doesn't get in the right area, so catch dropped. And this one now is played and goes to Tarrant. Tarrant will make the stop. So yeah, Nimas Tiwari putting the catch down, and who do they drop? The
Chauhan.
danger man, Sahil Chauhan.
He's been living a charmed life today, hasn't he? I mean, he was dropped a couple of times in the first innings, and he was not able to make it count. I should say the first match, not first innings. Dropped again over here. Shahi goes for the slower ball there, just gets it wrong, goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, and then he can tack on an extra run for the bye as well.
Yeah, you heard me say at the end of the last match, for me, it's not often a team that drops the number of catches that they did. I think we were talking about there being 7 or 8 catches all at crucial times and still go on and win a match. So they did incredibly well, but maybe this time they may be made to pay for dropping. That's gone high up in the air and is being chased hard by the keeper, who gets to it and fires the throw in and gets a direct hit as well. But the batters have run to quite comfortably.
That goes up in the air. Was it leading edge? Wasn't a very convincing stroke. And luckily for him, it landed safely, but we'll pick up some runs here. Estonia, as they're 52 for 2 at the end of the 7th over. We'll have a look at the bowling figures. Gunasekar and Buddhika Mahesh bowling really well during the power play, setting the tone well for Cyprus. You know, I was very surprised when the two of them were not bowled out in the previous match, but it ended up not mattering as, of course, Burdikin came in at the end and bowled superbly.
Let's just have a look at how they're going this time round, Estonia. At this same point in the last match, when they were batting, they were putting in a good shift early on. At the end of the 7 overs, they'd got to around about that 61 score. So they're just a little bit behind. So, but then how they then faltered, they got to the 8th over where they lost that first wicket. It was Tiwari who came on and got the wicket. And then after that, they sort of fell apart. Then they were the only scored a further just around about 60-odd runs, but lost so many wickets here. 93 runs in 13 overs and lost 7 wickets. So that's where they've got to improve on. And they lost those wickets at the wrong time as well. First it was Aslan Amjad who got to 14 and lost his wicket, having hit 3 sixes and 3 fours. Ali Masood got to 50 and got out, and I think he was the one that had to lead him to victory. When you get to 50, you've got to see your team home. With him falling, wicket started to crumple. It's going to be a wide to start from Tiwari, but once again he starts with that slightly quicker delivery. I wonder if he just uses that ball a couple of times just to get his arm over, and then after that he starts to take the pace off it. And this one is the slightly slower one, and it's gone wide as well. Umpire has a big long look at this and decides wide. Seems to be standing a long way back, doesn't he? That's Windy Miller. Good comeback.
Yeah, a lot further back than you usually see an umpire, Windy Miller. Yeah, you can see plenty of grass between him and the pitch.
Chauhan looking to unload. That's a good length to bowl to him. He's not able to get underneath it, and you know who they've got back in the key positions. That's Scott Austin in that catching position out there. They're probably also, I'm guessing, Taranjit Singh. I can't tell from because it's so far away. He's in that mid-wicket area. You've got to have your best catchers in the right places. Ajahn Shah is probably somewhere there as well. That's been hit and doesn't quite carry to Austin, but I love the way he's keeping his eyes fixated on this ball. He's thinking, have I got a chance? And if anybody's going to try and get to that, Scott Austin's the man. But he makes the right decision, takes it on the bounce. Just a single.
Pushed away towards Roshan City Wardhana. That's another single here. Yeah, they're batting much better here against Tiwari, playing him nice and late. And this is completely unlike what they were, the way they played him back in that first match. They look like they might have learned a few of their lessons here, Estonia. Oh, is this a dismissal? Yes, it is. What a soft way to get out for Ali Masood. You know, he comes forward, he meets the ball in the half ball, he just pushes at it with hard hands, and he's given Neeraj Tiwari a pretty simple catch here, although, yeah, Tiwari, you got to commend him for that athletic effort. He came forward and dived, but Ali Masood, you know, he's such a good cricketer, isn't he? But sometimes the way he gets dismissed really frustrates you.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, this is credit to the bowler. Neeraj Tiwari just takes the pace off it, he flights it up, and that's what beats him in the end flight. But if he had gone for the shot, he would have got it over him. He realises he's in a position where maybe he can't execute the shot that he wants. He's wary that he's taken himself out of the crease, so he knows that Ninil Patrani is hovering behind him. So he just tries to, I think all he wants to do is defensively block it out, but he's out of position, he's out of shape, and he offers a catch. And Neeraj Tiwari, like he did earlier, takes a wicket in his first over.
This one's always sliding down the leg side of Bilal Masood. This is a man who's obviously came into this series with some high expectations on him, but things haven't quite worked out for him. Made just 8 runs during the T10 weekend, and so far in these T20Is has struggled as well. So it's been a difficult first 4 days for Bilal Masood, and we're looking to play a big innings here for Estonia. Now that they've lost 3 wickets.
Tiwari, well done again to him, gets a wicket, and only concedes 5 runs, 57 for 3. Yeah, look, Bilal Masood, he can't be one of those batters that's going to have a complaint about not being given enough opportunities. He's been given plenty of opportunities. In fact, I think the captain and the coach here has been probably overly kind to give him the numbers he's had, certainly when you think of some of the other players that are in that side. But he knows now, look, no Stefan Gooch in this side. There's also no Dave Robson is in the side, beg your pardon, but no Gooch in there. So they are missing one of their key batters. So he's got to really make it count this time. So this is a big knock for him. I think if he doesn't perform here, could be in trouble. Can't bowl that. It's a full toss, and that will be put away by Chauhan. It's not a good delivery, and just gets this one wrong. That's the bowl. I think he goes for the slower delivery first up, as the element of surprise. Arjun Shahi gets it wrong and gets blasted for 6.
Yeah, sent all the way. It's a full toss, served on a silver platter and smashed away by Chauhan, and every single one of these 6s will really hurt Neeraj Tiwari and Arjun Shahi, because Shahi obviously had him out and Tiwari failed to take a pretty simple catch when Chauhan was on just 9. Yeah, I think just going back to the point, Estonia, they do have a pretty long tail. So, I mean, a wicket or 2 over here, and you're just into that Estonian lower order, and you might have a few nervy tail-enders coming in after that as well. Yeah, he's going to go for the big shot again. It's going to go between the 2 fielders, and it's 4 more runs. So Chauhan, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, back-to-back. That's in the area. I wonder if Chauhan is one of those batters where you say, right, we know he likes to go in that area, so you have the likes of the mid-wicket long on, and then 1 in between as well. You sort of have 3 of them there, just waiting to hope that one is sort of slightly miscued or not hit so well and goes to hand. It's tucked up on this one, so it'll just be a single. It's all about learning though, isn't it? Learning where to bowl to Seho Chauhan, but also you've got to take the opportunities when they present themselves. And Neeraj Tiwari, though he bowled a great over there, did drop him and dropped him on 9. Whipped away nicely. They're thinking about 2 here. Well, a good arm, it could be in trouble, but they will get back quite comfortably. So good running. It's a big boundary over there. And the batters, if you make your mind up early to take it on, you will get there.
Yeah, that boundary is 60 meters. 2 square boundaries, the longest on this playing field. Go for a big shot here. Masood, does he have enough to get this to the rope? It's going to fall short, but they will come back comfortably for the 2nd run.
Yeah, well, that's a good arm. So take note, batters. Maybe Scott Burdekin is not one to take on. as he gets a good throw in here. Not a bad looking shot, gets it over the infield. You can see Scott there just signaling to Taran to start getting loose. So it looks like they're going to give Taranjeet maybe the next over, or is it going to be the next one of this end? That's not a good ball. Arjun Shahi bowls a bad one, and that's what Taran will be hoping that he doesn't do. He's had a few that have slipped out of his hand and gone to the leg side. Not a good ball, really. He started with 2 boundaries in the over, 6 and 4, and then Arjun Shahi will also finish with the boundaries. That's an expensive over. It's the best over by far in this innings, as it will go for 19.
Yeah, this is a very good over here for Estonia. Just the one they needed. Shahi, though, we often talk to him. He's a bit hit and miss when he bowls, and after a good performance in the opening match of the day, it's very expensive in that over. It goes for 19 runs, and keep in mind his previous over went for 10 as well. So, yeah, I don't know if the skipper's going to bring back Shahi for a third over here, knowing that he has a few options.
Yeah, let's talk about lunch. Lunch was very nice. Thank you for the Federation. And, of course, if you haven't had lunch yet, or if you're making some dinner plans, how about some sushi? It is International Sushi Day today. Are you a sushi fan?
No, I just really like it. I mean, I can't say that I have it too often, but on the occasions I have, I've always enjoyed it. I think I first tried it, I believe, when I was 19 or something, so a lot older than most people who were when they first tried it.
Yeah, but sushi was a thing that when it first sort of came, I remember in the UK, I was in the UK when sushi came out, and a lot of people were sort of turning their noses up at it, as this one is going to go to the boundary. So 4 more as Tiwari just offers a little bit too much width here to Sahul Chauhan. So Chauhan, little by little, is starting to put an innings together, though not going at the kind of pace that we saw him yesterday. But even when he's not at his best, he's always plucking away. Moves to 27 or 14 balls. Yeah, so a lot of people turn their nose up at it, but it's made a comeback, isn't it, in the last sort of 10 to 15 years, and it's now very popular. Of course, all of the supermarkets tend to have the ready-made sushi there on the shelves, and it's become quite a popular either lunchtime or a nighttime meal. So sushi, and also, well, why not get a bit of sushi and go on a picnic, because it's also International Picnic Day. So you can have a sushi picnic, and of course, watch the cricket while you're at it as well. That's a much better delivery from Niraj Tiwari. And look at that, a little bit of funky fielding from Roshan Siriwadana. That is doing some acrobatic fielding there. I'm guessing that Siriwadana, is he on for somebody? Because I don't actually see him listed on my team sheet as being playing in this one. Either that or I've got the wrong team sheet in front of me. That one's played away. It's going to be a run up the hill. And taking on the second, in comes the throw. And we'll get this. As both these batters, probably not the quickest running between the wickets, but they will get 2.
Yeah, he's on for James Khalufas right now, who's gone off the field for Cyprus.
Roshan Siriwadana making the most of his appearance this time around as the 12th.
I think he's just about to come on, though. Just having a look at Khalufas. He's on the boundary rope. There's actually 2 players for Cyprus who are currently off the field. Not aware of the identity of the second fielder just yet, but one of them, Khalufas, is going to be coming back on right at the end of the over, and he's just making the umpire aware that they're making the change. So Roman Mazumdar was a second substitute fielder on for Cyprus. He's done quite a bit of substitute fielding today, hasn't he, Roman Mazumdar?
Well, yeah, Budika looks like he's going off now. We saw this in the last match as well. So Mahesh is going to make his way off. So he'll take a bit of time off and then once again come back onto the field to play for enough time so he can bowl a little bit later. This is the schedule today so far. So we're in the middle of match number 4. It is the 4th against the men of Cyprus and Estonia. And then, of course, we will also see a match number 4 from the women. They will be playing the last match of the day. And we know that at the moment that is 3-0 to the women of Cyprus. So if they get a win here later And that really will seal a serious win for them. The women will be playing just 6 times as well, like the men. 6 matches between the men and the women.
I think the second fielder who might be off here for Cyprus is Akila Kalugala, who's been inserted back into the lineup for this match. I see somewhere out there in the field and I can't see him. Nope, actually I did spot him, so Kalugala is on. Yeah, I just wonder who this other fielder that's off is. Yeah, a couple of players for this Cyprus 11 are off the playing field right now. Siri Wardra and the Roman Muslim are in substitute fielding.
Tabjit Singh, he's not off though, and you won't find him wanting to go off. He likes to stay on the field of play because he's a key player. Bowling, that swing's hit flat, and it won't carry to the fielder, but he makes the stop. It's just a single. Now Taranjit, and he's a player who is always in the game, isn't he? Whether he's in the field, catching, bowling, batting, and has in that last match, we were surprised that he got his 4 overs in because he did bowl a number of runs, but he can and does have the knack of picking up wickets as well.
That ball was struck really firmly to James Yalupas in the deep, and I really love that someone screamed at him in Hindi. I'm not sure he understands what that means. That would mean, oh, come forward, please. That's just tucked away off the pads. And whoa, well, oh, it's Techers. That's what I'm going to say for Ocean City Warrior. I didn't know he was that good at football. Look how he just flicks this ball back up. If you could do that with a cricket ball, I wonder what he could do with a much larger football.
Yeah, that's one way to do it, isn't it? And flicks it up and rolls up his leg, knees it up into the hand, and oh, well, that's big. That's gone a long way. That's a monster strike. Sahil Chauhan gets another one clean out of the middle. Well, he lost a few balls yesterday, didn't he, on his way to that massive score of 144. 18 sixes he hit when he got to that 144, and also in the process of doing that, he brought his century up in world record time at 27 deliveries. And I know that there's a little article on him on Cricket Info as well, when they acknowledge the fact that he's broke the world record. So, and of course, you saw it here happen live on the European Cricket Network. Taran looking to avoid going to the boundary, the final ball off his over. So, it's a full toss and it gets clobbered away. So that's the issue Taran's had. He's sort of, though he's got some good balls in, he's finished there with 2 boundaries, and that's a coach's nightmare. Not going to be happy about that. So gets blasted away. It's the end of 11 overs. The players will get some drinks, and Estonia, they're moving along nicely as the score moves to 97. And this is probably quite a key partnership between Sahil Chauhan and Bilal Masood.
It's a very important partnership, and of course, we're going to keep reiterating this point, but Chauhan was dropped when he was a 9 off the bowling. Shahi Tavari had that catch out in the deep. They really feel like he should have taken. Here's another look at that standings. As you can see, Estonia won the first 2 matches in this 6-game series, and Cyprus came back and picked up their first victory in the previous match.
There's a lot of people not liking the sushi talk. Rolled cat food is what Helix is saying. Raw fish, no thanks, is what Emmanuel Robbins is saying as well. I have to say I'm not a fan, and I'm not a fan of anything like that at all. I think the most that I'll do is probably a prawn cocktail, I think. Prawn cocktail, actually it's this sort of weather, prawn cocktail goes nice. When it's done nicely, of course the bowl is sitting in another bowl of ice to make it nice and fresh. Yeah, a prawn cocktail could do. But yeah, other raw fish. I mean, even things like, you know, you get the cans of tinned fish. Not for me. I know my mum and dad used to be pretty hot on that. And I said, nah, that's not for me. And I know even in Spain, bucarones is very popular. I'm not a big fan of that. And I've said this before. I mean, I don't mind fish. But for me, if there's any bone in it, even if I was to have good old-fashioned fish and chips, If I got a bone, that's it. I'm done. I can't be doing with bones. And I think that comes down to me with the story when we used to, every so often when we were growing up, my dad would send me down to the chippy and I would get some fish and chips for everyone. Those were in the days when fish and chips used to be a sort of very economic meal. Not nowadays. Nowadays it's very expensive, as I found out when I was in Wimbledon. But anyway, used to have fish and chips as a treat, and I would be fine. But my dad would always be saying to me things like, be careful, Chew, be careful, because if you get a bone and that bone gets stuck in your throat, you'll be in real trouble. You'll have to go to the hospital. They'll have to. So I used to be this, when it came to eating fish and chips, I used to take forever to eat it. But as soon as I got a bone, I would be, nah, that's it, I'm done. And I'm the same now. So as long as there are no bones in it, okay. And of course, tuna. I love tuna. I'm a big fan of tuna, mayo, and sweet corn. I can eat that till the cows come home. And I like to put a bit of red onion. Gone. Finger goes up, and that's going to be out. Sahil Chauhan, LBW, in front. And the umpire, Windy Miller, puts the finger up without thinking too much about it. Let's have a look. So once again is Niraj Tiwari, who's certainly become the hero with the ball. Look at Roshan Siriwardana. Well, we're not going to get too much of a look at that from that angle. And no issue, I think, for me about the height. And let's have a look at this again. I did see Sahil Chauhan, as he was going, was showing his bat to the umpire. And he's saying, I hit this. Let's have a look at this. We can't really tell from that angle. It's not conclusive. But Sahil Chauhan, as soon as he's played it, look, he's saying, hey, that's hit me bat. And once again here, we're going to be, we're blinded to it without that camera being right behind. Unfortunate, but the umpire, Windy Miller, puts the finger up, and that's disappointment. Just when these two were getting a partnership going, so another wicket would fall. And unfortunately, Sahil Chauhan will go LBW 42-23 deliveries, 2 sixes and 5 fours on his way to that score. So a big moment, breaks a big partnership. And now it's going to be interesting here because you're getting batters coming in that haven't necessarily scored big runs. So this is where they're now really going to have to see Estonia really come together here and start to see them deploy some tactics. Now, whether somebody like Panawar becomes somebody who stays there, strokes the ball around, still put away. He's still going to put away the bad ball. But I think now is the time we're going to see Bilal Masood come into his own. And he's going to have to. We're going to have to see if he's able to step up when it matters for his national side.
Yeah, well, that's the risk of playing the sweep shot, isn't it? I mean, if it comes off, it's great, but if it doesn't, then you're going to be caught. Beg your pardon, plumb LBW. Yeah, was there an edge there? Hard to tell from that angle. This one's just going to be pushed towards mid-on. They're going to pick up a single here.
That's one of the things I remember in I think it was the last match, the opening shot from Sahil Chauhan was where he just stepped across and just flicked it. And I said to you then, it's a risky way to get off the mark. I mean, it's only a single he got, because if you miss it, then really you know, if you miss the ball, umpire's going to put the finger up. And on that occasion, Windy Miller is fairly confident that it goes straight onto the pads, and it was a big appeal, and he's given it out. So I can understand why it's being given. So that's something that Sahil will just have to work on maybe there. Maybe just stop that foot going across and try to get going forward with the bat, just getting that foot into play. 99 for 4 after 12, but that wicket comes at the right time. And it once again is Niraj Tiwari that gets the wicket. 2 for 15. You know what I'm thinking here? Yeah, you must be able to read my mind now what I'm thinking. Who comes on the bowl here now?
Would you bring on James, or would you bring on Burdekin?
James or Burdekin. Pace off. Yeah, I would. Why would I do that? Because you've got batters like Panawar and anyone else that comes in now haven't had a lot of time at the crease. So if they got time to think, if it's a cricket ball and they've got time to think, they'll react to it. They'll play reactive cricket. If they're not given time to think, if the ball's floated up, they're undecisive, and then Liza Panawar will think, shall I go for the big shot, or should I just be pushing it for a single to Masood? So get them in that mind of uncertainty. They're going to stick with Taranjit, though, who, that's better ear from Taran. If Taran can keep it here all the time, then he becomes effective. A problem, and he can bowl a very good Yorker as well. It's when he strays down the leg side, that's the issue. And so Taran they've given him, they put a lot of faith in him, haven't they, with the ball here today?
Oh, just gets that ball to come back in a fair bit there. Taranjit Singh, nicely played by Panvar, just played it late, and it got it down to third. And yeah, I do agree with that. I think bring on another spinner here. You got a couple of right-handers out there. I'd be bringing James Kalufas on, leg spinner against these two. I think he's been really underused, having seen how well he bowled yesterday. We got some very interesting joining us in the chat. Pritesh Deol from Shere Punjab, and also, of course, of the Cyprus national team, not playing today. He's joining us in the chat and saying he'd like to see Rajwinder Brar bowling against Estonia. Well, he might be the only Cyprus fan feeling that way.
Yeah, and he reckons, and maybe a few people do reckon, that Cyprus are going to go on and win this match and level the series. Well, that will certainly make things very interesting tomorrow, wouldn't it? There's Taranjit. That's good delivery. That's the areas. That's the areas. Keep it there, especially when you got a keeper like Nalin Patharana who can stand up, because the batters normally to that sort of length would like to come down the pitch and hit down the ground. But you've got to be confident enough to do that when the keeper's standing up. So this is a good little passage of play here for Cyprus.
Oh, nicely played with a straight bat there by Panvar. Is he come back for a second? No, he isn't. Just the one run is on over there. Plays that one through covers beautifully, Panvar. But yeah, this is where Taranjit Singh needs to be bowling.
Yeah, let's see if he can finish the over off well. He's been good so far. Can he prevent himself from straying down the leg side? Yeah, he can. So that's why Scott wants him to be doing. That's why Scott has got the confidence in him to say, well, if Taranjit bowls like this and he gets me overs in like this, he's going to be doing me and my team the world of good for two reasons. He bowls quickly, he bowls sharply, and he keeps the batters in the crease with Nalin Patharana standing up. So very good over. In fact, the last two overs, only 6 runs from it and that one wicket. And, well, it's been a while since we've seen a boundary as well.
It has. We haven't seen a boundary since the 11th over. And if you notice, Taranjit Singh over there, one thing he did really well was he bowled it a little bit slower than he usually does, but he focused on line and length, line and length, line and length. That's all he was thinking. And another just little change that's worth notifying you about. Kamal Reyes has come in as a substitute fielder to replace Buddhika Mahesh, who came on for a bit but then has left once again.
Yeah, so the subs coming on and off to allow players to get out of the sun and recuperate, take on some fluids, and maybe take on whatever it is that they put in the water these days to give them the extra energy. Do you use stuff like that on a day like this?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'd be a good idea. I mean, I'd never really been using these hydration capsules before I started this series, and they've certainly been very helpful for us. And we're obviously commentating. We're not even out in the middle playing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Extremely warm, and you'll take whatever you can to help you at the moment. And I think that becomes an important part of the tactics as well. Bowlers and fielders coming on and off. Tiwari gives a little bit of width, but it can't be put away by Bilal Masood. Bilal Masood, I think he's a guy that definitely likes pace on the ball. He really does. And that's why I would be keen to keep it off as long as possible. See, watch this. He waits for it inside the crease. He doesn't back himself to get his feet into play. So he doesn't look like he's a guy that's going to take a few steps down the wicket or dance down the wicket and play the big shot. So he's also probably in danger of getting out the same way that someone like Ali Masood did. Well, that's what I'm talking about, you see, because you're not using your feet, so you're not turning these into full tosses, so it ends up almost being a Yorker, gets pushed away, so keeping the squeeze on.
This is such a big opportunity for someone like Bilal Masood, who's struggled so much throughout the series. He was given so many opportunities, uses his feet there, but has he found Austin at long on? Yes, he has. I was just about to say that Bilal Masood had a great chance here to play a good knock, to get himself back into form, bail his side out of a tough situation. He uses his feet, but he just doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. And because of that, he's hung one up for Austin, who takes another catch. Yeah, just a great comeback for Austin as well. We know he worked so hard these last couple of days after he dropped some catches on Sunday. Takes another important one there. And Tiwari well, he's spun a web around these Estonian batters today.
Yeah, talk to me about Tiwari, everybody. Talk to me about Tiwari. I was saying right from the 4th over in the last match, Tiwari's the key. Why is he the key? He's the only legitimate spinner. Not just in their side, but even Estonia don't have a spinner. And when you've got a spinner on a ground like this, which is a little bit slow, when you've got a spinner here where the batters want the ball to come on, he becomes key. Only if he bowls well and he bowls the right line, i.e. not too fast, flights the ball up. He did that in the first match, took 3 for 18. And if it wasn't for Scott Burdekin's half century, he would have been the player of the match. And now, again, as Eunice say, he's spinning a web. And you say that Masood uses his feet. Yeah, he does. But he's not confident doing it. You can tell it's not the shot he likes to play. In his mind, he knows he's got to do it, but he's not confident doing it. So he doesn't get it right. Up in the air. Scott Austin takes the catch. Big wicket, big breakthrough. 105 for 5. A little nudge.
Playing around the corners, nudged away by Robson, and we'll get off the mark with the first ball here. So, yeah, if you look at the rest of this batting lineup after Robson and Panwar, you know, not too many batters in there. So these two, they're going to have to at least try to bat out another 3 or 4 overs themselves. Give their side a chance. Otherwise, you know, these two are dismissed within the next couple of overs, and there's a good chance Estonia could be skittled.
Yeah, I mean, they need... Thing is with this is that one gets thrown in, but it's well backed up. Thing it is, okay, you don't want to lose too many more wickets here. They're already 5 down. Remember, they lost 9 wickets in that last match. But it's still such a long time to bat. So this is where I think you've got to be thinking to yourself, all right, what are we looking to do here? You know, what have we got here? You got still 6 overs to go. If you go, that's 6 and over. It's another 36. That gets you to 140 something. So ideally, I think you're looking at going at 8s. You get 48. You get to around about a 150 something score. And then you're saying to yourself, right, we know we have been able to contain Cyprus with the bat before. Let's see if we can get a good defence in this time. We saw Cyprus do it when they get to 166. So that's the worst case scenario. You're looking to get about 8 and over to get you to that 155 sort of score. And that's what you can see there, that the expected score is around about that. But if you get a couple of good overs in, if Robson or Panawa or somebody can get in there and really go after the bowling and get some big shots in, you never know where you can end up here. All right, now, I just think here, I think there's an opportunity being missed here by Scott Burdekin to either try himself or get James to bowl. I think you can always go back to Taran, can't you? Taran's bowled 2 overs. He's bowled okay. I mean, even after Taran bowled the 1 over, I would have been inclined to say, Taran, I know I can go back to you. So if this thing doesn't, what I'm going to try here doesn't work, I'll go back to you. Because they're containing so well that you can take a gamble. Sometimes you've got to make a decision to take a gamble when it's the right time. I think a couple of overs ago would have been the right time to try something like James Chilofus coming on to have a bowl with his leg spin, or even Scott to bowl exactly the same way that he bowled in the last match. If it doesn't work, it's 1 over out the way. Say it goes for 16, say, all right, we tried it, it didn't work. Right, Taran, carry on, or you go back to somebody else. Make those decisions at the right time. Don't make them at a time when the other team gets back on top.
Yeah, I find it very unlikely that Scott Burdekin, having seen the fact that he just brought Taranjit Singh on, that he's going to introduce a 6th bowler at any point. I think he has his 5 bowlers. It's going to be Gunasekara, Mahesh and Shahi, and Taranjit Singh to bowl out these remaining overs. I think he's probably pretty pleased with where his side are right now and says, well, why should I experiment with something? That's probably what he's thinking, although, yeah, if I was in this situation as well, I think he'd certainly love to see Hjalufas bowl once again. I think I really liked what I saw from him yesterday. Like Burdekin himself as well, obviously bowled superbly right at the end of match 3 between these two sides.
Tight bowling. It's, you can see the batters really trying to hustle and trying to see if they can get more than one. But Robson is not the quickest of runners, is he?
But you can even see with Taranjit Singh, since he's taken pace off the ball, he's bowling so much better. He's just focusing on his line and length. He's bowling a lot slower. And these Estonian batters, they're looking for pace on the ball so they can play their shots. I think even this little adjustment that Taranjit Singh has made has worked wonders for his side. Clearly, it's something that Burdikin spoke to them about because he took some pace off the ball. You can see Tarjit Singh's doing the same. I think this has been, we were talking about tactical adjustments, and, we were very critical of Cyprus yesterday. I think here's somewhere where we have to commend them for making some smart changes.
Yeah, I agree. I think for while they were batting, we were critical because we didn't see the changes that I think we wanted and needed to see. Be interesting to see what happens when they bat this time round. That's a wide, just straight down leg side. That's one of the issues that Turin sometimes has. And in maybe the first 8 to 10 overs, we were the same. But in the end, they got it right. They understood that they had a weapon in T20I. They brought him in. And then Scott Burdikin thought, well, hang on a minute. If pace-off is working, I'm going to go for myself. And, he made some important calls. He came on to, remember, with his first over, only went for 6. And we thought, right, okay, does he come back on again? Is it a gamble that you take? And he backed himself to come back on again, and he did. And he picked up a wicket as well and finished off with marvellous figures, 3 for 24. And Niraj Tiwari, 3 for 18. Arjun Shahi bowled with a bit of pace, 2 for 25. So they really have the upper hand here as we go to the end of the 15th over. So 5 overs to go, 111 for 5. We're on the Nelson, so we'll be standing on one leg for the next delivery. And let's see if Cyprus can pick up a wicket on the Nelson.
So Burdikin is going to come in here to bowl. Yeah, this is rather interesting because that means I guess Shahi's not going to bowl his remaining 2 overs, which is understandable since he went for 29 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Burdikin spreads out these remaining 5 overs.
Yeah, I don't mind this call. I think this is the time to do it. I mean, they could have done it a couple of overs ago before maybe Scott saying, well, I'll continue, and that makes sense. He will bowl, but he'll bowl from the same end that he bowled very well from the last time round. So Tiwari and Scott from that end, from the Derbyshire end, have bowled very well. So just making some adjustments to his field as we do see Mahesh come back onto the field. So that could tell us that maybe Mahesh is going to bowl pretty soon as well. He hasn't been off that long, so I don't think there's an issue with him bowling. Oh, he's going to start with a full toss. And I reckon this might be a no ball. Let's have a look what the umpires decide. I haven't seen any signal, so I thought maybe it was a little bit high. I wonder if we get a chance to have a quick look at this side on. Let's see the height on this as it comes through. So it's coming down, so it's not as high as we initially thought. The batter also coming forward. So it doesn't hurt you because it doesn't go to the boundary. But Scott has got to be careful with that delivery. A couple of times he does go too high. Better ball. And you can always, I like this angle actually when we're seeing the bowlers like Tiwari and Scott bowling, because especially the slow bowlers, we can see how that ball is coming out of the hand. So we can basically see what the batters are seeing. So that one's a little bit quicker. It's been hit pretty well. Oh, great pickup. And, that's brilliant fielding. I think that's Kamal, who's one of the subs on. Kamal, Kamal. Nice bit of fielding. And I like the way he releases this while he's still in the process of going down. Look, gets a nice throw in. Well, there's a little bit of a Titanic moment there.
That's great work, isn't it? I mean, dives down and then throws it back in a single action as well. Great fielding there by Rays. There's a little width on offer here. Looks to cut that one away, Panwar. Slight misfield by Mangala.
Oh,
there's an old saying, never run on a misfield, but they're certainly going to run on that. Athirana. He hasn't covered himself in glory there, the keeper. He should have held on to it, lets it slip by. And Estonia steal a single. We'll have a look at this entire sequence. Just cuts this one away to Mangala. Yeah, there's an old saying, never run on the misfield. Panwar was a little bit indecisive.
Anyone for tennis. I know that Wimbledon starting at the end of the month, it was going all over the place. But that was the moment there. If Patirana could have hit the stumps, Robson survives. And now he goes for the slog sweep. But it's going to be on the pads, no run. Yeah, you don't want to throw balls away, don't necessarily hold on to it. And, don't give the ball away. And keep the batter who's struggling on strike. Yeah, once again, Robson, He wants the pace on the ball, doesn't he? No pace being offered. So the batter's not able to get away. And Scott, yeah, all right, started with a pretty full one, which we thought could have got capitalised. But only the 4 runs come from it. So really putting the squeeze on. It's times for the drinks break as we remind you of the score, 115 for 5. And well, maybe we can talk about some other things. How about this? Now, we are talking women's cricket coming up later after this match. So on this day in 2019, the Mali women's team were dismissed for a total of 6. A record, and that was in the women's T20 tournament in Kigali, Rwanda. The home side took 4 balls to knock off the target. Mali's innings lasted 9 overs, but only 1 of their 6 runs came off the bat. After that, it was a sequence of ducks with 5 extras. So that was on this day in 2019. Which leads us on to the match that will follow this one. Of course, still a fair way to go here. 115 for 5. And, well, I was saying that if you go at 8s, you get yourself past the 150 mark. But at the moment, if you look at the last 2 overs, they're going at around about 4.5. So they're going to fall pretty short. Still expected 150 if they can get there. But we're not seeing the boundaries at the moment, are we?
No, boundaries have dried up. We haven't seen a boundary since all the way back in the 11th over. So we've gone 5 overs without seeing a boundary over here. Yeah, runs really have dried up now, and I think credit to Cyprus, they took their wickets, and now they're doing a good job of containing both these lower order batters.
Metric's been taken here, and I have to credit Cyprus really, because I was a little bit worried how their stamina would last going into this match, certainly going back into the field after a very important match first up today that they had to win for me. And after putting only 166 on the ball, they defended it well, restricting Estonia to just 154, so winning by 12 runs. But then they were put back in the field. But that hasn't quite worked to plan for Estonia. So probably the first time that Estonia haven't got their plans right. So Cyprus really looking to do, well, they're looking to do what Estonia did yesterday and win both matches in the day. The other thing is to take into account, I know we had a look at those standings, is with that win yesterday, the second win that Estonia had, they certainly helped their cause with the net run rate. Now, Cyprus, if they can keep, let's say they keep this to about a 140 score, if they go about it in the right way and they make some subtle changes to their batting that we've been crying out for, they could really get back on top even with net run rate.
They certainly could, and let's see, if they restrict Estonia to somewhere in the 140s or the 150s, then maybe they just treat this like a T10 game and say, look, let's give ourselves 10 to 12 overs to try to chase this down.
Yeah. Tamanjit continues. And well bowled, so he's not too many issues so far with the left-hander. Robson doesn't seem to be in the same sort of mojo as what I saw him in the series in Estonia, the European Cricket Series, where when he gave himself the opportunity to bat for the Italian Hippos, he put the ball away and the catch has been taken. As Arjun Shahi, we know he's an excellent fielder. He runs in from the boundary and he just holds on to this as the ball starts to dip. That's a really good catch. I just had to wait for a moment because he seemed to hold that pose for a while. And I think even Scott Austin in front of me there was sort of, has he taken it, has he not? And in the end, to the relief of him and to Cyprus, he does hold on to it. So Robson, yeah, it's been a difficult one for him. Doesn't seem to be striking the ball anywhere near as cleanly as he was in that European Cricket Series in Estonia. So he's going to fall to another wicket to Tamanjit Singh. As we keep highlighting, taking the pace off the ball and getting the wicket. So Robson, caught by Arjun off the bowling of Tamanjit Singh. He'll go for 6 of 12 deliveries.
It's been a great bowling performance so far by Cyprus. I think really love is they've come in here today, made the changes. They were thinking hard about those 2 losses yesterday. And what a turnaround it has been for them. What a turnaround in particular, I would say, since the 7th or 8th over of the previous match. Where keep in mind, of course, Estonia went off to a great start. I think the required was under 7.5. We sat there talking about how Cyprus are potentially facing a 3rd straight loss.
Yeah.
And then, they bring Tivari on. He just sparks the side into life. And then all of a sudden, they make these little tweaks and adjustments. And since then, Cyprus haven't looked back.
Yeah, it was that, of course, that 8th over to Ari bowled, went for 7, picked up a wicket. And then his 2nd over, Oli went for 4. His 3rd over, just 3, and he picked up another wicket. And it was the same again. The next over went for 3 and another wicket. And as we highlighted, of 13 overs, just 93 runs, and also lost 9 wickets. That's 2 wide. And this one may even have the legs to go to the boundary. And Taran, this is the thing with Taranjit, he's probably a captain's nightmare sometimes, because you know how good he can be. We've just seen him take a wicket, important wicket. Then he's given up 2 runs, which you don't mind. But then 5 wide, just like that, a minimum. That really hurts. And that means all of a sudden this is probably up there as one of the best overs they've had. That gets played away. Fielder's got a lot of work to do. It is going to go to the boundary as well. I don't think it has the legs. It's long, tight legs that get out there that gets when he bowls this ball in. And with those 5 wides and that too, that's 11 that comes off that over. And that then means, just like that, that's the 3rd expensive over that we've had. Over number 9 went for 19, Arjun Shahi. We saw 13 of Taranjit's 1st over, and it's Taranjit again that's gone for 11 this one. So he just lets himself down, doesn't he, with those little errors. Those wides often is down the leg side. This time he's gone 2 wide outside the offside.
Yeah, Taranjit Singh, I think sometimes he can just lose his radar a little bit, lose his shape as well while bowling. And I think it'll be interesting to see if they continue to bowl him as much as they have been today. One of the things I said was he's probably overused a little bit with his bowling and underused with his batting. I think especially with Cyprus, a couple of other options there for them. Do they consider using them? I mean, there's a good chance, certainly for tomorrow's 2 T20Is, that Chamal Sadoon comes back in, so you'd expect him to bowl Taranjit Singh's overs.
Yeah, I mean, Chamal Sadoon, though, let's face it, the last, I think, 3 times that we've seen it, the first 2 times he came, and because we didn't see him in day 1 of the international, did we? And the T10 internationals, that is, on Saturday. We saw him on Sunday, and he was fantastic in 2 of those matches. But then he leaked a lot of runs in one when it was Sahil Chauhan that laid into him, and when Sahil went and scored the 109. And then yesterday also he bowled a lot of runs. So he hasn't been as effective as we thought he would be, and he could be. So there's question marks over him as well on the bowling front. I think the only thing for me is that in this particular innings, even though we've called for it perhaps in the last match, but in this particular innings, there was the opportunity to maybe give something like James Charlufus a chance, because there wasn't too many runs on the board. And I don't think it would have hurt to just give him a couple of overs, because the captain may find that he's not in an opportunity to make that gamble in the next 2 matches because of the way the matches may be. So when you have the opportunity to try something, I think you should take it. They haven't taken it, so you may find that James Chalifus may not even get a bowl for the remainder of this series. That one's up in the air. It's not going to go to hand. Should be stopped though. And Kamal does well, gets the throw in.
A little bit short there. Goes a bit short, Burdikin, and it's pulled away very nicely by the batter. Going to pick up a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets these first 3 balls. I mean, they managed to pick up 6 runs just by running hard between the wickets. We know Marco Vake, certainly a good athlete. We've seen that when he's behind the stumps.
Scott, you can see just taking time to get all of the sort of dampness, if you like, because of the sweat and humidity off the ball and off his fingers before you bowl that. That's obviously definitely is an issue. I know that I don't know about yourself, but just being here in the commentary box, you can feel the fingers are still feeling a little bit sticky, the dampness, and if you're trying to hold and control something, it's not easy. Mind you, that might be down to the ice cream that I had. That's still got sticky fingers, but still. That's well struck, but it's well fielded, Arjun. Excellent fielder, and well, he fires this in, and that's crashed into Scott. And Arjun Shah, you know that this guy, he doesn't shy away from firing it in, and I think he's caught a bit of his captain with this one. Just watch this, great pickup, throws himself into the throw, and watch what's Scott here. Ouch! That's going to hurt. It's a big man, is Scott, but still, a throw like that can do some damage. Oh, taking on the arm of the fielder and hit straight to him, and they go. And he hit that pretty well. That's why that was a little bit risky. But Aditya Panwa knows he's got to try and just keep that scoreboard ticking. 135 for 6 after 18. So 12 balls to go. The 150 definitely, 150 something definitely on the cards. Remember, Estonia chasing 166 got to 154. So the apart from that 42 from Sahil Chauhan, and nobody's really got in here, but could be a good finish here from Aditya Panwa, who's now moved on to 17 off 19 balls.
So Shahi bowling this over. A little bit surprised. I didn't think he'd come back on after going for 29 runs in his 2 overs. You would have thought Buddhika Mahesh and Gunasekara might bowl out these last 2 overs, but the same thing happened in the previous match, but neither Gunasekara or Mahesh ever came back for their final overs.
I suppose when he came back in the last one, he did bowl an over that went for 3 and 6, so that's why they want to go back to him. Acceleration, going to take it on here, aren't they? And, well, Austin doesn't get this throw right. He's holding his head. He gets it all wrong. You can see what he's thinking. Throw it in, down, so the keeper can take it in 1 bounce, but he's because the throw's been thrown. Look how short he throws it into the ground, and that means that all of the pace comes off the ball. Good running though from the batters, showing what they're having to do here, Panwa. All right, up in the air. Is he going to get lucky? Fielder after it, but can't stop it. Can he? Does extremely well. That's really good fielding. Really good fielding. Excellently done. Gets the slide in and keeps the ball in play. And, just be a single. So I think Panwa, let's see here. That's the slide. Saves it. And straight away gets rid of the helmet. Thinking, nah, we're not making this mistake again. So Arjun, they'd get 2 there actually. So 2 lots of 2. Running hard is Aditya Panwa. He's probably feeling it in this heat now. I bet you he's having to draw some deep breaths as he gets ready for Arjun Shahi to come in with ball number 3. Shot. That could go all the way. And it's not going to go all the way. It's going to be caught. Went for the big one. You can hear the roar from Estonia. They thought it was going to go all the way as well. But the catch has been held and is well held there by James Charlufas. And just for a moment, I thought Aditya Panwa was going to bang one out of the ground. But what a good catch that is. Wonderfully held. And a wicket goes. That's a crucial catch, isn't it? Just as Panwa, after moving to 21, looks to go for the boundary, but he doesn't get it. So that boundary still eluding them. The last time we had a boundary back there in that 11th over.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen a boundary in this match. Haven't seen one, as you mentioned, since the 11th over bowled by Taranjit Singh. They really turned the screws on them here, haven't they? Cyprus built a lot of pressure on this Estonia side, who at one point, of course, were projected to get up to that 170s, 180s mark, and right now, that expected score, it's 151 for Estonia, and the way they're batting, even that would look challenging.
So, new batter that comes out there is going to be Aditya Savio. He's out there with Marco Vike. Savio looking to bang the first one out the ground, and he plays at that quite nicely. It'll just be a single. Arjun. Oh, well, it's not the best of throws back to the bowler from the captain. So 3 to go in this over. 2 to go, 140 on the board. Still will be looking to go past what they did in chasing that 166. I mean, if they can get a couple of boundaries here and take that score to 160, they'll like it, but they won't. That's an ugly-looking shot from Marco Vike. He gets done by the fuller delivery from Arjun Shahi. Now, this is where somebody like Arjun Shahi needs to be at this time of the match. He's bowling to the tail enders. He's got the pace about him. If he can get the right length full and straight, then he's going to take and pick up a few more wickets. So this is full, it's straight. The stumps get knocked over. The castle gets raided as Marco Vike's innings comes to an end. 5 off the 4 deliveries that he faces.
A huge gap there between bat and pad, and Shahi, to his credit, just bowls it quick at the stumps. It's timber as a Vake will depart. I just guess he's trying to work that one towards the leg side, but yeah, he's just played that shot all wrong, hasn't he, Vake? Probably needs to spend a bit of time in the nets working on that. As a Parkin will come into bat here, I think. The plan for Shahi against the Sona Parkin's height surely has to be jammed that Yorker in.
Yeah, and I'm having a quick look here. I'm quite surprised that they're not putting a fine in for this ball, just in case he gets that line right. Or wrong, I should say. Gets a wicket, and he gets a line spot on. So that's why they don't have a fine. As Arjun Savio gets it on the money. Now, what an opportunity Arjun Savio has here, because the number 10, as in Richard Parkin, goes very first ball. A good catch there by Pathirana. That means number 11 will come in, and it will be a hat-trick ball, will it? Or is that the end of the... It's the end of the over. So he won't get the opportunity. It's the end of the over, but 3 wickets fall in that over from Arjun Shahi. And so, looks like Scott Burdekin says to Arjun Shahi, look, I know the commentators are going to be saying this is an interesting call to have you come on rather than go back to Mahesh, but I believe in you, son. Give me what you did in the last match. And Arjun Shahi doesn't disappoint. He started with a couple of 2s from Panwar, then he got the wicket of Panwar, courtesy of a great catch from Chialufas. And then he gets the ball in the right area, bowls Vike, and then a great catch with the ball moving away from the left-hander Parkin. That's the place to bowl to left-hand, isn't it? So 140 for 9 going into the last over.
So Burdekin's going to bowl this final over, much as he did.
Oh, no, here we go again.
Match, and oh, my goodness, darts that throw in. It's just far too hard. I mean, I get he wants to throw the ball hard, but you do have to control yourself. I mean, that one is too hard for even the backer up to handle, and they'll sneak another single in here, Estonia.
Look, if you're going to be throwing the ball in like this, throw it to the keeper. Keeper's got the gloves. Now, they're 9 wickets down. If you give away a single, so what? You know, you got to be bowling to the number 11, which you had the opportunity to. So little things like that, that's where the coaches will sit down and afterwards, when they're going through everything, say, this was good, that was brilliant, well done, guys. Right, a couple of things. And then you highlight these things. Savio's, Shahi's thrown a couple in like that. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the Hollywood moment each time. I think sometimes it's about playing smart cricket. And it's going back to Shahi again, and yeah, strong throw.
Oh, no!
But it's straight to the keeper, and it should have been a run out. Oh, my goodness, what a comical moment there. He's missed it from point-blank range.
I can't believe he's missed this. Nelin Patharana, he's going to have nightmares about this. It should have been the end of the innings. As this time Shahi does the right thing. He throws it into the keeper's end, and Nelin Patharani has missed an absolute sitter. He's missed. How do you miss from there? Back to the live action, and, well, it probably won't matter too much. Well, that's the wicket. Maybe, Dennis, you can show us the miss there from Pathirana first, because that one could go viral, you know. As, well, Pathirana wouldn't like it to go viral. It's going to be all over anyway. That's the end of the innings. They finish on 144. But, well, Nelin Pathirana, what have you done here? Well, this has got to be what they call these days, the youngsters, a brain fart. Have you got the run-out miss in the last one?
Oh, he's missed it from point blank range. The stumps were right in front of him. An absolute howler for Nalin Pathirana. He's not going to live down that moment for a very long time. I'll take another look at it.
How?
Oh, my goodness.
But
it's harder to miss from there.
Exactly. And why is he letting it out? All he had to do. I can't believe he's missed that. I can't believe it. Well, that's a howler. That's going to be a blooper on our social media. The good news is the ball after that was on the stumps. And Burdekin gets the wicket. Well bowled from him again, by the way. And, well, they don't even allow the Estonia side to get to the 150. So Cyprus, you would say that they're in the driving seat here. But then having said that, you probably thought the same about Estonia in the first match here today when they restricted Cyprus to 166. There was that LBW decision, which I thought was a bit rough on Arslan Amjad. There was a couple of calls, weren't there? So maybe Cyprus just getting the rub of the green as well, because first of all, that LBW, no doubt about that one, of course, from Austin, getting the wicket or hook for just 9. But then there was that second LBW, the important one maybe of Sahil Chauhan on 42, where he felt he got a bit of bat onto it, but the umpire, Windy Miller, thought no doubt this is the catch going down, and that was Sahil Chauhan being dropped on 9 by Tiwari. No mistakes here, as Ali Masood would just give his wicket away. And Niraj Tiwari, hasn't he been superb so far? And then this one, good hitting. This is when Sahil Chauhan just started to open up. He started to look dangerous like he was yesterday. A couple of balls sailing out of the ground. And then this one. This is the one. Windy Miller doesn't waste any time giving the decision. And Sahil Chauhan saying, hey, there's bat on this. The umpire doesn't see it that way. The wicket goes. Scott Burdekin, the captain, here bowling. He'll be a happy chappy, won't he? That was great bit of fielding there from Kamal Reis, by the way. Pick up and throw. And standards starting to get better here from Cyprus. That one whacked away, but a good catch there taken by Arjun Shahi. And what a big part he had to play. That was a bad one from Taranjeet Singh. He still... that over went for 11. He would have been disappointed by that, but what a good comeback though in the next few overs. The first one, 18 from Scott, went for just 9. Arjun Sahi, he's that 19th over from him, just 5 runs and 3 wickets in it. And then Scott in the last over only conceding 4 runs, one of them this, which I don't think will ever. We can't believe he's missed it on there. Quite incredible. And then right at the end, straight full, knocks the stumps over, and that is Estonia bowled out for 144 with 2 balls to go.
Incredible. What a great innings there from Cyprus's point of view. They restrict Estonia to just 144, courtesy of another sensational bowling performance. The tactical changes, which Cyprus have made these last couple of matches, are certainly paying dividends. We'll have a look at the scorecard here for Estonia. Sahil Chauhan, the top scorer, making 42 runs and 23 deliveries. Keep in mind, he was dismissed when he was on 9, so you take away some of those runs Sahil Chauhan has made, take away about 30 of them, and how different a score could this have been? I mean, Estonia could have been rolled for something really embarrassing. Have a look at the bowling figures here for Cyprus. A great all-round bowling performance. Niraj Tiwari once again the standout performer with very similar figures to the last match when he had 2 for 18. This time he improves it and gets 3 for 18 in the 4 overs he bowled. Estonia, well, are restricted to just 144 by Cyprus.
Yeah, well done by Cyprus. The Cyprus, I mean, look, they've taken a bit of stick, haven't they? From some people in the chat, from me and you at times as well. And look, rightly so. But what they're saying is they can take it. They can take it on the chin. They'll take the criticism, but they can and will improve. And they've shown that in their fielding performance. But now, this is where we're seeing if the message gets home with the batting. That's going to be the real test for me. Let's see if they make those subtle changes. Let's see if we see some of those bigger players go out there to bat. Because not just is this an opportunity to get a win and level this series 2 apiece. This is an opportunity to get a good win and also go on top with net run rate as well. Let's see if that is in evidence when they go out there to bat. I'm Rico Full. Alongside me is Nishay Butt. We're loving your company. We're loving your support of the European Cricket Network, and we'd love you to join us back in about 15 minutes time when we'll see the reply from the home side, Cyprus, needing 145 for victory to level this T20I series 2 apiece. Join us back in around 15 minutes time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this beautiful Happy Valley Cricket Ground where we're bringing you the T20 Internationals featuring both the men and the women of the home side Cyprus and Estonia. We've got a real sizzler on for you here. Well, not just a sizzler of a match, but in sizzling conditions as well, as the heat wave continues here in Cyprus currently. As you would imagine, we're just getting through the hottest part of the day as temperatures are in the high 30s. So really very hot out there as you get ready for the umpires to start making their way out. And to just give you a summary of the match here so far is that Estonia have been out there and have had a bat, and it hasn't gone really to plan. They lost Arslan Amjad, their captain, without scoring for a 2-ball duck. And Ali Masood did get 23 runs to his name before he was caught and bowled by the brilliant Niraj Tiwari, who once again went on to pick up 3 wickets in that innings. And then the key wicket, of course, was that of Sahil Chauhan, who was given an LBW once again off Niraj Tiwari for just 42. And when his wicket went, despite a good effort from Aditya Panwar, who made 21 of 22, it was curtains really for the batting of Estonia as they were bowled out for 144 with 2 balls to go. So it's an opportunity here for Cyprus to level the series. Cyprus won the last match after losing both matches here yesterday. So let's see how it goes. Umpires are making their way out there at the moment. So let's see what we're going to see here from somebody. I would imagine that Kalugala is going to have to open. It'll be interesting to see who he opens with. Scott Burger King may still fancy that he wants to come in lower down the order. Remember, Scott came in at number 4 in the match earlier, and he made a very fine half century. Very important half century, though it was slow going. 59 of 48. Those runs, all of those runs proved to be vital in getting them to a match-winning score. So he's going to hold himself back to start off with. I can see that the 2 batters making their way out there, and looks like from the physique of the man who's making his way out to the non-strikers then, that they are going to once again go with Mangala Gunasakara. Gunasakara, of course, he was out for a diamond duck and a royal duck when he was out without facing a ball in that first match. So he's very keen to make a good appearance this time and try and get some runs on the board. And of course, Akila Kalugula, he also is hoping to show just why he is thought to be one of the most dangerous batters here in Cyprus. He's an exciting player to watch when he's stroking the ball around, though he never showed that yesterday, it has to be said, though he did show signs of it during the T10 ECIs over the weekend. That's just gone. So let's see if he can give his team a good start. One thing that we'd like to see is that they take a more positive approach with the batting. Robson to bowl the first. We're ready to go. And that's firmly hit down the ground, but no run taken. Arslan Amjad, the captain, he's not one to be messing around with. He's been taking some sensational catches, and he's going to be hoping that his team can get a few early wickets here and put a bit of pressure on Cyprus. Short delivery, and this is Akila Kalugala at his best. He swivels on this, and it's just, well, I don't know about this. Does this ball come to a rest on the rope or not? I'd like to see this again. Only the fielder there would know, but I reckon, my first impression is that I think it touches the rope. Let's see if we can see anything here. Does this ball touch the rope or not? Just about there. I think that's touching the rope. We go back to the action. Don't know if they've given it as 4 or not. No, they're giving it as 2. I thought that ball touches the rope and comes back in, but my eyes aren't the youngest, and there's a lot of players there from both sides. I suppose the Estonian players or the Estonian women there would be saying, nah, not for. The Cyprus men probably were saying it was. That's a good shot. There's probably no doubt about this one, though. That's nicely hit. So, Akila Kalugala, this is a nice start from him. It's a positive start. It's a sort of start that we're used to seeing from him when he's been playing the T10 matches. Of course, we've just come to an end to a very long T10 European Cricket Series where the team that Kilagala plays for were the winners. Sri Lankan Lions at Limassol. He was also the MVP, scoring stat loads of runs, around 560 runs in that series. So he did come into the ECIs and this T20 Internationals in good form. Just pushes that out into the off, and there's a big shout of no. This is the big test here, though, isn't it, for Robson? He's had a tough spell the last couple of days. He's been asked to play in every match and bowl, and really trying to give his team a good start here. Good areas for me to start off with. A couple of deliveries are a couple of dot balls. I want to go, or is there? No, that is the end of the over. So 6 off the first. We saw a dot, a 2, a dot, a 4, and a couple of dots to finish with. So not the worst, just 6. But the nice thing, or the refreshing thing about that over there is Kalugala prepared to play his shots. All right, Gunasakara, at least whatever happens here, at least Gunasakara can say at least he had the opportunity to play at a ball. Whereas, of course, in the first match, he was unfortunate with a little bit of uncertainty between him and the opener, Scott Austin. He ended up getting a diamond duck being run out without facing the ball. So no Stefan Gooch in the side, so it will be Aditya Panwar to bowl second over. I like the way that he bowled in the last match. He certainly tried. It was through no lack of trying. He took 2 for 26, and also in this match he put a good effort in with the bat, as he did in the last. Then he comes. And, well, it's high in the air. It's not going to carry to the fielder. It's one bounce. Now, I just wonder, they've come back for 2. That was in the air a long time. I think that's Bilal Masood who's out there. He can't really get there to turn it into a cat. So, Gunasakara, even though the fielder was out there, is still taking him on. He gets off the mark, though. That'll make him happy. Look at his stance here. Look how open this stance is. He's only got one thing in mind, isn't he? Same area again, but this time it's just over the 30-yard circle. Now, I wonder if Captain here wants to make an early move with the field. I said he would be, especially when Gunasakara's on strike, because he's only gained in one area, so you could quite easily say, right, okay, long on, mid-wicket, and on deep, and then one inside the circle in that area. But for the moment, they're going to have to deal with Kalugala again. These two looking to bat well, looking to bat the way that they did in that European Cricket Series when their team was crowned the champions. Kalugala wants to show just why he was MVP. That's hit hard. It's a chase on here, and it's not going to be stopped by Arslan Amjad. He might as well stop and have a drink of water while he's there. That's not a bad idea. A lot of water bottles stationed around the boundary rope, and those are coming in play very importantly as the humidity and the temperatures really start to creep upwards. Good shot, 4 runs from Kalugala. Slightly wider, punches this out to the point fielder, Parkin. No run there. Parkin's been the top fielder at point. We've seen him take some very important catches there. He took a sharp catch to remove Chamal Sadun the other day when Chamal and also Cyprus were looking to to stay on top of a match, which would then go on not to win. Drags this out onto that leg side again. And that's a lot of people are saying that that's an area where he's going to have to run here. And, only just get back. A direct hit here, and he's in trouble. Definitely is. Gunasekara, I don't think he was expecting Kalugala to come back for the second. They run hard. They run two. Still a ball to go in this. Just have a look here. This hits direct. Yeah, look. He's right. And even if I think that could be taken better by the bowler, Panawa, I think there's a bit of a collision here. And, Panawa says, out, you hurt me. We might have to wait for this freeze spray or a bit of ice to come out here. I wonder if you can see this again. You can see that both Panawa and Gunasekara just getting into each other's way here. So there's the contact afterwards. And I think that was a bit of the bat just getting into the, just about there, coming around and catching Panawa, who said, hi, Satalagi. And, well, what's happening here? Hang on a minute. I think Panawa, there's still a ball to go in this over, and looks like he's not going to finish the over. So he's definitely hurt himself here. He's not going to be able to finish the over. So he's going to go off. The 12th will come on, and this over is going to have to be completed. I reckon, it looked like Parkin was going to bowl it, and then I think the umpire says you do realise if you bowl this one ball, it will count as an over bowl by you. So they're going to have to go with somebody. I think it makes sense to just get somebody who you wouldn't normally be relying on the bowl just to turn their arm over. So looks like who's that down there? Is that Arslan Amjad? It might be. So it might be the captain that's going to finish this over off. So, well, that doesn't look like the captain, actually. That isn't the captain. So, it's a Bilal Masood. Going to bowl this one ball. But it will count as an over bowled against him. So, let's just hope that Aditya Panawa is okay. He was quick to go off to get treatment on that wrist. Well, this sometimes it could be good karma. These things happen for reasons. Could it be? We'll wait and see. If it's a wicket, it certainly would be for Estonia. It's not a wicket, but it's not a run. No harm done. So the over comes to an end. 2 overs complete. It's 15 without loss. You're watching the European Cricket Network. And these are the T20 internationals between Cyprus and Estonia. I'm Rico Full, and joining me back in the commentary position is Nishay Bhatt.
Yeah, great to be back here. Huge challenge here for Estonia, trying to defend 145, and it's been made that much harder by losing out on a key bowler, Aditya Panvar, who's not going to be able to bowl the remainder of his spell. Here's a look at the standings. Of course, Estonia winning the first 2 matches in this 6-game series, and Cyprus picking up the win in the 3rd match. And with a victory here, Cyprus will be level on points with Estonia. Now, this is going to be a real challenge here for Estonia, trying to defend 145. You feel the score is well below par, and Cyprus have started off quite well here, but it's just been made a tougher, taller mountain to climb with Aditya Panvar gone. They're already missing Gooch. This is blocked out by Gunasekara, and someone will be very happy not to see Gooch, of course. It'll be Akila Kalugala. Gooch got him out a couple of times yesterday. Just exposed the weakness in his technique where he was looking to swipe across the line. And he'll be glad Gooch is not playing any further role in this game. So some injury concerns here for Estonia. It's gone up in the air, and Savio is going to put that down. Oh, dear. Just failed to track the trajectory of the ball. Ended up trying to catch it behind him. You can't put down these opportunities. Estonia with so few runs to conserve. They've got to take these catches.
Opportunity. Savio, he tries to take this in the end side on rather than get right under it. To the action here. Well, it could be another opportunity for you to gain across. And this time it is taken. So Kalugala sees Gunasekara give a chance, and it doesn't get taken. And then he goes with a big shot, and he gets out some more disappointment for Akila Kalugala. And surely now Cyprus have to start thinking about changing the openers here. When Akila Kalugala is playing, they've used him as an opener, but he's never really got away. That's not a good shot. He loses his shape, and it presents the opportunity. No mistakes from Sahil Chauhan. He takes the catch, and he sends Akila Kalugala back. So the opportunity to remove Gunasekera not taken. But that means that another opportunity presents itself, and that is that one to take Akila Kalugala, and they do. Chauhan holds onto the catch. Robson gets the breakthrough, and Akila, well, he's not having a very good T20 international series, is he? As he goes cheaply once more.
He goes cheaply once more. Kalugala, he started off the T10 series really well, but hasn't quite worked out for him in these T20Is. So, yeah, Estonia, a few injury concerns for them. They've lost Punver here. We know Gooch is struggling with a hamstring injury as well. Yeah, this is not good news for them. A few important players going down for them in this tour. Oh, is there some bad involved as well? I think there was. And also some important news from Cyprus's point of view. Scott Burdekin, during the innings break, just showed me an injury picked up. He was struck very firmly when he was, the last time he was batting, and massive swelling on his leg. He said he'll struggle to bat in this innings, but he might go out there if his side really need him to. Yeah. It's going to be a single. Yeah, huge swelling. He says, I feel like I'm walking with a bag on my leg.
Well, I thought you were going to say it was an injury courtesy of that throw that was fired into him from Arjun Shahid. That certainly didn't help either. So, yeah, that'd be interesting. That would obviously... Let's see if Scott does bring himself in. He's probably hoping that he's relying on the batters to do him a favour and get the win without him having to put his pads on.
Yeah, he's padding up right now, so if a couple of wickets fall, then you would assume he'd go out. Gunasekera with a wild shot over there. We know he loves to hit it straight, doesn't he? And in Ipsunas, that's a huge advantage with a very short straight boundary. It's 50 meters to the straight boundary, which goes towards the tower end. So not a bad idea for Gunasekera to target it, but yeah, not the best stroke there. Cyprus 17 for 1 at the end of the third over. Good to see Robson pick up a wicket. He really deserves when he's bowled superbly throughout this T20I series.
Yeah, he was outstanding in the last match. He didn't get any wickets, but I made a note of his figures here. 0, no wickets, but 21 only of his 4 overs. That's quite outstanding. He's bowled really well. He's bowled with his heart out. And he certainly, once again, even though his team haven't got too many runs on the board, he's given them a chance by removing the dangerous Kalugala. And don't forget, he was unlucky not to have picked up the wicket there of Gunasekera. Gunasekera swinging but missing at the moment, but we know that he's a dangerous player. If he can get into the groove and if he can start finding his rhythm, he certainly can score quickly and take the game away from Estonia. This could be a nice little partnership. Scott Austin, he's normally a nice correct player. I'll look to stroke the ball around and capitalise on any bad balls. Good take there by Marko Vajk, as that one from Masood is fired down the leg side. So Masood, I suppose they maybe liked the one ball that he did bowl and thought we'll stick with it.
I'm very puzzled by this because I would have thought that, especially having lost Savio, beg your pardon, Punver, not Savio. Savio's still out there, that you'd want to have 4 overs from Masood. I mean, he's somebody who has bowled a fair bit in the past for this Estonian side, and well, we know he loves to play that ramp shot. He loves his unorthodox strokes, Austin, when he fails to execute there.
Well, he must have heard me saying that. One thing that surprised me is that we haven't seen one of these executed in any of these T20 internationals. We saw him play one shot on the Sunday, on the last day of the ECI T10 that we had, but not in these T20s. First time tried and failed. And now he just places out straight down the ground. Gunasekera takes the single, and of course it was these two that opened in the last match when their calling went astray, and Gunasekera at the non-strikers end got run out. So they want to make sure they get their calling right here.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I think just going to Estonia's bowling attack, I think they should have paid attention to what worked for Cyprus. Now, of course, Estonia don't have any spin options in their lineup or any spin options that we're aware of. And I think for them, they need to look at those lessons as well. Look to slow the pace down a little bit and sure, they might not have any spinners, but look to bowl lots of off cutters, leg cutters, just try to mix things up because one thing with Estonia is it's always on pace. It's a sort of hit a line in length, and they always bowl it on pace. I think, yeah, they need to look to vary their pace, bowl a lot of slower deliveries. That's maybe something they can just learn from what worked for Cyprus.
Yeah, Bilal Masood. Yeah, I'm with you. Going back to the conversation that you started, Bilal Masood, why did they give him that one ball to bowl, which counts as an over? Why didn't they just go to anybody? Maybe even just said to, I don't know, maybe he could have gone to someone like Stuart Hook and say, look, just turn your arm over and bowl a ball for us. Too wide this time, I think. Or is it? No, it's okay. It must be that he's giving himself a lot of room. So no wide called here by the umpire. So look at this. We don't really get to see that complete, but I think it does just stay inside the line there. Masood, good over so far. The pressure building. And now tucks him up. That's a nice short delivery right into the body there of Gunasakara, who plays it away. So they're making sure, one thing that I've seen that Estonia are doing here, they're not allowing the batters anything to drive. They're keeping them nicely tucked up. And I don't mind that. It's a good plan that they've got here. They're trying to execute those plans. All right, here's Austin. Austin would normally likes to take a few balls to get himself going. Oh, that's a Gundy delivery. That was going to be a big wide. That one comes out all wrong from Masood. Now, Austin, that's probably even too wide for him to get any bat onto it, because if he was to get any bit of contact on that, especially with Savio coming back into the ring and very fine, that would have found its way to the boundaries. So just a real loose one there from Masood so far, but I've liked what he's done.
Oh, good work there by the keeper. Excellent work diving across. I could easily have gone for a boundary. I think there was some bat involved on that, or maybe just came off the pad. Hard to tell. And he's done a good job of saving that. Yeah, he's a terrific keeper, Marko Veka. I've been very impressed by him. Maybe just a few things with his catching he can work on, but his athleticism is absolutely incredible to watch. We come to the end of the fourth over. Cyprus are 21 for 1. So yeah, just doing the maths over here. So they'd have to use 6 different bowlers. And you'd assume they'd be Masood, Robson, Panvar, okay, he's bowled 5 deliveries, Savio, Parkin, and Visupu. So if any one of them have let's say a bad couple of overs, the captain now has no flexibility to say, you know what, you're not bowling your full quota, I'm going to go with someone else instead. Yeah. So they've kind of put themselves in a tight spot here.
Yeah, I suppose a lot of it does depend on what happens with Panama. Now, little something, just I'm going to say this very quickly here. Another thing that surprises me here, Richard Parkin bowled brilliantly from the Derbyshire Road end. So I don't know why he's coming on from the Tower end here. Now, maybe Parkin says I don't mind, but he bowled brilliantly from the Derbyshire end. So let's see how this over goes. It's just something, little notes like this, I think captain needs to make a note and say, right, you bowl well from that end, I'll keep you from that end. Let's see how he fares here, though.
Yeah, he's just extracting that little bit of extra bounce bowlers are getting from the Derbyshire Road end, but see how he fares. Oh. Starts off with a full toss. I mean, not too much he could do with that. That should be a no ball as well. And a free hit.
Let's see if they call this a no. It's got to be a no. You can have a look at Gunasakara, having a look at, yeah, that's a big time no ball. Big time no ball. And I don't see the signal here yet. It's definitely a no ball. And here we go. Yeah, that's big time no ball.
Enormous no ball. Umpires just missed that one. There's no other way to explain it.
They've got to call that one. Surely they've got to call it. There's no way that can be missed. Oh. Taking on the right. Scott Austin. Oh, he does get home. I think he's in here. And good pick up and throw. Scott Austin very late to go here. And this is the problem these two batters had last time. It was a very similar sort of run out that Gunasakara got. It's a direct hit, but they do get in. I can hear Mr. Whippy coming back, by the way. But yeah, I mean, I hate to see no balls like that miss, because what happens if the next ball ended up being a wicket? You know, and you're thinking, really, technically, that should have been a no ball. So yeah, the umpires definitely missed that one. And I think that's umpire Paul, I think, is the third umpire.
Yeah, these are mistakes that they can have a huge impact on the outcome of games. As Austin's just gonna push this one towards point. And it's gonna be a dot ball, so they've come back well. These last few overs, Estonia, they really put the squeeze on. You know, just the 11 runs off these last 3 overs so far. Good bowling, been really good bowling.
Parkin, after a bad start. That one's going down the leg side as well. Tremendous take there from Marco Vike. Yeah, just going back to the conversation about Vike, I think you're absolutely right. I'm loving his energy. I'm loving how athletic he is when he makes these stops like that one there, for example, down leg side. But where he does sometimes let himself down is when the ball gets skied up in the air. He quite often doesn't quite get there, and he doesn't get in the right position, ends up having to dive to try and take the catch. Sometimes he does get it right, but a few times he's missed out on those. So that's certainly something that he would be keen to continue to practice on. Gets a bit of bat onto this, I think. Definitely seems to be a bit of noise. But better areas from Parkin. So just gets a bit of bat. And you can see the umpire there also just gives a little sort of saying, nah, going down the leg side. This is umpire Sujith. Very similar sort of scores at the moment, these two teams, the way they were. But that one will help because that gets launched and that's going to go all the way. So Manos, arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And that's a nice shot from Austin. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard. It's in the slot and he puts it away. A really good shot.
Yeah, just not the best delivery there by Parkin. It's right in Scott Austin's arc, and he's smashed that one away for a 6. 12 runs off this over so far, so that shot has really spoilt it for Parkin. Well, he's got one ball coming up here. Can he salvage this over?
Yeah, it's 2 boundaries of it. Of course, the first ball went for 4, which we're pretty sure was a no-eat. How that was not called, I won't know, but I don't want to focus on it too much. But that one going for 6. The last ball of this, the 5th over. Let's see if Parkin can finish it well. And it strays onto the pads, and well, Austin is running, but Sakura is not. So he'll be a little bit disappointed, Scott Austin, that he's missed out on that. It's a shot that he normally plays quite well. End of the over. So Parkin gets away with a no ball and a couple of dicey balls down the leg side, which the batters haven't been able to capitalise on. 33 for 1 after 5, and if you were to compare that with where they were themselves, they were on 30, so it's around about the same at the moment, around about a 50-50. But if you have a look at the win predictor there, having Cyprus well in front at the moment, 82 to 18%.
Yeah, of course, Cyprus are aware of the target they have, so they could pace their innings accordingly. Estonia just kind of lost their way in those middle overs, much as they did in the match they lost earlier this morning. Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind, if one Cyprus would really look to try to finish this as soon as possible so they can get that net run rate boost, because as things stand, Estonia have a huge net run rate advantage courtesy of that incredible innings that John played in match 2 between these two sides. So opportunity here for Cyprus to make some ground in the net run rate department. Because if they don't, then they'd have to beat Estonia 4 straight times, which is something that would be very hard to do.
Okay, it goes for this. It's high up in the air. Fielder coming across, and he's put this down, and he might have thrown it over the boundary for 6, Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is Sahil Chauhan. Gets this completely wrong. I mean, it's gone a long way up. So Sakura giving another one. Look at the bowler saying, come on, you've got to take it.
Yeah, it's Arslan Amjad who's now gone to that position. He should have been there the whole time. I mean, we know Arslan Amjad has a very, very safe pair of hands. He's a great catcher. And Chauhan, just costly drop for him. And worst of all, he's pushed it over the rope for 6. Rub some more salt on Masood's wounds.
Yeah, well, Chauhan has taken one catch, of course, took the catch to remove Kalukala, I should say, but that was the big one. I'm going to scare her now, being dropped on 2 occasions, dropped on 3 by Savio. And now Chauhan puts that one down, so ooh, that's going to sting. Mangala Gunasekara, I don't think he can't think of the last time he had so much luck. Well, I suppose bad luck in the first match. And he's having the good luck in this one so far, isn't he? But he gets beaten here well by Masood. And what kind of error could that be? Let's say Masood here bowls 3 cracking overs. Well, he can't and he won't be able to bowl another because he bowled that one ball. That could be a real error in judgment there from the captain.
Yeah, that was a point I did emphasize, and it also just takes away any flexibility they might have had, because if any other bowler has a tough game, then he's going to have to bowl him out just because there's hardly any other bowlers left. I mean, unless he's willing to turn to, say, someone like when Ali Masood or the captain believes he could bowl an over, or Stuart Hook.
Yeah, well, I suppose Arslan Amjad bowled very well yesterday, and also I suppose there's every possibility that a Panawar could come back. It depends how serious that injury is. And this one gets just played away. It's a nice heavy ball bowled into the body again to Gunasekara. So he's finished the over a couple of times with this ball right into the body of Gunasekara, who takes a single. He'll go back on strike. And it's time for drinks. It's the score 40 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, just a good over there for Cyprus to get 7 runs off it. That's exactly what they need. 19 runs off these last couple of overs. We'll have a look at the scorecard here. Mangala Gunasekara going along just a shade above a run and ball, while Austin has 8 runs off the 9 deliveries he's faced. So a decent start here for Cyprus. They're doing what they need to do here, not overcomplicating things. And then at some point, though, you'd like to see Cyprus attack to make up ground for the net run rate issues they have as things stand.
Yeah, some good matches happening in Czechia at the moment. And a very close match, really, between the 2 teams from Prague. The Tigers took on the Barbarians. The Tigers, they did put 130 on the board, but the Barbarians got there, winning by 7 wickets, getting the runs they needed, the 132, with an over to go. And in the match that's in play here now, and it will be Bruno that are chasing 128 for victory. And they're currently going pretty well. They're 57 for 1, coming up to the halfway point there. Of course, Danny Hudacek taking you through the matches there, as well as Phil G. So I hope the gentleman there having a good time. Vinny Sandhu having a well-earned day off. And hopefully maybe he's been into the town and having a few ice creams, because they're having a little bit of a heat wave there as well at the moment.
I did find it interesting, the heat wave there is, I think, somewhere in the high 20s, 25 to 27. And meanwhile, here in Cyprus, I think we're in the mid to high 30s right now, but obviously humidity a big issue out in Episkopi, as we're a lot closer to the sea, also in a valley. So, yeah, this is interesting. Sahil Chauhan is going to be inserted into the attack. I haven't seen him bowl too much throughout this series.
Yeah, I don't think he's bowled at all. It's the first time I'm going to see him bowl. We did see him bowl in Estonia. And it's not a bad little bowler. It's very similar to Arslan Amjad. He just gets the ball up there. Does get the ball to, if conditions allow, to see him around a little. So not a bad idea, because it's something that Cyprus haven't seen. So it'll be new to them. So they'll have to watch him. And let's see if Mangala Gunasekara is going to be keen to see what's coming his way, or really he's going to just go for the big shots.
Yeah, during the aforementioned European Cricket Series in Estonia, we'll just continue the point after this ball. Cleans him up! Well, he's done it first ball. What a masterstroke by the captain to introduce Chauhan into the attack. I wonder if Gunasekara's just not taking him seriously here. He looks to step out, play a big shot. He gets nowhere near the ball, and Chauhan just keeps it straight on the stumps and gets the wicket.
Well, Chauhan was the guilty man who dropped in, and I think Arslan Amjad said, Dikia, मैं तेनों एक बारी कह देता सी है ना जे कैच नहीं फड़िया ना तेनों बॉल देनी नहीं है फिर उन्हें bowling करनी पैनी है and he said all right no worry captain you told me I'll take the ball I'll bowl and he dropped him on 10 didn't he but he rattles the timber knocks him over but I have to say goodness Akira what I've seen from him there and also though we didn't see much of him in the last match when he was out for a diamond he's not an opener for me he's been lucky dropped a couple of times 1-6-1-4 that was a horrible shot you haven't seen Chauhan at all and to play a shot like that the very first ball that comes down it's ugly that's what it is it's ugly and I think probably the captain Scott Burdekin is going to take note of that though we did see Scott putting the pads on it's not he who comes out they've gone with Arjun Shahi I just wish they could go with Taranjit just one occasion earlier in the innings and just give him a go Arjun can do it but Arjun's had opportunities hasn't really made the most of it I'd like them to give the opportunity to someone like Taranjit Singh they gave the opportunity to Roshan Sawadnani in the last one he didn't really make the most of it so give Taranjit an option
I think Sahil Chauhan, though, worth noting, this is a little milestone for him. I'll mention it after this ball. Oh, it's 2-2. He can do no wrong. He has plucked that one out of thin air. What a wonderful wicket. What an incredible catch. And his first T20I deliveries have all been wickets.
Your world record holder, yeah, you're not worthy. After an ugly shot from Gunasakara, who had his stumps knocked over, Arjun Shahi has presented the opportunity and it's a one-handed grab and it's a jalebi catch. Thank you very much, says Sahil Chauhan. And what a moment for your world record holder yesterday. Scored the fastest century in T20 internationals of just 27 deliveries. And now he's on the verge of a hat-trick. The game just swings around here big time in favour now probably you could say of Estonia. Remember they were given very little chance 82% to around about 18 a moment ago. Well that's changed things around 2-2 from Sahil Chauhan and just like that well Arjun Shahi he comes and he goes well
incredible. I mean this the first two deliveries he has bowled in T20I cricket, and both of them have been wickets. Are his first three T20I deliveries going to result in a hat-trick? He's getting the field right here. There's a slip in place. They put a short cover, short mid-wicket as well, and he wants to get this spot on. He's just sending a fielder out to about 3/4. Well, he's going all the way back to the rope now. At deep backward point. Here we go. Wills Chauhan get a hat-trick in his first T20I over. Oh, that's beautifully placed by Kyalufas. Gets to the pitch of the ball. Proper cricketer, isn't he? Plays it with a straight bat. And he gets a single. But, wow, this is probably one of the best start to a T20I bowling career you're ever going to see.
Yeah, 2-2. It's got to say, though, he's been helped big time by the batters. A very crazy shot by Gunasakara to start off with. Arjun Shahi, I think, just surprised with the ball that he got. So they're really, like you said, a master stroke from the captain. But now you've got two batters in there who maybe the word is from the bench and from the captain, Scott Burdekin, to say, look, all right, if you ain't going to do it quickly, fine, but let's get the win. Let's not mess up here. Let's get the win. 104 required. That gets played away. I have to say, as this one's just going to just stop short of the boundary, they're thinking about three. These two did run 2 threes in that last match, by the way, which was quite incredible. For me, if I'm looking at James Chalufas, I think he comes out before Scott Austin, actually. I think he's more correct. I think he's got better shots. And he made a good innings in the last match. He scored 37 or 24. And that 37, along with Scott Burdekin's 59, was so important. I think he's the sort of guy that once he gets in, he can go in and score a big score. So these two together, they may not go at the same sort of pace as what one or two of the other batters could go at. But with 3 wickets down, they're probably the right pairing to have in for maybe the next, let's say, the next 8 overs or so, to just keep the runs ticking away. And then with the firepower still to come in, if they can then go on and win the match. That's what they could be thinking here now with those 3 wickets gone. Let's focus on winning the match.
Yeah, I would have Chalufas opening alongside maybe a more aggressive hitter, someone who's willing to play the big shots and take the risk, because, yeah, you can see that Chalufas, he's got brilliant stroke play, doesn't he? I mean, plays the correct cricketing shots. You can see when he gets on the front foot, he's getting to the pitch of the ball. He's very technically gifted player, so I think someone like him, he's the sort of player you'd bring in to open the batting and say, you bat out the remainder of the innings, and from the other end, the other battle, he will look to take the risks and play those big shots.
Okay, let's see how these two fare now. They need to get a good partnership going. They're needing under 8 and over, so even though those 3 wickets have fallen, that's why this partnership is very key. Search for that one boundary and over and take your singles. The one thing they will do, and that's the other benefit that these two have, they run very well together. They've got a good understanding. They both play cricket in the UK, so we know that we saw that when we were in England. But that's a European cricket series in Wimbledon. All the sides there, the one thing that they did very well, especially the batters, was run very well in between the wickets. It's a part of the game, a very important part of the game there in England. Quick early shout of no.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of Cypriot batters in particular just get into bad habits about not having to run much between the wickets because they're so used to playing in Epsom elsewhere. The minute they beat the inner ring, it's just racing away for a 4. This is going to be played out towards mid-wicket. And just the 1 run over here. It's not hit hard enough to go closer to the boundary rope.
Sahil Chauhan, what a dream start for him, and the master stroke from the captain last on Amjad. We were umming and ahhing about who he going to bowl, who can he bring. We thought that maybe he would bowl again. He gives the ball to Sahil Chauhan, and Chauhan picks up 2 wickets. Slightly over pitch, and looks like he sees this pretty late. He likes to stay back in his crease, and I think maybe he's thinking this is going to be a little bit wider than it was, because he was looking to maybe guide this into that backward point area in between third and point, rather than go forward and trying to hit it into extra cover. Has shown that he's got the power to clear the boundary. We saw him play 2 big 6s in the 37 he made this morning.
Oh, great bowling here by Savio. He's jamming in a terrific Yorker, and this is very smart. But I mean, Sahil Chauhan just picked up a couple of wickets at the other end, and he's come on and he's made sure there's no release of the pressure for Cyprus.
Yeah, very good bowling. It's a good bowling change from Arslan Amjad. I was talking about this in the last match, how I feel that he's come on leaps and bounds with his captaincy. He's got plans in his mind. He's executing those plans well. And more importantly for him, the bowlers are not letting him down.
Yeah, you look like a genius when the bowlers execute every plan you set. I think there's quite a bit of bat on that, so no reason that's ever going to be an LBW. End of this over, the 8th over. Cyprus 45 for 3. Terrific over by Savio. Only 2 runs come off it. And a nice comeback here by Estonia. These last couple of overs, just 5 runs off them. And of course, Cyprus lose 2 wickets, and now have a look at that. Just starting to nosedive there. The run rate for Cyprus is going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's a big-time change, isn't it? And they've been stuck in the 40s here now, so 3 overs have been completed. And in those 3 overs, they haven't really been able to get too many runs at all. The last one for Sahil Chauhan, only the 3 runs, but 2 wickets fell as well, only 2 in the last. And interesting, he bowls the 1, and he's being rested. They're going to go back here to parking. Well, Sahil Chauhan has been parked for parking to come on. I'm not really sure about why that decision's been made. Maybe it's because those last 2 overs have gone for so few runs that they think, let's go to parking. Even if he does go for between 8 and 10, we can absorb that because of the 2 good overs we've had. Oh, that's out. Gone. Out. That is so unlucky. Look at parking. He can't believe it. Oh dear, you know when it's not your day, things like this happen. And that is going to be such bad luck for James Talufas. He's going to be gone thanks to this. I don't think Parkin knows anything about it. It's been blasted straight by Scott Austin. It has caught Parkin on the hand, and Parkin, probably in the process of trying to get out of the way of this, has put this ball onto the stumps. Oh, that is such bad luck. Well, that is the pain of knowing it is not your day. And could this be the remarkable turning point of this match?
How this match has turned on its head. Incredible. We've seen a couple of wickets in that over ball by Sahil Chauhan. Now Parkin comes into bowl. They make the bowling change. Keep in mind, really surprising that Chauhan hasn't continued after getting a couple of wickets. And what a way to get a run out here. He's blasted that one right back, Austin. He just gets his fingertips on it there, Parkin, and it crashes onto the stumps. And Chalufas coming off a very solid innings in the previous match where he made a good score of 37. Oh, he's going to be gutted. What a way to get out. And Cyprus in all sorts of trouble. 45 for 4. Still need 100 runs from the remaining overs.
Oh, well, when it rains, it pours sometimes. 4 wickets down here, and they desperately need something to happen. And Scott Burdekin now does come out this time. Oh, hesitation, but there's a misfield. Misfield, which allows them to get the single now. This is going to be interesting to go because I suppose Scott Austin's going to be pretty careful here with his running. I mean, you've highlighted the fact that you've seen an injury to Scott Burdekin, so he's not going to be the quickest running in between the wickets. And also, look, when you've got an injury, especially when it's to your leg, it always plays a part in the way you bat, in your mindset. So Scott Burdekin, the captain, coming out here, but he's definitely under pressure. There you go, look, straight away, he's playing in your mind. So Scott comes out, but he's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's in big time trouble. I don't think he's going to carry on here. If he can't, if he's uncomfortable playing balls like this, look, he just played that down. Does it come back up? Maybe it comes back onto the pad. That's why.
I think that's also probably very close to where he picked up that injury, because he did say it was on the side of his leg. Hit it through extra car, and look, every time he's playing the shot, he's feeling uneasy. I mean, they still have the likes of Neeraj Tiwari in there. Obviously, we've talked quite a lot about Taranjit Singh. Maybe you just want to bring in someone like Tiwari here to settle down this innings. You
know who I'd like to see? It hasn't been given an opportunity yet with the bat. Nalin Pathirana. Why not? Scott, he's not 100% here. Scott should be thinking, look, we're needing 99 with the batters like Taranjit and that have got in the side. Maybe. What about Mahesh when he hit that massive 6? And he goes out on the offside this time. He's going to have to run hard. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. It won't. So, yeah, I mean, Scott probably feels the responsibility as the captain, maybe more than anything else, to say, right, okay, we're in hot water again here. I need to go out there and get a partnership going here with Austin, and maybe I'm the best man to do it. And maybe he could have just thought, well, look, I'm not 100%. I'll go out if I absolutely need to. I can still send somebody like Taran, somebody like Nalin Pathirani, and, or even Tiwari's not a bad shout. That's not a good delivery. That's a Gundy ball. And that one is going to be just the 2 wides. The Parkin always gets 1 or 2 that go down the leg side. But that's got to be, I mean, let's put it to the chat. Is that the worst way you can get out? The non-striker's end, your partner's blasted the ball, it catches a little bit off the bowler, and you're doing the right thing, backing up, and the ball goes onto the stumps and you're out. That's got to be horrible. It's happened to me a few times, and that's when you really think, you don't want to talk to anybody. When people say to you when you get back home, how is the game? You're just like, don't talk to me. I don't want to talk about it. It's going to be another wide. It's got to be the most unluckiest way to get out.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate way to get out if you're James Chalufas. Really nothing you could have done about that. Just comes off the bottom edge of his bat, and he's come back well after just those couple of wides there. Parkin, in the end, it's a very good over for Estonia. Only 5 runs off it. Let me just have a look at these last 4 overs. I mean, just take a look at this. Only 17 runs off the last 4 overs. They've really turned the pressure on Cyprus here. We'll have a look at the scorecard. A few starts there for a number of different Cypriot batters, but no one's quite been able to go on and play that innings which Cyprus need. They find themselves at 50 for 4. 95 runs needed after the remaining 11 overs. You can see that required now. It's a shot up to 8.6.
Yeah, congratulations to Stephen Kelk, who's reached a milestone, a member for 19 months. He's got a silver spanner. So, Stephen Kelk, congratulations to you. Hi to Helix, and I'm sure everybody in the chat will start to say congratulations. Well, yeah, Helix is saying, yeah, that's a stinky way to get out. And then he says, great job to Stephen Kelk. And going for the big shot, it will be stopped, and they only take a single. So it's a good shot for one, isn't it? And that's the thing. They keep it. You just get the feeling here that Cyprus need a period of, say, 15 balls. Let's say 3 overs, where in each over they're getting around 10 to 12 runs. If they can do that, then all of a sudden the momentum goes back in their favour. They'll start to feel confidence again. But right now they're scratching to get between 4 and 6 and over. So they just need to find a way to hit the boundary ropes a few times and just get that confidence levels up again, because the camp also very quiet. They're not getting any support really from the players in the dugout. All right, goes up in the air. Now this one could and will go to the boundary. So that's what I'm talking about. Or has it gone to the boundary? Yeah, it has. Only just. So that's what I'm talking about. Just a little period in the next, say, 12 to 18 balls where they get a few boundaries, 2 or 3 boundaries and over, get this partnership that goes from the 50s, say, to the 70, 75, and then same 2 batters out there, confidence starts to flow. Scott Austin looking to be the man that does that. And this one, it goes down, catching opportunity. How big a moment is this going to be? Diving forward, and is that hook that puts it down? It is. He can't believe it. Well, what a big moment this could be. It's straight in, straight out. Probably goes to him pretty quickly, but you got to take that. So Austin dropped on 14.
Yeah, huge moment over there. Looking to work that one around the corner. The outsiders has just played back to the bowler, and Estonia realized how huge an error that is, because as soon as it was dropped, you could just see Estonian coach Richard Cox slam his pen in anger. He knew that it was a massive mistake.
Yeah, it's a big drop, isn't it? And normally Stuart Hook is deployed sort of on the boundary, isn't he? He's a good boundary catcher, but the key is he's a good catcher. That's why he's there. So opportunity gets missed. It's a good bit of fielding of his own bowling here from Edita Savio. And Helix is saying he'll see us tomorrow. Thank you, Helix. Thank you for your support, and thank you for joining us here today. We look forward to you catching up with us tomorrow. There will be a big finish for this T20I International Series. Now that should... Oh, well, he's stuck in his crease. Here's Austin. Good finish to the over. 4 dots on the spin. So, yeah, not quite going to plan. I'm just a bit confused here. Help me out, will you? Why don't I see the boundary registered on the scorecard? I thought there was a 4 there, and I don't see it in the scorecard. So I'm not sure what's happened there. There was definitely a 4 in that over, but I don't see it on the scorecard. So surely they haven't missed a boundary. Am I seeing things here, Nish?
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing. I think it might be something that's worth having a word with.
Yeah, there was definitely a boundary in that over. It was firmly hit. So, I get the feeling that he might be getting a little hold up here. Shouts of 2. Will they go for it? No, they won't.
Yeah, I think the second ball of the over went to the boundary, and it might have been accidentally registered as 2 runs. So we'll see if that mistake is rectified, and hopefully it is. Yeah, I think the mistake will be rectified. So you should see an update on the scorecard if there is, of course, an error. Austin looks to get down the pitch, and he's put a catch there. Sent one straight to Savio. It goes down his throat. An easy catch there. Another wicket falls here for Cyprus. Well, he sent one straight to Savio, looking to use his feet, come down the wicket. And that is well taken by Savio. The 5th wicket falls here for Cyprus. They are in all sorts of trouble. Taranjit Singh is going to be coming in to bat at number 7 a lot earlier than he's accustomed to batting. And he's also coming in a situation where his side are in dire straits. I mean, Austin, he's been a few times he's been dismissed that way, just trying to hit it for a boundary through the onside. And yeah, big wicket there. Austin's not able to capitalize on that chance that was put down earlier. You know, the catch was, of course, dropped off Savio's bowling. But this time, of course, Savio is out in the field, and he makes no mistake with that one. And yeah, we can confirm the change has been made. So the second ball of the 10th over went for 4. It was just accidentally registered as 2 runs. So the update will be made on the scoreboard. You'll see 57 for 4 rather than, 57 for 5 rather than 55 for 5 when the scorecard comes up. And there you go. You can see it right there.
Also, I can tell you that this is not parking, that's bowling.
It's Sahil Chauhan.
This is Sahil Chauhan. So it's all going a little bit wrong here. This is definitely Sahil Chauhan that is bowling. So he's now picked up his 3rd wicket, Sahil Chauhan. It's been hit powerfully. Going to have to be a good stop. Great effort. But that's nicely played. Nice shot, this. And that's what you need to see. So perfectly struck by Scott Burdekin. So, yeah, the scorer is just having a little bit of a mare here at the moment. We'll get that sorted out. I think it's being done here now. So, I'll see that updated. So, Sahil Chauhan has got 3 wickets to his name. And a great effort. I think Savio just taking his time here to pick himself up. It's a fantastic effort to try and get down to stop that. But it's going to be 4 runs. So this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to say this. If one batter, so one of these two, gets to 30 to 40, then you win the match. And they've got the time. What they need is a partnership. They've got the time. They need a partnership. Or are we going to see another great defense here?
What an incredible first ever T20I bowling performance for Chauhan. It gives up just 7 runs, and he's picked up 3 wickets. It's incredible. First time bowling in T20I cricket, and he's been an absolute menace for this Cyprus side. Cyprus 63 for 5 at the end of the 11th over.
Yeah, we'll just get that scores updated for you, and you'll see the wicket of Sahil Chauhan and everything else get updated. But as I keep saying, I mean, I've had the great pleasure of being in Estonia in May and to that beautiful national Tallinn cricket and rugby ground, and I've seen some great cricket. And I've seen the Chauhan brothers play, Sahil Chauhan and Shakir Chauhan. They're excellent players. Both of them bowl, both of them bat. And I reckon they've just held him back. They thought, we'll use you when we need you. And it's a masterclass time to bring him on at the right time. He comes on. He's taken 3 wickets for 10. It means that this match is very even. I wonder what the win predictor says. We'll have a look at that here now. I reckon you should have Estonia in front. Let's have a look. Or are they saying it's around about a 50-50? Yeah, Estonia in front. 63% to 37. But again, one batter gets going. We know he's got Burdekin. He's got a half century. The captain in the last one. He's going to have to play gutsy innings. He's hoping that Taranjit Singh can play the sort of innings that he did in the first 2 matches, which they lost. But if he can do the same in this one and get 35 to 40 runs, I think they go on and win the match. That's what I'm feeling here. But they still need 82. But if one of these 2 batters can get 40 runs, the others should be able to muck in and get the rest.
But one thing that is worth noting, Estonia bowled really well to Taranjit Singh at the end of the first innings of match 3, and you could see they know what Taranjit Singh likes to do. It's very much like a sort of a Kyron Pollard, Hardik Pandya kind of strategy. Get deep in your crease and look to hit everything through mid-wicket. And they were just bowling back of a length, outside the off stump, and he couldn't get those over-pitch deliveries he was looking for to smack it towards the onside. Yeah,
I mean, worth also pointing out the bowlers that did that to him. One of them was, of course, Stefan Gooch. He's not playing this match, but Robson did as well. Now, you've still got Robson, of course, to come back. You've still got two overs of Robson up your sleeve. Savio. That's a good hit. Has he got enough of it? Oh, yeah, he has, baby. That goes all the way. Boom. Shakalagya. That is a biggie. And Scott Burdekin standing still and delivering. Look, walks into this one. Hey, I wonder if that little injury to his leg means that he might bat better because he might stay straight and not move around too much.
Yeah, he's always best when he stays nice and still, isn't he, Scott Burdekin? I think when there's a few too many moving parts, he's looking to back away. He's just not still at the point of contact, and that's when he gets himself into all sorts of trouble.
All right, good hit, but it's only one hit. They need to stay focused. Scott Burdekin. Remember, I mean, you've touched on that injury. If he's going to have to really go through the pain barrier here, but at what cost? Could it be at the cost of that he may not play tomorrow? Plays this away. He actually calls 2, but I don't think there is 2 there. All right, Taranjit. Now, let's see how they execute the plans to him. I'm expecting to see Robson now go back on the boundary here on 45. So if they are going to execute the same plan, Robson will have to go on the boundary. At the moment, they're keeping him where he is. So we're not seeing that change as yet.
Yeah, I'd have a square leg in place here for Taranjit Singh.
So Taran, he's going to play one way, though. We know that. He's not going to shy away from this. And that gets through the keeper. And they're running hard here. Or are they? Let's see what the umpire calls it. It's his buys or... No, it's going to be called wide. So that's going to be 2 extra runs from nothing.
Taranjit Singh, he bats so deep in his crease. I'm sometimes worried that if he takes a step back, it might be hit wicket.
He is a contender for that. There's no doubt about it. Anyway, Burdekin, courtesy of those 2 wides, gets back on strike. Shots. Oh, yeah. Majestic. That's a wonderful strike. Ginna Sona. Boom, shaka, shaka. Bully, 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 as that goes a long way. Look at the movement here from Burdekin. Goes to the ball, launches at it, gets the full weight distribution into the shot, holds his body and his shape nice and upright as he bangs that one for a big 6. So good over this.
That is a proper cricketer 6, isn't it? I mean, a beautiful looking shot on the front foot. Hits it over long on for a 6. That is a top cricketer 6.
Partnerships are everything. Oh, then he loses his shape. He goes for the same shot again. But this time, he doesn't execute it right. He practices the shot once more. Goes for the same again, but look what he does this time. He goes too much down leg side. That's a ball where if he just can learn to go the other way, and if you miss it, you get the wide. Gone. And this is all about the mistakes that he makes with his footwork. So Savio, fair play to Aditya Savio after being smashed for 2 boundaries in the over, including a big 6. He comes back and he knocks the stumps over. Scott Woodking, so the captain, will go. And it's all about going the wrong way, isn't it? He goes the wrong way, and then with the ball pitched up, watch where he is here. He's a contender for that all the time. It's something that he has to work on. You'll see a good look at it here. Goes down the leg side. Look how far he is, how far down the leg side he is. There's no way he can get back onto ball. So, this is like a roller coaster, isn't it? Every time that Cyprus seem to get a few runs on the board and start to get a little partnership going, they lose a wicket. Now, that's a big wicket to lose. Scott Woodkin will go, and it is Savio that gets the wicket. So 78 for 6 with a ball to go in this over. And it's Niraj Tiwari that joins Taranjit Singh out in the middle.
Oh, if only he'd played that much the same way he hit that 6. I mean, as you can see, just takes that little step towards the leg side. Needed to go straight at the ball. And he could have hit another on drive. But yeah, just a few old technical issues coming back to haunt Burdekin in that dismissal. Now, Niraj Tiwari and Singh, 2 batters, of course, who both play for Sher Punjab. They've definitely spent some time out in the middle together. And here's a chance for them to lead their country to a victory. No, Niraj Tiwari, he's a smart cricketer. He's someone who is usually bats alongside Pavandeep for Sher Punjab, so he's used to rotating the strike, playing smart cricket, making sure that someone like Pavandeep can accelerate from the other end.
And remember when we've seen him did it so many times when they put big partnership together, him and Pavandeep, he starts slow, right? So he'll play it around. He might take 8 deliveries to score 10 or whatever, but then he goes big. That sort of role can be played here. Him and Taranjit can bat that way. And that's nicely played. We'll just take a single. So he can play that innings, but Taranjit has to play his part as well. You just feel that Taranjit has just got to, he loses the wicket there of Scott Burdekin. He's going to go back off strike as Tiwari comes back. These two have to talk. They need to have a plan. And Tiwari has to say, Yaar, tu hega, main hega, assi ikkathe na match jit sakde ha. Partnership chahiye par jit sakde. Yeah, this you and me, if we bat well together, we can win this match. And that's what they've got to do here. They've got to just play smart cricket. They've got 8 overs to get the 66 they need. They need to go around about 8 and over. And we know that if they get this partnership going, that's nothing, because Taranjit is a guy that can go at, if need be, he can go at 20 and over.
He certainly can, and I think, Tiwari, he's a smart cricketer. When he's really locked in and he's not looking to play rash shots, he's a sort of player who will hardly face a dot ball. He'll just rotate the strike, and that's good enough for Cyprus. You hit 1 boundary and over, you rotate the strike, you win the game from here. Of course, it is worth noting that that wicket which Savio took is, of course, being celebrated back in Estonia as well. You got Mandanayaka from the Estonian women's team saying, well done, Savio. Go Estonia. Go, boys.
Yeah, go, boys. And Robson, I think this is where Ahsan Amjad is sensing the opportunity to try and get this early wicket. It goes to Robson, who darts in that nice delivery. And Robson was one of the bowlers that bowled very well to Taranjit Singh. Didn't let him get going when he came in the last match with 17 balls to go and couldn't really get going. So I can see why they're going to Robson here. He's a difficult guy to get away. And, Niraj Tiwari just backing away there. Just probably wasn't quite ready. And doesn't expect Robson to come back at him so quickly. Doesn't have a big run up at all, Robson. And it sneaks another one in. So this is about the left-hander getting it right. The left-hander going across the right-hander. Right-handers don't like this. They think there's going to be it's going to be a wide, but it's nowhere near a wide. It's that the angle that throws him. And Robson might just dart in the Yorker now. It gets played away. It will only be just a single. So now Robson will change probably his tactics now that Tone just there. Yeah, straight away, look, he's pointing. Right, off you go. I need you over there. I need you over there. Arslan Amjad also making sure. So this is where they did the homework. Did Estonia on the Cyprus batting. And though their own batting fell apart, they did very well in the field to restrict Cyprus to 166 in the first match. 65 of 45. Just under 9 and over required. Okay, that's played away, but doesn't get this out of the middle. This is the line that they bowled to him, isn't it, Nish? That just slightly shorter delivery, which Taranjit, he gets bad onto ball, but he's not able to get the boundary because he likes to hit powerfully down the ground. He likes to hit straight. He likes to hit over cow corner. So if you're bowling that length to him, even though he's getting bad on the ball, you can set a field to it. So no boundaries. It's a big win for Estonia. Oh, that's not a good shot there from Tiwari. It's an ugly-looking shot.
He needs to read the situation here, Tiwari. He's that's a third dot ball. He's faced this over. Just look how close that is to the stumps. I mean, if he loses wicket here, Cyprus all of a sudden struggling for batters. Yeah, he needs to just bat the way he does when he's out with Pavandeep. Look to rotate the strike. You know, even if he gets to something like 8 of 7, 8 of 8, of course, it's not going to happen now, but great for his side. This is just tucked away towards fine leg. That's more like it from Tiwari. Just get those singles and get the single back on strike.
Yeah, it's all about, you're right. I mean, okay, the ball's not going to the boundary, but what you have to eliminate is the dot balls because, I mean, dot balls hurt you more than not getting a boundary. If you're getting a run of every ball and you're needing 9 and over, you're not that far behind, right? You get the odd extra. You do put in the next over, you might get a couple of boundaries and then sort of one outweighs the other. But if you're just getting dot balls in there, that hurts you. So 82, and in that over, as I was saying, there's 3 dot balls. It's 3 dots, 3 singles, and a very good over from Robson. I mean, been by far the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he? He's been absolutely brilliant. He's done exactly. I mean, he's the captain's dream so far today, is Robson. He's done everything that you want him to do. All right.
He is in general because he's just so consistent, Robson. Hardly has a bad game. You can almost guarantee that he's always going to have an economy rate between 4 to 6 game after game.
I'd like to see the battle between Bilal Masood, who's coming on the bowl here now, and Taranjit Singh, because Bilal Masood might just bowl at the pace and the length that Taran likes. Up in the air and catching opportunity, held. That's the wicket goes. I mean, that's tragic really for Cyprus. It's such a soft dismissal. You're not really thinking about what you should be doing here. And it's just it's almost like he's catching practice for Arslan Amjad. And yeah, there's no need for that at this stage. And they're not helping themselves at all. Terry Richmond is saying hello to myself and you, Nish. Hello to you, Terry. But yeah, it's just another poor effort from a batter from Cyprus. And I don't know where Cyprus go from. If Cyprus don't get to this score, I don't know where they go with their batting. I mean, you might as well just turn around and say, look, you just start with a blank bit of paper and start again because, once again, it's a poor shot, a poor wicket to lose. And at a point where you just need to get a little bit of stability going. Niraj Tiwari, who I thought probably would be a good player to come in there with Taranjit, goes and gives his wicket away. He'll go for 3 of 7.
You're just not reading the situation here. One boundary and over is more than enough, and then just rotate the strike. And he's been struggling with his timing, and he tries to go for a big shot over long off, trying to clear the tallest fielder at the boundary rope. And it was a comfortable catch for Amjad. I mean, very disappointing from someone with Tiwari's experience. Maybe Nolan Pathirana can play that role, which Tiwari should have been playing.
And another player who, when we played the European cricket series there at Ipswich Cricket Ground. Didn't get too many opportunities to get a bat, but when he did show that he is capable of handling himself pretty well and playing some nice shots. So maybe he can seize the opportunity here and try and salvage something. Still maintain the same, a good partnership. One batter goes on and scores 35 to 40 runs. You can win the match. And really, I suppose, at the moment, yeah, let's just say it, at the moment, all hopes for Cyprus and their supporters here lie on Taranjit Singh. If Taranjit Singh can stick around, put it this way, if Taranjit Singh is there for the rest of this innings, Cyprus win the match. That's what I'm saying. If he's there, they win the match. If he goes, it's done. It's dusted.
Right. Top edge, and it's going to go away for 4. Very streaky boundary there for Singh. He's trying to just pull that one towards square leg. And the top edge is going to go away for a boundary. Lucky boundary, streaky boundary.
Yeah, it's been a funny old, in terms of luck and suerte and the rub of the green. It's been a funny one, hasn't it? Gulasakara, after being out for a royal duck, a diamond duck in the first match, he gets 2 lives. And then we saw real bad luck then going against Cyprus when Chialufas getting out in that really horrible way. That's the no-look shot, and he's going to have to get his bat down. He does. And doesn't beat Robson. Good stop there by Robson. Nicely done. And then, well, a little bit of rub the green there for Taranjit as he gets a fortuitous boundary. So luck evening itself out one way or another in this contest. But which team will be stronger together and be victorious here? Cyprus are trying to even and level this series here. Oh, that's that short delivery. One for the over. And that's the one that they've been working on. The only thing I say about this, I just wonder whether they've just got this slightly wrong, because when they were playing using this tactic before, they did have the fielder on the boundary. So is Robson too close? I'm just trying to think where they've got the other man on the boundary where they didn't have before. It might be third that's on the boundary. So they might have opted for third rather than fine leg back. Yeah, that one might be a no ball because it's the second. Yeah, it is. It's been called. It's the second one over the shoulder. So no ball, free hit coming up. Can Tarrant capitalise on this one? Free hit. The license to go the full Monty. He needs to crunch it out of the middle of the bat. I reckon that's what Patirana has just gone out there and said to Tarrant, and hey, look, we need this one to go to the boundary. We need to get another boundary from this over. Can they get it? Can Tarrant get it? It's going to be a wide. So, free hit stays in place. Valuable runs coming in extras here. This over, 7 runs from it now. Of course, it started with that the wicket of Tiwari.
We're talking about some of the decision makings of the batters, but it's equally important for the bowlers now not to lose their head. They've been doing a great job so far to clean up some of these errors.
Goes for the shot. Is a free hit. Is he going to go to the boundary? Fielder running hard. I don't think it will go to the ball. Well, the ball luckily stops. It's got nothing to do with Savio getting anything on this. The ball just naturally stops. And with them getting the 2 there, that means to get 2 or 3, they get 3 there. That's very well run. And that's quite important because the 3 means they get 10 from the over. They're needing 9, so they just win that one. Oh, I tell you what, that could have been so nasty because he could quite easily have rolled his foot on that, good Savio, and that would have been nasty. So 10 of the over. It means that it stays around about 9 needed. It's 92 for 7 on Cyprus. Taranjit still there. Taranjit holds the key, but can Nalin Pathirana play his spot? Taranjit, though, running those 3, it means that he does stay on strike, but he's got to deal with Robson, and Robson at the moment, for most of the part, has had the upper hand on Taranjit Singh.
Yeah, I'm always worried when I see foot fielding like that because, we know what can happen when a player rolls his ankles on the cricket ball. You can just look back to the 2005 Ashes, Glenn McGrath. I think, there's always a massive risk when you're going to attempt some foot fielding. And Robson, though, this is the matchup I was really looking for, and I think this is terrific captaincy to bring Robson on immediately
Yeah.
to bowl to Singh and not holding him back for the final over. Your best bowler against their best batter.
Yeah, I like it. Robson is there to try and get Taranjit, but Taranjit gets one out of the middle. And is that the one that Taranjit needed? Taranjit, though, has to go back and compose himself. All right, he's got one big boundary here. He can't let that go to his head. Probably the first time we heard any real noise from the Cyprus dugout in a while as Taranjit rocks back and sends this away. It's the one that Robson just gets wrong. So Taranjit, 6 runs. We're under 50 required here now of 35 deliveries. 47 or 35.
Yeah, if you're going to bowl short, you need to bowl a little shorter than that. That wasn't short enough. And he's also given him the width to free his arms. It needs to be around that rib cage area if you really want to trouble Singh, just to cramp him for room.
All right, now, has he got enough of this? Fielders coming in. Oh, it doesn't carry. Doesn't carry. Bilal Masood is out there. So Taran gets a little bit fortunate there. All right, now, taking guard here is Nalin Paterani. He's only faced the one ball. Let's see other batters that are still to come out. We got Rajinder Brar. I don't think he's going to give you too many without being unkind to him. And Mahesh, we know he can hit the big ball. He did hit one big 6 when he came out of nowhere. Off the bat, it's a very optimistic appeal from Arslan Amjad. That's that Yorker delivery. 7 off the over so far. I suppose the other thing here is if they can keep their wickets intact and just keep getting the 7s, the 9, whatever, you know, you take it to the last over. If Taran is there, it could be a real bumper finish. Oh, it's a big swing and a miss. That's that quicker one. One thing that Robson is very good at doing, and we probably don't give him as much credit that he deserves for that, is the way he varies his pace. You know, that was a much quicker delivery. 2 balls to come. Patirana, can he get something from it? And no, he can't. He gives his wicket away. And look at Taran's reaction to that. Yeah, that's... Oh, Nish, talk to me. Talk to me, Nish. What are they doing?
I think it's really puzzling the way Cyprus are batting here. I think we faulted them, I think, back in the first couple of matches for not batting aggressively enough. And now in a match where they need to chase down 145, they're throwing away their wickets, playing some really rash strokes. You managed to get 7 runs so far, and you need to go at 9 and over. And you managed to get 7 runs against your opposition's best batter. Knock away a couple of singles, take 9 runs off the over, and you can call it a win.
Yeah, 6 comes off the first ball. You take a single of that 7. Now what you're thinking is bat on ball, get in line with it, bat, single, thank you, rotate the strike, get a bad ball. If Taran gets a bad one, he sends another one to the boundary. You win the over. If you don't win the over, you tie the over, or failing that, you fall 1 run short. But giving your wicket away, 8 down now, so just 2 wickets more and they're in trouble. Rajinder Brar gets a full toss that he just pushes away here. And, well, I don't know whether they wanted to have a look at this inside, but it looks like the umpire's quite happy with it. Rajinder Brar just, well, there you go. That's a no for me, if I'm honest, but the umpire's very quick to call the over. All right, so let's see what the plan is here. Is Arslan Amjad going to bowl here? It looks like he's got the ball in his hand, and he doesn't look like he's passing it on to anybody.
I think I know the plan over here. They're going to give up the single here to Taranjit Singh and just try to bowl at Brar. I think that's going to be the plan here. Everyone's going to be on the edge of the ring. They're going to try to get Taranjit Singh off strike and just keep bowling at Brar. And honestly, against Brar, just bowl it nice and wide. Bowl it nice and wide and let him chew up as many dot balls as possible.
But here, though, this is where, I mean, that's why everybody's been pushed back onto the 30-yard circle. But Taranjit, he's got to realise that's the plan, and he's got to think, well, okay, he's got to be thinking I've got 5 overs to face as many of these balls as I can and try and get the 46 that's required. That's what he's got to be thinking. He doesn't want to be. I don't think he doesn't want to take the singles.
I would have brought Buddha Mahesh at number 10 instead of Rajendra Brar. I mean, we saw that he can hit a long ball. He's also a left-hander.
Right, high in the air. Where's this going? It's going over. Yeah, that's 6. Right, that's one of them. So big hit, big 6. Taranjit Singh making Richard Cox sweat. I think Richard needs to put a cap on. All right, one big 6 takes the score to 105 for 8. So
Yeah, for Tejwinder Singh, I mean, beg your pardon, Taranjit Singh, it's either 0, 2, or boundary.
Yeah.
That's how you have to look at it. No singles.
good hit. Arslan Amjad, the captain, bringing himself on to bowl this. Well, important over, you would think. All right, now this is more up than anywhere. Arslan is after it. Can he get hold of it? Oh, well, it would have been incredible. But the thing about it is that's a win. It's a win. It's not a wicket. The wicket would have ended the game for sure. But it's a win in the sense that they're now bowling to Rajendra Brar. There are 8 wickets down. Brar has to... All right, again, the smart play is very similar to the last over. 6 and 1, you got 7. Don't go crazy. Think of singles. Don't go crazy. Okay, Brar. Okay, Taranjit. He gets there. Makes it home. So Rajendra Brar doing better than some of the batters that have done above him. He knows how to play it right. He looked just a little... Yeah, that's the way to do it. Now, I don't know why Niraj Tiwari wasn't thinking of doing the same. Taranjit, of course, he's not there to do that. He knows that's what the other batter's role is. His role is to go for the big shot. He's had a bit of luck. Can he have the luck to see them get a victory here? This is going to get a bit nervy here. Oh, slower ball.
Great deception there by Amjad. Just Singh was looking for that on-pace delivery. Just shuffling across as well because he's trying to play these wider deliveries towards the leg side. Right now you can see there's a long on in place. It's actually 2 long ons, a traditional long on, a wider long on in the cow corner, but yeah, no one around mid-wicket or square leg.
In the air now, keeper's catch. Here we go. And he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Now, we were talking about this before, about Marco Vake. This is where he has his issues. The ball going up in the air, and so many times, he's so late. And it goes up, he's standing still for a long time, and then he eventually starts to move, and he gets it wrong. So another opportunity.
A huge moment. He knows how big a moment it is. He knows how big a moment it is, Richard Cox.
Yeah, it's going to be a wide now. All right. So with that wide, that's the 10 off the over. So you got your 10 off the over. Now Rajendra Brar has just got to say, I've got to survive this ball. Now, has he survived? Has he got bat on it? Yes, says the umpire. So he survives. So that one is a little win for the batting side. Now, this is what Tiwari should have been doing when he was out there, which was crazy. So, all right. And Nelly
Tiwari, mind you, I mean, you're going to get the odd full toss against most of these bowlers. Just knock the ball around, get the singles, wait for the full toss, and you can hit that one away for a boundary. I think a lot of the decision-making by these Cyprus batters is really baffling. Even someone like Nalan Pathirana. This is a 2-time ECS champion. You know, a man who did a terrific job captaining the Sri Lankan Lions, and he just completely lacked the match awareness in that situation. We'll have a look at the bowling figures for Estonia. David Robson, once again, the pick of the bowlers. A terrific performance by him. Been so impressed with the way he's bowled throughout these first 4 days of international cricket. So we got 4 overs left here. You'd assume Chauhan would bowl at least 2 of those. And then who do you go for the other 2? I mean, you could go with Parkin, but we know he can be a bit expensive at times. And then you got 1 over with Savio. So personally, I'd go 2 for Chauhan, 1 for Savio. And the 4th one is probably going to be the big decision.
Yeah, I think Amjad, the captain, will probably bowl another one. I'm pretty sure he won't shy away from it. So it looks like that Sahil Chauhan has got the ball in his hand here now. So, well, what a good battle this is going to be. Two men that could probably go head to head in terms of aggressive batting styles. Now going to go head to head here. One bowling, Sahil Chauhan. I'm bowling to Taranjit Singh. This could be a huge battle. Taranjit knows what if he hits 6 sixes, they win the game. It's simple as that. And he's capable of doing that. We know he's capable of doing that. That's what it is. 6 sixes. 6 shots. 6 big shots, you win the game. When you put it into that context, and when you think there's, what we've got here, 24 balls to go. So if he hits 6 of those 24 balls for a 6, they win the game. Oh, this is really, very interesting. So 3 for 10. Hey, how about this for a shout? Sahil Chauhan yesterday scores a century. 5-wicket haul.
He could do it. I mean, he's got a couple of overs over here.
Yeah.
You have to get both of these remaining wickets.
Got him. And that's the wicket. Here we go again. Sahil Chauhan, I just said, what about a 5-wicket haul? And it could be. He got a century yesterday. He can do no wrong. And that's it. It's over. Match done. And we saw Cyprus defend 166 against Estonia. Now Estonia are going to defend 144. I'm not going to say that they bowled brilliantly well, but I'm going to say I told you so, that on this pitch I can see scores between 140 and 150 defended, and Estonia are going to do it, and they're going to take a big lead now. They will go 3-1 up, and that means that tomorrow Cyprus are going to have to win both the matches, and also they're going to have to win them big, because net run rate is going to be seriously against them. And yeah, I know a lot of people say, Rick, it's not done yet. 36 is done. Mahesh, all right, Mahesh is going to have to smash 6 balls for 6 if they're going to win this. And I can't see it happening.
Yeah, that certainly is the game. Chauhan, what a player for Estonia. I mean, his first T20I bowling innings, and he might pick up a 5-wicket haul.
Are we going to see a Michelle Pfeiffer here for Sahil Chauhan, the man who brought up a century yesterday? He's showing his all-round abilities. That's been hit nicely. It'll just be a single. Rajinder Brar gets back on strike. So the last pair out there, Rajinder Brar, unfortunately for him, he never got an opportunity to get a bowl. He's in the side as a bowler. He was in the side in the last match as a bowler, so he didn't get a bowl. That I don't understand either. If you got bowlers in your side, why aren't they bowling? Okay, Chauhan to Brar. Gets bat onto ball. They'll just take a single. I suppose the question is remember that Estonia were also bowled out with 2 balls to go, so they were all out. Are we going to see a T20 international where all the wickets have fallen? And this one is going to go for 6. So, well, Mahesh showed us in the last match that he is capable of smacking a ball for 6, Budika Mahesh. And that's a lovely shot. Look at the way he holds the pose. Ale. Again, that's Jakavi Malia. Many photo wicket there. Smile, please. Click, click, click. What a lovely shot.
Yeah, that's why I wanted Budika Mahesh at number 10. I think he's a good batter. You can see that from the couple of strokes he's played. Yeah, let's see if these two can pull off something special here for Cyprus. Oh, he needs to step inside and take the wide there. Would have been 27 runs needed of 20 deliveries.
Well, how exciting is this, folks? The problem is in Cyprus is, and this is where, when you look at some of those cheap wickets that have fallen, this is where they're going to be kicking themselves, because they're going to fall. You assume they're going to fall short. Taking this on, very good running. So you assume they're going to fall short. 27 they require of 18. When you have a look, I mean, first of all, I mean, James Chiolufas, you can't say much about it. I mean, that's just bad luck. So nothing about him. But when you have a look at Tiwari, the way he went, And Nelin Patharana, the way he went as well, giving wickets away when they didn't have to. Arjun Shahi, very first ball, caught and bowled. All he needed was somebody else to score another 10 or 15 runs, or those guys to score another 10 or 15 runs between them, and it could have been so much different. All right, we go into the next. It will be Arslan Amjad now bowling to Mahesh. Mahesh will be happy that there's nobody straight down the ground. That's where he likes to hit it. The heat really on, by the way, at the moment. No breeze at all. Amjad, the captain. Mahesh, high, in the air, catching opportunity. This could be the match. It is the match. It is going to be victory to Estonia. Estonia will win as they bowl out Cyprus for 118. It's the captain, Arslan Amjad, that picks up his first wicket. And Estonia take a massive lead now in this T20 International Series. After winning both matches yesterday, they lost the first one here today with what they would say is a disappointing run chase. But they came back strong, didn't they? After being skittled for 144 themselves with 2 balls to go in their innings, they have bowled out Cyprus for 118. It's high fives all around for Estonia, but it is bitter disappointment for Cyprus, whose hard work in the field comes to nothing.
Yeah, they'll look back at a number of mistakes they made. A lot of batters played a number of rash strokes and gifted their wickets to Estonia, and Estonia were gladly there to receive them. Full credit to them as well for their bowling efforts. They were very tight, fielded exceptionally, and they've managed to defeat Cyprus here and probably have one hand on the T20I series trophy as well.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they've full credit to them. I think they've always, for me, they've always outsmarted Cyprus. They would have been disappointed, of course, the way they went about the run chase in the last match, especially when they lost. The way they lost their wickets and the manner that they lost those wickets at, but they've come back well this time. And even though they had their own issues with the bat, with 1 or 2 key players missing, with the ball, they were sensational. And Kalugala, he's a player that has to step up. He's a player that has to start to show his class. He hasn't been able to do so at the moment. That one was a good save. And this one hits out on the offside. So we thought maybe Kalugala is going to turn it on this time, but it was not to be because, well, who was it? Well, that was the injury there to Pawan. He had to go off, but it was Sahil Chauhan that did the damage straight away. He was the one that took the catch, didn't he, to remove Kalugala. There was some big hits attempted from Gunasakura as well, and not able to always execute them. That one could have been a big moment, but Sahil Chauhan holds on to that one. But you've got to remember, he did also put Gunasakura down on 10, but it wasn't to be expensive. You know why? Because he put the catch down, and the captain said, all right, you put him down, now you sort it out. He said, all right then, and the very first ball he bowled resulted in a really horrible shot for Gunasakura to lose his wicket. And then it was 2 from 2 as Sahil Chauhan showed what a class all-rounder he is.
Yeah, when have you ever seen a player in his first 2 T20I balls pick up wickets in both of them? Unfortunately, it would just get a little bit more unfortunate for Cyprus. This was a very, very unlucky run out for James Kialufas. This isn't the worst way to get out, is there? Scott Austin looking to hit this down the ground. Perkin just gets a hand on it. And that was the end for James. He would depart. We know he's a very classy player, very technically gifted player. And Austin would get out shortly afterwards himself. This time he sent one to Aditya Savio. Sahil Chauhan picking up his 3rd wicket. We'd see the skipper Scott Burdikin carrying an injury, getting dismissed on 22 of 12 deliveries, just backing away ever so slightly rather than going straight at the ball. And we just see Arslan Amjad here taking the catch to get rid of Tiwari. Just not good match awareness there by the Nirush Tiwari. They needed to go at about 7 or 8 and over, and he's looking to play a big shot down towards long off. The same can be said here of Nelin Patharana, failing to read the situation. I mean, for a player who has so much experience, a match winner, a 2-time ECS champion, you'd expect him to do better. And there we go. Taranjit Singh was dismissed as well by Sahil Chauhan, picking up his 4th wicket of this ECS. Of course, Taranjit Singh as we mentioned, tried his best, tried to get his side close to his target, but in the end, it was too much for him. Ball just clipping his off stump along the way. And then he shall put the combination dismissal right there at the end. He would depart, having made 8 runs of 5 deliveries. Arslan Amjad bowling that one, and a good catch by Bilal Masood. We'll have a look at the scorecard of this second innings. As you can see, Taranjit Singh, the top scorer with 24 runs of 14 deliveries. Is he batting too low down the order? He probably was once again. I mean, the top scorer for the side consistently match after match, and he really should be right up there at the very least at number 3 or 4. Scott Burdick, the skipper, carrying an injury, came out, batted well until he just made a mistake on that delivery, which he was bowled out on. Estonia used a number of different bowlers, 7 different bowlers to be exact, and I think most of them can be very impressed with their performance. Of course, David Robson, 2 for 18, great bowling figures for him, and Sahil Chauhan in his first ever T20I bowling performance picks up 4 wickets. He still had an over to go, so it would have been interesting to see if they didn't lose that wicket, whether he could have picked up his 5th and had a 5-4 in his first ever T20I. Keep in mind, his first 2 deliveries were both wickets, so that is something he will always remember. The match summary is that Estonia have beaten Cyprus by 26 runs and taken a massive step forwards towards clinching this T20I series. Join us once again in just about 20 minutes time when we'll bring you some women's cricket.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello viewers, and we're getting ready for the fourth T20 International between the women of Cyprus taking on the women of Estonia. What I can tell you so far is that Cyprus have always had the upper hand against their Estonian friends. Estonia are playing some good cricket. We've seen them improve all the time, but they just haven't been able to match some of the firepower that we know that the Cyprus women have. They, of course, have got a very good captain with a lot of quality, a lot of skill, and a lot of knowledge there in Chetarani. And she's got some very good players that have come up trumps for them when it's mattered. Juna Alaje has been really good. Dukadenia Samanthi, the left-hander, when it comes to it, she can really pack a power punch with the bat as well. And she's been very good with the ball. And of course, you got the dancing queen as well. We're calling her the Shakira of cricket. And that, of course, is Dinella Korolage. She has been sensational as well. But I do get the feeling that maybe in this match, Cyprus might make a few changes. We know that they have a very big squad here. They are the home team. And being that they are 3-1 up already, they might give some more of those players a little bit of experience out there in the middle. I have been very excited though by Estonia. I love the way that they play. I love their desire. I love their passion. I love their willingness to learn all the time. And they come together really well. And one thing they certainly do, and you'll hear a lot of this, is they make a lot of noise and they celebrate their moments. They celebrate in style. They've got some good players there. I'm liking what the captain Belna is doing. She's getting those players united together. She's got good players there as well. Anna Marie Vesic has been sensational. She's been a really good bowler, but we've seen her come on leaps and bounds as well with the bat. Helena has been really good there as well. I think Somus is going to be pretty key. She also bats well and also fields well. And then talking about fielding, you got the likes of Victoria Frey in there as well. So some exciting players. And what we've seen all the way through here is that the Estonian team, with each match they play, they're getting better and better. So the number of extras they're being given away is improving. The way they're fielding, they field brilliantly well. In fact, they could put some of the men to shame when we've seen them in the field. So I think this is going to be an exciting match. But to me, it's all about how many changes Cyprus make. If they do make a number of big changes to the side, it could be an opportunity for Estonia to get their first win here. Nishay Butt is in the commentator's box. Nishay, the news from the middle here is there's going to be an exciting match. I certainly am excited to see how this one goes. Let's go to the middle and see what happens next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to our last T20I of the day. We've had a couple of exciting men's matches, and now it's time to turn our attention to women's cricket. So the news from the toss is that Estonia won the toss, and Mare Valner decided to field first. So we're going to see Cyprus having a bat to start things off. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Well, that's the men's match, unless they've decided to, just play for the women's side as well. But yeah, that is the men's match. We'll have the women's fantasy dashboard coming up for you shortly. So the opening batters here are Sasmi Jayakodi, and I'm still waiting to see who's joining her. I believe it's Thanuja Gedarage. So Jayakodi, Gedarage, the two of them opened yesterday as well. Now there's the right fantasy dashboard. As you can see, Cyprus absolutely dominant so far. 3 wins out of 3 for them to start off. Of course, they picked up the win this morning as well. Here we go, first ball, and it's going to be a dot ball. So nice start here for Vesic. Yeah, Vesic had a pretty good day yesterday. I think in particular in that first match, which is not telecast on the European Cricket Network, she went out there, batted superbly, bowled really well too. And she'll be hoping to put in a big performance in this game. Nice bowling action as well. This one is blocked out. And a couple of dot balls to start off. So yeah, just give you a quick recap of the match that of course took place this morning. So the Cyprus women and Estonia women played each other at 8:45 local time in the morning. So that's when the men were playing their first T20I. So wide. And Cyprus posted 121 runs on the board in the first innings, once again propelled by Ereisha Chatarani, 31 of 34 for her. Diranalage batted superbly too, 17 runs off the 11 balls she faced, hit 2 fours. Alexandra Taylor spent plenty of time out in the middle, faced 36 deliveries, made 13 runs before they decided to retire so they could just get a few more runs on the board. And in response, Estonia mustered 68 runs with Lima Dalbina top scoring with 11. Picked up a wicket off the very first ball, Cyprus, getting rid of Helena Kerge. The Estonia still looking for their first T20I win. They've had a T10 win. Plays this one into the pitch. That's going to be another dot ball. Let's see if Estonia can just take some inspiration from their men's team, who did a sensational job in that previous match, defending a pretty low target and bowling out Cyprus in the 110s. I'm going to go for a big heave over here. That's going to be the first runs off the bat. I'll come back for the second run here, so it's a 2 runs for Jay Cody. Cyprus will now move on to 4. Yeah, good cricket, some really good cricket. Nice running between the wickets. This is struck firmly towards point. And they'll come back here for a couple of runs. So good running between the wickets. Just going to have a look here at the square leg umpire. And looks like she has made it back in time. Ajma Shifa is the wicketkeeper once again for Estonia. Good work all around. Good cricket all around. Good throw, good wicket keeping, and good running as well. So, yeah, that was a sensational display. Kandarage getting ready to face her first ball. The first over went for 6 runs. Of course, for Estonia, I think the main priority of this series is development and focusing on improving key parts of their game. I think one thing I certainly noticed in the second T20IW yesterday was that they're getting better with their running between the wickets. And that's been one big positive for them. And it's just little things like that Estonia need to continue to work on if they are going to be able to compete with some of the more experienced cricketing nations. Now on the leg side, that's going to be a wide to start off for the captain of Estonia, Mare Valner. She had figures of 2 for 11 in the 3 overs she bowled in the match this morning. So their dot ball left alone there. This is just going to be well fielded by Vesic. Fine leg. So yeah, I think for Estonia, let's see if they can get some early wickets here and put some pressure on this Cyprus team. We know they play with a lot of enthusiasm. I think we all heard Natalia Tikhonravova yesterday evening. You know, even though the result was going against Estonia, you could hear her shouting, "Go Esti, go Esti," and then also doing a quite interesting howl at the end as well. So, you know, they certainly play with a lot of enthusiasm and passion. They've, despite the fact that results haven't gone their way, they haven't let that disappoint them. That's going to be a wide, beg your pardon, no ball since it doesn't land on the pitch. Yeah, good day today too. Of course, split screen, I should say, some European cricket. Of course, got the ECS going over on in Czechia right now as well, where some great action has been taking place. Of course, there's an innings break on there right now as Moravian have set a target of 122 for the Bohemians in what is their 4th match of the quintuple header they have coming up in Czechia. It's an interesting series there so far. Brno have made it 4 wins in 4. They'll also be playing in the final match of the day against the Bohemians, so a perfect start for them. They're looking really, really scintillating to start things off. The other news, of course, for the Praga Dominators. I mean, getting dominated as things stand. You know, they are yet to pick up a point, so 3 bonus point defeats in a row for them to start off their European cricket series. And meanwhile, for Brno, 2 of their 4 wins so far have been bonus point wins. Yeah, they're looking amazing to start off, and you just wonder if they can maybe cause a Prague CC a few issues later down the line. And the second over, Cyprus are 10 for no loss. Of course, it's our final game of the day, so feel free to bring in any of your random questions. Got this big T20 coming up here between Estonia and Cyprus. Of course, it's a must-win for Estonia if they still want a chance to go on and win this T20I series. They'll not only have to win all 3 of their remaining games, but also make sure that their net run rate is better than Cyprus's. Here comes Victoria Frey to bowl the 3rd over. Good front foot defense there. Good forward defense by Gedarage. Blocks that one out. Yeah, that's where Victoria Frey should be bowling. I think sometimes she has a few issues where she bowls a few too many extras. She's got a good action, and of course, the way she starts off a run-up is very iconic. Have a look at that. Hop, a skip, and she bowls it. Oh, that's a terrific ball. That is a terrific delivery, and she's very unlucky that it hasn't gone on to hit the stumps. She certainly looks in good spirits. Have a look at this. Oh my word, that has taken off. That has taken off. That really, on most surfaces that would be going on to hit the stumps. This one just landing a foot in front of Anna-Marie Vasek. And it's going to be a single. Yeah, this is a great length. I think a very good length. Just bowling in the channel here. Yeah, this is a good bowling by Frey. These are wicket-taking bowls, bowling a wicket-taking line and length. Just a little loose over there. A touch too short. And that means it'll go down the leg side. Let's have another look at this. Yeah. Should be leaving that alone, the batter. I mean, we've seen both these sides struggle with maybe spoiling 1 or 2 many wides. Oh, going to change the angle here. She's going around the wicket. Haven't seen her do this much. Generally always bowls over the wicket. See if she enjoys more success going round. Gets a legal delivery in, so 1 ball left in this over. Just looking at this field setting here for Estonia, I do like this. Everybody's in nice and close. Just one fielder stationed a deep cover, and well, shouldn't say deep cover, more like 3/4, not even all the way 3/4, just outside the ring, basically. With that cover boundary, I mean, neither of these batters have shown that they've got the ability to hit it through there. So if you're, I'd move her across to the leg side if I were Estonia. Going over the wicket here for the final ball of the over. And it's not the final ball of the over because it's a wide. Oh my God, just 1 ball left in this over. Just struggling a little bit with a radar here, Frey. I think he's had issues in the past with extras. There we go. Final ball. Oh, it's a terrific delivery. That is an absolute peach of a delivery. A Yorker length ball that has cleaned up Jayakody. It's timber here in Cyprus. as the home side lose a wicket right at the end of the third over. You know, she really deserved that wicket because she was bowling some great wicket-taking deliveries earlier in the over, particularly one that just took off a full length and normally would have gone on to hit the stumps. This time around, though, it's a terrific Yorker right in the block hole, and that is the end for the batter. Of course, she's been done by a great ball, you have to say. I think Jaya Cody's just got to take her hat off to some terrific bowling. The first wicket falls for Cyprus, who are now 14 for 1 at the end of the third over. Of course, I'm Nish Bhatt, and here's a good chance to welcome back Rico Full at the commentary box.
Yeah, what a time to come back as we saw a fantastic delivery, Yorker length, bowls Sasmi Jayakody, and it's Victoria Frey, who has the most beautiful bowling action in the world. There's no doubt about it. She gets the breakthrough. And now we're going to see, this is going to be, Satsrumus is going to come back into the attack. Lena Sormus, I liked her bowling. I gave her a quick shout out in the introduction because I think she could turn out to be a big player. Bowling here to Gadage.
It's just played out towards square leg. Going to be a single. Yeah, Sorna is going to be such an important player for her side. You know, we know she's a good batter. Bats very well. I think she just adds a little bit more power, a little bit more strength to that Estonian batting lineup. But I think her bowling as well, certainly very, very good too. And she's been a handy addition to this Estonian team. She was unfortunately missing for them over the weekend. Oh, there's a chance to catch it. It hasn't been taken. Oh, it looks like it has. Based on the reaction, it looks like it has. What a terrific catch. What a grab. Lunging forward, she's somehow taken it, and the entire team is absolutely delighted for her. That is Egelin Ellerma. We know she plays with so much heart and passion. She owns that position at short mid-wicket. Alexandra Taylor going for the pull shot towards mid-wicket, and Ellerma gets down low and takes that catch. So it's a bang-bang here for Estonia, who take a couple of wickets in quick succession.
What a catch. What a really good catch this is. This is like a cheetah on the prowl. Dives forward. Watch the way she wraps their fingers around that grizzly. That ball is not coming out. What a great catch. And Elmar, hardly any celebration. She's saying, what? What did I do? What did I do? What catch ball here? Celebrate. Oh, that's brilliant. I'm loving the reaction there of Elmar. And just have a look at the reaction from Elmar when she takes the catch. So he wraps her fingers around it. Watch this. Takes a catch. And then she's saying, all right, what's all the fuss about? What have I done? The captain is coming over and saying, well done. She's saying, what? Did I just do that? What did I do? You took the catch. It's brilliant. Look, I love it. Wonderful moment there. What a great catch that is from Elmar.
Now, I always find the no celebration Balotelli move looks a lot harder, doesn't it? But yeah, we just got a message here in the chat. We'll read it right after this delivery. Chaturani has come out to bat now. I think she's seen enough these first 3.3 overs. We know that in these T20I. She wants to give some other players a chance at the top of the order. There was a half chance for a run out there. We'll have another look. And we'll see how close this one was. Asma Shifa was a good throw in from point. As you can see, yeah, it's Frey as well. I mean, we know she has a gun arm. A really strong arm. She was involved in 2 runouts yesterday, but yeah, we're just not able to quite catch that moment where the wicketkeeper is trying to collect the ball.
Gadage, the batter. I think Gadage looks like so batter where if you're bowling it slightly short and it's going down leg side, she's got a bit of power in her shots. She can get this away. Just watch this. He just gets the top of the bat, and then if that went anywhere close to Shifa, it definitely would have been out. And, well, misses out on this one as well. But if Sormus can get one nice full and straight, she could probably get the breakthrough. A big shout out to the umpires for this match. Tracy Pasquale and Nilkesh Patel. Sajith is the third umpire. And all the umpires have done a tremendous job once again on a very hot, warm, humid day. So well done to the umps. Wearing black as well. Can't be easy when you're wearing black. At the end of that 4th over, it's 16 for 2.
Yeah, Jakob Jake Stewart joining us in the chat asking me if I'd like to visit Estonia. Yeah, I would absolutely love to. Never been able to, but yeah, Certainly looks like a beautiful country. It'd be great to visit. Of course, heard many great things about Tallinn. So it would definitely be a great trip if I had the privilege of visiting Estonia.
You would love it. I'm telling you, you'll love it. It's the first time I went, of course, in May, and got to admit, I fell in love with Tallinn. The cobbled street reminds me of a little bit of like good delivery blocked out there by Chitarani. Vesic has got her a couple of times cheaply, so she knows she's got to respect Anne-Marie Vesic here. But yeah, Tallinn has got the cobbled streets, a bit like you find in York and some other historic cities in the UK, but beautiful architecture, and I love all the little gift shops and the restaurants. Got a real buzz about it. It's nicely played. It's just stroked out onto the offside, take a single. So Chitarani looking to get a good innings in here to try and help Cyprus to get to a nice score. What were the scores earlier? I heard you saying it didn't quite catch them. I don't think there wasn't that many in it, was there?
Yeah, of course, Cyprus posted 121 in the first innings, and in response, Estonia had 68 runs, so in the end, falling 53 runs short.
Good leave. This is something. I'm seeing a couple of things already that both teams have learned. First of all, from Cyprus, for example, there from Grage, just leaving that alone. And on the fielding side, the fielders on the leg side, they're not all the way back on the boundary. As you saw yesterday, they're actually a lot closer, making it harder for runs to come by. Asking the question, probably just going down the leg side, but a good delivery from Vesic. And I like the appeal as well. And because every time there's an appeal like that, I mean, it may not be out, but it certainly puts a little bit of pressure on the batter. Just have a look at this. Gadage going for that shot down the leg side again, but not quite getting it right. So ask the question. If you don't ask, you don't get. This one really pops up and almost, yeah, she's saying, I'm all right, don't worry. It almost comes off the bat and goes into the helmet there of Gadara. So I'm liking this. Good fight this from Estonia. Of course, Estonia know they need to really get a win here. If they don't get this win, then the series will go to Cyprus. This one, I think she gets a bit of bat on this, actually. I think if that
she
was...
ended up spoiling a wide.
Yeah, and if that was caught, it would have been a great catch.
Yeah, I think Ozma Shipp has done a very good job behind the stumps for Estonia. Let's just see. Oh, yeah, would have been. I mean, they do have a leg slip in place here. Well, I should say a short fine leg rather than a leg slip.
Great over, beautifully bowled. Only the 2 runs come from that one from Vesic, so she certainly is keeping the pressure on. And the score moves to 18 for the 2 wickets that have fallen. So we've seen that Jay Cody go, bowled by Victoria Frey with a wonderful Yorker. And then we saw a really great catch from Elgin Alamar to remove Alexander Taylor of the bowling off Surmus. So I think Surmus will continue with the ball to try and keep the pressure on. Another over, and they'll get some drinks. It's not Surmus actually. They make a change. That's been hit pretty hard, and a great stop, wonderful stop out there in the field. That's Mijum Frey. So, well, we got mother and daughter out in the same team. Isn't that a lovely moment? Loving that moment. And well, Mijum makes a really good stop there. That ball was hit hard. That was destined to go to the boundary.
Yeah, great fielding by Miriam Frey. We'll have a look at this ball. Just plays it towards mid-wicket. It's going towards Ellermo. We've already seen it. Take a good catch. That's a good throw towards Dalbina, but it's just going to be a single. I just wondered for a second whether they might look to sneak in some runs up overthrows. Yeah, Natalia Tikhanovova not playing in this match, but she is shouting as loud as she can right at the top of her lungs from the dugout.
Well bowled. They might take the single here. Well, they don't. They turn it down. Probably because Delbina is so quick to turn around and chase after it. And Gadage doesn't seem to be backing up at all. So Chaturani says, I'm not running to the danger end for nothing. It's up in the air, just dropping short of the fielder, but makes the stop. Doesn't get past, and This is what I was talking about in my interest in this match. I've just loved the way that Estonia have fielded. They just have no fear. We've seen already 2 very good stops in this over alone. And both times the ball, there we go. See, look, body behind it. There's another one, and yeah, gets a stop. Not the most authentic of ways there from Natalia, but stops the ball going for more than one. Going to be called
wide over there. So well left by Chaturani. One ball to come. And this over. Looks to rock back and play this one towards point. That's a great fielding effort by Frey. Sticks out her left hand and stops that. Going to the boundary. The throw is a straight back at Chaturani. Delbina just checking if she's okay. Chaturani shrugs it off as she's says she's perfectly fine. I'll have a look at this fielding display again. Look at that ball. Just starts the side spin away. And she's tracked it well to get to that and ensure it doesn't just squirm past her. She's got a very strong arm. We obviously saw that yesterday. Perfect technique as well. Was involved in 2 runouts in our evening match yesterday as Cyprus are 24 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, she's becoming my favourite player. I just love watching her play. I love her movement. I love her energy. And I love her technique. And you've heard me admire her bowling. I think she's so elegant. Has a beautiful action. The best in the business. And then also fielding. I just love the way that she gets that throw in. A lovely fielder. Making saves. I mean, already in the field, I think Estonia have probably saved at least 10 runs by stopping balls that would normally go past them for 2. Probably stopping the boundary as well. So they're keeping the pressure on. But one thing that they need is to get the wicket of Isha Chaturani. If they can get her out early, then they can try and keep it to maybe a score around about maybe just the, I don't know, 60 to 75, 80. Which gives them a chance if one of their own batters can get going. So what I want you to do now is just look at Victoria Frey. So there she is, getting ready to bowl. Look, she can't stop. She's moving around. She's done. Look at this. Yeah, give it the Ali shuffle. So it goes from the Ali shuffle. Look at that. Look at that. Watch this. That's just tremendous. What are we watching here? What are we watching? Look, and then she'll stop and she'll go into her action. Here we go. So it's a bit like she's ready to do the floor in gymnastics. And now, here you go. What's the elegance of this action? Stupendous.
It gets the ball on the right spot as well. It's played very well. Chaturani in the end just pushes one towards point.
Yeah, now she'll go back to a mark where everybody else is flaking out in the heat. Not Victoria Frey. You can't stop her moving.
Struck straight back to the bowler, so it's a dot ball, I think. Yeah, she's been hitting much better lines and lengths in this match than some prior games. Also picked up one of the wickets they have had so far. Let's see if she can get another Yorker in here. She tries to go for that leg stump Yorker, but she misses it by a bit, and it's going to be a wide.
Gets back to a mark. Just have a quick look at the field set here to Grage. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I would probably have a square leg in, if I'm honest, because Grage does like to play most of her shots on the leg side. That's well bowled. The quicker delivery gets it through, and yeah, then she goes skipping back. Oh, look at this. Look at it. How can you not love what you're seeing here, folks? How can you not love it? The energy, the joy, the splendor, and the happiness of being out there and playing cricket and representing your country. And it's just magnificent to watch. So she just goes a little bit too far down the leg side once again there. Victoria Frey gets back to a mark.
Yeah, you love the energy and passion she plays with. Plays the game for the right reasons, and you could tell she just started to become a fan favorite during that Estonia Tour Malta back in November last year. This one's another wide, just pushed down the leg side.
Yeah, Gudage does well. So some of the things that we were saying that they need to work on, they are. And Estonia certainly the same themselves. They're much better in the field, not pushing fielders too far back for no reason. Makes the stop. No run. And good pressure being created. So only runs really coming at the moment from extras. There was a single right at the beginning from Chitrani. And that's sometimes the issue for her. If she gets a single off the first ball, she spends most of the next few deliveries off strike. Oh, could be a run out. She's going to have to turn and go. In comes the throw. Can she get back quick enough? And she does. It's a long way back when you commit yourself halfway down. No run. Chitrani turns it down. Doesn't really get out of a crease at all. The Chitrani says, no, I'm not coming.
This is nicely blocked out by Gedarage. Was going to need to start to look to score some runs. I think right now Estonia's strategy would just be to keep her on strike and make sure Chaturani is stranded at the non-strikers. At end of the over, 4 runs come off it. Frey will be very pleased with herself. Of course, she picked up a wicket in the match we had earlier this morning as well. That was not broadcast, but was a little bit expensive. She went for 39 runs in the 4 overs she bowled. Gave 19 wides and 3 no balls. So, yeah, just extras have always been a little bit of an issue for Frey, and let's see if she can just address that. Score is 28 for 2 at the end of the 7th over. I think you'll just see the update made to the graphics as soon as possible.
Yeah, a lot of dot balls in there. A good finish from the over from Frey. We'll get those graphics updated as just pushed out. So she's quite happy. Chitrani, once again, off the very first ball of the over, she doesn't mind pushing this away for a single. So Lina Surmus comes out to bowl again. So rotating the bowlers quite well here is Valna. She's sort of giving one to one bowler, resting her for an over, going to another. It's not a bad idea when you got a fair bit of heat at the moment. So bowl an over, have a rest and come back.
Oh, top edge is going to carry. Oh, a chance was there. Oh, the chance was there for Natalia Zholders. The top edge went flying to her. She was positioned for exactly that kind of a catch.
Gudage gets alive there on 5. But hey, tactics. She's not hurting you. Leave her in there. 23 balls for 5. It's okay. Maybe, but it's a good effort there.
Nicely played away here by Chaturani. And she'll take the single again, as you mentioned. More than happy to take these singles.
Yeah, one thing I was going to point out there, which we weren't seeing at all yesterday, straight away when Chaturani comes on strike, that fielder went back. And now on the leg side, she's coming back in. So learning and improving all the time. That's a little bit wild, so that's going to be a wide. As Gudage, well, once again, this is Isha Chitrani. We know she's a top player, but she misses so many opportunities for singles. And sometimes you're not going to score big runs in the women's game, or your team may be struggling. So you've got to take the single. That would have taken her on strike. So it's easy single there, and she doesn't move.
Next side, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, I think obviously good point you made there that the fielder at square leg is coming back in for Gedarage and then going back out for Chaturani. I'd personally have her a little straighter, more around mid-wicket than the square leg for Chaturani. Go straight to Ellerma at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, she's the demon fielder in close. Already proved her worth with a fantastic catch. But much better though in the field. And like in the field, 3 inside, 2 on the outside the ring. Not too deep.
This is gonna land just short of Frey. She was interested. You also had Amy Pattenden, who's in as a substitute fielder.
What's Chaturani doing here? I mean, why is she not running? Look, she doesn't move out of a crease, so the batter, Gadage, goes all the way up and runs back. What is Chaturani doing? I mean, for such a good, experienced player, she's losing the basics here. She really is. She just, and I could understand if it was like, you know, maybe the last ball of the over like that one. She says, no, I want to stay on strike. But the thing is, she stays on strike, so she's turning it down. And then the very first ball of the first ball of the over, she's taken a single.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. She turned away 3 runs in that over. And that's why that ends up being a very good over. Only 5 runs from it, a couple of wides. And after 8 overs, it's 33 for 2.
Yeah, interesting decision-making here from Chaturani. I think you'd expect for someone with her cricket now to just be a little bit smarter with that. So Miriam Frey has just been moved from out at third to oh my goodness, this is amazing. So in this heat, she's had to sprint from her original fielding position right in front of the bowler, in front of Val. Only be told now, go back to where you were.
Yeah. Falna comes back. Yeah, the only thing would be what I suppose was more frustrating for me there about Chaturani not taking that single. She's depriving Gadage of runs. So Gadage is 6 runs of 27, but there's a lot that have been turned away as well because she's not being able to encourage her captain to take the single, which is a little bit naughty for me, to be honest. If I was Gadage, I'd be screaming at Ursha and say, hey, come on. These are my runs you're turning away. I want these runs.
I was just looking at the shadow of the ball as it went over the tram line and wondering if it caught any of that line along the way. Captain versus captain. Valner against Chaturani. And Chaturani is just going to watch this one go past her. Was maybe just wondering if this one was going to go wide, but with that angle, you don't expect it to just break away.
You're well bowled.
Pushes this, knocks this one away for a single. Elma will give it a chase. And we'll pick up another run here, Cyprus.
Yeah, they'll take the singles. So Chaturani strokes it out. 4 balls in. Now, interesting if what we're going to see here.
Yeah, so it is a 35 for 2 and at 8.3 overs. We'll just, the graphics a little bit behind. There's a few technical issues there. Now on to 35 for 2, 8.4 overs in.
Yeah, that's very good bowling for Valna. Just getting that ball inside that wide line. And she's beaten both batters with that ball. Chaturani ended up leaving one. Gadage just watched that one go by. So it's almost like anything that's outside the off, both these two batters sort of struggling to deal with it. And this time Gadage has a big swing. And it's nothing from it. And just listen to that. I'm loving the noise from, of course, not the spectators and also some of the girls that are not playing this match. Plenty of encouragement for Esti.
Nice ball there. Really good delivery by Valor. I mean, she could. That's the kind of ball that gets you wickets. I mean, just Gadaraga gets enough bat on it. But playing across the line like that, if she misses one, she is going to be clean bowled. End of the over. Cyprus 35 for 2 at the end of the 9th.
Yeah, I'm liking this. They're keeping it nice and tight. I mean, if you're saying they scored in the 120s in that last match, well, this time around, doesn't look it's going to be that because they're really going to have to get the acceleration to get to that score. So, and also the batters, you can see they're not really taking it on. There's singles that are being turned down, which is a big surprise. So, yeah, interesting little passage of play here. So you'd expect the accelerations to start to come through here at this point, but not happening. And also, at the moment, Estonia not giving away nearly as many extras that they have sometimes. Right, high up in the air. Fielder coming across. Would be a great catch. Doesn't get there. And it's just going to be a single. So, again, Chaturani goes for the shot. Doesn't execute it as she would hope. Only going to be a single. And now, question is, how long Gadage actually, Chaturani has to play at this one. Plays it down in the ground, quite happy with that. That's Gadage now, actually. I think we're just running a little bit behind. So I was right in my first thinking, how many balls would Chaturani have to stand at the non-striker's end? So this is all good. Good tactics. Estonia give away the single, get Chaturani at the other end, and then keep it nice and tight. The only thing they need to do here now for me, I think, is one of those fielders that is deep on the leg side, probably a little bit too deep. I think Velna's forgotten to get that fielder to come in because it's Gadage now on strike, not Chaturani. But so much better in the field, this from Estonia. And missed out on. Probably would have been a big wide as well. So Gadage, I wonder how much patience they're going to have with Gadage. She has played so many deliveries here now. I think that's 33 deliveries she's faced for 6. And Chaturani's only faced 14 for 10. So she's chewing up a lot of balls. And I wonder if we can see this side on. I wonder if she stood outside the crease here and there's an opportunity. Just have a look at this. No, she just get the foot back.
Just manages to slide that foot back in time. Just going to watch one go past her here. And it's going to be another wide.
Yeah, this is the ball that we just saw now after seeing. So it just goes a little bit too wide. So very few runs coming off the bat, that's for sure. I mean, these two got 16. And we saw that Joe Cody scored 4. So that's the 20. Everything else at the moment coming via extras. There's that field again, so getting the field right, not allowing the 2. So remember yesterday, those fielders were right the way back on the boundary. So the batters of Cyprus were quite easily taking 2s there. This time those fielders are in. Now, I reckon she's retiring. I don't know. Can we see this again? Have a look at this. Talk about being dismissed of Gadage. Look at Chaturani. I wonder if you have this on camera. Chaturani just see that last ball and just keep it playing after that last ball is finished. Two batters communicating each other. So what I want to see here, I don't know if you got this here. So the last ball gets bowled and Chaturani just goes over to Gadage and says, okay, go. It was as dismissive as that, say, right, go, get out of here. You can understand it, but I will say this. Chaturani is also to blame because she didn't help Gadage taking a lot of singles. So Gadage, after 35 balls for 7, is retired out. And the new batter that has come out is Dirana Halage.
Here comes Frey. Bowling the 11th over. That one's just wide down the leg side. You know, I mean, that length, there's always a concern that potentially bowl a no ball if it takes a couple of bounces before going across the crease. That one, much better ball. Just stays a little bit low. There's no way that Diranalaga can play a shot at that. Looks to go for the big shot here. This is played out towards cover. And that's going to be a single to dangerous Chaturani back on strikes. I think now she'll just look to maybe just speed up a little bit. Cyprus going a touch slow these first 10 overs. I mean, usually, I think with Cyprus's quality, they tend to target a score in that kind of 130 plus region. I think, of course, if they keep going at this rate, they'll probably be in the high 70s or low 80s. But you'd expect them to just speed up a little bit. I think Chaturani's still settling into her innings.
Yeah, Tadina Halage comes out as well. We know that she gets a loose ball on the leg side. She's able to hit it pretty well. And that just a little dab, no run. And well, there could be a run here now. There will be. It's overthrows. That's unfortunate. Elmar didn't really have to throw that one in. And this time, Chaturani now is starting to understand that there needs to be a little bit more assertiveness in the running. So she says, yeah, come on, we will take this now. So Juna Halage goes back on strike. Frey want to just try and keep that ball out there on the offside. Doesn't want to stray down the leg. So doesn't want to bowl a short one down the leg to allow the batters to get the big shot in. And that's the one that goes down the leg side. But what a good take that is from Shifa behind the stumps. I know that there was I was talking to Terry O'Connell. There was, I'm not sure who was keeping in that last match. I don't know if you have it in the info that you have there, but one of the keepers did take a nasty one on the fingers, and I know that the keeper from Estonia had to go to a hospital to get it checked. They thought that maybe it was more dislocation, so I'm hoping the news there is good, and the player has joined us back.
Yeah, I believe so. This one's going to be struck firmly, and a chance there again for Zsoldos. But she's actually done very well to get a hand to it and make sure it doesn't get past her. Just going to consider stealing an extra run of overthrows here, but they won't. Yeah, a lot of opportunities going towards her direction right now. Yeah, based on the information we have here, of course, Natalia Tikhonrovova was wicket-keeping in the previous match, and she's currently out, but she is sitting in the dugout right now, and we can hear her doing saying her usual "Go SD," and then doing her iconic cry after that.
Well, that's good. So she's been to hospital, come back. It's nothing too serious, so that's good news. But obviously, our wishes to her and a speedy recovery. It's a nice looking shot. Cut away. They'll just get a single into the 10th over here now, and Victoria Frey finishes it well. Yeah, we're just having a few issues with the internet here, folks, so apologies for the scorecards just running a little bit slow, but we can give you an update. That's 11 overs complete. It is also time for some drinks. It's 44 for 3. It's lovely to have you all with us. And hey, a question for you. Have you seen the movie, I think it's called 1983, or maybe just 83, which of course is based on that World Cup victory by India. Have you ever seen that movie?
No, unfortunately, I've not.
You've got to see it. It's on a number of the movie sites, but and the reason why you got to see it, and the reason I'm talking about it, it was on this day where in 1983, where the tranquil surroundings of the Neville Ground at Tunbridge Wells went violent as Kapil Dev brutalised the Zimbabwean bowlers in an unforgettable display of hitting as India recovered from 9 for 4, then 17 for 5. Wickets continued to fall at the other end, but it didn't matter as Kapil Dev creamed, remember that amazing 175 not out of 138 balls with 16 fours and 6 sixes. The next highest score in that innings was Saeed with 24 not out, and so he got 66%, of course, of that score of India, making 266 for 8. And obviously, they then went on to qualify for the semi-finals, and 7 days later, they were crowned the world champions, courtesy of another victory over the West Indies final. Yeah, if you've never seen it, and anyone else, if you haven't seen that movie, I think it's just called 1983, or it might just be called 83.
83, yeah.
83.
Released in 2021.
Yeah, gotta watch it. It's an incredible movie. But that happened, or that particular knock, the 175, happened on this day, all the way back in, of course, 1983. And what a knock it was. Kapil Dev, I have to say, one of my favourite players of all time.
Yeah, just going to add this one to my IMDb watch list. Might be a good one to watch, along with the family as well. Of course, my parents love their cricket as well. So.
Yeah, they'll love it. It's a great movie. It really is.
Just flicked away nicely over there. And Khergate goes with the underarm throw. And it's going to be a single. Yeah, nicely played there by Chaturani. Just gets some bat on it. And flicks it away to Helen Khergate.
Very impressed the way they're just keeping and stopping Cyprus getting the big shots in. It's been a real change round. That's another good delivery. And Lena Sormus, she'll always get the ball because of the way she bowls, and especially bowling from that end, she'll always get this extra bounce. And unless the batter goes out to meet this ball. She's not going to make good contact. The only contact she'll make, it might be just a bit of a top edge. And that one's going to be called wide by Nikesh Patel. Viking Bay, hello to you. He says he's been lurking. Hello, Dave. Well, Dave's been doing a little bit of lurking as well. How are you, Dave? I hope you're well. And did you celebrate with your son on his birthday? Did he come out at all, or was it just all done over the phone? Right, got to run here. Got to go for two. Now, there's been a lot of tiki-taka. I think it's been a long, long time since we've seen a double. So that's what's important here now with this field the way that it is. So the boundaries may not be on, so that means you've got to run hard and get the twos. So once again, when they go for two, this time the fielder has anticipated better. Victoria Frey, you know who it is
What
for
a
the throw.
I mean, that was such an incredible throw. I mean, the power on that throw, and it was right at the bowler as well.
She's got a wonderful arm, hasn't she? I keep saying this. I'm gonna have the opportunity to speak to Victoria and just ask her if she's played any other ball sport, for example, like something like baseball or something, because she's got such a good natural arm, and I love her technique. And in fact, if there's a lot of youngsters that are learning the game, I mean, that's the perfect technique, isn't it, the throw? It's a beautiful throw.
A beautiful throw, and it's incredible. She throws it with such power and also accuracy. I think accuracy, though, is something that you can't really teach. I think it's just natural born, and I've not just heard this from cricket coaches, but you even hear this from coaches in other sports which involve throwing, whether it be baseball coaches or even a sport like American football. You'll often hear that accuracy is not something you can really teach. So, yeah, it just naturally has that accuracy as well as the strong arm.
Yeah, Jake Stewart said I showed my teacher your introduction to of talent. She's from the town where they make the salt in Alicante. Oh, is she? So that is, you're talking now, Torrevieja maybe. It could be a number of towns. Could be Torrevieja, which is where I'm from, by the way, or where I live in Torrevieja. It could also be, where else could it be? It could be on the way to Alicante as well. Santa Pola is another area, but I think probably Torrevieja. Well, give her my greetings. Jacob Jake Stewart. All right, up in the air, and almost. She's getting closer and closer to taking a stunning catch is Natalia Zaludz. That one almost stays. It just gets into the hands, rolls up the arms, and I thought for a moment she was going to cradle it like a baby, but it just slips out.
Yeah, almost. She's getting closer and closer to grabbing one.
Patterson, I still like to see Patterson come on the other end. We were talking about this. Can you imagine her bowling? Let's just say, I mean, I know that it's the first innings, but certainly we were talking about this. If she was bowling in the second innings, bowling from the Derbyshire Road end, getting this sort of flight, two things. A, it'd be in the sun. Secondly, she'd get some really good bounce.
Yeah, she flights the ball a lot, doesn't she, Shirley Pattenden? That's really nicely played by Chaturani, because that was a difficult ball to play. It was full and straight at the stump. She misses that. She would have been out, but she's played that one very well across the line.
Hey, I've got a challenge for you. Seriously, challenge, cricket related. So we're saying T20 internationals here. Have there been any other occasions where the mother and daughter played in the same team?
That might be interesting to look up. I mean, we had one back on, obviously, over the T10 weekend in the ECIs, where we saw Shirley and Amy Pattenden playing together. Amy Pattenden, though, hasn't had any opportunities to play in these T20Is, but yeah, mother and daughters playing together in the T20I, probably not something we've seen too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth looking at. I mean, this could be a first here, folks. I mean, and Nish might come back. I mean, Nish is great with all this multitasking, watching the game and going to some other, popping up some other screens. But, yeah, I wonder if we have. I mean, I reckon there probably has been, but not too many times.
Of course, we saw Victoria and Miriam Frey combine for a wicket back in Malta, and I love to see that the European cricket is the first result when you look up mother and daughter. So a really proud moment for the two of them. So when you Google mother and daughter T20I, the first result is Miriam and Victoria Frey. So that's certainly a proud moment for the family. But
Did they combine to take a wicket? Did
yeah,
they
combined to take a wicket, the two of them.
Wonderful. Well, I wonder if we could see something special here. Between, of course, mother and daughter. It's Miriam Frey and Victoria Frey. Well, Victoria Frey, she does bowl, and the mother, Miriam Frey, certainly a very good fielder. Who knows? Wouldn't that be great? All right. Patterson, though, at the moment, getting the ball floated, and so far, it's not been that expensive. And that's been well struck. Now, how much of this has got? You're going to have to run to. You can't be. Oh well, you can't play. Playing a shot like that and just walk to the other end. So what a waste of energy this is. A shot like that. I know that you're taking on Victoria Frey out there. That's that throw again. Oh, superb. Brilliantly captured there by Spring Media, who are doing a fantastic job here. Dennis, Martha Maria and Oleg. And that's nicely played away. I actually bumped into them when they came down to Limassol last night, and I got to tell you this story. So I went to a local place that, Wolfie Marzi recommended to me that when he was here earlier. He said, you got to go to this place and try the food. So yesterday, by the time I got back and got things done, I did go for about half an hour in the gym. So when I finished, I thought, right, I need some grub and I wanted some meat. So I went to this establishment. End of the over, by the way. It's 59 for 3. 13 overs now complete, and I was in there and I was waiting for my food, and I could hear myself because there was 2 or 3 people in groups watching the cricket, and that's happened here because I could hear it, and next thing I know, somebody came behind me, is tapping my back, and when I looked around, it was Martha Maria saying, fancy seeing you here. I checked with them. They really enjoyed their food as well. Yeah, that's always weird. I know when I was travelling, it's going to be wide and just going to be left. When I was travelling via Luton to come here, once again, even at the airport, a few people stopped me. You know, when people are staring at you, you thought, oh, what are they looking at? And then some people came over and said, you're Rico Full, aren't you, from the European Cricket Network? I said, yeah. So it's crazy how things are really getting around. That's a nice looking shot. Now, will they take 2? I don't think they will. The fielder comes across there. And of course, the same was when I was Wimbledon and leaving Wimbledon to come to Cyprus. So, yeah, but certainly didn't expect that going into that establishment, and at least 2 or 3 people sat at different places, all watching, probably watching some of the highlights via YouTube of all the action that's been happening here. So, oh, that's a good-looking shot. Is she going to clear the fielder? She is. That's an incredible shot, and we're going to see our first boundary. And no surprise, is come for Ursha Chitarani, dances down the wicket, takes a bit of a gamble, comes down and nails it. That's out of the middle. Lovely jubbly, lovely shot. Ginna Sona, Joka Lagya.
Terrific shot. Great use of the feet there by Chaturani. Gets to the pitch of the ball and smashes it over the fielder. It's just amazing the way she's just blessed with so much power.
Now goes straight, but to the fielder. A good pickup. Here comes the throw. It'll just be a single this time. So now, with that boundary, it's the women from Cyprus that are starting to make the noise. But as soon as you'd see a dot ball or something here, once again, it'll be the Estonia women making all the noise. We've got a bit of a competition in who can make and the biggest cheers going on there. Remember, there you go. Now it's the cheers from Estonia. There's Delbina. Gets a dot ball in there. So 66 for 3. They're containing pretty well at the moment. They still should probably get close to that 100 score. But at the moment, unless Chitrani really starts the motor here, I don't see them getting to that 120. Question is, though, here, with after this still 6 overs to go, you'd probably feel that Cyprus women probably already close to a score, which is going to be a bit difficult. Oh, looks to go for the shot here, and that's Dirana Halage. And then at the last moment says, no, I remember what I've been told. leave the wides alone. And she does well to leave it in the end, takes the wide. Yeah, so we're probably already close to a score, which is going to be pretty competitive for Estonia. It's another one that goes down the leg side, so Lirina Halage at the moment, biting her tongue and leaving those alone, though she would love to have a go at it, but I think if she misses out on it and spoils a wide. But I do like the fact, I'm going to go back to again, I do like the fact that teams, from all the things that me and you have been talking about, and obviously the coaches have been touching on that as well, and on whether they've gone back to some of the highlights and used those for the coaching purposes. But, you know, the little mistakes, not just mistakes, I suppose the areas where improvements can be made, they've been made. The batters are leaving alone a lot of wides. The fielding from Estonia, very good. I like the way that they've already learnt the fact they want to come in when it's not Chaturani on strike and go back when she is. And that one gets whipped away. Well, that is a wide that does get spoiled, and it's Usha Chaturani of all people that spoils it, and she'll get a slap on the wrist for that one.
So we are witnessing history here. This has to be the first recorded time in the T20I that a mother and daughter have played in the same team. The closest we have come is a mother managing a daughter in the same team in the T20I. This was when Singapore played in an international series in the Saudi Cup in 2022. And we've also had one where a mother and daughter were umpiring. I beg your pardon, a daughter was playing and a mother was umpiring in the same tournament for Pakistan. But this is the first recorded instance where a mother and daughter are playing in the same game on the same team.
I thought you said that happened in Malta.
Oh, but that was that not a T10?
I don't know. You were telling me. I don't know. Was that T10 or T20?
I believe it was a T10, yes. For the T20I, this would be a first.
Well, there you go. So we're the first in that as well, hey, people. This one's going to get passed for a while. Well, I know Nisha's going to just keep checking. He'll go and double-check that. So it's a first here. So I just had a feeling. I didn't, I just thought, let's check it because it's not something that you'd expect to see too much of. So we reckon we got a first here that we got Midjam Frey, mum, and Victoria Frey playing international cricket for Estonia at T20 internationals. So we think this is a first.
Yeah, this is a first. That was an ECI, of course, over in Estonia. So it was a T10 match. So, yeah, first time in the T20I, a mother and daughter are playing in the same team. At least if there's any other incident, feel free to share it in the chat. I did spend a long time looking into these events. So the closest, of course, we've come is a mother managing a team in which her daughter is playing it.
Yeah.
And a mother umpiring in the same tournament in which her daughter is playing. And that was, one was for Singapore and the other for Pakistan. So
wonderful moment then. Another first on the European Cricket Network. All we need now is, because, all right, here we go. This is what we want. All right, are you all listening to me in the chat? So you know what I do this thing, and I want you all to be thinking about something. I want you all to be thinking now, Victoria Frey bowling. We got Mijam Frey out there in the field. I think she's at point. Let's see if we can get bowled Frey, caught Frey, or a run out involving the two Freys. Wouldn't that be something? So are you thinking about it? Come on, I want you thinking. Power of the chat, everybody. Power of the chat. That one's going to go through. It's going to be, I think, buys. Just see what Tracy's going to signal here. I don't think it was that wide. Let's see what Tracy is thinking. Yeah, buys. Victoria Frey just checks her field here now. As I don't think you need backward points so far back. I think that's been well hit. This could be another one that's just going to slow up. I mean, at the ECIs, that probably would have been close. That would have been a 6 in the ECIs. There's no doubt about it. But the boundaries, for me personally, I have to be honest, Nish, I think for me personally, these boundaries are far too big for this contest between the women. I know in the ECIs we were bringing the rope in because obviously that's our tournament and we run that to our guidelines, so we bring the rope in. But you know, I'd like to see the rope in because it gives something to the batters, doesn't it? And when you play good shots like that one, and even this one to a degree, now this is going to that also, when we were doing the ECIs, that would have been a 4. I think I'm quite amazed that we've seen one boundary actually here from Chitarani that's gone for 4, because these boundaries are so big, and with the slightly slower outfield as well, it's tough for the batters to get a boundary.
Yeah, so the ICC requirement for women would be a minimum 55 meters for the boundary, and the other playing field is at that boundary line. That's why we're seeing a few more boundaries hit during the first match.
Yeah.
There was a point I made yesterday as well. So here, though, they're playing with the exact same boundary length the men were playing with.
So what you're saying is really we could have bought these boundaries on either side. So the boundary, if you like, it's square-legged point in some.
Yeah, about 5 meters for the square-legged point boundaries. I think the others would stay the same.
Yeah, others would stay the same. Yeah, I mean, even that makes a little difference, doesn't it? But that's been well struck. And I think, Victoria Frey saying it's getting far too hot under this cap. I'd like to take it off. And a free hit coming up as well here. So you can see that the acceleration that Chitarani wanted to bring in by making that retirement out is starting to happen. Oh, that's been really well hit. Now this will be 4. Well, she's muscled this to the boundary. That's a wonderful strike. Of course, the straight boundaries are shorter, but still, this is a really good shot. I mean, this is still moving and traveling as it whistles past the boundary rope, and it's only the hedge that needs to stop it. Very good shot from Chitarani. And, getting things moving. And even Adriana Halage, she's on 12 or 15. Remember, before that, we had that huge long innings from Gadage, who was 35 balls for 7 before she got retired out. And that one is probably going to be okay, because if you go with the profile system, that, she's asking the question, and it's not a wide, because this ball was, when it was released, was going to hit the pads. So by moving inside to see it go wide, it's not going to work, because it was always going to hit the pads to begin with. So good call there by Tracy. Very important, and got to take my hat off to the umpires, particularly the likes of Tracy and also Nilkesh Patel and Sajith, who did a lot of the T10 cricket, where of course anything down the leg side is wide. So they've remembered the profile system, and they've got it right to pinpoint accuracy as well.
Yeah,
15.
Absolutely, and
Over's gone.
A lot of credit to them for that. I think we've seen this a few times where batters have stepped inside looking for the wide, and the umpires will no, profile wide.
83 then. We've got getting to a point here now with 5 overs to go. And who's coming on to bowl here? Looks like it's going to be the captain again, Marit Vilna, or Sergeant Vilna, as I like to call her.
Looks to leave that one there. Dinar Nalage just backs away from it, and it misses the off stump.
She's got this knack of getting that ball just inside that wide line as well. Now that's being the left-hander. Now this one's just going a bit down the leg side. Well, you've just seen that on your screens as well. We just that second there had a sudden gush of wind where had us all blowing around, including the cameras. It just came from nowhere, that. It was nice though. And now it just overcompensates a little bit too much. So once again, I mentioned this at the end of yesterday, that there will come a time, the more cricket that Estonia play, that the number of wides that they give away. So for example, at the moment that number is on 27. So 28, sorry. 33 extras. So that's really well bowled. He's so unlucky. He's Sergeant Velner there. And, beats a good batter there. Gets that one through Drina Halage. But yeah, can you imagine if let's say that the number of wides are halved, that makes a big difference to this score.
It certainly does, and I think extras are such a huge factor in determining these games. Dave asking what the distance of the boundaries are. So 60 meters for the square boundaries, 55 meters from to the boundary where Mare Valner's bowling premises from to the Derbyshire Road end, and 50 meters to the tower end, which would be the boundary, which is the end which Valner is bowling towards.
Nilkesh Patel having some discussion there with Murat Falna. Be careful, Nilkesh. I think Nilkesh has had a bit of time in the army military as well. And what's happening here? Nilkesh is saying it's being called a no ball, and I think that's probably because the number of bounces may have bounced twice before it gets to the line there. So no ball is being called. Free hit. Yeah, I think Nilkesh has probably spent some time in the army in India. I know that Valna has as well. And was on the free hit, places away nicely. Will they take on the arm? They think about it. They will. Good throw. Better get the hustle in. Could be gone. And, oh, I reckon this is going to be out. Yeah. Brilliant. And you know why? Because it's the power of the throw there. And the one lady that should be celebrated is still down on the floor. Everybody go running over there. That's got to be Victoria Frey. I'm telling you. And I know it was a free hit, but you can be run out the free hit. And there's celebrations all around. And I think that it's got to be. Look at this. And nobody's going over to her. Victoria Frey, what a throw. She throws it. Take them off, she says. Take them off. Yes, there's the joy. She's still there on her own. Go over there and celebrate with Victoria Frey. Ah, that's marvellous. Well, look, she's still on her own. Now she comes to join the party. Yeah, she should be the first one to get a drink. Outstanding fielder she is. Outstanding. And that wicket is all about her. So Joanna Halage will depart. And you get the feeling that it probably should be Samanthi Dunakdenia who comes in. Looks like her, the left-hander. But what a good bit of fielding. And loving that. How come they left her out there? They should have all been running over to her. It wouldn't have happened if it weren't for her fielding. It looks like it's Valna that's getting all the sort of congratulations. But that would not have been possible if it weren't for that brilliant fielding from Victoria Frey.
She's such a weapon for Estonia in the field, isn't she? This is the third run out she's been involved in these last couple of matches. What an asset for Estonian cricket. And, of course, I believe she's still a teenager, so very bright future ahead for her. And I think with stars like this developing in Estonian cricket, you know, just imagine her, you know, if Estonia were to qualify for an ECCW in the future. I mean, what an incredible player she could be at a place like Kardama. Is it Chaturani batting on 29 to 32? Once again, we're continuing the battle of the two captains here.
A nice looking shot would just be a single. So they're slowly getting close to that that 120 score, aren't they? They looked like they were going to fall short of it at one point, but the acceleration is coming to play just when you expect it. Starting to get pretty warm and muggy now again. It's that time of day as the sun starts to come down, and well, no run. So yeah, not sure about. So once again here, Chitarani not running, and whether she loses count of the. Well, no, she doesn't lose count. She knows what the number of balls to come up. She's not running because she knows that it's the end of the over. So it's time for drinks. So they'll take some drinks on here. We're just looking at, just wanted to have a quick look at some of the plays that we've seen here. So Victoria Frey, let's have a quick look. And Victoria Frey, 2006 she's born. So it's got plenty of time to learn and get better. So Victoria Frey, just 18. And they're playing, of course, out there in the middle with her mum, and that sensational fielder. And she's saying, "I don't need any drinks." He's lying there. I wonder if he. I'm gonna ask. So everybody's having drinks over here. If we could just go to the right slightly. I wish I had a little tripod here and I could control the camera. So they're all having drinks. And Victoria Frey says, "I don't need drinks. I'm fine." She gets up now. But she's like saying, "You can all have drinks. I don't need drinks. I'm hard. No problem." There she is. She's up now. What a player. She is. I love watching her. She's my favourite player, I'm telling you. Victoria Frey is my favourite player. Excellent fielder. And when she's in the field, when she's playing, there's always something that could happen. And, of course, it was her throw. What a throw it was to get the wicket of Junana Halage for 12 or 17.
Yeah, just an incredible start, and I think it was evident the first time I, of course, saw her play last autumn when that she certainly had a bright future ahead of her and was going to be a big asset for Estonian cricket for many years to come. And it's good to see her making an impact on this away tour.
Yeah.
Of course, as we mentioned just a few overs ago, made a bit of history when she played in a T10 match alongside her mother. Of course, this is at least the first known instance, I should say, of a mother and daughter playing together in a T20I match. This one's well, it's going to be given a wide leg call. I mean, you could talk about profile there, but I think in the end you could say the umpire's call. The umpire's probably got it right.
Yeah, I think it is umpire's call with that one. So go back to Anna-Marie Visick. If she gets her line right here, gets some tidy deliveries in. Chitarani, though, she'll be looking for the slightly shorter ball that she'll be looking to hit in the area where Frey is. And that's played out on the offside. But once again, look at this field. It's only a single. Yesterday, those were going for twos because the fielder was far, far too deep. Today, they've got it right. So well done to Estonia, and also well done to someone like Terry O'Connor, their coach, who's probably spent a bit of time with the captain, Valna, and talked to her about the field and said, look, you know, this is where you want the fielders. Keep it on this. When Chaturani is batting, you want to move this fielder from here to there. And then, you know, once she's done it a few times, it just becomes normal. Oh, that one doesn't miss the stumps by too much. Good delivery there from Vesic. So, yeah, once the fielders start doing it, they'll know themselves, right, this is what I'm going to do now. They'll understand the system. And that's what we're starting to see here. Fielders are learning as they go along. Got the offside wrong, though. There's no way that... All right, in the air. Big moment. Just doesn't carry. Just doesn't carry there to Helena Kerg. She's coming in, but the ball doesn't carry. Yeah, just having a look at the fielder on the offside there. And the problem there is once again, there's a left and right combination. So when the left-hander is batting, somebody needs to remember to tell the fielder who's out there now for Chaturani, which makes sense, but you don't want to be out there when the left-hander is on strike. Just a little dab. They'll take the single.
Yeah, the way Dunukadenia bats, she's always looking to open up that leg side, look to hit shots through the onside. She's a very powerful player, mind you. She hit a 6 off the first ball she faced in the ECIs we had over the weekend. So if she gets hold of one, you know she can send it a very long way. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense to have Frey out there on her own at deep point to the left-hander.
And just loses a shape there. It needs to go to this. And also, we know this about Samantha Dunkadenia. She doesn't play on the offside. That's up in the air, but she's going to get lucky. So, and no run either. So once again, Chitarani certainly not making a big effort to take all these singles on board. That probably because she knew that was the end of the over. So the batters will change around. Yeah, there's Victoria Frey. So you can see where she is. So she's right by the boundary. So it makes sense for her to be out there when Chaturani, the right-hander, is hitting across the line. But when it's Dunkadenia, she needs to come in because Dunkadenia is not going to hit the ball out on the offside to that area. And even if she does, it's never going to go that far.
Yeah, and even now, I wouldn't have her out at deep, which is sort of like deep forward point now, I'd say.
Yeah.
Here to Chaturani.
Get her in
there's
that
no
point.
reason to have her out there.
Get her in next to the umpire. Because Chaturani, even though she can play the cut shot, she's not going to get it past. Not aerial anyway, not past the umpire. Well, that one is firmly hit. And this is a good example of it. Even though that's been hit really well, it's at a push. They're going to get 2. It's not going to get to the boundary. Good bit of team fielding that. Liking that. Delbina gets the throw into the infielder. The infielder turns around and gets it into Surmus.
Yeah, I think for most of these batters, I wouldn't have anyone outside the ring. I think maybe for Chaturani, you'd go for a couple at most. But really, I think most times everyone should be inside the ring. This is oh boy, that ball has absolutely taken off. And when we talked about the extra bit of bounce from this end, and Sormas certainly extracting it there.
What a good bit of backing up this is. I mean, yeah, you're right. Ball takes off, but look at the backing up. I don't know if we get a chance to see this from Elmar, but she puts her body in the line there. Had to make that stop. I just feel sorry for Victoria Frey out there. And this one just gets stabbed away.
Yeah, just standing by herself, a lone warrior all the way out in the deep. Getting a little bit bored. I think, yeah, I'd like to bring her in closer where she'd be more involved in the action.
That's a nice looking shot, but again, it's not going to get to the boundary. They're just going to take a couple. And so they'll take two. Hey, I tell you what, if Mr. Whippy was here, I think I would buy an ice cream and I'd run it over to Victoria Frey. The problem is, by the time I got there,
it all
would have melted. Yeah, but no, I mean, she's just all by herself over there, is Victoria, and unfortunately, I think she needs to come in a little bit here. But once again, the same way that we were talking about some of these field positions yesterday, I'm pretty sure that the note will be made, and we'll see again some changes made tomorrow in the 90s. Cyprus women. So that gets played out. So they'll just take a single here. They'll be chased hard by the fielder. Gets the throw in. And that's Vesic that chases it this time. So looking to get to a score where they bat Estonia out of this contest. And if they get the win here, of course, it'll be 4-0. And with just 2 to play tomorrow, it means that this T20 International Series will be won by them as they take an unsaleable lead. Another big swing here from Samanthi Dunukdinian. So she hasn't really got going here. There's a bit of swinging and missing. It's another over that comes to an end. So 18 overs now completed. And the score 99 for 4. So 2 more overs. And I suppose compared to the ground on which they played on earlier, which you said this is about a 50-meter boundary all the way around. I suppose that even if they get to, say they get to 110, 115, in comparison to that ground, that's probably like a 140 score. So it's a big score, isn't it? And of course, we know that if the likes of Cyprus with Chaturani in the side are only able to hit the one boundary, the 1-4, or the 2 boundaries, 2 4s in the innings, then I don't think Estonia are going to be able to get too many. That will be close. What does the umpire think?
Shake of the head by the square leg umpire. That looked very close to me. I thought the batter might be in a bit of trouble.
I wonder if this isn't, it might have been the way that the stumps have been taken. Maybe the stumps were broken without the ball in hand, because it did look like that there was some issues there. We don't get a chance to see that 100%. It's going to be not out. Nukesh Patel says it would have been close, but Samanthi only just gets there. 100 also gets on the board, and hence the applause from the Cyprus women for their teammates. Oh, well, she's trying, isn't she? But she throws everything at that, including the kitchen sink. There's Samanthi, but doesn't get anything on it.
Yeah, we know Samanthi only knows how to play one way, which is looking to hit big shots, particularly towards the onside. Very strong to that long on region. Goes for the cross-batted stroke. And it's not been middle, goes straight to Egelin Ellerma. He's played a big role so far in the field, making a catch early in this innings as well.
And what a catch it was. A fantastic catch in front of her, gets underneath it and takes it. Then everybody else is celebrating, and she's saying, what? It's what I do? And gone. celebrations, more celebrations for the women of Estonia as Anna Maria Vesic gets it full and straight. And Samanthi Dinagdenia just never got going. Only scores 1 of the 9 deliveries that she faces. So well bowled, and just going the wrong way completely here. So another one bites the dust, and an opportunity for us to see another batter that goes out there and see if they can, well, get a bit of an injection.
Oh, do you see that cartwheel at the
didn't see
square
it.
leg by Victoria Frey? It's not the first time we've seen her doing that. I remember after one of the games, after our broadcast had ended, her and another member of the Estonian team were doing cartwheels together, a bit of a cartwheel challenge.
Whoa! Oh, yeah. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Oh, fantastic. Oh, what is there not to like about Victoria Frey? She's just a born entertainer.
I've got to say, they've been hitting some of these Yorkers really well today, Estonia. That's second or third wicket they picked up because of a great Yorker. And I think that's one thing that they can certainly take some encouragement from. They're bowling much better lengths today.
1 and over this is so far, by the way. Just the 1 run has come from it.
Oh, this is another terrific ball, but maybe just sliding down the leg side. I wonder if there was some bat involved. I think most people are just going down the leg side.
So that's the over done. Superb over. There's no other way to describe it. Just the 1 run from it. Picks up the wicket as well. So now it's going to be interesting here. Chitarani knows it's the last over. The 100 has come up on the board, courtesy of that. Just the 1 run off the over. So I wonder if she's going to be pretty keen just to keep most of the strike, because Thama De Silva has had 2 deliveries there, and let's just say she hasn't really been able to do too much with them. It's almost been like she's seen them pretty late. All right, here we go. Captain to captain battle once again. And, plays that quite defensively, actually. Quite surprised that she doesn't try and get any. I think they're all screaming at it and saying, hey, it's the last over. It's the last over. She said, what? Said, it's the last over. Okay. Let's see if we see a bit more intent here now for Chitarani. Yeah, we do. Well, all right, there you go. But the question is he going to get past the fielder? No. She's going to have to try and come back for 2, and she will. So Chitarani obviously was in a world of her own there. It needed to hear the screams from her teammates to acknowledge that we are in the last over.
Yeah, the score is currently 101 for 5, or 102 for 5. Yep, and we've still got 4 balls left in this innings. I make that 3 balls. Have the graphics up for you for the score as soon as we can.
Yeah, 102. And now 3 balls to go. So they've done so well here, I think, Estonia. And once again, reflect on the number of extras. 37 extras. If it weren't for those, what a great performance it has been. Well, that's a good-looking shot, but there's a fielder there. Oh no. Oh, no. All right, stop the game here. Stop the game for a moment. That's going to need attention. That's not a good look. That's not a good look. I hope the fielder is okay. And meanwhile, while I think the fielder that made a sensational effort to try and stop the ball, and while she gets some treatment, why don't we talk about some events coming up? Maybe we can focus on, we are talking about women's cricket, and what's coming up in December when we'll see some more women's cricket. Of course, the 9th to the 20th of December. It's going to be once again, we have 2 divisions, Challenger Division, Premier Division. But Nish, what we're starting to see here from Estonia, from Cyprus, and of course we've seen some cricket here in Romania as well. Isle of Man, we've seen them playing Malta. I think in a year's time, we could even see maybe 15 to 20 teams there. So women's cricket definitely growing really quickly.
Yeah, it's on the up on the European Cricket Network. We're going to be seeing just an example of it here. I mean, here's the Cyprus side who many people were not aware of before this weekend because they'd never featured in the past on the network, but they get their first showing, and they've shown they have some real talent, and they're a really strong team. You know, in particular, someone like Chaturani, who could really emerge as a major star on the European cricket scene.
We are back, and I think the field is just receiving some attention as that's being hit nicely. Just be a single, so Chaturani does take the single. Whoa! The graphics, a new look from the graphics there. That takes now the score, I think, with the ball to go, 107. 107 with the last ball off the innings coming up. Of course, we'll update you on who that was, which fielder that was that got struck. I think it was Sally Patterson.
Yeah, it was Shirley Patterson.
So let's hope that she's okay. I think she's probably got some ice on there at the moment. Let's hope it's not a nasty injury, but what a brave bit of fielding that was. And it's going to get through. They've got to run here. May even think about going for 2. And yeah, it should be running. What are you? Oh, I'm going to bite my tongue. You know, for all the talent that Ursha Chaturani has, somebody really, I'm not going to use the terminology that something was used by some of our coaches when we saw running like this. But Chaturani, all right, the score will be finished on 108. But if they can make her run, it could have been 120. Let's just leave it at that. That's poor running. From a player with so much ability, that's poor running. You've got to take every run available to you. And I reckon that's been scribbled down by the coach there to say, you don't leave runs out there. And Chaturani, she's a magnificent player. She'll finish on 46 or 48. But, yeah, she's got to improve with her running.
Absolutely does. It needs to really work on her running. Just a couple of members, of course, of the Estonian team going to go check Shirley Patton. She's on her feet, which is certainly an encouraging sign and looks to be in good spirits from what I can see from a distance. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was, of course, the usual opening partnership for Cyprus in this T20I that came out to bat, Jayakodi and Guratage. And you gotta say, Estonia did a really good job of containing the two of them. This was the first wicket that fell. Beautiful ball there by Victoria Frey, emerging as a real star on the European Cricket Network. I think some of these Yorkers they were bowling were terrific. And this was a good catch taken by Elarmat to get rid of Alexandra Taylor, who departed for a golden duck, and then Chaturani came in at number 4 and played a typical Chaturani innings, 46 runs of 48 deliveries. A really good knock by her to once again guide her side to a great score. This was a good throw there by Patton. And unfortunately, though, they wouldn't be able to get the run out. We saw Joldo as well. She had a few chances to get a catch. There were some difficult opportunities that came her way, but she tried her best. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to snaffle one of them. She's looking at some of these strokes that were played. Chaturani playing the shot of the match so far, using her feet beautifully, getting to the pitch of the ball, and smacking it over the fielder for a boundary. Now this might be one of the moments of the match. Victoria Frey, we know she's got a gun arm, a perfect throw there to run out Aisha Diranalage, and that would be the 4th wicket that would fall for this Cyprus team. Great bit of bowling there by Vesic, great Yorker on the leg stump to get rid of Dunukadenia.
And then we saw the cartwheel there, and that was perfectly timed, the cartwheel to round off the highlights there. Beautiful cartwheel, beautiful performer. She's a star, isn't she? And I'm liking the way there. One thing I will say as the scorecard starts to come up here, the fielding there from Estonia, once again, very good. I really love the way they throw themselves around. They're not afraid of getting in front of that ball, and sometimes at a cost of getting hurt as well. So a great fielding performance, a gutsy performance, and I love the hard work that they put in there. So the batting scorecard once again dominated by Chaturani. She scores 46 of 48 deliveries, and then after that, Dina Halage, 12 of 17. She was run out brilliantly with that throw from Victoria Frey, and Velna doing the rest. Extras, though, once again a concern. 38 extras in total, and for I think Cyprus women, 2 things. Once again, 35 balls faced by Gadage just for 7 runs, but also not running the singles that they need to be running. What were the bowling figures like there?
The bowling figures certainly looking very encouraging from the Estonian point of view. They just get better and better by the match. I mean, this Estonian side, their progress has been incredible to watch. You got Vesic with figures of 1 for 14 in the 4-over she bowl. She was the pick of the bowler. Sormus really loved watching her bowl, in particular from the Derbyshire Road, and just getting that extra bit of bounce. She had figures of 1 for 17. Mane Wallner, the captain, economical as per, giving him just 18 runs in the 4-over she bowled. And I think they'll all be mightily pleased with their bowling performance, but they're going to have a task at hand in this second innings as they look to chase down a target of 109. Will Estonia pick up their first win of this series? Join us in just about 10 minutes to find out.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back. We're straight into the action with a reply here from Estonia. That's that first ball being bowled there by Kalagi. And lovely to have you back. That's Mijum Frey. Looks like she's being given the opportunity to open up the batting. And here comes Kalagi again. It's a little bit high here. Yeah, I think we'll give you the update on the batters at the moment. And I think it's, yeah, that's going to be... Kalagi is the bowler. The batter, we'll just give you an update on the batters here. It's Natalia who's batting first. And liking that one. Not out, says Tracy. Yeah, we just to let you know, folks, and that's why we're struggling a little bit here as well. We're having to try and squint and find the numbers of the batters so we can give them to you. But a few issues we're having at the ground. I reckon, again, because of the heat here, some of the software not working. We're having a few issues with the internet. So apologies that you may not get the scorecard always on the screen. But we'll do our best to keep you updated on the score and who's bowling. So this is, of course, the bowling of the bowler that loves to get the ball right in the block hole, Kalagi. And very late on playing this one is Natalia. So another one that's being sort of left outside the off, just very slow moving. I think actually Natalia's there at the non-strikers end. Words coming across to me that this is Mijum Frey. It's up in the air. She gets a fair bit of bat on this, and we'll get the first runs on the board. So well done to Mijum Frey. She gets a good piece of this and gets off the mark. She'll go straight back on strike as well. So Mijum Frey gets her first runs. Two big cheers as well from her teammates. Mijam is out there with Natalia. Natalia yet to face the ball, and not a bad over at all from Korolage. Just the 1 run from it. Welcome back. A big warm welcome to everybody that's joining us back in the chat. Hello to you, Dave. Jake certainly. Jake is having a good chat with everybody there in the chat. Jake, lovely that you're with us. In the air and gone. Catch taken. It's going to be a wicket. It is Dirana Halage takes a catch off the bowling of Samanthi Dinakadenia. It's Dinakadenia takes a wicket here with her very first ball. And no mistakes there at all from the fielder. Comes in, does Ayesha. The Dirana Halage takes the catch. And unfortunately, that's going to be the end of Frey after getting off the mark. The very next ball of the first over there, or first ball of Dinakadenia. She's going to give her wicket away. So to the screams and the delights, of course, there of the Cyprus players. So wicket does fall. It's going to be Anna Delbina that now comes in. Got a nice stance, nice action. She was one of the batters that we were talking about yesterday who she gets a good hit into the ball. Just needs to work on some of her power hitting and getting that bat to come right over the shoulder when she crunches it. But I like her stand. Look, nice stand. She seems to be well balanced. And, yeah, has a good go at this. I like that. Have a go. Try to crunch it away. So she joins Natalia out there. Does Delbina. And Delbina, of course, a very good all-rounder. We've already been impressed by her bowling. This one just gets played away. So opting not to go for the pull shot straight away. She's got plenty of time to bat. That's what she wants to be saying to herself. I've got time to play myself in and then try to build an innings. I think both the batters were looking to try and get a good partnership together. Just stroke the ball around to start off with. That one's going to be probably a little bit too wide. It's a very good stop there, actually, from the keeper. That's Thelma de Silva. And at that time of day now, the local time here just gone past the 6:30 in the late afternoon. So the sun starts to come down and it's nicely played away. It gets to a point where some of those fielders, especially those that are going to be standing at mid-on and mid-off, when the bowler bowls from the tower end, it's going to have the sun right in their eyes. So the shades, as you see in there, worn by Tracy, going to be quite key. That's going to be a little bit too wide. Once again here from Dinakadenia. Dinakadenia trying to get that ball nice and straight again and finish this over well. And she won't do. That's going to go down the leg side as well. But once again, very impressed with the movement and the footwork there. Thelma de Silva behind the stumps. I'm Rico Full. And you're watching the European Cricket Network. It's the final match of this day two, the T20 internationals that we have between the men and the women of Cyprus and Estonia. And joining me for this delivery as this one just going to elude the fielder. It's a lovely pickup and throw there once again. So it's Dirana Halage who just took that catch, does the fielding. It's the end of the over. It is 5 for 1 after 2 as Anisha Bhatt joins us back in the commentary position.
Yeah, great to be back, and this should be an exciting innings. Of course, Estonia, they do have a slightly challenging task here in this second innings, but let's see how close they can get to the score. Let's see if they can achieve a few personal bests. You can see that once again, Cyprus opened up with Korolage and Dinakadenia. Both of them had terrific figures. And our opening match of the day, Korolage once again picked up a couple of wickets. Figures 2 for 8 in the 3 overs she bowled. And of course, Dinakadenia, who you just saw bowling that second over, figures of 1 for 15 in her 4 overs. So these two but really started to embrace this role, bowling right at the top of the innings just to put some pressure on the opposition. Now that's a wide over there by Korolalaga. Yeah, I think, we obviously talk about a lot of the stars in this series from both sides. And for me, Korolalaga is an absolute star player. I think she's an incredible bowler. Estonia have struggled to face her so far, and I think a lot of batting lineups throughout Europe are going to have a tough time against her because she bowls nice and full, and she gets this lovely in-swing on every single delivery. Just swings it in naturally. And then, of course, she's got that iconic celebration every time she gets a wicket.
Yeah, she's I tell you what, if the two teams went out and socialised in the evening, Victoria Frey and Aquara Kalage here, they would be certainly the life of the party, the two of them. They really are. They like to dance, they like to party, they like to celebrate. That's that Yorker length delivery that she bowls, and that's very well dug out by Natalia. So digs this one out. So scores, give you the scores at the moment. The score at the end of the first over was 1. Second over, 5 for 1. Currently we're on 7. And, that's a, look at this one, hit the seam and take off. Well bowled. And you can see there that she has different deliveries as well. She's got the quicker one. One, she really pushes it through, and that one really goes into the gloves pretty sharpishly there of Thoma de Silva. Then she flights that ball up. The Yorker ball is the one that she flights up. And that's that Yorker ball again, probably just drifting down the leg side. You can see how dangerous the delivery that is. And it's all about the guesswork. So Natalia, when she's batting there, she's thinking, right, what's this ball going to do? Is it the one on the outside? That comes back into me. It's a fuller length ball. That was a fuller length one. Fortunately for her, it was just swinging into the legs. Going to go on to Mr. Stumps. And then that's the one outside the off. So wonderful bit of bowling. And have a look at the way that she really goes into her run-up as well. She really gets a sprint going. So she'll get to a mark here. Just watch the way she sets off. She's like a sprinter. So ready, steady, on your marks, get that, go. There she goes, right into it. And all of that momentum goes in. That one only just doesn't come back enough. It looks like it's going to start off being a wide. Does start to come back in. But I think that's a good call there from umpire Tracy. Starts to come back, but yeah, I think umpire's call pretty close.
I think it's just watch the shadow of the ball. I think that will really just help us understand which side of the tram line it is. Oh, just goes for that Yorker again. I think this would be an interesting question. We'll just pose it after this delivery. So, of course, we over here on the European Cricket Network made the rule change where now if it just catches a part of the tram line, it's not a wide. But in the T20I, I assume it's still with the old rule, that it has to be inside the tram line.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is in whatever the umpires have said to both the captains before the start. And from what I'm seeing, it looks like the umpires, because they've umpired the ECIs and also some of the European Cricket Series that we had here as well, they're probably just sticking to the same here. And that's from what I'm seeing. I'm thinking if the ball's been on that line or just outside the line, they've been calling them. It's all about consistency, really. It's about what the umpires decide and what they carry on with. And I think there hasn't been too many complaints with the umpires getting that right for me. So, Rina Halage comes on and, and now they're running hard. In comes the throw. And all are happening there at the moment. Almost a caught and bowled. And then, once that one gets past Rina Halage, who we know is a good catcher of the ball. We saw her take a nice catch. And then it's a chance for a run out. So let's have a look at this action again. So this one just gets past her. She goes down. The fielder picks up and has a shot at the stump. And that is pretty close as well. It's a nice bit of action. Good bit of fielding. To the fielder. And no run this time. Good call there from the striker. So Natalia sticking around, but at the moment still not got off the mark. Definitely, if you have a look at Natalia as she shapes up, There's definitely some baseball there, isn't it? Just watch the arm action. So she gets ready, and just watch the arms here. Yeah, definitely. Look, see this? That's so much baseball. But unfortunately, she's gone right the way across. And that's a good delivery. She's unlucky, really, to get a good ball like that from Gianna Halage. So Halage certainly in the action at the moment, takes a good catch, and now gets that one right on the money. And unfortunately, Natalia, though she's stuck around for 7 deliveries, she doesn't get off the mark, and she's going to go for a 7-ball duck.
Bold or strikeout? Goes for the big hit. Tough to hit that one. Just has to get down low. The ball probably not bouncing as much as she expected. Trying to hit that one towards the square leg. And it's the end of her inning. So Zsolders, in the end, won't trouble the scorers. Hung around for a while, but couldn't get any runs on the board. So we're going to see Helena Kerge coming in here for Estonia. We'll take another look at that. It's winding up, going for the big shot. And it's clean bowled.
Good delivery. Nice, full and straight. The call of no there as Helena comes out. Helena being pretty impressed with her performances, of course. She's batted quite well. Also, somebody else that really has come on leaps and bounds with the bat is Anna Maria Vasic. Maybe she's going to be next to come in. Well, that's that part of the pitch that really does take some movement and some bounce. So, very good over. Only the 1 run and the 1 wicket. So with 4 overs completed, Estonia, they are 9 for 2.
Great start here for Cyprus. Once again, bowling very tightly. They picked up a couple of early wickets as well. So Estonia going to need a big partnership here between Anna Dalbina and Kerga. Both of them we know are solid batters. That's going to be, I think, Alexandra Taylor is going to come in from the tower end to bowl the 5th over. So we're going to see a bowling change.
Yeah, Taylor, once again, a good all-rounder. Quite have the opportunity today with the bat. Unfortunately, she was only managed to last the 1 delivery, so she'll be hoping she can get something going here with the ball.
Yeah, Taylor yesterday, that one's a no ball, just lands off the pitch. You know, had a chance to see her as I was leaving, of course, because I obviously left a little bit after the rest of the blue crew, and she was in the nets training well after everyone had left. She was the last person to leave the field. So let's hope she can do well here with her bowling, clearly putting in a lot of time to improve her bowling. I remember Mr. Richard Boxall, of course, of Cyprus Cricket, just had a word with her saying, make sure you don't overstrain yourself. Because you could tell she had a lot of balls with her, and she was just going in there, running in, steaming in, trying to get in as many overs as she could.
Well, there's so many stories, isn't there, about a lot of sports persons who put in the extra training, and whether it be before the others arrived or long after the others left. And they say that really is what their success has all been about. Not a catch there, but a good bit of fielding from Alexandra Taylor. And it's so true, isn't it? I mean, you know, it's a well-known fact, and we've just seen that ourselves here just over the last 4 days with those ECIs and also the start of the T20 internationals yesterday and today, that the more that these players are playing, the more that they're bowling, the better that they're getting. And it's all about just getting into a rhythm. And once you get that rhythm, when you find that rhythm, then that rhythm stays with you. And as soon as you get it right, you then don't lose it. And that's what Alexandra Taylor is trying to find here. Find a rhythm. And then hopefully she can keep it up and doesn't lose it. That one just, yeah, well bowled. Really well bowled. I like her action as well, though. I mean, we just talked about the difference in or the action we were talking to there around for Jun Halage, the way she really charges in and gets the ball going. And if you have a look at Alexandra Taylor, she's very different. She's much smoother. She's a little bit more balanced. She doesn't really charge in. And just every so often like that one, the arm doesn't come straight. So if you see that one again, the arm just doesn't, she doesn't get the arm quite upright. She just falls away down the leg side. And this is the beauty that she has. So for somebody who, puts in the amount of time that she does when she's practicing, she'll be able to go and watch back when she's bowling and say, right, okay, there with her friends and her teammates, her coach, and they'll be saying, right, okay, look at that delivery compared to, for example, this one. Look where you were there. Look where you are here. And little things. I remember when I started, one of the coaches that I had used to, because when you're first learning and getting used to bowling properly, as opposed to, as in not chucking, if you like, but getting a good rhythm going, you need to know what is it that you need to aim to do all the time so you get the ball right. And I know what my coach said, and this is something that might work for something like Alexandra Taylor, is to say, right, when you're coming on, when you're bowling, that arm, the bowling arm, have it right up so it catches just clips the shoulder. So you get that arm round so it clips. So keep your body still. So don't lean your neck to one way, but get the arm to come over. Just clip your ear as the shoulder comes up. And that means your arm stays nice and straight. That one again, just going to go down leg side. So that's what I have to work on. Just looking to our left, and this just pointed out to me. And you can't keep her still, can you, Victoria Frey?
She's did a couple of cartwheels.
She's doing cartwheels outside of her team area there in the dugout, in the tent. And so once again, so now this is where Chitarani just has to play the captain's role and just go over to her and say, hey, look, you're doing okay. Just noticing, So basically, don't tell Alexandra Taylor. Say, hey, Alexandra, you're doing well. What you think you're doing wrong? Alexandra will say, I don't know. The ball's going down leg side. So yeah, one thing I've noticed is you just seem to be falling over. Just try and get that arm to get right up and push the ball through. And that one probably may have been a wide, but she draws the batter into playing the shot. It'll go for a single. So it gets another legal delivery in there.
Yeah, Carragher probably just running out of patience a little bit, went for that shot. But Alexandra Taylor was much better this morning. She had figures of 2 for 14 and gave just a 2 wide. So yes, clearly there is some progress being made. They're just struggling with it a little bit this match. Oh, that's a great delivery, actually. I mean, if that doesn't catch just a little bit of Dalbina's bat, it could easily have been a ball just playing across the line a little bit there, Dalbina, as the over comes to an end. Estonia are 18 for 2.
Yeah, good finish there from Taylor. And yeah, the other thing is, got to remember, I know they've played that earlier game, then there's a long wait, isn't there, between one match and the other. It's also a long day for the women. You can see that the men have done their bit, they've been and gone, but the women are still here. So it's a long day. They start at the same time as the men, but they finish later. So there's going to be some tired bodies out there. It's also day 2 of this T20 International. So some of these, it doesn't play a shot, so I don't think the umpires would have allowed that run to stand anyway. So, some of these players have never played this much cricket before. They've probably been in nets, they've practiced, they've had training sessions. I mean, if you think of Estonia, and they probably, if the weather's allowed them to, they've had a few practice sessions. I know that when I was out there and they played the ECI matches there with Malta, they had a few training sessions. The advantage they've got is the light, because it stays light forever in Estonia. So they get some practice in. I know Ragnar, who was in the chat a fair bit with us yesterday, is, instrumental in the training there, along with Terry O'Connor. So you can train as much as you want, as you mentioned about with Alexandra Taylor, but being out there and actually playing, I mean, just being out there and being in the field sometimes takes a lot out of you. So they're going to acclimatise to this and get used to the physical pressures of being out there for a long day like this. And, they've done very, very well.
Yeah, of course. I think there's no way that he can recreate the actual match scenario in training. I mean, you can try your best. Beautiful ball there by Darren Nalagay. Just lands it on a sixpence, gets it to just seam away from the batter. That's always going to be so hard to play. Yeah, just no answer there for Kerga. It's a Kerrigan strike, by the way, not Anna Dalbina. Yeah, beautiful bowling there by Darren Allegate. Lovely seam movement. That one is blocked out. And that just going back to the point, I mean, of course, the old saying is that you should try to make your training sessions as hard as an actual match. You should simulate match situations, but it isn't always easy to do, particularly at this level. And so, actually, spending time out in the middle, this is going to be the best teacher for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, I remember it from my days. A lot of the net sessions that we used to have in England. That's a nice looking shot. And unfortunately, we'll find the fielder. It does very well. Good pick on the throw. But yeah, back in the UK when you always had issues with the weather, especially at the beginning part of the season, as they're having at the moment, because all the rain you're having in a lot of parts of the UK. Over comes to an end, and a score 21 for 2 at the end of 6. So we'll continue this chat as the teams get some drinks in them. But yeah, you can net as much as you want. And you're hitting the ball well in nets, aren't you? You're hitting the ball and you're thinking, I just smashed you for 4, I've hit you for 6. Then you go out there in the middle and you play the same shot and you hit it and the fielder catches it and you think, yeah, it's a different ball game. Hitting the ball in nets and hitting the ball out in the middle. Well, when you're playing in nets, you don't have fielders there. When you play the match, you do. This is what's happening tomorrow. Huge couple of matches there for Team Cyprus. Remember, they did get 1 win here today, but they lost 1 as well. So they are 3-1 down. They've got to win both those matches to tie on points and then hope that they can win big and improve their net run rate.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of must-win matches for Cyprus. And, of course, the women will be playing at 8:45 local time as well, but the first match will not be telecast. But we will have the second match for you at the same time as this one. That will be your final match of what has been a great tour of Cyprus. It's been terrific, hasn't it? Of course, we had the 2-week European Cricket Series, saw some great action over there, and now we're in the 4th day of 5 of international cricket. Of course, started out with a couple of days of T10 action, and now we're in day 2 of 3 of our T20I series.
Alexandra Taylor gets a chance to bowl another. Let's hope she has a little bit more success with her accuracy as she starts here. And it's going to be called a wide. You can see there that Tracy, she looks at it, thinks about it, and says, yeah, I'm going to have to call this one. That wasn't that far off hitting her mark, Alexandra. It's going to be another wide. So just those issues with the wides do continue. Started with a dot ball, but just goes a little bit too wide this time. It's nicely played on the leg side. It'll be a single to the big cheers. There's Helena Kerge get some more runs to her name. And it's all about seeing how close Estonia can get here to that 109 target. But of course, if they don't win this one, then it's not going to be possible for them to win this series. It will be a victory outright for the team from Cyprus. But having watched the players and having watched the sort of knowledge, the skills levels of Cyprus compared to Estonia, I don't think that surprises anybody. You'd expect them when they put the stronger side out, especially when you've got players like Irsha Chatrani in the side, and Koralage, Drana Helage as well, and Duncan Denia. You know that they've got just those 4 players alone make a big difference, and they've always made that big difference. But what it's an opportunity, it's given Estonia, after their good win against Malta in Estonia, it's given them another level, another standard to aim for. So they'll go away from this. This one just comes out. You can see that one slips out the hand there of Alexandra Taylor. So yeah, it gives them, when they go away from this, they'll always be able to look back at the matches that they've played here, whether it's the T10 matches in the ECIs or whether it's these T20 internationals, and say, right, this is where we are. And this is where our opponent Cyprus were. This is where what we have to work on. And if they didn't play this, and it touches onto what you were talking about, actually playing cricket as opposed to just training. If they didn't play these competitive games, they would never be able to improve, and they would never be able to sort of challenge themselves to improve. They never have a goal to aim for. So it's very important that they play. And even though sometimes, playing matches like this one and the ones that they played here, where, you're going to get beat, but the most important thing is, and that's what's been so encouraging watching the players here from Estonia, is that, they're not sulking around. They're not like, oh, you're going to get beat again. The excitement is there. They're just so keen to be out there in the middle, whether they are winning, whether they're losing, whether somebody's scoring runs, whether somebody's taking wickets, whether they're holding catches or not. They're so keen to be out there. They're so proud to be out there playing and representing their country. That tells me that because you got all of that and you got the passion that goes with it, they will learn and they will get so much better and so quickly, but they've got to keep playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, keep in mind there's some players missing for them as well because they've come on the away tour. I mean,
yeah.
You add the likes of Lisa Bowring back into their side. Of course, she was the leading run getter during that tour you just mentioned, where they hosted Malta. Chaturani is going to come into bowl. Beg your pardon, that's not Chaturani, that's Dinanalaga. And she'll start off with a wide. That's another one down the leg side. Just needs to get this one right, doesn't she?
And Drina Halage, they bowled a pretty tight over the one before, so she just getting this one slightly wrong. Just got 3 overs that came off our last over. That one from Taylor once again, even though there's a few issues with the wide, just a 6 from it. So long shadows now. Won't be long actually. Probably about 5 minutes time when that sun will eventually disappear. But look at these shadows at the moment. It looks, I love watching the shadow there of the batter and the stumps. It looks quite extraordinary. Oh, almost as extraordinary as that bit of field in there. What a wonderful pick up and throw that is. Nicely done. I think that looks like that could be Samanthi out there. Nice pick up and gets a good throw in. Actually, no, it's a Jaya Cody. Good stop. Jaya Cody now. A good throw and you're in trouble. And the keeper doesn't take it. Didn't have to throw it that hard. That's the issue here. Didn't need to be a big throw at all. And I think the captain, Chitrani, knows it. A gentle, even an underarm throw, which would have bounced once to the keeper, would have been enough. He fires it in. And it didn't need to. You have a look at this. We might have a chance to see this. Might not. Might have to go back live again, actually, but not in the picture. So it just needed to be a good throw. Back to the live action. And this one is played and missed. Hey, we haven't given an update, by the way, of Patterson. And after this, oh, well, it's gone. So we'll have time to talk about it here as Delbina goes for a big shot, almost trying to get herself to double figures. But ball number 20 will be the end of Anna Delbina. It scores a healthy 9 or 20 deliveries before she gets bowled by the straight delivery there of Darina Halage. So she picks up her second wicket. Don't forget she took a very good catch as well. So yeah, there was an incident, of course, towards the end of that innings when we saw a ball catch Surly Patterson, and the news was that thankfully was not as bad as it looked. The ball popped up and just caught her on the ear. And so we see that wicket once again. Good delivery. Just caught her on the ear, and what it was, it caught her on the ear where her earring was, and that just made the ear bleed slightly. So that's why she needed to have attention of the fielder plate. So thankfully, it wasn't really a head injury, which at one point looked like it was. Looked like it could have been nasty. So she dealt with that quite well, and well done, of course, to the ground staff, and also to the likes of Nilkesh and Mehta who dealt with that quite quickly, so no real issues there. So I'm happy to report that. It is the end of the over, as we will see Lina Surmus has come out to join Helena Kirk, and these two quite capable of putting a good partnership together.
They certainly are. I mean, we know Sormus, she's got very good, particularly straight down the ground and on the offside. She's got some great straight bat strokes. Helena Kurga, someone we saw make quite a few runs during the T10s over the weekend. Hasn't quite clicked for her just yet in the T20s. And yeah, absolutely. Just going back to that point, good to hear that Shirley Patton is doing well. She's currently in very good spirits out in the dugout, laughing and joking with the rest of the team. So yeah, it's nice to see she's all right. Don't want to see people getting hurt playing the game they love. Starts off with a wide here on the first ball, Alexandra Taylor.
Taylor, liking the fact that Irsha Chitrani, the captain, is sticking with her. I think she's basically saying, look, I'm going to keep bowling you. The more you bowl, hopefully you'll start to iron out some of the wide deliveries. So once she comes in again, and yeah, now that's a much better delivery. You can see the difference in her action and the way the arm comes over there compared to some of the other ones. The arm was nice and straight, and as I like to say, it was almost like that shoulder did clip the ear on the way through. So that's a good delivery. And now she'll be hoping she can get, likewise, another ball in like that to the new batter, Lina Surmus, who's yet to get off the mark.
Yes, Surmus, we know she's a powerful hitter when she can really connect on one end. She's got a good technique as well. Nice batting stance. She always plays it with a straight bat. This time around, though, she looks to just work that one around the corner. It was straying on her pads. And she will pick up a single here. Good running between the wickets.
Yeah, good running, and applaud for Surmas for getting off the mark. Hands a strike back to Helena Kirk. And that one just goes wrong. The thing to also have a look at this one, when you have a look at where the ball is released from as well. So Alexandra Taylor just there, look which way she's falling. So another thing that she could do, and also the umpires could get involved here as well by telling her she shouldn't be running in front of the stumps, but try to run off the field and that. So again here, she does the same thing. So just imagine, so if you're bowling here now, so if you're Taylor, if somebody's saying to her, right, when you get into your bowler stride, as soon as you're looking to bowl, imagine that you've got the slip next to the keeper there, Thelma de Silva. Run towards the slip. So try to run on the edge of the pitch if you like. So bowl the delivery and just at here now, keep running straight. So instead of going that way, and instead of taking a couple of steps, she's taking their games into an area where really she shouldn't be going, and the umpires could be pretty strict with that. It's called the protected area. She could go the other side, and that would naturally take the arm that way as well. So if she says, right, I've got to run to the corner of the pitch there, let's say the corner of the pitch there to the right of the wicketkeeper, the left on your screen, then that might just take her in that right area. So at the moment, she's just having a few issues. And once again, she just needs, and when a bowler gets to this phase where there's been 2 or 3 wides and consecutive wides, this is where, again, players just need to come across and say, okay, hey, don't worry. You know you can do it. You know what you were doing in nets last night? Just do the same. Imagine you're in nets. Try and take the pressure away from her. And, yeah, better delivery. And, oh, this one is bobbling away towards the boundary. Oh, it won't get there. And just falls short. Oh, that one's a spicy one, is it? Hits the deck and bounces back up. It's a big throw there from Koralage. But, yeah, better delivery. Almost gets a chance for a caught ball. Can you imagine? Yeah, not that far off for being a one-handed jalebi catch. Well, maybe get a jalebi delight in there. I want to thank everybody that's been fantastic in the chat today as well. To our global cricket family, wherever you are watching from around the world. You've been absolutely fantastic. Gets worked away, and should be just a single this time. And I know that some of you need to say your goodbyes before we get a chance to say goodbye to you all and show you the highlights of the day and certainly some magical things worth seeing. So if you do need to go before we get a chance to say goodbye to you all, I want to thank you for myself and Nish and everyone, of course, in the European Cricket Network for watching, and also your support for the European Cricket Network. That's well struck. And should be looking to go for 2 here. Easy 2. A lot of work to be done by the fielder. In comes the throw. Good hit, good strike. Nice hit there from Surmus. We know she's a good striker. She's a strong player. Yeah, and have a nice evening. And hey, remember, it is International Sushi Day. So if you fancy it, why don't you have a bit of sushi for your dinner?
I think we have a great place on Vault that actually delivers the sushi. That's, of course, a food delivery app here in Cyprus. So, yeah, might be a good day to tuck into some right after this game. Sormus blocks that one out. The over comes to an end. And Estonia are 43 for 3 at the end of the 9th.
Yeah, it could be a good day. I mean, in the summer, I suppose sushi's all right because you don't, I mean, like when we finish here today, you don't really want a hot meal, do you? I mean, I know that yesterday I had tucked into a nice salad. I was going to say Greek salad, but I suppose it's the same, isn't it? The salads that you get here in Cyprus with the Greek cheese, the tomatoes, cucumbers, the onions. Very nice, and had a bit of grilled chicken in there as well. It was quite nice, but yeah, you don't want any more than that. It's too hot, really. Yeah, and I think throughout the day here, we're just all taking on so much liquids, which you have to. By the time you get back, I think we've got a belly full of water, and that's if most of it's not been burnt away. So you're not really in the mood for food. So sushi could be a good option today. But though I did say I'm not a big fan, but I think there is foot fielding, not the way to go. But I think there was probably always going to be a run there because the batters do go straight away here. So it is the captain, Chitrani, that is bowling this, the 10th over.
Yeah, the captain often, she likes to bowl during these middle over phases, usually gives her teammates the chance to bowl right at the start of the innings, and then she comes in during this middle over phase of the match. That's going to be a big test here for Sormus. That's very nicely played by Sormus, struck towards long off. Are they going to push for a second? Are they going to test the fielder's arm? No. Stick with a single. Struck pretty firmly as well, so that second run was going to be a bit challenging.
It's a good strike, you know. And Sormus, she's probably one batter from Estonia that could bring them into an eruption of joy if she's able to hit a boundary. Good delivery from Chitrani. Just have a look. So we're getting to the halfway point. So they're needing, as it stands here, 64. Is that it? Needing a run of ball. 64 or 64. So depending how they continue to bat here, and I suppose how many extras they take, and well, they decide not to take this one, and I suppose it's understandable because it's going at a fairly good pace to the fielder, who is then giving the ball back to Chitrani, who's not likely to miss out on the opportunity. So yeah, I think play a bit safe, but just that's a nice shot, nicely played. It will be another single. Once again, this is just laid on by one fielder to another, courtesy of a bit of foot fielding. So it's not beyond them, you know, not beyond it. Just get a couple of good overs here. If Surmas can just find a bit of power. Yeah, that's the Gina Halage, who's probably feeling the heat, doesn't really want to bend down. Surmas says, no, stay there. Good call. Good early call as well. And good reaction then from Helena Kirk, who has moved into double figures.
Yeah, looking at Sormus, you can really tell she's got her fundamentals down solid. Obviously plays nicely with a straight bat. She's got a good stance as well.
Yeah, I think that will be
when she strikes that towards mid-wicket, immediately knows it's her call and makes the early call. I mean,
yeah,
it's good to see she's got all these basics down and she's executing them as well in the pressure of a match.
Yeah, and it's a good early call as well because she basically, with that early call, she stops Helena Kirk making any runs. There's nothing worse than the batter setting off and then you're saying no, because in the excitement of taking off for that single, you're not hearing it properly. Yeah, just saying hello here to Samanthi to Continia, who's enjoying herself now on the boundary. And just pushed back the two straight fielders, because I think probably expecting that both of these batters have got a little bit of firepower in them, and that's probably right. But certainly with Surma, she certainly can hit the ball pretty well. So you need to be probably in a position where you're defending the straight boundaries. But it is Dirana Halage that is bowling her fourth over. She's picked up 2 for 9 so far. Well, that's not the best of deliveries from us, called wide. Now, why don't we just have a look at this one again? So this could be one of those which you think is probably, yeah, that's a fair call. It probably might even be worth having a look at the height on there, but they haven't given a no ball for it. So it has to be bowled again, slightly shorter, up in the air. Won't carry to the fielder. They'll take the single. So yeah, it looks like Surma certainly likes to hit straight nice and well. One thing we were talking about Surma yesterday, she's the batter that misses out on
The leg
quite
side
a lot
shots,
on the leg
yeah.
side, because she's not used to playing it. So that's where the homework for her will be after this tournament. That shot there. So that's been played beautifully. So really what she wants to do, and that's, I think Helena Kirk is the ideal person to spend a little bit of time with in the training sessions. And, you know, Soren was saying to Helen, hey, how are you playing that shot? What do I need to do? Get me playing it. So help each other out with that. So if Surmas can add that shot to her array of shots, that will certainly feature very well for her in the future.
Yeah, Sesame Joe Cody just pulls up a little oddly there, walking a little gingerly. That's something to consider. You can see she's just in a little bit of pain currently out at a backward point.
Yeah,
And
just
it might be worth bringing in a substitute fielder.
yeah, just
Currently
notice
is
that.
Wadawun
Actually.
Gandage just to replace her.
Yeah, just notice that she doesn't seem too comfortable. It's almost like she just a little twinge in the knee or something.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Absolutely gorgeous delivery. Just nips away ever so slightly. And it's so close to the outside edge of the bat. But yeah, going back to the point about Sormus' sort of general leg side play, I mean, you know, I think one of the shots that she could very easily develop is just a flick off her pads. And that's still a straight bat stroke, but then she just has to close the bat face a little bit at the end. And that way she'll be able to build on the straight bat fundamentals she already possesses and just add something extra there so she can also work away some runs on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, the way that we saw playing it yesterday, she's either just leaving it or she's just standing still and letting the ball hit the bat, or her sometimes. So, yeah, once she gets the confidence and once she starts practicing that a few times, she'll find that she'll be able to execute that pretty well. And she's a powerful player. So you can see her getting the same sort of success with that shot with the likes of Isha Chitarani, who plays that shot really well. In fact, when she goes out, she's actually looking for those shorter deliveries and getting and scoring most of her runs with it, in addition to the ones that Surmas already plays, which is straight down the ground. So we'll take some drinks here with the score 52 for 3 after 11 overs.
Estonia still hanging in there in this game. They need to go at a shade above a run a ball, so one big over here for them. One over of maybe 9 to 12 runs could put them in a good position. We'll have a look at the action coming up tomorrow in Czechia. So, of course, still day 2 still going on over there, but have some big matches tomorrow. Of course, starting off with a United Cricket Club against Moravian. Then Moravian taking on Praha Dominators, who've had a rather rough start to their ECS with consecutive losses, including bonus point losses in their early matches. And then, of course, Prague Cricket Club, the massive favorites in that series, will be taking on Vinohrady in the middle match of the day, the lunchtime match. And then Moravian will be playing the Prague Spartans in match 14 before we round out the day with Vinohrady against the Prague Tigers.
Yeah, it's a big finish to the day at the moment in their last match, with Brno being restricted to 105 for 7, and Bohemians on course to get a good win there. So it'll be the first time that Bruno will go down there. So Bohemians, they were very productive when we saw them first up. So looking to get a win over Bruno. And halfway through that innings there, well on track. Just have lost 1 wicket there on 64, chasing 106. And of course, it's Danny Hudacek taking you through the action there with Phil G today. Phil G, of course, did a fantastic job with the night series in Portugal. And now he's back on his home turf with Danny Hudacek. Vinny Sandu will be back tomorrow. So that one just gets played out. So Surmas just drops the bat on this one. There's a big difference in size between Surmas and the wicketkeeper here, Therma de Silva. She's a giant, isn't she? And she can get some of that power into the shot. But she's up against the captain, Isha Chitarani. That's just blocked out those full-length deliveries. And I suppose again here you could, if you use your feet and you're comfortable coming out of your crease, it's an opportunity to try and play those before the ball comes down and hits the deck. That one will be called a wide, so it'll have to be bowled again. It goes a little bit too far wide at the off stump this time. That's Chitarani. It's hit in a little bit close, and Somas swinging and missing, and I think a lot of these are as a result of the lack of foot movement. That's a nice moment there, isn't it? From the wicketkeeper, Therma de Silva, and Somas just obviously shared a bit of a joke with each other, and that's one thing that always brings me great pleasure and delight when I see the two players from the opposite team always sharing a laugh and a giggle and a high five with each other. And once again, just underlines and highlights just how well these players get on with each other and how much they help each other off the field as well with their game. Helena Kerg has played some nice shots. And plays this back down towards the bowler, and Chitarani doesn't let it get it past her.
Yeah, good well, fielding off her own bowling by Chaturani. She's very strong at that as well. Oh, it's gone up in the air. It's going to land safely, though. And they'll scamper across here for a single, so they've managed to get 4 runs out of this Chaturani over, which isn't too bad. I mean, they're just keeping themselves in this game. I mean, if they can get to a position where maybe they need, somewhere like something like 18 to 19 runs in the last couple of overs, it could be a slightly nervy finish here for Cyprus. It's been a good partnership here between Sormus and Kergay. It's been worth 25 runs so far, and yeah, they're just doing a good job of keeping Estonia within touching distance.
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, they're needing to go at around 6 per over, so run a ball. So if they can, I mean, at one point they needed 64, it's gone to 53 or 48, so it's just gone above run a ball. But a couple of good overs could certainly make a difference. Where there's a few wides, and that comes to play. They take a couple of singles. So the main thing here at the moment is if they've put their mindset to try and get something of every ball, and, if along the way they'll get the extras as well, they're certainly going to be on course.
Oh, nicely played there by Soros. Really well played. I mean, she just shuffles across and then just whips it away towards fine leg.
That's a shot you were saying that you like to see her play. So she obviously can play it. It's nicely played there.
Yeah, another wide down the leg side. They've done a very good job of taking these wides. They've not been spoiling as many wides as they were over the weekend. I mean, Stormus in particular is very good at it. She will physically step inside and force the umpire to make the decision. But yeah, just the fact that they're taking these extras is keeping them in this game as well.
Yeah, both teams seem to have learned from that, haven't they? Both sets of players saying, leave those wides alone. I think it's been probably drummed into them by both sets of coaches saying if it's wide, leave it. If it's wide, leave it. If it's wide. And now you can see every time the ball that's coming to them is probably, they're replaying it in their head. They can hear it. It's wide, leave it. It's wide, leave it. Howdy to you as well, Christopher Ward. That comes and joins us. Drops the bat on it. And yeah, easy single. You can see I'm liking that for Sumus. Even though Helena Kirk is sort of, nah. Sumus is saying, what do you mean? There's a run.
Yeah, it's Sormus's call. It's Sormus's call, and she makes the right one. I think they've got to take these singles here, Estonia. Need to go out and run a ball.
Yeah, I mean, so far this over, they've picked up 5. So another single, if they can get it, whether it's an extra or whether it's off the bat, is the 6 they need. Up in the air, and they will run. They get the run. They get the single. So that's what they need from the over already. There's still 2 balls to go because of those wide. So, yeah, they just got to keep believing. And that's one thing I think you've got to keep saying to yourself. It's a lot easier. Rather than saying 48 or 45 balls and working that out, it's a lot easier to say to yourself, let's try and get something out of every ball. And at the moment, that seems to be what they're doing. Well, this one could be extra. Oh, they're not watching. And now they think about it, but it's too late because I think Helena Kirk sees the opportunity, but Sumus is not really looking. So it was almost an opportunity to take a rare 2. There hasn't been too many other than singles. Now, what would this be? Yeah, that's going to be quarter wide. I think that's the correct call. So another wide.
Yeah, you can see that Sormus. I mean, we were talking about how well the fundamentals have been drilled into her. She will step inside and make the umpire make the call, and I really love that.
Yeah. Good over this, you know. It's gone for 8. So very good over.
That's a lovely ball. Look how it just seams away. A fuller delivery. That was a very tough to play, and the keeper as well. Got to give her a lot of credit for making sure this doesn't get past her.
Yeah, well bowled at the end of the over. A few people saying where's the scorecard, and just to repeat, we're having some issues with the on-screen graphics, but we're keeping you updated. 64 now for 3, 13 overs gone, so they're needing 45 of 42 deliveries, and they're keeping up with the pace. They need to keep going at requiring around about 6 and over, and if they keep doing what they're doing, like what I was saying there is, don't think about, forget the 45 for the moment, just keep thinking about run a ball. Keep thinking about run a ball and keep going at that, and then when you start getting close towards the end of the innings, then you can start saying, hey, we're almost there. We only need 18 or whatever, and then you can get excited and go for it, as long as you've got wickets in hand. So they've got to be thinking about getting a run aboard here. And I think maybe Isha Chitarani is probably sensing that she needs to do pretty well here. She tosses this one right up, and no issue with that. The umpires are happy with the height on it. So just a couple of balls here now. First 2 balls being dot balls. This is where the pressure comes in. So now really you're saying, look, still need to try and get these 6 runs. So Chitarani doesn't often bowl too many extras, so she might not help you out on the extras front. And I think this is where Helena Kirk recognises the fact that Chitarani is a key player and is just blocking out, but you've got to try and get a little bit more effort into the shot to try and get something from these. And thinks about it, but won't get there. So this is the over that they didn't need. It's 4 dots now. Score stays on 64. And if this over goes the way it is, it just takes it over that six mark. This is exactly what Chitarani wanted to do. After that last over, went for 8 runs.
Yeah, and she'll still have an over after this as well, which won't help Estonia. Oh, there's a wide. So the first run in this over comes for Estonia. So a couple of more balls left. I mean, you know, in a Chitarani over, you'd say 4 to 5 runs in one of her overs is a big win. And then you maybe look to target the other bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I don't mind where they are. Don't forget, that one is just going to be another dot. So that's unfortunate. If they could have got something else, out of this over another 2 runs. Well, that doesn't look possible now with the ball to go. So the rate might go up to 7. So I'm just keeping an eye on the batting order. Anne-Marie Visick certainly is somebody who can hit the ball well up in the air. A bit slow to move the fielder, but gets a good throw in. Oh, that's pretty close. And Samanthi Dukandenia was a little bit slow reacting to the catching opportunity, but she does pick it up cleanly as a shot at the stumps, and if that were to hit, that could have been close. So, as I suspected, with that very good over, just 2 runs there from Chitarani, that score moves to 66 for 3, and that takes that rate up now to that 7 mark. But certainly a good option, Anne-Marie Visick, because she does hit the ball pretty well. Probably can score a little bit quicker than maybe what we're seeing from these 2 batters. So before this rate goes up too much more, let's say if it goes up to the 8 or 9, it's worth getting her in there before it gets to the double-figure mark.
Well, that one just slamming her on the pads. As you can see, umpire Tracy Pasquill indicating that it would be going down the leg side for a wide. So we're now seeing Samanthi Dunkadenia coming into ball. 14.1 overs in. Estonia 66 for 3, and they need 43 runs, 35 deliveries.
Yeah, the other issue that they have is that one, well, what if we get a chance to have a side on this? They will run hard. They will get 2. And let's just wonder if you can see a quick look at the height on this one. I mean, it looked a little high to me. So what do you think of that? I mean, I've seen them given. She's deep in a crease. Could be a no here. I don't know, the umpires.
I think that might have just been dipping down in time. I think umpire Sujith has got that one right at square leg. I think it's probably dipping down in time. But yeah, the huge roar that came from the Estonian dugout when they ran 2 runs. I mean, they were cheering it like a huge 6. And yeah, I think now you can just sense, Estonia, well, they feel like they have a chance. I think the reaction from their team, the fact that they're cheering every run, there's also a little bit of anxiety. I think they recognize they have a chance here. Yeah, this has been a special partnership.
Yeah, it has been. The only thing, though, is, and I don't want to spoil the party, guess who's still got 2 overs?
Chaturani.
Yeah, Chaturani. And
1
also,
over, actually.
And also, Korolage. I think, how many overs has she bowled? Has she just bowled the 2?
Yeah.
So you got 2 very good bowlers to come back. That's going to be another run, though. So this over pretty productive at the moment. That's 4 from it. But yeah, Korolage, when she comes on, we know she's special. And she might bowl 1 or 2 extras, but most of the time she's on the money. She's going to be difficult to get away, as is Chaturani. Oh, that could be pretty close. Does she get a bit of bat on this? And let's see what the reaction is from. That's given us by, so it doesn't hit anything in the end. I thought this. Let's have a look at this. Does it miss everything?
It just goes right through her. She's been nutmegged by the ball. It's missed everything. Bat, pads, and the stumps.
How does that miss everything? That's very unlucky, but it's a run. And that's important. It's a 5 off the over. Could they get another 2 or something here? In the air, they'll definitely get 1. So that's going to be 6 off the over. So they fall just 1 short of the 7 that they're after. So they're staying in this. You've got to keep thinking about staying at this rate. Like I said, run a ball. Keep thinking run a ball. And they're getting closer and closer. And look at that score, by the way. And we know that they've had their struggles. They got to 75 batting first yesterday in that the last match that we covered here. They're certainly going to get past that. They've gone past what they scored earlier this morning. And that's on the ground with the bigger boundaries as well. No boundary in the innings, but I'm liking the fight. And they are fighting. So it's a tremendous effort here from Estonia.
Yeah, I think that they've been batting the way it's sort of I discussed over the weekend, which was you're going to get about 2 to 3 runs of extras in every over from most bowlers. So just take your wides, don't spoil them, and just look to get bat on ball. Most deliveries, you'll probably get run a ball. And right there, you've got a run rate of about 5 to 7, of course, depending on who's bowling. So Chaturani is going to be bowled out over here, coming in for the fourth over. Yeah, I need to look to get at least 4 to 5 runs off her over. Starts off with a wide.
Yeah, that's a big bonus. If Chaturani is giving you some extras, that's a huge bonus. Thank you very much. And hello to John Gray, who's saying evening to us. A late visit in the chat. We don't mind. It's nice that you're here. And I'm not jinxing nothing, Christopher Ward. I'm not jinxing nothing. It's another one. Look, one more run. Keep thinking. Now, that's great now because all of a sudden, if they go run a ball, that's 8 in the over. And if there's any more wides, you keep taking them. So here we go. Chaturani feeding the pressure. Now asking the question. Oh, the finger goes up. And it's the full straight delivery. Umpire Sujith says you're gone. And they know the importance of this one. Helena Kirk, her stand comes to an end. And what a good fight it's been from her. 22 of 40 deliveries. And it's Chaturani, though, who gets the breakthrough. But this has to be, well, hopefully, it's either Anne-Marie Vesic, can't see who it is at the moment, or it could be Victoria Frey.
It is Victoria Frey, so a budding European cricket sensation. Victoria Frey coming out to the middle. A great innings there, though. Just going back to it by Kerge, I think such an underrated player for this Estonia team. She was their top run getter over the weekend in the T10 action and hasn't always been in the runs these first 3 matches, but comes up here, plays a big inning, spends lots of time out in the middle. 40 balls. She's been out there for just under an hour. I would say probably 45 to 50 minutes. But Chaturani gets the breakthrough as she so often has for her side.
That's well struck. That'll be a single, nicely timed, and it takes the set batter now in terms of Lina Sumus on strike. She's going all right, 9 of 17, so 3 runs off the over. Remember, there was those 2 wides as well.
Yeah, one thing about Cyprus's tactics, though, everyone is on the edge of the ring, so they are offering the singles to Estonia. Might be worth bringing a few more people closer to stop the one.
Well, he'll take that. It's another wide from Risha Chaturani. So remember the last over she bowled, he only gave 2 runs away. They've already got 4 from this one, and there's still 4 deliveries to come. So Somas sensing an opportunity maybe. It's another wide. So Chaturani, she's pretty disgusted with herself as she turns and walks to a mark. She's getting a bit of friendly advice from one of the teammates.
Yeah, that's a Dinanal again. I do like that move, though, there to just bring the mid-off in on the one. That's been the most productive region so far for Estonia, so they're trying to take that single through mid-off away from them. Yeah, there we go. That's really good captaincy because they've made most of their runs through that area, and she just, the previous ball, she moved Dinanalage across, and now she's there to cut out the one. I mean, that was a single which has been on offer for them for pretty much this entire innings.
Yeah, it was a good move. So the plan worked, and now she tries to go in the same area again, and once again, no run, even though it is a bit of a misfield. But just the presence of the fielder there is enough to stop the run. So a couple of good deliveries here from Chaturani after having a few of these issues. Oh, she spoils it. Spoils the wide. She's been so good as Somos of leaving those alone. It just gets drawn into playing at this one, gets bad onto it, spoils the wide. So it's going to just end up being another dot. 5 of the over so far. The rate just starting to creep up to around about the 8 runs per over mark. In the air, and oh, she slips. She slips. Chaturani. It's almost like somebody's yanked her from behind. She ends up on the floor, kissing the pitch, and then can't get a hand to the ball. Just watch this again. As she bowls this, she tries to go forward, but her feet go from under her. So just here, she tries to, oh, she just can't get there. She's just needed to take a step, but it's still just a dot. It's the 16th over comes to an end. And for the last time before we go right to the end of this match, the teams will take some drinks. But it's been a real fight, this from Estonia. Can they keep this up? The rate, though, does move to 8. So they had it to around about a run a ball, didn't they? And just gradually, mainly because of some good bowling there from Chaturani, even though she was under pressure with the 4 wides in that over, she only gives 1 away with runs off the bat, picks up a wicket as well. And now, of course, it becomes quite difficult because I reckon it's going to be Cora Alage that probably will be given the ball here. Well, maybe not. It looks like they're going to stick with Danuka Denia to bowl herself here first.
Yeah, that wide that was spoiled could be very costly for Estonia because they get 5 runs off that over. They would have had at least 6, which is a huge win against someone of Chaturani's caliber. And then that extra ball might have gone for a single, so could have lost as many as 2 runs during that because of that error. But yeah, maybe just holding back Kolalage to bowl the 3rd last over and the last over.
Oh, that's a Gandhi. And it's going to be a no ball because he's off the pitch. So, well, they're certainly delivering plenty of extras. And we know that there was quite a few that was given to them. 38, 30 wides was what Estonia gave to Cyprus. Cyprus, in return, have given 36 extras back, 32 in wides. And that's going to really disappoint them. They've actually bowled more wides than what Estonia did. Well, it's appeal and gone. Yeah, this is interesting because
the call was changed just before that ball. The umpire made a signal to indicate that it's not a no ball but a wide.
Okay, I was just about to say, have they got this wrong? And I'm glad you came in then, Nish, because I was about to say, well, have they made a mistake here? Because that can't be LBW for no ball, but you spotted it, I didn't. And also, if you look at this again here, there's no appeal from the bowler. Bowler doesn't appeal. So then, then there's the appeal from the wicketkeeper. And because there is an appeal, then Tracy has to give a decision. If there was no appeal there, it probably would have gone as not out because there's not an appeal. But, yeah, that's the right call. It's pretty full. It's hitting without pitching on the pad. And that's going to be another wicket. So Anne-Marie Vesic does come in now. Is she going to be the last hope? As Victoria Frey, LBW, 1 of 2 balls.
How massive does that decision to change it from a no ball to a wide prove to be? Because it would have been a free hit.
Yeah.
And Frey would still be out there. Instead, it's a wicket. So, yeah, little moments have such a huge impact in the outcome of these matches.
Bat on ball. They'll take a single. We're getting to a stage here now, though it's been a splendid effort from Estonia. It's getting to a point now where they just need to find a little bit of oomph from somewhere. Just a little bit of oomph. That's well struck. Right, got to run hard. Got to go up and down here. And it's the most casual of throws back from the fielder. It's almost like, they're getting 2 anyway. It's just thrown back in now. Oh, it could be a bit of an injury here for the fielder that goes down. I wonder, I think she might have just twisted her ankle. No, she's up. She says, I'm all right, don't worry about it. But Nilmini Aliage just gently throws the ball back. Says, here you go, don't worry about it. Okay, Duncan Denier. 4 off the over, has picked up a wicket. There's still a couple to come. Can they get another couple of doubles in here? That'll certainly help their cause. But still, going to last with around 10 or so. There we go. Thank you very much. Oh, this is getting exciting here. So going to the last, needing anything from between 8 to 12 in the over. It's very much game on, you know. And who knows? Who knows? I normally would say anybody thinking anybody got a tingle, anybody thinking golden ball. Who knows? Anybody thinking super over?
Well, firmly struck by Soros, and yeah, I think the Estonian team get what you're saying as well. The entire team is on the boundary line cheering every run. This is not like the previous matches. There's a bit of anxiety now in there as well because they just sense that they might have a chance to pull this off.
They're believing. Now, there is an injury. Yeah, I saw that. It was Jai Cody who went down earlier. She almost went down and twisted. I think she twisted her knee as she went down to try and stop that ball. So she's off. The sub is on. Important ball coming up here. The last in this over. Can they get something from it? They can. It's well struck. It'll be a single. That's 7 off the over. You'll take that. You're wanting 8. You'll take 7. 84 for 5 after 17. But now, I suppose, Estonia are hoping that the key bowler, who looks like she's coming into the attack here, Korolage, that she's lost some of her rhythm and that she's going to hopefully put a few wides in here. So once again, apologies for the scoring system that's not on your screen, but we'll give you the score. And if it gets close, we'll give it to you ball by ball. But at the moment, it's 84 for 5, 25 required of 18. But they got to deal with Korolage, who's going to come on to bowl here. Now, so once again, you just got to be thinking no dot balls. That's what you got to be thinking here. No dot balls. Get something from everything. And get a few extras along the way as well. And there she goes. Right on the money. What can you say about this girl? What can you say about her that hasn't been said already? Denelka Korolage. Well, there you go. We know that she likes to dance, and she gets into her dancing steps there with her dancing partner, Therma De Silva. Well, let's just have a look at the smile there. But look, comes straight on and gets the Yorker darted in. Have a look at the length of this delivery. That's the perfect Yorker. Look at that. Stumps knocked over. Great delivery. Anna-Marie Vesic goes for 2. And Denelka Korolage, what a player. What a bowler.
Incredible. Just gets that one to swing right back in. And she loves the ball in the death overs, doesn't she? I mean, she knows the batters have to attack her now to try to get these runs. And she thrives in that kind of situation. Always on the money. Bowls a nice full length. Just gets that ball to shape in so naturally. The skipper, can she play a captain's knock here? Mare Valner.
I'm thinking with Valner is she's not really a hitter. She's a pusher. But even then, what I like to see her do here is, push. Look at the field. It's deep. Get Lina Sumas on strike. That's what you got to do. Get bat on ball and run. And Sumas has to back up. I like what Sumas is doing. She's backing up. They're asking the question. Oh, no, they're going to go for this now. It's a bit rush hour in Mumbai, this is. And it will be given as a leg bye. There's a big appeal. They do get the single. Let's have a look at this again. So that's probably a pretty good call. They say no. Umpire says no. And then, a bit of pushing and shoving and anything. And Sergeant Velner says, hey, hang on a minute. What's going on here? But she gets and does what she has to do. Somas now goes back on strike. And this one is another appeal. In comes the throw, but I don't think that's a bad outcome. It's another leg bye. Not a bad outcome because it means that Valna will go back and strike. That one just drifting down the leg side. Everybody's standing up at the moment. See, that's the problem. So Valna, she's got to understand.
Got to step inside and take that wide. I mean, that's something which Soreness is doing so well.
Yeah, or Somas, you can see Somas is just saying, hey, look, this is what you got to do. But there's 2 balls to come here. I reckon you just got to say, look, have a big swing at it. Because that rate is getting up to that 10 mark now. Look at them there. They can't. Look at them. They're biting their nails and everything. And that could be a no-e. It has been called a no ball. So, free hit coming up. That's a no ball. 2 full. An extra goes on to the board. So that's now 3 off this over. Now the no ball, the free hit to come. Little things. I mean, that's another thing. Now, this is tactical. and probably too much to absorb at this point. But maybe with that one, when you know the keeper's not taking it, if Sormus is already running, she gets in, Valna gets to the other side, then it's Sormus there who's playing the free hit. Valna, good hit, nice hit, but they've got a fielder out there, and they're saying go for 2, and
I think they could have chanced the arm there. I think the second run was on. They could have chanced the arm. The throw would just not have been strong enough to run them out. Probably missed the trick of it there. And more importantly, that also means that Valor will stay on strike. They got the second run. Sormus is facing the start of the next over. Yeah, just missed the trick there, Estonia. But, I mean, I did say if this game's at about 18 or 19 runs in the last couple of overs, we could be in for a real doozy. But it's at 21 right now. Of course, oh, look who's joining us in the chat right now. Stefan Gooch cheering on the Estonian girls, of course, he was part of the side that took a massive 3-1 lead against the men, the Cypriot men, earlier today.
Come on, Estonia, saying Stefan Gooch. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Stefan. I hope you're well. I know you're probably sitting there watching, getting all excited with bits of ice all over your joint at the moment. But good to have you in the chat. Yeah, what a fight this has been. And I know that the men of Estonia will be very, very proud of what they're seeing here from the Estonian women. Really fighting to keep this T20 international series between them and Cyprus alive. Of course, if Cyprus win this, they go 4-0 up. But the fight here from Estonia has been special. It's going to be a wide. So they go. It's a really interesting bowling change, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like they might go for Alexandra Taylor, but because she's gone for 9 and over in her first 3, I think the captain goes for Lianage instead.
Lianage, Lilmini coming on to bowl, and now that's not a bad delivery. That's well bowled, and whenever there's a dot ball, it just takes a little bit of pressure off. So she makes her amends for the wide. Now look at that. Oh, the noise making. I mean, once again, I know that if we could just keep focusing on the line there where the Estonian players are, both some of the women, some of the supporters, even some of the men are there. That's well bowled. It gets played away. Now, that's the right thing to do from Valna. She takes a single. So now this is going to be interesting. The field probably needs to change here slightly. They might want to push a few more people back because Sunra's looking to go big. What a part she could play here. 12 of 24 so far. It's been a great knock. Can she get after a few of these? They're needing 19. No, 19 of the 10 balls to come. We're going to have a thriller here. And the light starting to disappear. Big hit. Is the fielder there? Can she stop it? No! It gets past her. It's going to go to the boundary. It's 4 runs. It's 4 runs. 4 runs. What a big hit that is. It gets through the fielder. It's going to go for 4. It's the first boundary that's been hit. And it is Sormus who smashes this for 4. Pressure now on. Pressure is now on. What a shot that is. Lina Sormus takes it to 15 of 9.
Oh, Sormus playing the innings of her life here, and she's given Estonia a chance.
Leave it is a wide. Says another one here. Oh, we're getting close to the wire here. 15 becomes 14 of 9 deliveries. And the ball getting through the fielder. Nerves, Nilmini. Now this is down the leg side. Now she would have been better off leaving it because it means it takes herself off strike. They're the things that they'll learn going forward. They're the things that they'll learn from this contest, whichever way this finishes. If she just left that, take the wide, and now Valna has to play her part here. So Valna now needs to try and get back into ball straight away here and take on the run. Somers, she'll be backing up. There's no doubt about it. She's got a very, very calm head on her at the moment. Look at Somers here looking to go. And, yeah, well left. Ooh, yeah, I'll go with that.
I think for the previous ball, though, I think there could have been a chance the umpire might not have given that for a profile wide, but yeah, this is coming right down to the wire. 12 runs needed of 8 deliveries. What a fight back here by Estonia.
That's well struck to the fielder. Makes a great stop. And in comes the throw. It will just be a single. What a bit of fielding that is. I don't know if it would have, probably wouldn't have gone for 4, but if it gets past the fielder, they probably could have run 3 here. That's a brilliant pickup and throw. And where are we at here now? All right. Now, what do you do here? Take a single, go back, go and strike for the last over? I think you got to, right? 11 required. Take a single here, then 10 off the last. Oh, well, he's going to miss it. So it's going to be a dot to finish. That could be the biggest ball in this match, that dot ball. The over goes for 10, which means we go to the last over, everyone. To the last over. It is 98 for 6. 11 required of 6 deliveries.
Now we're come down to an absolute thriller over here. And of course, it's going to be Mate Valner on strike because of that dot ball right at the end of the over. Korolalage, who has been exceptional throughout this series, is going to bowl the final over. Can she win her side this match? I mean, she's done it before. She's done it so many times, but this is different. How is she going to handle the pressure?
You're right. Pressure is the key word. Before we go into this over, let's just say, what a marvellous match. Both sets of players should be applauded for this entertaining finale to match day 2 of these T20 internationals. We go into the last. Korolalage to bowl it.
Oh, she's left this one. I think she's misjudged it. She thought it might have been going wide, but we know Korolalage just shapes the ball back in naturally. You've got to get bat on ball there.
Bat on ball around.
Everyone's on their feet right now. Every single person at this playing field.
11 of 5. Got to get bat onto ball, Valner. Does. They run. They'll get a single. So now you got the right batter on strike as this one gets fired in. 10 of 4. 10 of 4 for a victory.
Two of these balls need to go to the boundary here for Sormus. 2 boundaries needed.
She does have the power, we know that, but Korolalage is going to bowl that full-length delivery, so it'd be interesting to see Sormus if he was confident enough just to take a step outside of a crease to be able to meet it on the full toss. That's well bowled. It'll just be a dot. Oh, well, that could be out. It could be out. I don't know if the umpire's in the right position to see this. Umpire Sujith. I don't know if the bat is down here in time. The umpire doesn't give any indication here, but let's see. I wouldn't have been throwing this. I think that's out, you know. I don't think the bat goes down, but well, not out. It doesn't really make any difference, really, because it was never going to be a run anyway. Bat onto ball. It's got to be looking to try and push to get the second will day. In comes a wild throw. Oh, well, the keeper's done so well. The keeper's done fantastically well, Ithama De Silva, because that one's been thrown. It was a wild throw. There wasn't any need for that. Okay, so 9 off 2. Got to try and find a boundary. Have a big swing, Velner. Come on, Sergeant Velner. Have a big swing. And she does. And they'll go. Got to go turn. Just turn and go. Turn and go. Got to turn and go. Got to turn and go. They don't turn and go. They don't turn and go.
They needed to get that second run because at least with the 6, they would have had a chance to take it to a super over. Just these little things. I mean, Estonia are going to get better with this stuff over time, but what a superb effort by them to take this match as deep as they have. They've given Cyprus a real scare here, but let's give so much credit to Korolalage as well. I mean, she's come in here, bowled these 2 pressure overs at the end, and done a superb job. Absolute star performer
Player of the match
for this Cyprus side.
Player of the match. Look at those bowling figures. 1 for 9 with the ball to go in a 4th over. And it's hit well, and it should just be, well, they should get 2 here. And, well, the ball's not come in yet. You might have to keep running, you'd say. And it's going to be over here now as the umpire called time. He'll call time here. That's it. It's done. It's dusted. What a thriller. What a thriller. And I know all kinds of congratulations will come through from all the neutrals and everyone that loves the sport of cricket, because we've just seen a fantastic match here between the women of Cyprus and Estonia. they've had to work hard for this. Take a look at that. They've had to work hard because Estonia have pushed them all the way. And in the end, Cyprus will win by a margin of just 5 runs. What a splendid match that is. Absolutely brilliant. Take a bow, both sets of players. And, you know, it's a terminology that we use a lot as we see a great match here. But on this occasion, just keep going with it. Let's see the players shaking hands and everything, and then we go on highlights. If you know, we say this a lot, that cricket is a winner. Cricket definitely is a winner here today. And you know why it's a winner? Because of the way this match was played. You're going to see, we're going to stay on the teams here for a while. We'll go to the highlights in a minute because I think this is important to capture what we're going to see here. 2 sets of players that have done battle here. Look at the smiles. Yeah, look at that. Congratulations all around Estonia. How they picked up and learned from here. One thing we'll say about both these 2 teams, they helped each other out with the extras. But for me, the reason that Estonia gets so close here is because of a mammoth fielding effort from them. They fielded so well. There were stars in the field, and they needed really the best, did Cyprus, out of some of their stars. Once again, Isha Chitarani had to get 46 runs to try and give them that. They also got 30 wides come their way, 38 extras. In return, well, Cyprus gave away 43 extras, 37 wides, but they did hold on. They win by 5 runs in what has been a magical match. Well done to both sets of players. And look at Estonia there in the middle. They're still celebrating because they know that that's probably the best performance. Well, it is the best performance that they put in here. And against a side that have got a little bit more skill, knowledge and know-how against them, they have performed magnificently well. What a great match. And let's now take time to have a look at the highlights. So there we go. They're happy and they're waving, and so they should be. Oh, wonderful. That is brilliant. That is what it's all about. Cricket being played with smiles on faces, win or lose. Let's take a look at the highlights.
What a thoroughly entertaining innings we had. Estonia with their best performance so far this T20I series. It was Miriam Frey and Natalia Zholders who opened the batting for this Estonian side. And the 2 of them looked to get their side off to a great start. Leonardo Dalbina, she faced plenty of deliveries, but eventually she was dismissed off a great ball there by Dirina Lage. But then we got that big partnership between Helena Kurge and Lena Sormas, which got Estonia close. The 2 of them gutted it out, they battled it out, they played a great innings. 43-run partnership for the 4th wicket. Kurge was out there for 41 deliveries, made 22 runs. And Sormas, of course, she had the standout batting performance, hitting the only boundary which Estonia hit in this innings. And she got her side so close at the end and hung on and gave them a chance. Here's a look at some of the shots she played. We saw a good display of fielding by both teams as well throughout this match. And what was great to see was the way so many of these players stepped up in pressure situations, and they didn't crack under it. They played great, and in the end, we saw 2 quality sides battle it out in what was an absolute classic.
Yeah, it was really good, and I'm just having a look at the player of the match has been given here to Dirina Lage. I don't mind that. 2 for 14. She scored some valuable runs with the bat at 12-12, but it could quite easily have been her, or also the fantastic bowling there from a bowler that me and you are really fond of. That's Lage. She bowled her 4 overs, and Oli just gave 11 runs away and picked up a wicket as well. But what a fantastic match. Highlights are great. There was a little bit of dancing. There was a little bit of joy. There was a little bit of pain as well. There was a little bit of everything. But at the end of it all, there were smiles, there was happiness, and there was joy from the 2 teams. It really was. I mean, there was little moments when that was a big moment. It was Kolage comes on to bowl her first ball when she comes back and she knocks the timber over. Then there was that moment when the ball gets through the fielder and goes for 4. That certainly livened things up towards the end. And then this one here, I mean, when you have a look at this again, I get the feeling that could have been very close, but he didn't have a good angle on that one. But I don't think it would have made no difference at all because the batter at the non-striker's end wasn't important. Then this is a fielder slipping down. It was, yeah, they had to fight. You saw that there. They fought hard. They had a scare, but they held on by a margin of just 5 runs. What a wonderful end to the day here, day 2 here at that beautiful and stunning Happy Valley Cricket Ground. Happy is the name of this Grand Happy Valley, and happy we are because we have finished with a tremendous match. And we get an opportunity here to have a quick look at the scorecard. And it was Helena Kirk, don't forget her effort. She scored 22 of 41. And Lena Sormus, 20 not out. What a strike rate from Lena Sormus, by the way. 20 not out of 30. Fantastic from her. But Nishay, I think the bowling there, particularly of Kolarage and then of Adrina Halage, who was the player of the match, was quite exceptional.
Yeah, the two of them bowled us superbly. You also have to give a ton of credit to the skipper, Chetarani, the most consistent performer throughout this series. Obviously, the top run getter for her side in the first innings. And then she came out there, bowled those pressure middle overs, gave up just 14 runs, and also took an important wicket there to get rid of Kelge when she was batting so well.
Yeah, wow. What a wonderful match. Apologies once again for some of the issues that we had with the graphics, but I'm sure you agree it didn't spoil what was an absolute stunning match. So we won't have any scorecards for you here. But what we will have, of course, is the end of day highlights. But before we go on to that, once again, I want to say a massive well done to everybody at the ground. First of all, to the players, the men and the women, for putting in a huge effort in once again in these, again, very hot, very stuffy, very humid conditions. Well done to them. Thank you to the Federation of Cyprus Cricket for looking after us, making sure that we're well watered, well fed. Thank you to Mr. Whippy, who I did get hold of and managed to get an ice cream, even though half of it melted down my arm. A very big thank you to our production partners, and they have been absolutely brilliant, haven't they? Spring Media. A big thanks to Martha Maria, to Olega, and also to Dennis. I mean, they've had to work under some difficult conditions themselves, with the heat playing a big part, in fact being a menace in a lot of the things that they were trying to do, but they coped with it, they've done well. Of course, massive shout out to the umpires who are out there as long as the players are. They've done a wonderful job. And of course, as always, a big shout out to the European Cricket Network crew who've done an amazing job here, to Meta, Goot and the Gag. You've been absolutely fantastic. But most importantly of all, to all of you wherever you are around the world that have been tuning in, it's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you to Dave and Kroom and everybody else who's there at the end. Also to Will Sheffield as well. It's been superb, and we've loved having you. We've loved the interaction that we've had with you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, let's have a look at what we do have tomorrow. So once again, it will be the same. We'll have 2 matches from the men, and of course, those are important matches for Cyprus, the home side. If they are to stand a chance, they have to win both those matches, and they have to win big. And then, of course, there will be a match early on in the morning between the women and the women of Estonia and Cyprus. We'll get to broadcast one for you, the last one, the last match of our T20 sensation experience here in Cyprus. And if it's like today, it'll be absolutely brilliant. Cricket will also continue in Czechia, where Vinny Sandu will return, so as well as the 3 T20 international matches that we'll have coming from this Happy Valley Cricket Ground. There'll be 5 matches coming to you from Czechia as well. United will be taking on Moravian to start off with there. Well, Praha Dominators will hope that they can, as well as Prague CC, and Prague Tigers will be there at the end of the day as well. So plenty of action coming for you tomorrow. But Nishay, what a fantastic day of cricket.
What an incredible day of cricket, and we rounded out with the most thrilling women's match we've had so far. It came down to the final over. It came down to the last balls. That was an absolute classic and a match we'll be talking about for a long time to come.
Yeah, we will. Well, we've got to get out of here. It's getting dark, and as I always say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching, and let's go straight to the highlights of the day.